Yet at present households across Xinjiang have not even installed video recorders. Still, he remembered the countless Hong Kong films he had seen in his previous life. Their openings clearly emblazoned with 4 characters Maya Media. That company had started by specializing in videotapes, swelling like a snowball within 2 years, and ultimately transforming into a colossal enterprise spanning film and television, music, and publishing. Wang Yao understood perfectly this business promised explosive short-term profits and steady long-term returns. Even better, it meshed seamlessly with his own film company. He lifted his gaze toward Yi Jiming and said, "All right. If you are free tomorrow, shall we have afternoon tea together?" Yi Jiming's eyes lit up, and he almost sprang to his feet. "I have been dreadfully idle of late to drink tea and chat with you, Mr. Wang, is a blessing my ancestors must have prayed hard for." After a few more casual words, seeing that the young women were tired from riding, Wang Yao led them away and took his leave. The next afternoon at 3 in a VIP private room at Lucky Tea House, Yi Jiming took a sip of hot tea and Mr. Wang, right now the videotape markets in Xinjiang, Wandao, across all of Southeast Asia, as well as Goryeo and Dongying, are nothing but a tangled mess. If we enter now, profits are guaranteed with no losses. You have a film company backing you, which is naturally a ready-made distribution channel. Any new film released on your cinema circuit can be turned directly into videotape content. Once we secure a foothold, you will hold absolute sway over the Xinjiang market. Wang Yao smiled and asked, "You only speak of my advantages. What about yours? What can I expect from you, and why must I cooperate with you in particular?" Mr. Wang is a man who undertakes grand ventures. You would hardly personally erect the framework or run around forging connections. This trade is deep water. It depends on familiar faces and wild, unconventional channels. Let me speak bluntly. Whether it is Jaha or Indu, as long as the funds are in place, I can retrieve every single videotape copyright for their films without missing one. Wang Yao leisurely drew on his Cuban cigar and asked, "Then tell me, how do we cooperate?" Yi Jiming replied straightforwardly, "You provide the capital, and I will manage everything else. As for shares, I want 40%. Wang Yao shook his head. 40% is too much. I could hire a professional manager and accomplish the same. It truly isn't excessive, Mr. Wang." He set down his teacup, his voice dropping low. "The person you hire, does he know the purchasing director at Jia? Does he know who in Indu's legal department oversees copyright revenue splits? Can he within 3 days finalize the stocking schedules for 700 audio-video shops across all of Hong Kong? I can navigate all of this with my eyes closed. 40% really is not high." Wang Yao tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingertips. "At most 20%. Any more, and there is nothing to discuss." He knew perfectly well that Yi Jiming was now a fallen phoenix. No one dared stake a single coin on him. Yi Jiming was silent for a moment, and then let out a long sigh. "Fine, 20% it is." After a pause, he added quietly, "Mr. Wang, could you allow my younger sister to enter your film company? She has always wished to become an actress." That can be arranged." Wang Yao nodded with a faint smile. In truth, even if Yi Jiming had not voiced this request, he would have taken the initiative to invite her in. A girl brimming with talent, with a hint of allure at the arch of her brows, had stumbled into his palm at the most tender age. How could he possibly let such a chance slip away? If heaven truly kept its eyes open, it would not allow such an opportunity to escape. In the end, Yi Jiming bowed his head. The two men hammered out a few remaining clauses, then smiled, shook hands, and rose to leave. The matter of the videotape company Wang Yao entrusted on the spot to Jean Mi to manage, and no longer involved himself. Next, he intended to sit back and watch the drama. Hongxing's grand performance had only just raised its curtain. On Ding Yao's side, things moved with ruthless efficiency. Returning to Wandao, she needed only 2 days, and with clean, decisive methods withdrew 80 million from Lei Gong's private accounts. All the stocks under Lei Gong's name were fully liquidated, and the final 34 million also arrived. On the third morning, a total of 114 million was channeled through compliant financial routes and deposited securely into Wang Yao's account at HSBC. Lei Gong had judged correctly. The news of his being forcibly detained by Wang Yao exploded within half a day, jolting the underworlds of both Xinjiang and Wandao awake. Everyone was dumbstruck. In Xinjiang, the reaction was relatively restrained. After all, Wang Yao's string of moves had already numbed them into a kind of shock-induced stupor. But in Wandao, their minds were blown clean open. The Sanlian gang, acknowledged as the #1 society, with deep roots, immense power, and far-reaching influence. How tough were they? No need to count on one's fingers. Yet in a palm-sized place like Xinjiang, someone dared to hold Lei Gong as a hostage and keep him locked down. This was not merely a slap in the face. This was grabbing their face and grinding it back and forth on concrete. The name Emperor Brother Yao spread overnight across every pier, tea house, nightclub, and hall in Wandao. It was not only the Sanlian gang that felt disgraced. The other dozen-odd societies in Wandao felt the same burning sting upon their faces. As the news arrived, hall leaders slammed tables and rose in furious outrage. The anger was genuine. Yet while they seethed elsewhere, some quietly lit cigarettes crossed their legs and grinned. That the Sanlian gang had stumbled so hard that Lei Gong had completely crashed in Xinjiang. They were only too happy to watch. Thus no one truly stood up for the Sanlian gang or went to confront Wang Yao. They were all spectators, not saviors. Outwardly, they were righteously indignant. Behind the scenes, they could not even be bothered to light a single stick of incense. The more this happened, the more the Sanlian gang resembled a prawn stripped of its shell, flushed red, burning hot, with nowhere to hide. For the other societies in Wandao, seeing Sanlian disgraced was the most satisfying spectacle of all. At the storm's center, the Sanlian gang was in utter turmoil from top to bottom, like a pot of porridge boiling over. Over 90% of its core members clamored to storm Xiangjiang at once to snatch Lei Gong back and butcher Wang Yao along the way. Only a small handful urged Ding Yao to stay calm, and they were cornered in turn. Forced into a tight spot, Ding Yao produced a handwritten note from Lei Gong on the spot, and then ordered Zhong Hai to execute two of the loudest hall masters right there. Blood splattered upon the blue bricks, barely suppressing the unrest. At the same time, Wang Yao also kept his word. On the very morning the money arrived, Lei Gong was released. During those few days of detention in Xiangjiang, his liver fire surged daily, his body was strung taut like a bow, and his mind was nearly torn apart. He did not care about the money. He cared about his face, that face trampled into mud and ground repeatedly. He had even thought that if on that night Wang Yao had simply put a bullet in his head, it would have been more straightforward. Of course, that was only a thought. Given another chance, he would still bow, still endure, still choose to live. Once freed, Lei Gong refused to breathe even one more lungful of Xiangjiang's air and headed straight for Ao Min. Though the Sanlian gang had not formally dipped into Ao Min's gambling industry, he had quietly acquired a private residence there years earlier. Guam. He no longer had the face to return. With a choking ache in his chest, he chose to remain in Ao Min to recuperate and wait for the storm to die down before making new plans. In that seaside villa, Ding Yao had been waiting for some time. After bringing Lei Gong back, she immediately laid out the situation and dissected it layer by layer. If they wished to claw back around and restore their honor, there were only two possible targets for retaliation: Wang Yao or Jiang Tianxing. She continued with her prepared line of persuasion. Mr. Jiang had already privately admitted fault and would send a representative to Ao Min tomorrow to apologize, or later he would personally call in person to offer his atonement. On Liang Kuan's side, things moved in tandem. Wang Yao did not appear himself and only sent Luo Tianhong to pay a visit. With a single phrase, "I will help you ascend to the position of Hongxing's dragon head," Liang Kuan agreed on the spot. Having witnessed Wang Yao's methods firsthand, how could he pass up this lifeline? With Shigong now entirely in Wang Yao's hands, clinging to this powerful thigh was more useful than worshipping 10 Buddhas. Liang Kuan headed straight to Shallow Water Bay to meet Jiang Tianxing. He hardly needed to waste words analyzing pros and cons. Jiang Tianxing had already nodded his agreement. In his heart, he understood perfectly well. Liang Kuan merely said, "The Sanlian gang is willing to reconcile. They just lack a staircase to descend by." Jiang Tianxing immediately made his decision. The Tongluan Hall would remain under the watch of White Fan, Wang Hui, Wu Chunhaonan, Bao Pai, and Zhao Pai would lead 20 men to accompany him to Ao Min. Big Brother B would act as his representative and visit Lei Gong first to gauge his true attitude. If Lei Gong truly showed willingness to compromise, Jiang Tianxing did not mind going personally to Ao Min to apologize face to face. He had no idea that Wang Hui was a nail driven into Hongxing by Wang Yao's own hand. From lowly foot soldier to white-fanned enforcer, every step of Wang Hui's ascent had taken place upon Wang Yao's chessboard. This double kill, aimed at Hongxing, was now quietly being played out, silent yet lethal. The next day, Hongxing's grand drama opened on schedule. At 10 in the morning, Wang Hui sat in command at the Tongluan Hall. Big Brother B and Chun Haonan, led more than 20 brothers from Tongluan, boarded a boat and headed straight for Ao Min. Upon docking, the group split in two. Chun Haonan and Bao Pai with their men were ordered to deal with Sang Biao. Big Brother B took 5 others and followed Ding Yao to Lei Gong's office for a visit. At precisely noon, trouble erupted almost simultaneously in both places. Ding Yao led Big Brother B into Lei Gong's office, then turned to step out and brew tea. Lei Gong lay prostrate upon the broad redwood desk, eyes closed, breath utterly absent, looking for all the world like a man taking a nap. Big Brother B paused for a moment, assuming the old man had stayed up late and was simply dozing. He called Lei Gong 3 times, but no one answered. Still unsuspecting, he strolled forward and reached out to give a gentle push. The body was already cold and stiff with no breath at all. This was no sleep. It was clearly death. Just at that moment, Ding Yao pushed the door open, entering with a tea tray in her hands. At a single glance, her hand trembled. The porcelain cup shattered into powder as she shrieked in a piercing voice, "Hong Hing has killed someone. Lei Gong has been taken out by Hong Hing." Big B's entire body trembled. His mind exploded in a thunderous roar. He realized he had fallen straight into a trap. He spun around and bolted for the door, fleeing outside like a madman. Of the 5 subordinates accompanying him, 4 were hacked to death on the spot. The last man fought desperately to block the blades, blood splattering across the walls, buying Big B a single path of escape. Big B sped all the way back to Hong Kong, his heart pounding so violently it felt as if it would smash through his ribs. On the other side, Chun Haonan Bayou Pei and more than a dozen men were charging straight toward Macau, their target Sang Bayou. The reason was brutally simple. Sang Bayou had raised Hong Hing's commission on the gambling halls in Macau to 60%. 60% of the take. This meant Hong Hing was working for nothing, even paying out of pocket for the tea and water. Yet only when they arrived did they realize they had already been sealed in. Bayou Pei was cut down on the spot, and the rest of the lackeys lay sprawled every which way across the ground. Chun Haonan managed to drag only two brothers who could still breathe, tumbling and scrambling as they fought their way out of the encirclement. Afraid that gathering together would make them an easy target, the three of them split up to run the moment they regrouped. Who could have known that just as Chun Haonan turned into a narrow alley, a numbness crawled up the back of his neck and his vision went black? Someone struck from the shadows. Worse still, Big B's wife was also abducted by Leung Quan. The two of them were forced to swallow drugs together. A crudely produced obscene videotape was edited and sealed that very day. At 9 o'clock that night, the battered remnants of the crew staggered back to Hong Kong one after another. Chun Haonan thought that with his dirty clothes and defeated look, he had already lost all face. But the moment he stepped into Causeway Bay, he finally understood what it meant for the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. News that Big B had slain Lei Gong had already spread like a wildfire, burning across the entire underworld. Big B dragged his wounded body back home, where his wife tearfully told him, "I somehow disappeared for 3 hours. My clothes were torn to shreds, and my whole body is covered in bruises." When he finished listening, a sweetness surged in his throat, and he spat a mouthful of blood on the spot. Hong Hing descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, on Leung Quan's side, he lay sprawled in a leather sofa, one leg crossed over the other, leisurely reviewing the freshly edited videotape, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yet the moment he heard that Big B had killed Lei Gong, his smile froze, his face twisting out of shape. "What?" he barked. "Has the Sam Lean Triad gone mad? Or has someone inside turned traitor?" His first thought was Wang Yao, but a moment later he dismissed it. It was not that he doubted Wang Yao's ability, but the timing simply did not fit at all. Only at that instant did Leung Quan abruptly awaken to the truth. He had become the blade in Wang Yao's hand. Wang Yao had never intended to borrow his hand merely to slay enemies, but to borrow his name and fasten the entire black pot firmly on a Hong Hing. He sprang to his feet, his eyeballs bulging, veins on his neck jumping one by one like earthworms burrowing beneath. He strode back and forth across the office, fingers digging into his palms, a hoarse, tuneless roar rolling out of his throat. He looked as though he had been struck by lightning, deranged to the brink of madness. Big B's death was of little concern. What truly tore at Leung Quan's liver and gall was that the chessboard he had laid out with painstaking care, a game in which he was on the verge of ascending as Hong Hing's dragon head, had suddenly been overturned by an invisible hand. He had planned to borrow Wang Yao's strength to eliminate dissidents and then naturally take over Hong Hing. Yet now not only had he failed to take the seat, he had dragged Hong Hing into a life-and-death standoff with the Sam Lean Triad. Even if they immediately pushed Big B out to bear the blame, the Sam Lean Triad would not necessarily accept it. The price was too heavy. So heavy that even if he emptied all his assets, he could not fill the pit. After all, according to his original calculations, once the Macau affair was settled, Hong Hing would immediately convene a Dragonhead conference. He had already contacted the leading figures of each hall in private, and had even spent 5 million to buy off the Central Hall's white paper fan, Chun Yao, to turn coat. If nothing unexpected happened, the new Dragonhead of Hong Hing could be none other than Leung Quan. The Dragonhead's throne was not only Hong Hing's gain, but his personal fortune as well. He had long regarded himself as a man of Hong Hing. Yet before he could even sit on that chair, Wang Yao had already gifted him with a catastrophe. At Shallow Water Bay inside Jiang Tianxing's villa, the moment the news arrived, his eyes went bloodshot. He slammed a fist into the purple sandalwood tea table, shattering it as splinters of wood flew. He nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Wang Yao again. Yet anger was anger, with the fire already licking at his eyebrows. This was no time to pound the table and curse. The Sam Lean Triad's thunderous wrath had to be received at once. Big B and Chun Haonan, along with the others, did not stagger back into Hong Kong until midnight. Jiang Tianxing did not even wait. He immediately ordered all hall sit-chairs and jaw-fit men must arrive at Hong Hing headquarters for a meeting within 1 hour. Genesis Tower Chairman's office. Wang Yao reclined sideways in a deep brown leather chair, his left hand cradling a blue and white porcelain cup as he savored Chiman black tea. In his right hand, he held a Cuban Cohiba No. 8 cigar tendrils of smoke curling upward in lazy spirals. On the walnut desk before him lay a black pager, beside it a silver-gray brick mobile phone. Suddenly the caller was Meng Bo. "Chairman, you predicted it perfectly." Jiang Tianxing convened the assembly as soon as he hung up the phone. 12 hall bosses, one after another, have all arrived. The meeting is about to begin. After listening, Wang Yao replied in a steady voice. Once they adjourn, keep a close tail on Jiang Tianxing. Find out exactly where he beds down tonight, then report back to me at once. Understood, Chairman. At that very moment in Hong Hing's headquarters conference room, the ceiling lights were dim and yellow, their halos pressing down on every face as if dust had settled over them. The most bedraggled of all were Big B and Chen Haonan. Big B's head and hands were wrapped thickly in bandages. Before Jiang Tianxing had even appeared, he was already unable to sit still, cursing non-stop, each sentence more agitated than the last. The other bosses sat in silence, not responding. Fat Lai gripped an apple in his hand, not taking a single bite, only glancing sideways with a cold smirk. Behind Big B stood Chen Haonan and Wang Hui. Chen Haonan's body was mottled with bruises, dried blood crusting at his collar. He looked scarcely better than Big B. Liang Quan sat in his seat, his face drawn and ashen, his gaze so dark it seemed to drip water. Normally he loved to crack jokes, but today he seemed to have lost his spark entirely, not even lifting his eyelids. Just as the air was about to congeal, Jiang Tianxing pushed open the door and entered. Everyone rose, their greetings overlapping unevenly. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. He said not a word, walking straight to the main seat and sitting down before uttering 2 syllables, sit. No sooner had his chair touched the seat than he fixed his gaze on Big B. I'll be, what on earth happened? How did it turn into this mess? Big B's eyes flew open as he burst out in a booming voice. Mr. Jiang, the Sam Lin Triad played dirty. I went to see Lei Ling as you instructed. The man was already cold. This is obviously a play they wrote and acted themselves, trying to slam a bucket of filth onto our Hong Hing. Huh. Jiang Tianxing snatched up the glass on the table and smashed it against Big B's head. Shards flew, water mingling with blood as it sprayed across the floor. Big B clutched his forehead, swaying twice, stunned on the spot. Everyone in the room froze where they stood. Jiang Tianxing's gaze was like a blade slashing into Big B as he roared, his voice making the window frames hum. Do you even know what I am asking? I'm not here to listen to you whine, much less to hear you babble nonsense. What does the Sam Lin Triad seek to gain? What benefit can they possibly reap from staging this farce? This matter is nailed to iron. Someone is trapping Hong Hing. Who is that person? This matter is nailed to iron. Someone is trapping Hong Hing. Who is that person? The answer is simple. Whoever stands to gain the most is the black hand behind it all. After thinking it through, I see only 2 groups. The first is Wang Yao. He wants every blade wielded by the Sam Lin Triad to be pointed squarely at our necks. The second group is the Sam Lin Triad's own people. With Lei Gong dead, whoever rises fastest and seizes power most smoothly cannot wash his hands of this. He swept a cold gaze over Big B and said syllable by syllable. That is what I call analysis. Do you understand? Big B wiped the hot blood from his forehead and lowered his head. Mr. Jiang, I understand. I was wrong. Jiang Tianxing's face showed no ripple. I have no interest in your apology. What matters now is what we do. He turned to Chen Haonan. Haonan, take Abi to have his wound treated. The rest of you continue the discussion. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Chen Haonan immediately fetched iodine and bandages, crouching down to roughly wrap Big B's wound. Over the next half hour, Jiang Tianxing and the assembled bosses repeatedly ran through possible countermeasures. The options he proposed had everyone nodding in approval. Yet no one mentioned how to deal with Big B, for everyone knew he was a man personally raised up by Jiang Tianxing, his roots sunk too deep. At 2 in the morning, the meeting finally drew to a close. Jiang Tianxing rose, his voice hoarse yet forceful. Brothers, Hong Hing has truly hit a bump this time. The rougher the road, the tighter we must cling together. I'll say one more thing. Wang Yao must be watched closely. He drew on his cigar with a hard drag, smoke swirling around him, weariness etched deep between his brows. Anyone else want to speak? If not, we're done. No one replied. The men rose one after another, preparing to leave. Just at that juncture, Liang Quan suddenly spoke up, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Mr. Jiang, with a mess this big, Big B doesn't even have to face the family rules. Is he treating our rules like rags to be trampled underfoot? That won't do at all. Jiang Tianxing's expression changed abruptly, his gaze sharpening in an instant as it stabbed toward Liang Quan. Swish. The leaders who were just about to leave suddenly halted in unison, turning to fix their gazes on Liang Quan. Mr. Jiang was protective of his own, and even if others were disgruntled, they understood his predicament. Punishing Dalao B was akin to severing one of his own limbs. No one expected Liang Quan to interject at this moment. His fierce gaze was locked onto Mr. Jiang's face, his voice rough like sandpaper scraping against metal. Dalao B has caused such a huge mess for the gang, and you just want to sweep it under the rug. Mr. Jiang's face darkened suddenly. Liang Quan, however, seemed oblivious, raising his voice directly. Brothers, please sit down, and I haven't finished speaking yet. Many of the seated members within the Hongxing gang had long harbored grudges against Mr. Jiang, but had remained dormant due to his influence. Now that Liang Quan had taken the lead, how could the others contain themselves? Before Mr. Jiang could speak, several members had already taken their seats, the sound of chair legs scraping against the floor rising in a clamor. Liang Quan leisurely twisted his neck, a shadow of a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Mr. Jiang, you didn't finish your previous statement, and then asked, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Now that I have started to speak, it should be my turn, right? Mr. Jiang replied in a deep voice, of course. Hongxing is not just my stage. If you wish to speak, then speak. Liang Quan laughed heartily. Thank you. Mr. Jiang is indeed Mr. Jiang so magnanimous. Mr. Jiang, having regained his composure, stared directly at him. Kowloon, what exactly do you want to say? Liang Kowloon shrugged, his voice suddenly turning cold. I want to settle a few scores. The first one starts with Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan, do you dare glare at me? Think carefully about your own worth. If you don't understand the rules, the family law will deal with you. He suddenly raised his hand, his finger pointing sharply at Chun Haonan's face. Chun Haonan was initially taken aback, but then blood rushed to his face. He was different from Dalao Bi. His mind worked quickly. He immediately saw through Liang Kun's intention to flip the table. This scoundrel was truly ready to tear off the mask. The first incident, the people from Causeway Bay went to Yao Ma Ti to stir trouble. After losing the fight, they not only failed to admit it, but they also dragged the gang's reputation through the mud. What punishment did Dalao Bi receive? Nothing at all. Mr. Jiang, you simply gloss over this matter with a single word and consider it settled. Crown Prince, please speak fairly. Do you agree? He turned to stare at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince slowly shook his head. Liang Kowloon scoffed. This time going to Macau, you even dared to kill the leader of the Sanlian gang, Lei Gong. Your courage is truly remarkable. Trying to drag the entire Hongxing into the fire pit. Dalao Bi jumped up on the spot, veins bulging in his neck as he shouted, Liang Kowloon, I was framed. Frame my ass. You useless piece of trash. Liang Kowloon interrupted sharply. Don't just shout about working for the gang. The sweat and blood I, Liang Kowloon, have shed is 10 times more than yours. You claim you were framed. Where is the evidence? Show it. In the underworld, one must rely on proof. If you can't produce it, then Lei Gong was indeed killed by you. The city was full of rumors, and everyone took it seriously. Dalao Bi was rendered speechless, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Liang Kowloon pressed on, are you scared? Now that you're scared, it's too late. Since Lei Gong was killed by you, what do you think Sanlian gang will do in return? They'll wipe out your entire family, do you understand? Everything will come crashing down. Even at this point, you still want to maintain your pride. What pride? Not only are you foolish, but your entire family is foolish. Which of us here is not afraid of death? Are you the only one not afraid? With a thunderous sound, Dalao Bi was struck as if by lightning, his soul fleeing his body. The remaining people felt chills run down their spines, their hearts racing. They had not considered this layer. Liang Kowloon could see farther than anyone else. As long as Dalao Bi remained in Hongxing, Hongxing would have to bear the brunt. But once he was kicked out, he would be the meat on the chopping block, and the Sanlian gang would strike mercilessly. If things went badly, it could truly mean the entire family fortune. As this thought flashed through their minds, many people quietly lowered their eyes, their throats bobbing and their expressions shifting. Liang Kowloon surveyed the room with a cold laugh. What? Are you feeling soft-hearted? A kind reminder. When going out to handle matters in the future, take a few more little brothers with you. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you might just disappear. Your family members should also be kept a close watch on. I'm afraid the Sanlian gang will come knocking and target our loved ones. What weight does the Sanlian gang hold? Can Hongxing compare? Our own leader was killed by our people. Do you think they will bow and say forget it? The room fell silent, everyone's faces pale. Chun Haonan could no longer hold back, springing to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and he shouted, Liang Kowloon. Enough. If you want to move Bigu, I, Chun Haonan, will be the first to disagree. Bigu is innocent. If you want to fight, come at me. Don't touch Bigu. Liang Kowloon slowly turned his head, staring at him word by word. Chun Haonan, why are you so anxious? Your own mess is bigger than his. Do you not know your own worth? How many brothers are stuck beneath you and unable to rise? Hongxing's path has all been blocked by you. What's more critical is Chun Haonan. You are the kind of person who isn't even worthy of being called an animal. To say you are an animal is to slander animals. Damn. Liang Kowloon, you are truly a living treasure. Chun Haonan's lips trembled, not a word came out. Liang Kowloon raised his hand toward his subordinate Sha Chong, who immediately pulled out a videotape from his pocket and handed it over. Chun Haonan's dirty deeds are so many that I'm too lazy to count them. If I keep talking, I might just throw up myself. Now let's get to the main topic. Half an hour ago, a madman delivered goods in the dark. His brain must be flooded. Everyone knows I make a living filming, and every now and then someone brings me explosive materials. This tape is truly explosive. I was still wondering how explosive it could be to make him get up in the middle of the night to run this errand. When I saw it, good heavens, it was indeed outrageous. So today I invite all of you brothers to witness it with your own eyes. Chong, bring in that television and the DVD player from outside. Yes, Kowloon, go. Sha Chong responded and promptly exited the meeting room. Chun Haonan's pupils suddenly constricted, chills running down his back. He pointed at Liang Kowloon and shouted, It's you. It's all your scheme. You were trying to ruin me, Chun Haonan. Liang Kowloon shrugged, looking bewildered. I don't understand what you're saying. Chun Haonan's voice was hoarse. I only did the deed at 2 in the afternoon. How could you possibly get the tape in half an hour? Liang Kowloon scoffed. Fool, the tape was indeed delivered to me just half an hour ago. It's been 11 hours since 2 o'clock. That's enough time for you to write 3 confessions. If you have evidence, show it. If you don't, shut your filthy mouth. You scum. Chun Haonan's face turned beet red, his throat tightening, unable to retort a single word. In an instant, Sha Chong had brought in the television and DVD player with a few lackeys. They connected it and pressed play. The screen showed Chun Haonan tangled up with a woman on the bed. The tape hadn't even played for 30 seconds when there was a loud crash. A large-figured Lao Bi picked up an iron chair and smashed it against the television, shattering the screen in a shower of sparks. The room fell silent. Some gasped while others instinctively shrank back. After all, not everyone had seen De Lao B's wife. But most people had. In that moment their minds went blank, failing to recognize that the woman exposed and breathing heavily beneath the covers was none other than De Lao B's legally wedded wife. No one expected that Chun Haonan would dare to embrace and roll around with her, appearing utterly engrossed. This shattered the heavens. He had violated all 3 iron rules of the underworld in one go. Enticing the second sister-in-law. Eating from both sides. Betraying one's brothers. Cold sweat streamed down Chun Haonan's forehead. Damn, Liang Kuan, this is all your wicked scheme. I will kill you today. De Lao B's eyes turned crimson and he lunged toward Liang Kuan. Sha Chong stepped in, delivering a right hook to the midsection. With a thud, De Lao Bi collapsed to the ground like a sack, curling up and gripping his stomach, unable to utter a word from the pain. Stop! Everyone stop! Chun Haonan roared as he rushed toward Sha Chong. Sha Chong turned around, and through 2 punches, Chun Haonan staggered back 3 steps, his heel caught on a chair, leg nearly falling. He did not stop, crouching down and sliding closer, his fists raining down like a storm. One of his ribs cracked with a crisp sound as sweetness flooded his throat, and Chun Haonan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. He was stunned. Never had he seen Sha Chong strike so fiercely, nor did he expect his movements to be so rapid, as if he had become a different person. The others were also dumbfounded. Not because they were amazed by how strong Sha Chong was, but in suspicion, had Sha Chong been hiding his true strength, or had Chun Haonan long since become incapable? Stop! A sharp shout pierced through the chaos. Mr. Jiang strode into the meeting room, his gaze cutting like a knife. Do you think this is a circus? This is the headquarters of Hongxing. Liang Kuan shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Jiang, right and wrong everyone can see clearly. Jiang Tianxing stared at him, his voice as heavy as a stone, pressing down. Kuan, your move is ruthless. What exactly do you want to do? Liang Kuan suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp. Mr. Jiang, it's not about what I want to do, but what they have done. The 3 taboos of the Jianghu: seducing a brother's wife, betraying one's own, and selling out a brother. I know AB and Chun Haonan have called each other brothers for many years, but even the strongest bond shouldn't involve sharing a wife, right? Mr. Jiang, all brothers hear Chun Haonan. He has indeed seduced the wife of heir. Before he finished speaking, Chun Haonan gritted his teeth and shouted. Liang Kuan, I, Chun Haonan, will take responsibility for my actions. I accept the punishment and am willing to be expelled from the society. Just don't touch a hair on BG. You fool, who do you think you are? The leader? The boss? Who gives you the right to speak? Liang Kuan didn't even raise an eyelid, simply turning his face towards Jiang, tinching his tone calm, as if asking about the weather. Mr. Jiang, you are the boss, and your words count. Big Brother B, you know very well what Chun Haonan has done. How this ends is entirely up to you. Jiang Tianxing lowered his gaze and remained silent for a long time. He weighed his options repeatedly and finally realized. Today he could not protect Big Brother B, nor could he protect Chun Haonan. I declare Chun Haonan is to be expelled from Hongxing for seducing heir. AB has mishandled matters, but considering his past contributions he will remain in the society, yet his position as a decision-maker is immediately revoked, and he will be demoted to a subordinate. The situation had long since spiraled out of control. The extent of what he could do with the authority of the boss had reached its limit here. Big Brother B and Chun Haonan both looked towards Jiang, tinching their eyes filled with gratitude. Big Brother B spoke, his voice steady. Mr. Jiang, I have no objections. Chun Haonan lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Mr. Jiang, thank you. The room fell silent. Even Liang Kuan kept quiet. Big Brother B could at most be considered negligent, and this mistake Jiang Tianxing himself had to take half the blame. To demote a hall leader to a subordinate was already a severe punishment. It was a loss of face, a sharp decrease in income, and a collapse of prestige. Ordinary decision-makers would fear an immediate fallout. But for Big Brother B, even if he became a Blue Lantern, he would accept it. He knew very well he was someone Jiang Tianxing had personally promoted. As long as he could achieve some merit again, he could rise back up in no time. At this moment Jiang Tianxing was utterly exhausted. His body felt heavy, and his heart even heavier. After several lengthy meetings with his trusted aides, publicly humiliated, the boss authority had already cracked. He looked around at everyone, his voice low and slow. If there is nothing else, let's disperse. Wait. Liang Kuan suddenly raised his voice. Mr. Jiang, I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Tianxing's brow twitched, and his heart sank. He frowned. Kuan, everyone is tired. If there isn't anything urgent, let's discuss it another day. Liang Kuan shook his head, his tone straight, yet sharp. This is not a trivial matter. Hongxing's rules need to change. Especially the rules of the boss. Hongxing was founded by the Jiang family, but to reach this situation today, could it be solely reliant on the Jiang family? Not necessarily. If you were truly wise and powerful, firmly seated as the boss, no one would dare to voice an opinion. But what about these past 2 years? Hongxing has been on a downward spiral, and now has even offended Wang Yao. He's a mountain. The first banquet and the first drink, how will the Jianghu view us? Even the name, Hongxing, cannot be said loudly anymore. To put it bluntly now, when outsiders mention Hongxing, they regard it as a joke. Other societies have long begun to overstep and encroach, and even small gangs of hundreds of people dare to plant their flags in our territory. I roughly calculated just in these 2 months Hongxing's territory has shrunk by a full fifth. Everyone knows where the root of the problem lies. It lies in our provocation of Wang Yao. Even if everyone in Hongxing were united, do you really think you could take him down? Let alone, this mess cannot even be tied together. Even if united, it's still hard to win, as scattered sand is destined to fail. As soon as the words fell, the entire room fell into dead silence. Even the usually aggressive prince kept his lips tightly sealed, not uttering a word. He had seen clearly he was absolutely no match for Wang Yao. He was reckless, truly reckless, but not foolish at all. Brother Ji shook his head and sighed. I don't know what others think of me, but I believe, confronting Wang Yao directly, we cannot win. His subordinates are capable, and he has deeper pockets. The combined assets of all of Hongxing might not even compare to his family's companies. The prince, known as the war god of Hongxing, irritably grabbed his hair. To be honest, I've been avoiding him lately. The problem is he doesn't genuinely want to reconcile. What can we do? Even after the banquet, those people from Tianyao still look down on us. If it weren't for me suppressing my subordinates, we would have fought already. Han Bin, the dinosaur brothers, and the 13 sisters remained as calm as stone silent. They had long secretly pledged allegiance to the Genesis group, with no one in Hongxing aware. Only a few trusted individuals were informed, while the subordinates below remained oblivious. At this moment, the highly respected Uncle Xing from Hongxing slowly spoke. This Wang Yao is no joke. Just after a year, his business has expanded to this scale. The Tianyao security he brings out in terms of hard power, any gang in Xiangjiang must weigh carefully. If it were to be treated as a gang to rank, it would have suppressed all those old faces in the Jianghu long ago. So we can't compete. Lian Kuan grinned, his gaze flickering like a tightly wound spring suddenly released, and shifted his tone, glancing at Jiang, tinching his voice soft, yet piercing. Mr. Jiang, I don't want to pressure you too much, but the society needs to eat and the brothers need to survive. We can't rely on drinking the northwest wind to sustain ourselves. So, you should step down. Let someone more capable take over. I nominate Lian Kuan. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? The entire room froze, all eyes widened for 2 seconds. What the hell? Where's the dignity? Immediately, everyone burst into laughter, lighthearted, as if flipping through an old newspaper. Fatty Li joked while shaking his belly. Brother Kuan, with that face of yours you could build half a wall, nominating yourself, and doing so with such confidence. Ha ha ha, brilliant. Brother Ji also joined in, patting his thigh. To be honest, A Kuan is a person with heart, courage, and responsibility. In these years of Hongxing, which time was there any trouble that he didn't step up first? Not to mention the people under him, who in all of Hongxing has the most stable, capable, and money-making hall. It's him, A Kuan. Anyone who disagrees, step forward and compare wallets. The oppressive tension in the conference room finally eased a bit. But Jiang Tianxing remained frozen in his chair, his fingertips numb, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He suddenly understood. This was not a test, it was a reckoning. Looking around once more, no one frowned, no one shook their head, not even a hint of surprise. This was real collapse. He should have solidified things one by one, should have tightened control over the hearts of the people. But he hadn't done so, and they had long been dissatisfied. In the past, who would have believed that Lian Kuan could topple the Jiang family? Absurd. Even if his hall were fatter, more dominant, he was merely a pawn jumping high on the Jiang family's chessboard. But today, with all these smiling faces in the room, this light-hearted nomination was like a blunt knife, slowly slicing away his last bit of hope. The foundation of the Jiang family, built over decades, was likely to break in his hands. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking the back of his collar. Seeing him stunned, Lian Kuan raised his eyelids, his voice suddenly louder. Mr. Jiang, haven't you replied yet? Jiang Tianxing suddenly inhaled, sharply staring at Lian Kuan. His lips moved, but ultimately did not utter a word. Big Brother B and Chun Haonan also stood dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. They had thought tonight was about them. After all, Lian Kuan had long been at odds with them. But it turned out they were merely the appetizers served on the table. The main course was Jiang Tianxing. All those prior suppression, instigation, recruitment, and momentum were laid out to pave the way for this moment. Big Brother B's chest exploded, unable to endure any longer. He shouted, Lian Kuan, you can step on me, you can step on Haonan, do as you please. But how dare you touch Mr. Jiang? You're worse than a beast. Chen Haonan clenched his jaw tightly, his fists white-knuckled, glaring fiercely at Lian Kuan. Lian's expression suddenly turned cold, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Big B, remember your current identity. You're just a subordinate. Just being at this table is a privilege granted by me. Not throwing you out on the spot already shows some respect for the past. Stirring trouble? I'll stir your mother. Mister, Jiang has protected you for years, and you've turned around to bite him. Look in the mirror, what do you see now? A dead dog lying on the ground. I didn't want to bother with you, but you insist on barking. Then I will accompany you and have a good chat. You say I'm causing trouble. Fine, pointed out. What did I say wrong? What did I do incorrectly? Dalaobi opened his mouth, his throat making a clucking sound, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Liang Kun's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his whole being like a bowstring pulled too tight, and with a swift motion, he grabbed the glass in front of him and smashed it against Dalaobi's forehead. At the same time, he shouted, "See, Josie. You are nothing but a see, Josie now. I'm asking you. What I just said." Bang! The glass shattered, water and shards splattering everywhere. Chicken Brother, sitting on the side, was so frightened that he jumped up and his chair clattered to the ground. Dalaobi let out a miserable howl, a gash opening on his forehead, blood gushing out. Liang Kun wiped the water splashed on the back of his hand, lifted his gaze to sweep over Dalaobi and Chun Haonan, and spoke slowly and clearly, "The face of Hongxing has been completely ruined by people like you. Now even the Sanlian gang dares to step in. Do you still have the face to bark here? The entire organization is about to be torn apart by the two of you. I can't endure even a minute." In an instant, a murderous aura surged between Liang Kun's brows, his pressure as solid as iron. Dalaobi and Chun Haonan felt a weight on their backs, holding their breath, their heads lowered, no one daring to look him in the eye. No one dared to speak up for Jiang Tianxing. Every word from Liang Kun struck home, every word was true. The things Jiang Tianxing had done over the years indeed failed to uphold the Hongxing brand. Jiang Tianxing had long lost the strength to argue, his voice hoarse and weak as if ground down by sandpaper. "All right, on in, you are no longer a part of Hongxing, you have no right to speak. I'll be you are the same, you don't carry this weight." After saying that, he turned to Liang Kun, swallowing hard. "Kun, if you want to change Hongxing, I will agree. But how do we settle with Wang Yao?" What the brothers said earlier, although harsh, none of them were speaking nonsense. "We truly can't compete with Wang Yao." Liang Kun spread his hands, his tone light. "Right now Hongxing is at odds with Wang Yao, but among us who run the operations, few have truly crossed him. To be honest, I've even shared a few drinks with him." He suddenly turned to ask Jigo, "Jigo, have you ever even touched a finger?" Jigo shivered all over, stumbling over his words. Kun, what you said? Do I have enough heads for him to chop?" Liang Kun asked around, and the room fell silent. No one dared to respond, nor shake their heads. He turned back, staring at Jiang Tianxing. "Mr. Jiang, you see the situation as well. If you want to survive, there is only one way. Change the leader." Jiang Tianxing's fingertips trembled, his eyelids heavy, closing, and then suddenly snapping open, his face drained of color, his voice dry. "All right. For the sake of the organization, moving forward, I will step back. Mr. Jiang, you have a broad mind, a strong backbone, and high integrity. I admire you." Liang Kun grinned widely. Then he slapped the table. "Since everyone is here, let's be straightforward. Let's elect a new leader and vote on the spot." When Zhang Leoi established the society, he clearly wrote down this rule. "Mr. Jiang, what do you think?" Jiang Tianxing slowly shook his head. "I have no objections." Quick and decisive. Liang Kun smiled at by Ji Fan Qinyao. "Yao, you are the strategist, so I will leave this matter to you to oversee." Qinyao nodded, his tone steady. "What Brother Kun said is correct. The rules set by Zhang Leoi when establishing the society are still in use today. Since Mr. Jiang has given his word, we will vote immediately. I will ask again. Besides Brother Kun, is there anyone else willing to step up to contest for the position of Hongxing leader?" 10 seconds passed, the air froze, and no one responded. Ji Gu chuckled awkwardly. "The leader of Hongxing. It's not something you can just sit in casually. To be honest, I am qualified in name, but I know very well in my heart, I don't have that capability. Right now, only Brother Kun is fit, so everyone raise your hands." Chen Yao scanned the room and slowly spoke. "Since no one is competing, the vote begins. Those in favor of Liang Kun becoming the leader of Hongxing, please raise your hands." "Agreed. Agreed. 100% agree." Liang Kun was the first to raise his hand straight up, deliberately, shouting loudly. Chen Yao raised his hand second. The other seated members raised their arms and turned their movements, synchronized, yet heavy with unspoken tension. Dalaobi and Chun Haonan's faces turned gray, their lips pressed tightly, not even daring to swallow loudly. They all understood in their hearts, once Liang Kun took power, the first to be dealt with would be them. Jiang Tianxing remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, his speed slow, yet clear. "Since the brothers have come to a consensus from this moment on, Liang Kun is our Hongxing, the third leader." Liang Kun laughed heartily, standing up and clasping his fists to everyone, the smile on his face not reaching his eyes. "Thank you, brothers, for your esteem. Ultimately, what we all seek is for Hongxing to continue standing tall for the next few decades." He turned to Jiang Tianxing, cupping his hands. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your concession today. If I can't bear this burden in the future, I will step down immediately, and you can return anytime. I, Liang Kun, will only recognize you as my backbone for this lifetime." Jiang Tianxing stood up, calmly looking at him. Kun, I only hope Hongxing can truly soar under your leadership." Liang Kun patted his chest, his voice like a breaking cloth. "Liang Kun will handle things, and Mr. Jiang can rest assured. I'm tired. I'm heading back first. As his voice fell, he turned and left the headlights cutting through the night, driving toward the villa by the seaside at Shallow Water Bay. From then on, Hongxing changed hands. At the same time, at the top floor of the Genesis building in the chairman's office, Luo Tianhong, A Wu, and Wang Jingwo stood side by side, their shadows elongated by the overhead light. Tonight, they would personally send Jiang Tianxing on his final journey. Wang Jingwo didn't actually need to be present. Luo Tianhong and A Wu were sufficient to handle the situation. But he volunteered. It was apparent that he inherently carried a desire to climb higher. If he wanted to advance further in the group, then let him go. They had not yet taken action because Meng Bohan Bin and the dragon had not sent any precise intel. The group was seated in Wang Yao's office with Cuban Cohiba cigars beside them and freshly brewed Kimun black tea on the coffee table. The atmosphere was relaxed, no one was tense. A few minutes later, the big brother's phone suddenly rang. Wang Yao picked it up, but it was a call from Meng Bo. Meng Bo spoke quickly. Chairman, Mr. Jiang has left the Hongxing headquarters and is returning to the villa at Shallow Water Bay. However, it is not the one he usually resides in. We verified that he owns 3 properties in Shallow Water Bay. That old saying holds true. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. Could it be that he has caught wind of something? Wang Yao chuckled lightly. Within Hongxing, it seems they are starting to bite at each other. Understood, Chairman. Just as the call ended, the big brother's phone rang again. This time it was Han Bin. He swiftly reported the changes within Hongxing. Wang Yao turned to look at Luo Tianhong, A Wu, and another person, a slight smile on his lips. We can move. Anyway, I can't sleep. He'll personally see him off. Yes, Chairman. The 3 immediately prepared their weapons, hurried downstairs, and drove straight to Shallow Water Bay. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the destination. At this moment, it was 3:53 in the morning. Shallow Water Bay, located at the southern end of the island, is the most famous coastal resort, with villas lining the coast priced exorbitantly. The name is straightforward, shallow water, hence named Shallow Water Bay. Jiang Tianxing purchased 3 private residences here, one of which is well known as his daily abode. The other 2 rarely see the light. Even his trusted aides like Fong Ting Chen Yao and Lao Bi have never set foot in them. He kept these as a backup precisely to guard against situations like today. Human hearts are hard to gauge. Even the most trusted may speak out when pushed to a dead end. Ultimately, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Tonight, Liang Kuan suddenly launched an attack, forcefully toppling him. Although it was unexpected, it didn't mean the opponent dared to take lethal action. Even if they truly wanted to act, it wouldn't be so rash and flamboyant. After Jiang Tianxing left, the Hongxing executives did not disperse. The meeting continued as usual. He himself did not rest, instead quietly waiting for news. 10 minutes later, the meeting finally adjourned. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yao's call came in. Jiang Tianxing immediately asked, Yao, what is the situation now? Chen Yao quickly explained the ins and outs. Swish. Jiang Tianxing's expression suddenly changed. On the other end of the line, Chen Yao's voice grew urgent. Mr. Jiang, if Liang Kuan can't control the situation, we will immediately ask you to come back to take charge. Chen Yao, stand by your side first. Jiang Tianxing did not respond. Chen Yao sensed something was amiss, hurriedly adding. He said that the matters concerning the Sanlian gang are under his control, and he patted his chest to guarantee that Wang Yao is not a problem at all, urging everyone not to worry. But it's not that easy to settle. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tianxing was drenched in cold sweat, not even bothering to greet, and directly hung up. He slumped onto the sofa in the living room, his complexion ashen, resembling a late-stage diabetic in decline. Beside him sat an elderly man with snow-white hair in his 70s. His name was Yang Long, who grew up in the Jiang family, serving Jiangjin for half his life, and had watched Jiang Tianxing grow up. Mr. Jiang, are you alright? Yang Long's brow was tightly furrowed. Jiang Tianxing clenched his teeth, speaking word by word. Liang Kuan. I wonder how long you can keep bouncing around. Yang Long was completely unaware of the events of the night, and upon hearing this said in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang need not be angry. Liang Kuan is just a clown, he can't stir up any big waves. Hongxing will always be surnamed Jiang. He doesn't understand how deep the Jiang family's foundation is. We just need to wait. Wait for him to make a mistake. By then we will recover everything with interest. Jiang Tianxing shook his head, his voice hoarse. Longbow, things are not as simple as you think. The scoundrel Liang Kuan must have colluded with Wang Yao. What a... Yang Long suddenly raised his head, his face filled with shock, exclaiming, how is that possible? How could he pull Wang Yao in? What does Wang Yao lack? What could he want from him? Jiang Tianxing stared into the void, his eyes dark. We both know how big Wang Yao's appetite is. Without sufficient benefits, he wouldn't even lift his eyelids. Currently, Liang Kuan can't come up with this sum of money, but once he takes the lead in Hongxing, wouldn't the entire gang be at his mercy? Swish. Yang Long's expression suddenly froze, his gaze vacant, even his breath halted. Scoundrels. They all deserve to die. Jiang Tianxing's veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth grinding. Liang Kuan, Wang Yao. Both of you scoundrels trying to pull me down is your next step to take my life. Want to kill me? No way. If I'm to die, let's die together. Longbow, you still have the contact number of that Asian? No. One assassin, right? Immediately call him. He'll pay 10 million upfront, 2 million as a deposit. Within 3 days, I want Wang Yao's head. Jiang Tianxing fixed his gaze on Yang Long, speaking slowly. Yang Long replied, okay, he'll contact him right away. No, wait. Jiang Tianxing suddenly raised his hand, his pupils constricting as if struck by a thought. There's something more urgent. Hong Kong can no longer be stayed and we must leave immediately. Go. Let's head to the airport now. Before he finished speaking, he had already sprung to his feet. Yang Long glanced at the wall clock and lowered his voice to advise. Mr. Jiang, dawn is approaching. You've stayed up the entire night. Why not rest for 2 or 3 hours? Once I've sorted things out, we can set off. Jiang Tianxing firmly shook his head. We can't wait. Wang Yao never holds back. When he strikes, it's always a chain reaction, one link leading to the next, each one deadly. The longer we stay, the greater the chance of being buried alive. It's best to leave as soon as possible. Hurry up and arrange it. Yang Long said no more, immediately responding. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Outside this villa, there were always 16 armed bodyguards. For patrolled the outer wall, the remaining 12 were on standby inside the house. Among them, 4 were Jiang Tianxing's most trusted aides. In the past, the alertness had never been this high. But since Wang Yao burst onto the scene, the winds had shifted dramatically. Every big shot felt uneasy and security measures were tightened. The villa was located in the outskirts, surrounded by eerily quiet mountains and forests with not even the sound of insects. In this deathly silence, puff, 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 suppressed gunfire emitted a ghostly blue light with bullets tearing through the air. Blood flashed, and the killing had begun. At 4 in the morning, Jiang Tianxing's private residence. Wang Yao, Wang Zhangwo, and Luo Tianhong had just arrived at the scene, and Meng Bo had already led the Wind Hall brothers to greet them. He quickly reported the security arrangements inside and outside the villa to Wang Yao. After finishing the report, Meng Bo withdrew to the outer perimeter following Wang Yao's orders. Anyone approaching this place would be killed without mercy. Wang Zhangwo stood still with dual guns at his sides. Ao held a short knife in reverse grip, and Luo Tianhong brandished a long sword, its blade gleaming coldly. Whoosh whoosh. In less than a minute, Wang Zhangwo raised his hands and fired 2 shots, dropping 2 outer bodyguards. At the same time, Ao and Luo Tianhong had closed in swiftly, slitting the throats of the other 2 patrolling guards, who fell lifelessly to the ground. The 4 gathered silently. Wang Yao ordered, Tianhong, you guard the courtyard gate with me. Ao, Zhangwo, go inside. Action. As soon as the words fell, Ao and Wang Zhangwo moved swiftly, leaping over the wall. 4 bodyguards still stood in the courtyard. Ao crouched low, stealthily approaching from behind. Before they even had time to turn around, their necks were severed. The other 2 were shouting frantically into their walkie-talkies, Big Tiger. What's happening outside? Old pig, damn it. Their heads were close together, calling out on the channel, but all they heard was static. Their faces turned pale, cold sweat pouring down, alarms ringing in their minds. Tiger brother, quick. Old pig and the others are in trouble. Quickly notify Mr. Jiang. Okay, just as the word I exited his mouth, a voice floated from behind. You 2 can take a break, he'll handle the notifications for you. The 2 turned around in shock. Puff, puff. 2 heads exploded almost simultaneously, blood and brains splattering. Wang Zhangwo put away his gun and stepped towards the main building. At this moment, Ao had cleared the first floor, and all 4 bodyguards inside lay flat on the ground. Only Jiang Tianxing, Yang Long, and the last 4 close guards remained. These 4 were stationed at the entrance of the living room and the master bedroom. But Jiang Tianxing had just realized he needed to escape Hong Kong. Yang Long had just stepped out of the living room and saw 4 bodyguards standing at the door. He fixed his gaze on one of them and said, away, immediately call Ahu to prepare the car. Yang Long had just stepped out of the living room and saw 4 bodyguards standing at the door. He fixed his gaze on one of them and said, away, immediately. A gun with a dark muzzle was pressed against his forehead. Wang Zhangwo. Away's throat tightened, instinctively wanting to shout, but as he looked up, he met Wang Zhangwo's sly smile. The other party's index finger pressed lightly against his lips, signaling for silence. Cold sweat soaked his back, his throat felt like it was clamped by an iron vice, and he couldn't utter a single word. Wang Zhangwo waved his hand at him, indicating him to back away. With the gun pressed against his forehead, Away could only grit his teeth and step back 1 step, 2 steps. By the time he retreated behind Wang Zhangwo, was already quietly standing there. Yang Long saw Away unexpectedly return, his brow furrowing sharply as he sternly questioned, Away, what are you doing? Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he realized. This is bad. Bang! Away's head exploded in a cloud of blood, collapsing on the spot. Wang Zhangwo twisted his wrist, the gun immediately leveling at Away's still warm shoulder, then turning to point at Yang Long and the remaining 3. Almost simultaneously, Ao darted out from beside Wang Zhangwo. The 3 bodyguards barely touched their waists before Wang Zhangwo and Ao worked together to take them down. Yang Long reacted, quickly turning to force open the door, but his shoulder was still bitten by a bullet. Inside the room, Jiang Tianxing's face turned pale, instantly realizing that things had gone terribly wrong. Yang Long covered his left shoulder, his voice trembling with pain as he shouted, "Mr. Jiang, hurry up. It's Wang Yao's people. They're here to kill you." Bang! A bullet pierced precisely through the back of his head, his face still frozen in horror, his body softened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Oh, and Wang Zhengwo strode in, and the last to step across the threshold was Wang Yao. All the bodyguards outside had already fallen, and the villa's main door had been silently pushed open by Luo Tianhong. Jiang Tiansheng saw Wang Yao, and his heart sank into an icy abyss. Wang Yao. His gaze was like a knife filled with hatred, but his face remained only fear and confusion. Wang Yao was unhurried, taking out a Cuban-made Cohiba cigar, using a lighter to ignite it with a crisp sound, taking a deep drag before slowly smiling and saying, "Mr. Jiang, we can be considered old acquaintances, but your welcome gift is a bit too heavy. It is precisely because you are Jiang Tiansheng that I made this trip to send you on your last journey. But if you insist on treating guests this way," he paused, and the gun's muzzle suddenly lifted steadily, aimed at Jiang Tiansheng's forehead. Jiang Tiansheng smiled bitterly, the laughter shaking his shoulders, and after a few seconds he finally composed himself, sighing, "Wang Yao, you've won. Coming to send me off in person, you've given me enough face. Do you know, if you had been 10 minutes later, I would have been on a flight to the Netherlands." Wang Yao's expression remained unchanged, only stating calmly, "You cannot escape. Now that Liang Kuan has stripped me of my position, killing me is your best opportunity. With your means, how could you allow me? You still don't understand. It's not that I am keeping a close watch, but even if you escape from Xiangjiang, there will be no way out." Wang Yao nodded slightly to Luo Tianhong, A Wu, and Wang Zhengwo. The three immediately dispersed to search the entire villa layer by layer. Bang! Before Jiang Tiansheng could finish his sentence, Wang Yao had already raised his hand and pulled the trigger. A bullet precisely drilled into his forehead, splattering blood as he fell back. 5 minutes later, Luo Tianhong, A Wu, and Wang Zhengwo returned to the team and carefully re-examined the room where Jiang Tiansheng had been. Seeing that Wang Yao had put away his gun, A Wu quickly stepped forward to examine the body, then stood up and shook. "What about other places?" "Clean. Withdraw." In the car, Luo Tianhong spoke softly, "Chairman Liang Kuan is utterly ruthless. Should we deal with him before?" Wang Yao, sitting in the back seat, shook his head slowly, a smile on his lips. "Not for now. As long as he is obedient, he still has value. But if one day he disobeys, then it depends on whether I can pin him down." Luo Tianhong grinned. "Once Brother Yao makes a move, how can he not bow his head? If he really wants to be stubborn, let's invite his mother over for a chat." Wang Yao smirked, but did not respond. Instead, he called Luo Tianhong aside and whispered, "Go meet Liang Kuan. Let him know that Jiang Tiansheng's incident, it's definitely his doing." Luo Tianhong's eyes brightened at this, bursting into loud laughter. "Still, the chairman is brilliant. No matter how arrogant Liang Kuan is, can he compare to Mr. Jiang? Even if 100 Liang Kuns came, they couldn't withstand even a finger from the chairman." Wang Yao did not respond, turning his gaze to the window. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the wind swept across the rooftop as he quickly calculated in his mind. For now, he had to wait for news to spread, allowing Hong Xing to catch its breath and become disordered. He must also find time to run to Macau to meet Ding Yao Ming. Boss side needed a prompt, as well, urging him to quickly ascertain the situation in Macau. Once these matters were settled, advancing into Macau would truly begin. The next morning, 3 thunderclaps shook the underworld. The first incident, Hong Xing's representative, the big boss, stormed into Macau last night and was shot down by Lei Gong. Everyone gasped in shock. The second incident, Hong Xing's leadership changed. Jiang Tiansheng abdicated, and Liang Kuan rose to power. The entire underworld was in an uproar, jaws dropping everywhere. Hong Xing, like Niu Ji, had always been a family business passed down from father to son. Who could have predicted that in just one night half the sky would collapse? Jiang Tiansheng, who had controlled Hong Xing for 20 years, was actually toppled by Liang Kuan. What kind of storm had swept through the headquarters of Hong Xing last night? Various factions speculated in secret, but no one dared to speak the truth. As for Big Boss being demoted from the leader to a lowly position, Ai Chunhaonan being kicked out of Hong Xing, such matters would have made headlines in the past. But now, even the waiters in tea houses were too lazy to mention it. What truly shocked the entire port was the death of Jiang Tiansheng. He did not die in a gang conflict. He was assassinated. The case did not fall under the jurisdiction of the O Department, but was directly assigned to the Hong Kong Major Crimes Unit. The case was overseen by Senior Inspector Miao Zhishuan. This individual hailed from Gun King and was experienced in handling cases, but this time was different. The killer's marksmanship was unfathomable, 14 lives taken in the blink of an eye. No fingerprints were left at the scene, no footprints, and even the surveillance was completely destroyed. Looking for clues from the outside. The crime scene was a private villa area, and the time was 4:17 in the morning. There wasn't even a stray cat on the road. 2 leads were cut off, leaving only one. What was the motive for the murder? Now Liang Kuan had completely become the target. Not only was the police fixated on him, but the entire underworld also turned their gaze toward him. He was the prime suspect, perhaps even the only suspect. No one expected that he would be so ruthless and decisive. If he wanted to deal with Jiang Tiansheng, he could have at least taken his time and planned it out. What's the rush? Liang Kuan, you truly are out of your mind. Of course, no matter how vast the underworld, there are those who remain clear-headed. For example, Wang Bao from Nuji and Deng Bo from Liansheng. Upon hearing the news, they simply sipped their tea in silence, not uttering a word. Liang Kuan was startled and jumped up from the sofa. Sha Chong's face turned pale instantly. The next moment, Luo Tianhong pushed the door open and entered. Sha Chong instinctively stepped forward, blocking Liang Kuan. Luo Tianhong glanced at him and sneered, "Sha Chong, if I want to kill your boss, can you stop me?" Sha Chong stared fixedly at Luo Tianhong, his lips tightly pressed, cold sweat trickling down his temple. Chong, step aside." Liang Kuan pushed him away and took 2 steps forward. His voice steadied. "You're right. If Brother Yao really wants to deal with me, no one can stop him. Even Jesus would have to wait in line." "Are you Tianhong? Just say what Brother Yao wants to tell me." Luo Tianhong replied, "The chairman asked me to inform you. Jiang Tianxing has a younger brother named Jiang Tianyang, who is in Chiang Mai, Thailand, raising elephants." Then he revealed the specific address where Jiang Tianyang was hiding, along with details of his assets amounting to around 10 billion Thai baht. After listening, Liang Kuan swallowed hard and remained silent for a long time. After 5 or 6 seconds of silence, he finally hoarsely replied, "Okay, I understand. Thank Brother Yao for me. This matter regarding Jiang Tianxing, I personally investigated. Please also convey this. If there are similar matters in the future, could you inform me in advance? No need for discussion, just notify me, and I will definitely act on it. With Brother Yao coming into play, I am really in a difficult position." Luo Tianhong didn't respond, turned around, and left. As soon as the figure disappeared, Sha Chong immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Kuan Go, are you really planning to move against Jiang Tianyang? I know very well. Jiang Tianxing was not killed by us. If we kill Jiang Tianyang now, it would truly make us a living target. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse the guilt. It's not about jumping into the Yellow River not being able to clear my name. Even jumping into the Pacific Ocean cannot wash away this dirty water. That's why I admitted that I killed Jiang Tianxing. There's no room for debate, understand? If we remain inactive, Wang Yao will still take action. He knows every detail about Jiang Tianyang, including the specific house number in Chiang Mai, which building he lives in, and how much he spends each month. In the end, the one taking the blame will still be me. Instead of waiting until the knife is at our throats, it's better to hold the knife ourselves. We must deal with Jiang Tianyang within 3 days, do you understand?" After listening, Sha Chong pondered for 2 minutes, then slowly nodded, his voice low. "Kuan Go, I understand. I will handle this personally. This matter cannot have a single mistake. You will lead the team and leave immediately. Jiang Tianyang is still unaware. Even if he catches wind of it, he won't have time to adjust his defenses. You should set off now, flying directly to Chiang Mai." Sha Chong responded, "All right, Kuan Go. What about you here?" Liang Kuan waved his hand. "Don't worry. The police will definitely protect me. Who would dare to be negligent in a murder case of this level? Just focus on your task. Besides, even without you, Jia, Biao, and the others are watching over me." Sha Chong nodded. "Understood, Kuan Go. I already have acquaintances in Chiang Mai. I can make connections as soon as I land." Liang Kuan nodded. Sha Chong paused, his tone tightening. "Kuan Go, have we really been led around by Wang Yao all this time? When he says east, we have to go east. For now, that's the only option. There's no other way." Liang Kuan replied calmly, then took out a black listening device from his pocket, the corner of his mouth, lifting slightly. "Listening to his words doesn't mean letting him manipulate us. When negotiating, we must still retain some leverage. This device is indeed useful, but unfortunately when I tried to use it on Luo Tianhong, he was too alert and didn't take the bait, which is truly regrettable. But it is still useful." Sha Chong frowned. "But didn't you fail to pry information from him? What else can this thing do?" Liang Kuan squinted and smiled. "Think carefully. What does Wang Yao desire? He wants to be like the old master Huangchong, to become a true figure beyond the underworld. Being involved in crime is just a side venture for him. What does such a person fear most? They fear having their history stained. Small stains are easy to erase, a splash of water can wash them clean. But murder, even just as a suspect once attached to the name, it becomes an indelible mark. Do you think it carries weight? This person is too ruthless, too precise. I truly fear that one day I will wake up and not see the sun of tomorrow. This thing should be kept as a last resort. Unless the fire is burning at my eyebrows, I won't use it." Sha Chong didn't say anything further, turned around and left. He quickly packed his belongings, brought along 4 trusted brothers, and headed straight for the airport. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The underworld was in agreement. Jiang Tianxing was killed by Liang Kuan. However, Liang Kuan continued to frequent nightclubs, sign contracts, and collect debts without a hint of panic. Just after noon at Lao Bi, and Chun Haonan kicked open the door, pinning him to the ground and beating him severely. Liang Kuan, with a bruised face, was both angry and wronged. "Fuck you. Are you all out of your minds? Am I supposed to kill Mr. Zhang at this time? Do I want to die? Even taking a step back, if I were to act, I would have to wait until the storm passes and people's hearts relax. The boss said to hit, and you to be are truly stupid to the core. There's no way to save you." De Lao Bi paid a heavy price for this moment of recklessness. Liang Kuan executed family law on the spot, expelling him from Hongxing. He publicly announced in black and white Dalao Bi is no longer associated with Hongxing. Anyone seeking revenge can come at him. This has nothing to do with Hongxing. By the time Dalao Bi and Chun Haonan regained their senses, their backs were soaked with cold sweat. At that time, when they were being beaten, Liang Kuan had no subordinates around him. This was clearly a setup. He wanted to take this beating to completely eliminate them from the game. Worse news followed. The gunmen from the Sanlian gang had quietly arrived in Hong Kong, determined to take revenge for Lei Gong. They vowed Dalao Bi's entire family would be sent down to accompany Lei Gong without leaving a single person behind. Dalao Bi was utterly terrified. Who killed Jiang Tianxing? He couldn't care less. His mind was only filled with one thought: how to get his wife and children out of Hong Kong overnight, as quickly as possible. In his desperation, he even neglected to settle the matter of Chun Haonan sleeping with his wife. He asked Chun Haonan and Wang Hui for help in moving his family, while he stayed behind to cover their escape, waiting for the situation to change before running away. But for Liang Kuan, the trouble was just beginning. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Miao Zhishuan led a team to take Liang Kuan into the Serious Crimes Unit. No solid evidence. Just hold him for now. The police hoped to pry some information from him. Unfortunately, Liang Kuan truly hadn't done anything. No matter what they asked, he replied, "I don't know," and frequently through tantrums shouted, rolled his eyes, and laughed in a way that sent chills down people's spines. After 10 hours of continuous interrogation, the ashtrays in the interrogation room were piled high, but the more they questioned him, the more confused he became. No one had seen such madness, especially since this time he was genuinely innocent, acting erratically, without any pattern or warning, like a broken string. Liang Kuan was locked up in the Serious Crimes Unit, while Dalao Bi quickly arranged for his family to flee to Maple Leaf Country. But the sudden turn of events came without warning. At 11:58 p.m., Dalao Bi was shot in the head right downstairs. As for his family's escape plan, Wang Hui casually mentioned this matter is best handled by Chun Haonan. As a result, when Chun Haonan and his people arrived at the pier in Sai Kung, a dozen dark figures flashed out from behind the containers. Gunshots rang out in less than 3 seconds, and everyone fell to the ground. Time of the incident: 1203 a.m. Such life-or-death matters are usually kept tighter than a coffin lid. No one knew who the assassins were, and no one could figure out how did they manage to time the pier. The moment to the news of Chun Haonan and Dalao Bi's families lying dead at the pier spread throughout Hong Kong's underworld before dawn. The underworld was in an uproar. In just 2 days, Zhang Xiaoxing, Dalao Bi, and Chun Haonan were all dead. The 3 pillars of Hongxing collapsed into ruins overnight. The knives of the Sanlian gang were cold, precise, and ruthless, blood rising to the sky. At 1220 m. that night, Liang Kuan was still in the interrogation room. Miao Zhishuan personally sat in charge, too lazy to even flick the ash off his pants. Liang Kuan's eyes were red, and suddenly he tilted his head and smiled, his voice soft and sticky. "Sir, what time is it now?" Miao Zhishuan frowned and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Why are you asking this? You haven't been detained for 24 hours yet. Bail. Don't even think about it." Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand to check the time. Liang Kuan suddenly grabbed his wrist forcefully, turning the watch face towards his eyes. After staring for 2 seconds, he suddenly grinned, the corners of his eyes lifting like an enchanting performer on stage. "Hey, let go of me. Let go. Quickly release Officer Miao." Several officers rushed up to hold him down, their hands trembling. Even Miao Zhishuan, who had seen it all, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. No one understood. What was this madman laughing about? The earthquake in Hongxing shook the entire Hong Kong underworld. Yet outsiders cursed the Sanlian gang is too vicious, while turning around to enjoy tea and betting, not planning to lend a hand. No one realized. Today Hongxing collapsed, and tomorrow it would be their turn. But within Hongxing, a tide of blood has already surged. No matter how fierce the Sanlian gang is, they cannot intimidate them. Hongxing is one of the 4 major societies with familiar territory, ample manpower, and weapons in hand. In their home ground, they still have their confidence. Everyone is now waiting for a signal Liang Kuan to appear. Once he stands on stage, he can stabilize the chaotic situation and withstand the next heavy blow from the Sanlian gang. As for the others, each has their own calculations. De Feihan bin Long Nio and Sister 13 have quietly entered the game of Genesis. To them, the deaths of Jiang Tianxing and Big Brother B are merely 2 lines crossed off in their accounts. Brother G and Fatty Li, they haven't even considered revenge. It's not that they don't want to, but they dare not. The blades of the Sanlian gang are too sharp enough to reflect their own cowardice. And the true instigator of this storm, Wang Yao, has yet to show his face. At this moment, he is lying in Ding Yao's arms without even lifting his eyelids. Ding Yao is indeed very alluring. The next morning in Macau, at Villa No, one of Duzai, Wang Yao and Ding Yao meet here. He had arrived in Australia the previous night, stepping foot in this place for the first time, and slept until the sun was high in the sky. When he opened his eyes, it was already close to 9 in the morning. Ding Yao had already prepared breakfast. The porridge was warm, the eggs tender, and the tea brewed to perfection. Wang Yao briefly recounted the events of last night as they ate and chatted. Naturally, they discussed the major events of last night. Was it really done by the Sanlian gang? Half of it was true, half was not. Big Brother B was indeed killed by the Sanlian gang. However, Chen Haonan and Big Brother B's family were dealt with by Liang Kun's men. And the one who could manipulate everything without anyone noticing, timing things perfectly and erasing traces, was Wang Yao's secret pawn, who had been embedded in the Causeway Bay Hall for many years. Wang Yao had given this hidden piece to Meng Bo 3 months prior. He had already been secretly orchestrating the entire situation, advancing step by step. As a result, Wang Hui rose rapidly within Hong Kong's Causeway Bay Hall, solidifying his position as the white paper fan within a matter of months. The white paper fan is the true core of the hall, akin to a military strategist managing all secrets, logistics, and intelligence. As Ding Yao took a bite of the fruit-flavored bread, her phone lit up. Liang Kun's execution ability is indeed impressive. He first deliberately took a beating from Big Brother B to gain sympathy. Then, under the pretext of rectifying discipline, he expelled Big Brother B from Hongqing and covertly instigated his trusted subordinates to ambush Chen Haonan and his group on the way. In the end, he smoothly entered the major crimes unit, enjoying police protection. Once someone is in the major crimes unit, naturally no one would suspect him of any foul play. Clearing out the enemies while retreating unscathed, clean and neat, Wang Yao chuckled lightly. I really didn't see that he had this capability before. Impressive. Ding Yao raised her eyes and asked, should we move against him now? Wang Yao shook his head, lightly tapping the edge of the table with his fingertip. Let him stabilize Hongqing for me first. Someone like Liang Kun respects true ability, not seniority. As long as you can keep him in check, he will be willing to work hard. Dirty work, tough tasks, and undefeatable jobs. He is just the right fit. Ding Yao's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully said, wow, my man has such a strong attitude. Wang Yao raised an eyebrow. Why don't you believe me? She shook her head, lowering her voice a bit. Of course I believe it. You were so fierce last night, I wasn't unaware. Even now my legs still feel sore, making it hard to walk. After a pause, she asked seriously, Yao Go, what do you want me to do next? Wang Yao picked up the glass, took a sip of milk, and when he set it down, the bottom of the cup made a soft sound. You Sanlian gang go hit Hongqing. They have 4 casinos in Macau. Oh, I haven't called for a halt, so keep on hitting. Understood, Yao Go. Ding Yao replied briskly and added, there's a Superintendent Paul over there in Macau who is closely associated with our Sanlian gang. A large number of personnel will be sent over to stir up trouble, which should be no problem. But, can you tell me why? Wang Yao set down the milk bottle, pulled out an old cigar, and the lighter made a crisp sound as the tip ignited with a faint glow. He exhaled a puff of pale blue smoke before slowly speaking. You are my woman, there's nothing you can't say. I want all of Hong Kong's casinos. To want Hong Kong's casinos. Ding Yao had already guessed about 70 to 80%, but hearing it come directly from Wang Yao's mouth still gave her a jolt. It was not due to surprise at the ambition, but at this complete trust without reservation. As the smoke rings slowly dissipated, Wang Yao turned his face. Yao, what is the current situation within the Sanlian gang? Ding Yao understood what he was asking and replied straightforwardly. The mountain peaks are numerous. Each faction leader is holding on to their own people. When Lei Gong was alive, he relied on his prestige to barely hold everything together, but in reality, they all acted independently. Could summon people, but they might not follow orders. Respecting him was out of respect, not submission. They may appear obedient on the surface, but underneath they still each do their own thing. Even Lei Gong couldn't manage it, so I have even less chance. With insufficient seniority to sit in this position, it all depended on that letter of recommendation from him. Now I am merely the acting gang leader. Once Lei returns to Macau for the funeral, those people will likely take action. After Wang Yao listened, he nodded. Yao, if I don't intervene, how long do you think it will take you to truly have the Sanlian gang in your grasp? She was silent for a few seconds before saying, 3 years. 10 years. It's really hard to say. Wang Yao waved his hand, his tone sobering. Don't say 3 years, even 1 year is too long. This is a big problem. The society is like a temporary troop. Today's glory may end in corpses tomorrow. No one can guarantee anyone's safety. What is Lei Gong's status worth? It's not even enough for a department's half-year turnover in one of my subsidiaries. You might as well change tracks. Honestly, building a business is 100 times better than mixing in the society. Earning a lot while still keeping your life safe. Ding Yao was taken aback. Yao Ge, do you want me to do business? Wang Yao looked at her, his gaze firm. I want you to be a queen. The queen of gambling in Macau, or even the richest woman in Xinjiang. My goodness. Ding Yao's pupils dilated slightly, her voice quivering. I thought you only planned to make a quick score and leave who I didn't expect. You are aiming for Heezin's position. If it really happens, this game would be worth 1,000 times more than being a leader in any gang. Wang Yao smiled and asked back, what, you don't want the title of the queen of gambling in Macau? I do. Of course I want it. Ding Yao smiled with her lips pressed together, her eyes sparkling. My man is so charismatic, whatever he does is steady. With your high aspirations, I will naturally follow your lead. In fact, staying in the Sanlian gang makes me uneasy every day. Having to guard against people secretly forming factions and doing their own small circles, while also having to be wary of being shot unexpectedly one day. Yao could give me at most 2 months. I will return to one island and bury a few cases with the Sanlian gang. Meanwhile, I will also prepare a decent dowry for myself. Wang Yao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Dowry. Why suddenly bring that up? Ding Yao's eyes turned, casting a sidelong glance at him with a slight smile. Yao Go, why so many whys? Your worth has already surpassed 100 billion, right? If I want to marry you, I can't show up empty-handed, can I? Otherwise, won't people think I'm just trying to climb the social ladder with empty hands? Right now I plan to withdraw and not fight them, heathen, but if I don't take this opportunity to scrape a good amount from them, wouldn't all those years be in vain? Wang Yao's smile deepened. How much do you plan to scrape? Ding Yao's eyes sparkled, showing a hint of determination. At least 5 billion. Do you think that's too harsh? Quite a big appetite. Wang Yao laughed heartily. Do you want me to lend a hand? No need. It's a small matter, I can handle it myself. You have a lot on your plate, focus on your work. Wait for my good news. MHM. After saying this, Wang Yao immediately set off back to Shanjiang. Ding Yao hurried back to Wan Island overnight, managing Lei Gong's funeral while also preparing her dowry. To be safe, Wang Yao assigned 10 bodyguards to her. All were former assassins, recognizing only Wang Yao as their master with no second thoughts towards Ding Yao. In case of danger, these people would risk their lives to protect her. Ding Yao was very clear in her heart to be Wang Yao's woman was already a blessing, wanting to be the main wife. She felt her worth was insufficient. 3 days later, the wave of chaos caused by the deaths of Jiang Tiansheng and Big Brother B gradually subsided. After all, this incident had nothing to do with the other societies. Although the Sanlian gang was aggressive, their target was only locked on Hongxing. Killing Big Brother B was merely for revenge. Hongxing chose to remain still for the time being, as their leader was still imprisoned. Liang Kuan was invited by Miao Zhishuan into the Major Crimes Unit for afternoon tea. He is the prime suspect in the murder of Mr. Jiang. Yet Miao Zhishuan has no evidence in hand. What's worse is that Liang Kun's psychological resilience is outrageously strong. His calmness is almost pathological, something ordinary people simply cannot endure. The interrogators were instead left on edge by him, laughing maniacally one moment, silent the next, and then staring intensely into the eyes of the person across from him without blinking for a long time. In the end, even the veteran detective dared not meet his gaze. As soon as the 24-hour detention period was over, Liang Kuan walked out of the Serious Crimes Unit with his head held high, accompanied by his lawyer. The moment he stepped out, he had his lawyer submit a counterclaim, accusing Miao Zhishuan and others of conducting high-pressure interrogations, seriously violating Hong Kong law. Copies of the lawsuit were simultaneously delivered to the Police Disciplinary Unit and the ICAC. The Independent Commission Against Corruption (ICAC) was formerly known as the Governor's Special Commissioner Against Corruption. Established on February 17, 1974, it is an independent anti-corruption agency completely detached from all government entities. Its staff do not belong to the civil service. The Commissioner of the ICAC is solely accountable to the Governor of Hong Kong and independently executes all anti-corruption tasks according to the law. To effectively expose, investigate, and punish corruption, the ICAC has been granted special authority under 3 laws: the ICAC Ordinance, the Prevention of Bribery Ordinance, and the Elections Corrupt and Illegal Conduct Ordinance. Initially, the investigation target was limited to civil servants, but it gradually expanded to public service agencies and eventually to all private entities. Once targeted by the ICAC, one would suffer greatly, if not face death. As soon as Liang Kuan returned to Hongxing, he immediately sat on the throne. Hongxing then launched a series of counterattacks against the Sanlian gang. However, this round of retaliation was not for the sake of Big Brother B or Chun Haonan seeking justice. What truly infuriated Liang Kuan was the Sanlian gang's brutal overreach. Big Brother B's entire family was exterminated, which he was pleased to see, and had no intention of seeking retribution. The thoughts of the other factions were similar. With the entire family dead, why should they engage in a death struggle with the Sanlian gang over a deceased? No one expected that the Sanlian gang would actually dare to cross the sea and forcefully seize Hongxing's territory, treating it as their first foothold into Hong Kong. This situation could not be tolerated. A harsh counterattack was essential. One of the 4 major societies in Hong Kong being the local snake, once united they could strike back as swiftly as lightning, regaining their footing in no time. The Sanlian gang was beaten to a pulp and scattered everywhere. In less than 3 days, Hongxing uprooted all of the Sanlian gang's core members and expelled them from Hong Kong. Although the other societies did not take action, they would certainly not stand by and allow the Sanlian gang to establish a foothold in their territory. Protecting local powers and maintaining face is an unbreakable rule. Many societies, although not participating in the battle, secretly provided Liang Kuan with information about the Sanlian gang's presence, personnel movements, and hiding places in Hong Kong. This was the key to Hongxing's rapid clearing of the field. Sitting atop the throne of Hongxing, Liang Kun's posture straightened, and his words carried a sharp edge. Establishing his reputation in one battle made all the people of Hong Kong's underworld see clearly this man is ruthless, precise, and uncompromising. Jiang Tiansheng is dead, the Jiang family has scattered, and now Hongxing is solely dictated by Liang Kuan. At the same time, Macau was also in an uproar. The situation there was completely different. Both the Somnian gang and Hongxing had become crossing dragons, but this time the offensive and defensive positions were reversed. Hongxing had become the guest, receiving blows from all sides, exhausted and overwhelmed. They barely managed to hold on to their territory, but the gambling business plummeted, with revenue dropping by more than half. The gambling king of Macau, He Xian, slammed the table and set a deadline of 5 days. If the dispute is not resolved, not a single Hongxing person will be left. All of you get out. The next day, in the office of the chairman of Genesis Group, Mr. Wang Yao stood with his hands at his sides, his back slightly arched, even his breathing was subdued. Wang Yao lifted his eyes and smiled. Liang, we are old friends, don't be so formal, sit down and talk. Besides, you are now the head of Hongxing. Your recent fame is such that the entire Hong Kong is talking. Who doesn't recognize you, Liang? I'm afraid even you can't count how many pairs of eyes are watching you. How many societies took the initiative to provide intelligence to deal with the Somnian gang? When Jiang Tiansheng was in power, no one was this supportive. News has already spread outside. From now on, Hongxing is Liang Kun's world. Liang Kun grinned and slowly took a seat, waving his hand. Mr. Wang, please don't flatter me. My abilities are merely those of a street performer, just fooling outsiders. If I were to compare myself with you, I wouldn't even measure up to a single strand of your hair. His demeanor was humble to the extreme. He lifted the teacup and took a sip of Kimon black tea, then shifted the topic. Enough chit-chat, let's talk business. Has everything in Thailand been settled? Liang Kun's expression turned serious as he immediately replied, report to Mr. Wang. Jiang Tianyang has been eliminated and his men returned to Hong Kong last night. There were some mishaps along the way, resulting in a few brothers being lost, but the task was completed cleanly and efficiently. You can rest assured with my work. Wang Yao nodded slowly and said, now it's time to divide the profits. How do you plan to divide it? Liang Kun was taken aback, then quickly replied, Mr. Wang, are you referring to those 2 casinos we have in Macau? For you, no problem, they are all yours. Wang Yao leaned back, his gaze heavy upon him. Liang Kun, you still don't understand. Liang Kun's forehead broke out in fine sweat, and he quickly wiped it, smiling apologetically. Mr. Wang, I'm just a bit slow-witted, please guide me directly. All right, then I'll speak plainly. He flicked the ash off his cigarette, his voice not loud, but each word landed on the table like a hammer. Who laughed the loudest when Jiang Tianxing died? It was you, Liang Kun. Therefore you have to take the blame for his death. You were able to rise to power, and I contributed far more than you did. The remaining credit is merely your own ability. But if you want to personally kill Mr. Jiang, you cannot do it. With his 2 brothers teaming up, you cannot withstand them. Playing mind games and competing in power, you are simply not their match. Do you know that he was just 1 step away from escaping Hong Kong? If a few more days had passed, he would have gathered troops and launched a counterattack, and the first to be killed would be you. In fact, he had already quietly hired a hitman. Liang Kun swallowed hard, not responding, just staring down at the tip of his shoes. Wang Yao exhaled a puff of white smoke, the smoke rings slowly dispersing with the Jiang brothers. All gone, the heavy burden on your heart is lifted. Adding in Jiang Tiansheng's 3 villas, real estate, cash, gold bars, jewelry. It totals at least 5 billion. This money has all been recovered by Hongxing. As the head, it's reasonable to divide 500 million with you. Taking the blame in exchange for 500 million, are you still dissatisfied? Let them gossip outside, let them. As long as you deny it firmly, who can do anything to you? Moreover, the more solidly you take the blame, the more securely you can take the money. This is a golden pot embedded with diamonds. Aren't you happy? As soon as Wang Yao's words fell, Liang Kun frowned and truly began to ponder. Indeed, if it weren't for Wang Yao's intervention, how could Mr. Jiang have fallen so quickly? Jiang Tiansheng had mixed in the underworld for half his life with enemies too numerous to count, yet no one could touch him. His bodyguards were all ruthless characters who exchanged their lives for money. It was easy to kill others, but being killed, that was as difficult as ascending to heaven. If he had slipped away overseas and reunited with his brother Jiang Tianyang, with his little capital, he would fear that not even a bone fragment would remain. Now that both mountains have collapsed, sitting steadily on the throne of Hongxing plus gaining 500 million for free, why would he be unhappy? That would truly be insanity. A few minutes later, damn, Liang Kun shivered all over, suddenly raised his hand, and with a crisp sound he fiercely slapped himself across the face. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I was just blinded by greed. This matter is obvious, who I stand to gain the most. This diamond-studded pot should be mine to bear. In a moment of excitement, my mouth ran faster than my brain, and I spoke foolishly. Please forgive me, don't stoop to the level of a small person like me. Wang Yao couldn't help but almost crack a smile. To be honest, he truly appreciated Liang Kun, smart enough and ruthless with a series of strategies. But who knows how many twists and turns are in this guy's head. He could suddenly go wild, laughing one moment and looking possessed the next. Not to mention others can't figure him out. Even when he looks in the mirror, he might not be sure what he wants to do next. That thought process could probably make even Schrodinger's cat shake its head. All right, I won't hold this against you, as long as you understand. Wang Yao's tone was calm, but carried weight. You need to understand the current situation. When Jiang Tianxing personally drank a peace toast with me, I still killed him without hesitation. Not to mention how many matters have I helped you clear the obstacles and support you to become the head of Hongxing. You're only giving me 2 casinos. This compensation doesn't match my efforts. Liang Kuan immediately interjected, it doesn't match. It's too little. Mr. Wang, aside from those 2, I will also offer an additional 500 million as a gesture of respect to you. Wang Yao shook his head. No, I don't want your 500 million. I want all of Hong Kong's casinos in Macau. Liang Kuan was instantly frozen in place. Wang Yao continued, Macau's waters run deep. Currently there are 30 large gambling halls intricately intertwined. Pulling one thread could unravel the whole tapestry. Once direct flights between Macau and one island are open, chaos will only multiply. I have paved the way for you earlier, aiming for Hong Kong's gambling stalls in Macau. You think it's enough to just give me 5 million to brush me off? This money would be better spent silencing those tough guys within Hong Kong. Liang Kuan pondered for a moment, and then spoke honestly. Mr. Wang Xin is called the king of gamblers in Macau because there is only one official gambling license in all of Macau which he holds. Every gambling hall is nominally under his control. We the odds makers can make a net profit of 10 million a year. That's already considered a blessing from our ancestors. As for the 4 gambling halls that Mr. Jiang secured while he was alive, I'd give them to you without batting an eye. But on the other side, I fear they won't accept it in their hearts. Of course, they wouldn't dare to voice their opposition. They don't have the capability. But once the idea takes root, it will surely bear thorns. If I nod in agreement, it would be like putting myself on a spit. Even if I throw money to buy peace, nodding in front, but gritting my teeth behind, I will only find myself becoming more passive. After speaking, he grabbed his messy hair and clenched his teeth. Mr. Wang, if you are determined to take this, then there's nothing more to say. He'll bear this burden. Within 3 days, you will send someone to Macau to take over all of Hong Kong's gambling stalls. This time I brought all the tough guys with me precisely to negotiate peace with you. They are all staying at Hong Kong's headquarters, just waiting for me to relay the message. Wang Yao chuckled. Since everyone is waiting, then fine, I will go to Hong Kong's headquarters shortly and talk to each one face to face. Damn. Liang Kuan jumped up, his face pale. Mr. Wang, you wouldn't be thinking of wiping out all of Hong Kong. Liang Kuan, your way of thinking is truly one of a kind. Wang Yao rolled his eyes. Why would I want to dirty my hands by killing someone, let alone wipe out a whole group? What would be the point? Are you truly clueless or just pretending? Or perhaps, watching too many Hong Kong adult films has got to your head, eh? Really? Mr. Wang, how could I dare to play any tricks in front of you? Liang Kuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sat down heavily, and his voice trembled. Mr. Wang, dealing with you, my brain truly isn't enough. To be honest, I have little interest in the twists and turns of the underworld. Otherwise, I would have already put Tianyao security in the limelight and sat at the top of the Xiangjiang organization. Positioning of Hong Kong's dragon head is one you wouldn't have the right to occupy. Liang Kuan felt a chill at the back of his neck, his throat rolling as if tight, gasping for breath. He understood what Wang Yao's words implied. Survival of the fittest, only the strong prevail. In front of him, he felt himself less than an ant. Wanting to crush him, he feared he wouldn't even need to lift an eyelid. Mr. Wang, I truly never had any thoughts of dealing with you. I am fully aware that I am no match for you. The things that happened before, indeed, were handled poorly and incorrectly, but it was all for the sake of survival. From now on, I will never make the same mistake again. Before he finished speaking, his hands trembled violently as he pulled out a dark listening device from his suit pocket, holding his breath as he gently placed it on the table in front of Wang Yao. If I make a mistake, I will admit it. If I get hit, I will stand straight. This is the rule, and I know how you operate. If you really want to take my life, you can do it now. I won't say a word. I only ask you to spare my mother. She is old and can't withstand any turmoil. Wang Yao knew Liang Kuan was filial, but he didn't expect him to value his mother's life more than his own. At this moment, the person kneeling there had a vacant expression, sweat on his forehead, and it wasn't an act. It turned out that no matter how stubborn or ruthless a character may be, there always remains a soft spot they dare not touch. Wang Yao just pulled out a Cuban cigar and was about to strike a match. Liang Kuan's knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Wang Yao raised his hand to interrupt. Get up. Don't let your knees be so weak. Do you still want to be the dragon head of Hong Kong? Liang Kuan was taken aback, staring blankly. Wang Yao slowly spoke. If you make a mistake, admit it, and if you get hit, stand at attention. But this time is different. You didn't lie, you just wanted to survive. So, I am giving you a chance. You will continue to sit as the dragon head of Hong Kong. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you. He wiped the cold sweat from his face, lowered his head, and spoke in a very low voice. You don't need to personally run to Hong Kong's headquarters. Those 4 gambling halls in Macau will henceforth be yours. Who dares to oppose? I will handle it. Wang Yao waved his hand. No need. This small matter doesn't require effort. Let's go to Hong Kong's headquarters. He stood up and left his seat. Liang Kuan immediately responded, yes, Mr. Wang. Charging into the headquarters alone sounded imposing, but it scared Luo Tianhong and Ao to the point of nearly losing their minds. As a result, just as Wang Yao stepped out, the two quickly gathered the most capable personnel from Tianyao security and hurriedly followed him. At Hong Kong's headquarters in the meeting room, all the tough guys were already seated, fidgeting and smoking one cigarette after another. Wang Hui was among them. In this major reshuffle, some fell, while others rose. Naturally, the ones benefiting the most were Wang Yao and Liang Kuan. As second place went to Wang Hui. Almost all notable figures in Causeway Bay were gone in terms of seniority connections and backing. He was the toughest one left. Liang Kuan had already confided in Wang Hui. Though no money was exchanged, he promised in person after the matter is settled, he would strongly recommend him to secure the position of the tough guy of Causeway Bay. Due to time constraints, the incense hall hadn't had a chance to open yet, and at present he was still only acting in that role. Apart from these three, every big boss present also benefited. The more than 5 billion assets left by Jiang Tianxing brought at least 30 to 40 million into each person's pockets. Liang Kuan never intended to monopolize it. Everyone sitting at the table received their share. The smoke was thick and the air was tense. Brother Ji turned to look at Han Bin, who was slicked back and dressed in black, and asked in a hushed tone, "Ah Bin, do you think Ah Kuan can really persuade Wang Yao this time? I'm genuinely worried. With our strength, we simply can't withstand him. Do you think Wang Yao would go for total annihilation?" Han Bin shook his head, his tone steady. "No. Brother Ji, what good would total annihilation do him? I've inquired. Wang Yao has no addiction to the underworld, he seeks profit. As long as no one obstructs his path to wealth, he wouldn't bother with any organization." Uncle Xing immediately chimed in, his voice loosening a bit. "Exactly. I have also come to realize, Wang Yao doesn't want to mix in the underworld at all. Previously it was Big Brother B and Chun Haonan who provoked him, so he took action. Now that Mr. Jiang and the others are gone, we should have no conflicts with him in the future." The leader of the Guantang gang, Grey Dog, hearing Uncle Xing's words, felt a surge of anger, his eyes bulging, as he yelled, shaking the window frames. "Uncle Xing, as a senior of Hongxing, where did you hear this? Or did you make it up yourself? Mr. Jiang was our Hongxing's second dragon head, and Big Brother B and Chun Haonan were brothers from the same school. Everyone is gone, and yet you sound so relaxed. Big Brother B and Anan died at the hands of the Sanlian gang, but we fought back with real knives and guns, blood for blood, settling the score. But what about Mr. Jiang? We haven't even seen a shadow of the killer. Who is the most suspicious? I've thought about it, and only two names stand out. One of them is Wang Yao." Spit almost sprayed on Uncle Xing's face. The seasoned Uncle Xing opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words back, his throat rolling. The remaining gang leaders also wore tense expressions, their knuckles turning white. "Have you had enough arguing?" Han Bin's veins bulged, his voice gritty like sandpaper on iron. "Do you still think the organization isn't scattered enough or chaotic enough?" He fixed his gaze on Grey Dog's face and barked coldly, "Grey Dog, is your life worth more than everyone else's? Are we all just wall grass and traitors? The underworld isn't sustained by tough talk. Losing means losing. Do you want to crash into the southern wall? Do you want to learn from Big Brother B and be chopped up by the mountain gang at the dock?" Fatty Lee leisurely interjected, not even putting out his cigarette. "Dog brother, if you want to be a martyr, go lift your own coffin, don't call us to help you carry it." Grey Dog's neck stiffened. "Fatty Lee, what the hell are you talking about? What I say you don't understand." Fatty Lee lifted his eyelids, his lips pressed down. "You claim that Wang Yao killed Mr. Jiang. Where's the evidence? Making baseless claims, and if the wind blows, Wang Yao's blade will be at our throats. You walk sideways alone, don't drag the entire Hongxing down with you." As the words fell, 13 Sister de Fei Dinosaur and a Chow simultaneously turned to glare at the Grey Dog, their gazes sharp as knives. The Grey Dog's chest heaved, his lips trembled, but he couldn't muster a single word in response. Suddenly the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground echoed from outside the door, slow, yet resonating like footsteps on everyone's temples. The door was pushed open with a loud bang. Everyone in the room jumped up, their faces turning pale, their hearts feeling as if gripped by icy shards. "Wang Yao? It really is Wang Yao. How did he get in? Did Liang Kuan go mad? How dare he let him step into the Hongxing headquarters? Mr. Wang, I've long admired you. Welcome." 13 Sister de Fei and Wang Hui spoke up eagerly, their voices trembling slightly. Liang Kuan swaggered in, waving his hand, smiling broadly. "Everyone, don't panic. Mr. Wang is not a mountain demon who devours people alive. He's here today just to speak from the heart and show some sincerity. Mr. Wang, if you don't mind, please take this chair." Wang Yao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the ebony chair, and he spoke softly. "This chair must be quite old, right? I hope it doesn't collapse the moment I sit down." Liang Kun's eyes widened, immediately retorting, "It's been repaired. The necessary bolts have been reinforced, and it's very sturdy. You can sit down, but it won't collapse." "All right, then I'll sit for a while and leave once we're done talking." He stopped with idle chatter and walked directly to the head position of the table. That was the only old chair in the room, with armrests placed there since Jiang Zhan took charge of Hongxing. It had a dark hue coated with a patina and had been there for at least 100 years. Wang Yao sat down while Liang Kuan casually took the position that the Lao Bi had previously occupied. Luo Tianhong and Wu stood silently behind Wang Yao, their backs straight as blades. Everyone else remained outside, barely breathing. His first words pinned everyone in place, sending chills down their spines. He took a Cuban cigar, igniting it with a snap, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. "Just now outside I heard quite a commotion in here. Seems like someone is investigating who moved Mr. Jiang. Any results from the investigation? If someone thinks I did it, show the evidence. The gray dog and a chow standing closest felt beads of sweat drop on the floor. The others gasped in shock, their faces changing dramatically. The doubts in their hearts were pierced through by his blunt words, feeling as if they had been doused with cold water, the chill penetrating to their bones. Someone quietly lowered their head, their throat bobbing, feeling somewhat weak. Could it be? Today he was wronged and came to seek an explanation. The room fell silent. Even the sound of the air conditioner could be heard. Wang Yao lifted his gaze, staring directly at the gray dog. Gray dog, you are the boss of the Guantang Hall, but in my dictionary, you're just a worthless loser. I don't care who my opponent is, I only recognize one principle: knock them down and stomp them until it's done. I heard you have 2,000 men. I'll put up 200. 10 to 1, are you willing to bet? Arrogant, isn't it? Too arrogant. This is the Hongxing headquarters, and he only brought 3 or 4 people, yet dares to speak like this. It's simply outrageous. But everyone understood. This is Wang Yao. If it were anyone else, even if the East Star's boss Lu Tua stood here, the crowd would have already erupted. Yet with Wang Yao, no one truly dared to act out. It wasn't fear, but rather they were accustomed to it. This man feared nothing. His arrogance was his nature, and his seriousness was his edge. Last time with Jiang Tianshan, he was wronged and flipped the table completely, clearing his name, leaving everyone. At this moment, a newcomer stepped forward with a smile, cupping his hands. Mr. Wang, what's your standing in the Jianghu now? How can our Hongxing dare to compete with you? You are broad-minded and capable. Please forgive us. Liang Kuan also hurriedly chimed in, smiling apologetically. Mr. Wang, Grey Dog's mouth has always been reckless, and once he speaks, he can't take it back. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't take offense. Wang Yao waved his hand, his voice steady. This matter I will not bring up again. Let's get serious. Do you truly want to reconcile with me? The moment these words were spoken, the eyes of all the bosses in the room lit up. Fatty Li was the first to speak up. Of course. Didn't Uncle Xing just say? What do we have to fight against, Mr. Wang? We don't have the strength you have, nor the cleverness. I don't know what others think, but Fatty Li will never draw blades against Mr. Wang in this lifetime. Big Brother Ji also hurriedly added, Mr. Wang, it was all a misunderstanding. It was just a trivial matter, no need to fight to the death. Making money is what matters. Making money is what matters, haha. Whatever conditions you have, just say it. If we can do it, we'll agree immediately. There's really no need to escalate things to this level. Yes, we're out here seeking profit. Small frictions are unavoidable, but do we really have to fight to the death? Who would want that? For a moment, the room buzzed with voices. After several minutes, the voices slowly quieted down, and everyone stared at Wang Yao in unison. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke before saying, reconciliation is possible. There's just one condition. Hongxing's gambling halls in Macau belong to me. Money I won't take a cent less. 50 million Hong Kong dollars has already been transferred to Liang Kuan's account. If you agree, from now on we each go our own way, and the wells don't interfere with the rivers. As the words landed, the room fell silent. One could hear a needle drop. The faces of the bosses were filled with struggle, pain, and unwillingness. Macau's gambling halls. That is something that many Hong Kong gangs dream of grasping. In all of Hong Kong, only 2 groups can firmly sit in the gambling hall chair: Hongxing and the Numbers Gang. And that gambling license in Macau is firmly held by He Xian. Only he has the qualification to deal the cards. Only he can make all the gangs in Macau bow their heads. Even the officials have to give him some face. Casinos thrive on the betting agents. On the surface it looks like cooperation, but in reality it's not the same thing at all. Currently the biggest betting business in Macau is run by Bun Yaj. But no matter how powerful Bun Yaj is, he is just a gang leader. Compared to He Xian, he's miles apart. He Xian has connections with the Macau government that could crush the floorboards. To put it bluntly, Bun Yaj is not a partner. He's He Xian's #1 henchman. If he's useful, he'll keep him. If not, he can be replaced at any time. Wang Yao flicked the ash off his cigar, glancing over what? Don't agree. You all probably haven't realized where you stand. Let's do this. I'll ask 3 questions. If you can answer them, I'll accept not reconciling. First, I'm determined to acquire the gambling halls in Macau. If you don't budge, then we'll keep playing. But my patience is wearing thin. The East Star is about to enter the scene, and when Hongxing falls, all the territory will belong to Lu Tua. I only want the assets. Will Lu Tua agree? I dare say he would love it. I could also bring in Xian Ji, He Lianxing, and even the Numbers Gang. By then, how many rounds can you withstand? Second, once I negotiate with a few major gangs, do you think those smaller factions will need me to speak? Where do you think they'll be waiting to pick up the scraps? Third, how long has the Sanlian gang been eyeing Macau? With Lei Gong dead, they are eager to find a way in. If they focus their fire on your gambling halls, how many days can you hold out? With these 3 questions thrown down, the entire room felt frozen cold sweat trickling down their temples. They stood, their eyes fixed on Wang Yao, even forgetting to breathe. Liang Kun's face turned ashen, his lips parted, unable to utter a word. Oh no. Others may not understand the depth of Wang Yao and the Sanlian gang, but he had already guessed nearly all of it. He never expected this would also be Wang Yao's trump card. Using the hands of a big shot to disrupt Hongxing, and then letting the Sanlian gang swallow those 4 gambling halls without a fight. The first two moves were merely stepping stones. The real killer was the Sanlian gang's hidden ace. Liang Kuan pulled out a handkerchief, vigorously wiping the cold sweat that had seeped from his forehead. At this moment he finally grasped how ironic his earlier remark, "A small matter, I'll handle it," had been. He never intended to make it difficult for him. Each step was a pitfall perfectly set for him to step into. Everyone turned to Liang Kuan. After all, he was the boss of Hongxing, the pillar of the entire gang. The chief of the headquarters, Wang Yao, opened his mouth, his voice steady. "Brother Kuan, you are the decision-maker. You call the shots." Liang Kuan crumpled the soaked handkerchief into a ball and threw it into the trash, and then continued. "This is no small matter. My word alone cannot decide it, nor do I wish to act unilaterally, like Jiang Tianxing. We will discuss democratically. Brothers will decide together. The most straightforward solution: vote. Those in agreement raise their hands." "Mr. Wang, I have already received the 50 million. The accounts are clear. I have no objections. I am in favor." Before his words faded, he was the first to raise his right hand high. Chen Yao quickly followed suit. The others gradually joined in. Even the gray dog reluctantly raised his arm. Yet his hand was held lower than anyone else's, almost touching the table. Unanimously approved. Liang Kuan surveyed the room and spoke with certainty. "Since everyone has nodded, this matter is settled. Mr. Wang, if you cannot make it, send someone to accompany me to Macau to meet Mr. He." Wang Yao nodded. "Yes, I can't leave. Just contact my general manager, Zhanmi." Liang Kuan replied, "All right, Mr. Wang, I have his number." With the serious matters discussed, Wang Yao turned to Fatty Li. "Fatty Li, you also run a risque magazine, but this industry is too chaotic right now. Shoddy goods are running rampant. The paper waste is piling up like a mountain. Have you thought about how to clean up the mess?" Fatty Li smiled bitterly. "Mr. Wang, it's indeed a mess. Please give us a clear path." Wang Yao exhaled a puff of smoke. "Rally some, eliminate others. Those who follow the rules can continue doing business. Those who don't will be flattened. Once the troublemakers are cleared out, we will immediately establish a magazine association. Currently the best sellers are my Longhu Leopard and your Banana magazine. The rules will be set by us, the thresholds determined by us. Want to come in the future? There won't be a door." Fatty Li was so shocked that his scalp tingled, nearly jumping up from his chair. Rallying, cleansing, establishing rules, setting thresholds. Once this is done, the market will be completely overturned. The other leaders of Hongxing were also stunned, exchanging glances filled with shock. Who could have imagined that such a casual arrangement would untangle the chaotic world of risque magazines so clearly? This mind is truly remarkable. Fatty Li, excited, rubbed his hands together. "Mr. Wang, the top-selling magazine in Hong Kong is definitely your Longhu Leopard. You lead and I will absolutely follow through. One word: admire." Wang Yao leisurely took a puff from his cigar, his gaze landing on Fatty Li. "This matter falls under Zhong Jianqiang's jurisdiction. You can directly contact him for coordination later. If you want to make money from Banana magazine, you need to act quickly." Fatty Li jumped up and deeply bowed to Wang Yao. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your guidance. I will remember this for a lifetime." Wang Yao also stood up, smiling. "There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. You all continue the meeting. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." With that he turned and left. Whoosh! Just as he stood, the entire room of leaders stood up in unison, watching him walk through the corridor and out of the Hongxing headquarters. Even though Wang Yao said, "No need to see me off," Liang Kuan still personally escorted him to just over 30 meters outside the door before returning to the meeting room. When he pushed the door back in, the room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. No one spoke. Each lowered their heads, their thoughts swirling. After a few minutes, Uncle Xing sighed. "In my opinion, a person like Wang Yao only appears once every 500 years. He has the courage and insight to strategize, and in business, he is a sharp blade. I've heard he has opened 20 branches already. To be honest, I really can't understand why we Hongxing insisted on clashing with him back then. Who can tell me?" No one responded. Only faces under the light bore bitter smiles and complex expressions that were hard to articulate. Taking control of all the gambling halls under Hongxing is equivalent to holding the key to open the doors of the gambling industry. This matter can take a pause for now. The preliminary contacts will be advanced by Zhanmi. The handover of the security for the gambling halls was fully entrusted to Feiji, and Wang Yao did not need to intervene at this time. That night, Feiji led over 300 Tianyao security personnel into Macau, and the 4 gambling halls were transferred smoothly, without a ripple. All Hongxing personnel withdrew, and Ding Yao was stationed in the Sanlian gang, making the situation as stable as a rock. The Sanlian gang dared not stir up trouble. Having their own house in disarray, they had no strength to create further chaos. With the death of Thunder God, his son Lei Tingfeng rushed back from overseas to attend the funeral. Just after the 7th day, the long-standing rifts within the Sanlian gang suddenly tore open. On Feiji's side, things were going smoothly, but Zhanmi encountered obstacles. The next day, he and Liang Kuan went to Macau to visit the gambling king, He Xian. However, they didn't even see a shadow of He Xian himself, only being stopped at the door by the butler Old Chun. Zhanmi and Liang Kuan explained their intentions, and Old Chun conveyed the message. He Xian did not agree on the spot, instead making the two sit idle for a full 10 hours. It wasn't until late at night that Old Chun finally stepped out, and simply said, "Okay." What was he Xian busy with during those 10 hours? It's not hard to guess. Thoroughly investigating the Genesis Group's details, digging deep into Wang Yao's background. He wanted to confirm whether this sudden company truly had the qualifications to replace Hongxing. When the investigation results came out, he Xian nearly choked on a breath. He never expected that Genesis could actually overturn the old gangs of Xiangjiang. Its scale was staggering. Recently, he had neglected to inquire about the movements and capital undercurrents in Xiangjiang, and was completely unaware of such a colossal entity. What made it even more uncertain was Wang Yao merely a capital giant in a suit, or a new leader wrapped in gold trim? Or perhaps both were two sides of the same coin. He Xian immediately made a decision and agreed. Within the Sanlian gang, Ding Yao held the handwritten letter of Thunder God, and on the surface, she was already the first in line to inherit the position of the next leader of the Sanlian gang. Meanwhile, Lei Fuhong, as Thunder God's only son, was legally on equal footing with Ding Yao, also ranking as a top contender. Additionally, two other factions each nominated spokespersons intending to vie for the leader's position. Thus, the struggle among the four factions quietly unfolded, with open and hidden strife intensifying. On the surface it seemed tense, but in reality Ding Yao sat behind the scenes observing the chaos coldly. This conflict had been ignited by her own hand. Wang Yao saw her strategizing well and acting shrewdly, feeling reassured, so he redirected his focus back to his own business. The 4 gambling halls in Macau were outdated and needed a complete renovation. Otherwise, the style was too low and it wouldn't attract high rollers. Hence, for the next half-month, all 4 halls would be closed for renovation. The Agoods line arcade shops and business for each subsidiary remained vibrant. However, Genesis' self-produced goods encountered significant obstacles in Bay Island. Although Ding Yao temporarily took over as the leader of the Sanlian gang, it was not appropriate for her to openly intervene for protection. As a result, Wang Yao urgently needed to make a trip to Bay Island. The next morning, he stepped into his own financial company. To prepare for the battle in the Japanese stock market, he specifically rented an entire floor of office space, transforming it into a trading command center to facilitate real-time coordination for Gu Linjian, Zhang Linwei, and others. As soon as financial analyst Zhang Linwei saw Wang Yao enter, she immediately stood up to greet him. "Mr. Wang, good morning." This greeting broke the silence in the room, and the other 4 quickly gathered around, saying in unison, "Mr. Wang, good morning." Zhang Linwei couldn't contain herself, quickly stepping forward. "Mr. Wang, regarding your last prediction, I have repeatedly analyzed the Japanese market. The more I dug, the more suspicious it became. What you said is highly likely to come true." Before her words fell, she had already handed a thick stack of documents to Wang Yao. Wang Yao did not reach out to take it, only shaking his head with a smile. "Linwei, looking at these papers is pointless. I came today to tell you I am about to set off for Bay Island. In the short term, it will be 10 days, at most half a month, and I may not return. For urgent matters, just call this number to find me." He handed over a note with a number written on it. Zhang Linwei carefully put it away, and then spoke again. "Mr. Wang, this place has been really well set up with all the equipment in place. However, once the bottom buying window opens, the trading volume will explode. Relying solely on the 5 of us will indeed be tight. You don't need to hire experts, just competent hands who understand placing orders, can monitor the market, and follow instructions will suffice." Wang Yao nodded. "People will arrive tomorrow. Do you have anything to add?" "No," the 5 answered in unison. He looked at their 5 faces, the corner of his mouth lifting. "Then, hey, race to our prosperity." "Yes, Mr. Wang, may our fortunes roll in." Zhang Linwei, Gu Linjian, and the other 5 laughed in agreement. That evening, Wang Yao boarded the cruise ship heading to Bay Island. Going to Bay Island was the most pressing matter for him. He should have set off long ago. Repeatedly delaying had reached its limit. The previous operations in Macau had yielded significant results, allowing him to fully trust this group in the War Hall. On this trip to Bay Island, he brought 50 elite members from the War Hall. However, these 50 did not set off on the same ship, but were divided into 2 groups, arriving at the port at staggered times. At Bay Island's Taihan Dantoe New Port, a cruise ship slowly docked. A man in a black trench coat descended onto the deck. Tall and upright, his features sharp and incisive, drawing lingering glances from numerous women along the wharf. 2 men awaited him at the end of the pier. One middle-aged, the other impeccably dressed in a suit, his bearing crisp and decisive. The elder was Zhou Chaoxian, the suited man was Abu. "Mr. Wang, welcome. You've had a long journey." Zhou Chaoxian hurried forward and bowed deeply. Wang Yao gave him a slight nod. Abu stepped up as well and murmured softly, "Brother Yao." Wang Yao smiled faintly. "This isn't the place for talk. Let's go." Yes. A welcome banquet awaits you at Zhongtai Hotel, prepared exclusively for Mr. Wang." Zhou Chaoxian hastily assented. Wang Yao said nothing more, only uttered one word, "Go." An hour later, Wang Yao, Zhou Chaoxian, and Abu sat together inside a private dining room. The rest of the entourage had been accommodated separately in an adjacent room. Seated at the head of the table, Wang Yao turned slightly and asked Xiangxian, "Just how far have you advanced within the Songlin gang?" Zhou Chaoxian stood with hands clasped before him and replied respectfully, "Mr. Wang, the Songlin gang is divided into northern and southern branches. I currently serve as commander of the northern branch, second only to the gang leader in seniority. Wang Yao's brows drew faintly downward. Xiangxian, your pace is too slow. I've smoothed every path before you. Manpower, resources, capital, all laid bare. What I demand is not this sluggish progress, nor this modest foothold. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Zhou Chaoxian's 7 days. That is all I grant you. By whatever means necessary, the leadership of the Songlin gang must change hands. Zhou Chaoxian's face stiffened, his Adam's apple bobbed subtly. Becoming gang leader was no trivial transaction. How could such a position be swapped at will? Yet when his eyes met Wang Yao's, the words he'd nearly spoken vanished, swallowed whole. He knew without doubt that he possessed neither the standing nor the right to refuse. In that instant his knuckles whitened, his jaw clenched into a cold, rigid line if cornered beyond retreat. Then the aging gang leader would have to ascend to the western heaven first. Before the thought fully settled, Wang Yao spoke again. Xiangxian, can your own foundation truly bear the weight now? Still reeling from that lethal intent, Zhou Chaoxian blinked, momentarily disoriented. Mr. Wang, pardon me, what did you say? Wang Yao remained unruffled and repeated calmly. Just how far has your influence extended? What is the true scale of your current strength? Zhou Chaoxian quickly collected himself and answered, since arriving in One Island from Xiangang, I've devoted myself entirely to arcade parlors. Already 100 across the island, 6 of them in Taiwan. Within 3 months, 10 more will open in Taiwan. And beyond that? Wang Yao asked. My foot soldiers number nearly 600. Zhou Chaoxian reported the figure honestly. Wang Yao's expression darkened. How do you compare against the Sonlian gang, the Wuhu gang, and the Tiandao sect? Zhou Chaoxian's cheeks flushed. Mr. Wang, the gap is immense. Wang Yao shook his head. 100 million yuan in capital, 10 elite combat units, and Abu himself, guiding you personally, with all these assets staked solely on you. Is this truly the result? Zhou Chaoxian lowered his head in silence, fine beads of sweat glistening at his temples. He bore burdens only he understood, but now was no time to voice them. Failure was failure. Fault was fault. Acceptance was absolute. Wang Yao softened his tone slightly. Xiangxian, I haven't come here to audit your accounts. I've come to ensure your success. Time waits for no one. From this moment onward, keep your mind razor sharp. Should you fall behind my rhythm, I won't stop you from stepping aside. Finding a replacement in One Island would be as effortless as plucking a peanut from the ground. Hearing those words, Zhou Chaoxian instantly straightened his spine, his voice dropping a full octave. Mr. Wang, you have my solemn assurance. I will never fall behind. He gripped this opportunity so tightly his palms burned. Never ever would he release it. Your first test begins now. Seize the Songlin gang's leadership within 7 days. For these 7 days, I'll closely monitor the underworld currents of One Island. Once you're firmly seated upon that throne, we proceed to the next phase. Understood? Wang Yao's gaze, heavy and unwavering, rested upon Zhou Chaoxian's face. Understood, Mr. Wang. Zhou Chaoxian bowed his head low, his reply devoid of hesitation. Wang Yao turned toward Abu and asked, Abu, has your identity matter been resolved? The channels are clear. In 15 days I'll be a registered resident of One Island. Abu responded with quiet certainty. Wang Yao nodded faintly, then waved a hand dismissively. Let's eat first. How could Zhou Chaoxian possibly eat? His mind churned relentlessly, imagining the aging gang leader's face, plotting how to unseat him, pressure him, replace him. Then abruptly Wang Yao spoke. Xiangxian, drawing blood is often the crudest method. Every heart burns with its own fire. It's merely a question of whether you'll fan the flames or let them gutter out. The Songlin gang is no exception. Small gangs yearn to expand, great ones aspire to rule. Ambition is not a curse, it's a ladder. With me steadying you from behind, lifting others upward is tenfold easier than casting them down. But if you still believe only blood can buy power, then I shall need to reassess you entirely. Zhou Chaoxian's breath caught. He slammed his chopsticks down and blurted, Mr. Wang, thank you for this awakening. I understand completely. Yet Wang Yao simply lifted his eyes and said coolly, sit properly. Eat. Then more gently, Xiangxian. When you lead, even heaven collapsing must not spill your rice bowl. Panic is forbidden. Disorder is forbidden. Remember that. Strangely, those few words settled deep into Zhou Chaoxian's chest, and the tangled knot within him truly began to loosen. Slowly he resettled himself in his chair, hands resting flat on his knees, each syllable deliberate. Mr. Wang. These words Xiangxian will carry in memory for life. After the meal, Zhou Chaoxian departed Zhongtai Hotel. Inside the car, he leaned back, eyes closed, the echo of that conversation still resonating in his ears. Some people are born atop mountains, others gaze upward breathless beneath their very shadows. He couldn't quite name it, but the stone that had hung suspended in his chest had undeniably settled to solid ground. The driver ventured cautiously, boss. Where to? Spit that out. Zhou Chaoxian didn't even lift his eyelids. From now on, keep your mouth clean. Call me Mr. Zhou. Understood. Once he'd relished the title boss above all else. Now it grated like coarse sand, while Mr. Zhou carried weight, dignity, and unshakable calm. Oh, Mr. Zhou, where now? The driver corrected himself instantly. To Zhao Yud's residence. Understood. Zhao Yud was the third-ranking figure in the Songlin gang, and commander of the southern branch. The underworld of One Island had long been divided north and south. The south belonged to native factions like the Tiandao sect headquartered in Kaohsiung. The north was dominated by mainland origin gangs, the Sonlian gang, the Wuhu gang, and the Songlin gang, all rooted firmly in Taiwan. Originally hailing from the mainland, the Songlin gang held deeper roots and stronger manpower in the northern branch, naturally overshadowing the southern branch. Thus, the northern commander ranked second, the southern commander third. Second and third had always been at odds, like ice separating the first and second. A chasm split the second. Zhao Yud had occupied the southern commandership for nearly a decade, patiently awaiting the northern commander's retirement, so he might ascend northward in succession. Then came Zhou Chaoxian, a previously unknown commander from the Taichung branch, who seized the northern commandership outright. Thereafter the two exchanged not a single word. Zhou Chaoxian's unannounced visit to Zhao Yud unsettled the driver profoundly, yet not a syllable dared escape his lips. Zhou Chaoxian's temper was volatile and unpredictable. One careless word could shorten one's life by years. Fortunately, though Zhao Yud commanded the southern branch, he resided in Taiya. The car arrived shortly, and Zhou Chaoxian stood motionless before Zhao Yud's gate, not knocking, but withdrawing his phone to dial. "Who is it?" A dry, hard-edged male voice answered. "Brother Do, it's Xiangxian. I'm at your door. May I come?" Zhou Chaoxian's tone was deferential, almost supple. "Zhou Chaoxian, don't bother coming. Goodbye." The voice cut off cold as forged iron. Had Brother Da not served as buffer, Zhao Yud wouldn't even have uttered those words. He'd have ended the call instantly. Zhou Chaoxian pressed forward without pause. "Brother Da, do you truly no longer covet the northern commandership?" Silence followed. No hang-up, no reply. Zhou Chaoxian didn't urge, merely held the phone steady, waiting. 10 seconds passed. Then Zhao Yud spoke. "Zhou Chaoxian, what game are you playing now?" "Brother Da, open the door. We'll speak face-to-face." Zhou Chaoxian's voice was direct, unyielding. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Precisely 1 minute later, Zhao's front gate swung open. Zhou Chaoxian glanced up, his lips curved faintly. He opened the car door and strode forward with measured poise. So long as fire still smoldered in Zhao Yud's heart, Zhou Chaoxian knew he could ignite it. The moment the gate opened, victory was already half won. "May I ask, is this Mr. Zhou?" A servant stood inside the doorway, bowing low with hands folded. "It is," Zhou Chaoxian acknowledged with a slight nod. "Please come in. The master awaits you in his study." The servant guided him across the courtyard into the villa. At the study door, Zhou Chaoxian raised his hand and tapped lightly, 3 precise knocks. "Please come in." A voice from inside belonging to Zhao Yud called out. He pushed the door open and saw Zhao Yud sitting at his desk, leisurely pouring water into a teapot, his fingers deftly twirling a tea scoop. "Dege, what great enthusiasm." Zhou Chaoxian smiled as he approached. Zhao Yud lifted his eyelids, saying, "Seeing you makes my heart feel congested. I can't suppress the fire without brewing a pot of tea." Pause for a moment, he added, "If you have something to say, spit it out, don't beat around the bush." Zhou Chaoxian chuckled softly. "Dege, we shouldn't be opponents. Oh, we should be helping each other." Zhao Yud snorted through his nose in response, making it clear that he didn't believe a word of it. "Dege, you have too strong a prejudice against me. Take the matter of the North Branch leader, for instance. Do you really think that I, the head of a small branch in Taichung, could just sit in that position by myself?" Zhou Chaoxian fixed his gaze on him, asking. "Zhou Chaoxian, stop showing off how much money you have." Zhao Yud's voice deepened. Zhou Chaoxian shook his head. "Wrong. I do have money, but no matter how much I have, I cannot simply trample over someone as experienced as you. The cost is too high, it's not worth it. I am a member of the gang, but I am also a businessman. I never engage in losing propositions." He continued, "What profit is there in being the leader of the North Branch? There are hardly any tangible benefits, so I won't invest too much into it." This was a way to deceive Zhao Yud. Zhou Chaoxian was indeed a businessman and did not engage in losing deals, but more importantly, he was personally appointed by Wang Yao, with Wang Yao urging him on how could he afford to be careless. To secure the North Branch, Zhou Xianghua secretly spent a hefty sum of 4 million Hong Kong dollars, nearly bleeding him dry. Yet Zhao Yud remained unaware of the truth. After hearing this, he furrowed his brows and doubt arose. "Zhou Chaoxian, if you don't rely on money, how did you get to your position? Don't tell me about brotherhood support. Those are just empty words meant to deceive outsiders. Within the Songlin gang, you know better than I do." A glint of light flashed in Zhou Chaoxian's eyes, quick, yet steady. Once Zhao Yud had doubts, the path would open up. Zhao's residence study. Zhou Chaoxian's gaze swept over the tea set beside Zhao Yud, casually picking up a cup and smiling. "Dege, my mouth is dry. May I have a cup of tea? You don't mind, do you?" Zhao Yud did not respond, just stared at him, waiting for more. Zhou Chaoxian took a sip, his tongue pausing slightly, then praised, "Dege, this is good tea." He then tilted his head back and drank it all. "May I have another cup, is that all right?" he asked with a smile. The corners of Zhao Yud's eyes twitched, but he held back, ultimately remaining silent. Zhao Yud kept his mouth shut, silent, as he was fully aware. Once he opened his mouth, Zhou Chaoxian would have the rhythm entirely in his hands. He could not swallow this frustration. Zhou Chaoxian leisurely finished his second cup of tea before raising his eyes. Dege, the reason I can sit in the North Branch leader's chair is not because of myself, but because of you. Me? Zhao Yud frowned, his voice filled with confusion. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a sneer, his lips curling coldly. Zhou Chaoxian, are you here to jab at my lungs? Fine, you succeeded. He instinctively assumed that Zhou Chaoxian was mocking him for being inadequate and inferior, which was why he was not selected. Zhou Chaoxian quickly waved his hand. Dege, you're misunderstanding. The reason you're not the leader of the North Branch is precisely because you are too capable, too experienced, and too highly regarded. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Zhao Yud's tone softened a bit, yet his eyes remained vigilant. Think about it. The previous North Branch leader was old and retirement was just around the corner. Once he leaves, you would be the obvious successor. Who in the Songlin gang would dare challenge you? Zhao Yud said nothing, only nodded slightly. This thought had been in his mind for many years. Zhou Chaoxian then shifted his tone, but the problem lies here. The North Branch leader is the second figure in the gang, and above that there's only the position of the gang leader left. If you really took that position, would Shun Kaiwa be able to sleep soundly at night? Zhao Yud exclaimed, I never had the idea of vying for the gang leader's position. Zhou Chaoxian shook his head, a hint of chill in his smile. Do you think this is something you can convince Shin Kaiwa of? In the Underworld, who doesn't want to sit in the highest seat? You and Shun Kaiwa are the same age, not a day apart. If you became the North Branch leader, would he dare bet that you wouldn't reach out for more? Let alone you actually have that skill, experience, and weight. If he were the gang leader, how would he choose? Zhao Yud fell silent, his knuckles unconsciously drumming on the table. He had to admit Zhou Chaoxian's words were like a dull knife, cutting one awake. Moreover, if Shun Kaiwa hadn't pushed Zhou Chaoxian, how could he have seized that position from him? At this moment, Zhou Chaoxian pulled out a stack of photos from his briefcase and pushed them in front of Zhao Yud, saying, Dege, after you look at this, you will understand everything. Zhao Yud lowered his head to scan through them. His hand shook violently. The photos showed Shun Saihua, Zhou Chaoxian, and the leaders of various branches chatting and laughing together, with a backdrop clearly at the entrance of a gaming hall in Taichung. In an instant, a connection formed in his mind. Shin Kaiwa was paving the way and gathering support for Zhou Chaoxian one by one. Bang! The entire stack of photos was slammed down on the Zeton table, causing the teacups to rattle. Zhao Yud's voice cracked. Shin Kaiwa, I raised you like a brother, yet you treat me like a urinal. Damn it. He grabbed the teacup and downed it in one go, tea leaves splattering all over his mouth, forgetting all about any delicate brewing methods. After a long while, he finally calmed down, his gaze like an ice pick piercing towards Zhou Chaoxian. Zhou Chaoxian, what are you after by running here? Did you come here to show off after receiving Shun Saihua's benefits? Zhou Chaoxian laughed. Dege, you've misunderstood again. I'm here to team up with you. Team up? Zhao Yud sneered. Is there any room for collaboration between us? Zhou Chaoxian replied, what if I could help you sit back in the North Branch leader's position? Bullshit. Zhao Yud spat. If I sit there, what will you do? Sit on the street begging. Zhou Chaoxian remained expressionless. Dege, I am indeed sitting in that chair right now. But above me, there's only Shun Kaiwa left. He continued, he's 49, you're also 49, and I'm 31. Even if he retires at 60, I still have to wait 11 years. I'm not planning to wait. Do you understand? Zhao Yud swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in his chest. He had only just taken office for less than a month, yet Zhou Chaoxian had already set his sights firmly on the gang leader's seal. Mr. Zhou, are you out of your mind? You haven't even warmed the seat yet, and you want to wear that golden crown. Zhou Chaoxian looked directly at him, speaking slowly, I'm not confused. I'm playing this game exactly like this. Shin Kaiwa has been the gang leader for 6 years, and the Songlin gang has been stagnant, becoming increasingly weak. Zhou Chaoxian continued, we're called an out-of-province gang, yet we can't even hold on to a decent turf in Taichung. The few shabby gaming halls we have now were opened at my own expense. If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. He added, the Songlin gang has thousands of members. How could it have ended up like this? Dege, have you ever thought about it? Zhao Yud stared at Zhou Chaoxian. Do you really think you can do better than Shin Kaiwa? Zhou Chaoxian did not hesitate for a moment. Absolutely. In these past few months, I brought in so many people and stabilized so many venues. The brothers all know it. If I sit in the position of gang leader in 1 year, just 1 year, the Songlin gang will definitely break into Taichung. He asserted, Dege, what you're most concerned about isn't who becomes the gang leader, but whether the North Branch leader's seat will fall into your hands. As long as I ascend, the leader's seal will be handed straight to you. Zhao Yud remained silent, his fingers gently tapping 3 times on the table. He did not trust Shin Kaiwa. The incident of being ambushed before felt like a thorn stuck in his throat, impossible to swallow or spit out. He didn't care how others evaluated Shin Kaiwa, but he knew clearly that person no longer had the qualification to suppress the entire Songlin gang. Zhou Chaoxian spoke practically, and his price was quite favorable. Zhou Chaoxian was only in his 30s and he could afford to wait, but what about himself? He was born in the same year as Shun Saihua, and once Shin Kaiwa retires, he would reach the age to step aside. If he continued to endure like this, the position of North Branch leader would remain a dream for the rest of his life. He raised his eyes, gazing directly at Zhou Chaoxian. Xiangxian, how can I lend a hand? Zhou Chaoxian's lips curled up, a smile spreading from the corners of his eyes to his ears. It was done. While Zhou Chaoxian was negotiating the benefits with Zhao Yud, Wang Yao was also speaking with Abu in the room. Sending Abu to the Bay Island appeared to support Zhou Chaoxian publicly, but there was another game being played behind the scenes. Have you met the people? Wang Yao asked. Abu nodded very smoothly. Several key figures have already expressed their willingness to meet and discuss the next steps. If the talks go well, the collaboration won't be an empty promise. Abu led a middle-aged man in a gray jacket into Wang Yao's room. As soon as the man entered, he bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Wang, I apologize, but the investigation bureau has been watching closely, and I could only come at this time." Wang Yao waved his hand and replied, "There's no need for Mr. He to be so polite. I understand your difficulties." Huang Weihao, the #1 intermediary in the Bay Island. With the commission in place, he could procure anything for you, install it, and clean it up thoroughly. Recently, an old case resurfaced, and he was put on the investigation bureau's key monitoring list. Even stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes required him to take a detour of 3 streets. Wang Yao picked up his teacup, blew on it, and smiled. "I asked Mr. He here because I would like you to handle a small matter." "Oh, what treasure does Mr. Wang want to acquire?" Huang Weihao replied with a smile. He understood perfectly well this person before him was a significant client capable of moving the checkbook in Hong Kong. A new identity. Wang Yao spoke in a flat tone. Identity. What kind of identity? He gestured to Abu, an identity of a core member of the Woohoo gang. The cleaner the better, the more reliable the better. How you fabricate it and stuff it, I don't care, as long as on the day he steps into the Woohoo gang no one dares to reveal his true identity. Huang Weihao glanced at Abu and nodded. "All right. I can fabricate a record from the Country Green gang for him." Mr. Wang should know that the Woohoo gang split off from the Green gang. Back then the split was to draw a clear line in appearance. Deep down, they still recognized the Green gang's name. With this background, he can enter without a trial. He can go straight into the main hall. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused and added, "But this isn't difficult." "Oh, why did Mr. Wang specifically choose me for this job?" Wang Yao smiled. "Mr. He in business, asking too many questions can be detrimental to your health." Huang Weihao immediately fell silent, shaking his head with a forced smile. "It was my mistake. Please forgive me, Mr. Wang." He understood. An intermediary should handle good goods, not lift the lid. He then promptly quoted a price. "This matter is simple. Oh, let's go with the lowest tier, 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Wang Yao replied crisply. "Deal." He took out his checkbook, filled it out quickly, and pushed it over. Huang Weihao took the check and smiled broadly. "Mr. Wang need not worry. Tomorrow someone will take this brother to the Woohoo gang to report in." "Thank you." Wang Yao raised his cup as a gesture. Huang Weihao secured the check and turned to leave the suite. At this moment, Abu couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Wang, is it really necessary to pay 1 million Hong Kong dollars for such a small matter? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Back then there was no internet, all files were handwritten, and if one wanted to tamper with them, the barriers were very low. Fabricating a fake identity, not to mention 1 million, even 100,000 would be considered excessive. Huang Weihao had his own doubts. What was Wang Yao after? Abu was also puzzled. Wang Yao chuckled. "Abu, you surely don't believe I am letting you join the Woohoo gang to struggle for the position of the gang leader, do you?" Abu was taken aback, his brow furrowing. "If it wasn't for the promotion, why go through all this trouble to get in?" "Brother Yao, I don't understand," he said honestly. Wang Yao shook his head, his smile unchanged. "It is indeed reliable to have you climb up in the Woohoo gang. With your abilities plus my paving the way, your ascent won't be slow. But for me, it's still too slow. Even if I exert all my effort, it would take 10 to 15 years to reach the position of gang leader. Taking a step back, even if I really sit on it, the Woohoo gang is deeply entrenched and chaotic. If you want to truly command the entire gang, you will need to spend a few more years. I do not have that kind of patience." He gazed steadily at Abu. "Within 2 years, I must take Taiwan. This concerns the overall chess game laid out behind me. Abu, I do not need you to lurk for decades. Please clarify, Mr. Wang." Abu immediately responded. "It's quite simple. You are a member of the Woohoo gang. If you kill the leader of the Tiandao Alliance, how will the Tiandao Alliance react? Of course they will drag me out and kill me to avenge the boss. And surely they will seek to settle accounts with the Woohoo gang." Abu blurted out. Wang Yao asked again, "What if you disappear and the Bay Island side finds no trace of you?" Abu pondered for a moment and replied confidently, "The Tiandao Alliance will only conclude that the Woohoo gang is sheltering you and pretending to be ignorant. Both sides would have to fight immediately." "Wrong." Wang Yao shook his head gently. "The Tiandao Alliance will certainly investigate, and once they find no clues, they will wake up. It's possible that both the Woohoo gang and they have been played." He paused, staring at Abu. "Think about it. At that time, who would seem most like the mastermind behind it?" "The Sanlian," Abu blurted out. "Correct, it's the Sanlian gang." Wang Yao nodded. "The Tiandao Alliance and the Woohoo gang are wary of each other and dare not easily clash. But what if the two join forces to deal with the Sanlian gang? Then it's different. Once the knife is drawn, there will be no hesitation." He slowly glanced at Abu. "The more chaotic the Bay Island underworld becomes, the more advantageous it is for us. In an orderly situation, we cannot intervene. When it's a complete mess, that's when opportunities truly arise. Spending 1 million to hire Wang Yao is precisely because he can keep this matter under wraps the tightest. Moreover, he fears the revelation of this matter more than anyone. He will guard this secret tightly, bearing it for us to the end. Abu listened and nodded silently. Indeed, this money is well spent. The respect in his heart deepened further. Finally, Wang Yao looked at him, his voice low and steady. Abu, be prepared. Only success is allowed, failure is not permitted. Understood, Brother Yao. Abu answered decisively. 3 days later, the Songlin gang erupted. The leader of the Taichung branch suddenly reported the main leader Shin Kaiwa for selling the gang's assets at a bargain price. Once the news broke, the whole gang was in an uproar. Nonsense. This is blatant framing. If we don't suppress this evil wind today, they will dare to lift the roof tomorrow. Shin Kaiwa slammed the table and shouted angrily. He swept his gaze towards the 2 branch leaders beside him, Bei Zhu Zhou Zhaoxian and Nan Zhu Zhaoqingda. Xiangxian Saihua, what do you think? Zhou Zhaoxian grinned. Hold a full gang meeting. Let's crush this evil spirit before it grows. Shin Kaiwa listened, his expression showing approval, and then turned to Zhaoqingda. I share the same view as Zhou Zhu. After leaving Shin Kaiwa's residence, the two turned into a secluded tea house. Zhaoqingda picked up his teacup, blew away the foam, and asked, Xiangxian, is the report from the Taichung branch against Shin Kaiwa true? Zhou Zhaoxian smirked. Fake. That surname Shun is nothing but a piece of rotten mud that can't be propped up. When he sat in the position of leader, he treated the Songlin gang's business as his own money bag. In these years, the assets he transferred out alone have exceeded tens of millions of new Taiwan dollars. Zhaoqingda set down his cup, his gaze growing serious. Do you have solid evidence? Yes. Zhou Zhaoxian replied crisply. Good. Zhaoqingda nodded. After the meeting, Zhou Zhaoxian drove straight to Pier 8. He passed through rusted iron frames and stacked containers, stopping in front of a gray-green container, raised his hand to knock. The pattern was 3 long, 3 short, and 3 long again. The container door opened in response. Zhou Zhaoxian stepped inside, and Chen Fuli immediately came forward, his voice tense. Zhou, if you want me to expose the leader, I will. If you want me to hand over the accounting books, bank statements, and the list of people involved in the embezzlement, I will hand them all over. Now can I leave? This person was Chen Fuli, the top figure of the Songlin gang in Taichung. He was promoted by Shin Kaiwa himself, and had stayed close to him for 10 years. It was precisely because of this that his betrayal truly sent chills down Shin Kaiwa's spine. 3 days ago, that night after Zhou Zhaoxian and Zhaoqingda struck a deal, he sent Wang Yao with 10 battle brothers to invite Chen Fuli to their territory for tea. The tea was so bitter it could not be swallowed, let alone take a break. Chen Fuli only wished to escape quickly, so he gritted his teeth and complied. As for Shin Kaiwa, he was too busy to spare a thought for others. His life hung by a thread, and he couldn't afford to carry the weight of someone else's conscience. After all, a flesh and blood body is not made of iron. Zhou Zhaoxian gazed at Chen Fuli's pale face, which had not seen sunlight for a long time, and said slowly, I just heard some news. There's a gang leader who spent 1 million to hire someone to kill a defector under him. I heard that the person's surname is also Chun. Chen Fuli's face drained of color. Zhou Zhaoxian then raised his eyes and nodded towards the people behind him. Take Chen Fuli home. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fuli's throat tightened, and he blurted out, Zhou Zhaoxian, I don't want to go back. This place is quite good, really quite good. Zhou Zhaoxian raised his eyelids, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Are you playing me? You said you would leave, and now you refuse to budge. I don't want to die. Chen Fuli's voice trembled. You can take me off the island, anywhere is fine. Not possible. Zhou Zhaoxian shook his teacup, smiling meaningfully. Doing so would be like slapping the leader in the face. Chen Fuli paused for a moment, finally grasping the implied meaning, and lowered his head, saying, Zhou Zhaoxian, what must I do to ensure my survival? Zhou Zhaoxian wore a half-smile. If you had asked this earlier, it would have saved us both some trouble. He took a half-step forward, lowering his voice. Tomorrow at the Songlin Gang's conference, you will stand before Shin Kaiwa and publicly confront him. Explain how he has transformed the gang's assets into personal property, item by item, clearly. As long as you open your mouth, I will ensure your safety, plus an additional 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, enough for you to settle down for a few years outside. He paused and added, Have you ever heard of the Genesis Group? Who hasn't heard of it? Chen Fuli nodded honestly, though he didn't fully understand. He dared not be vague. I have connections over there. Zhou Zhaoxian fixed his gaze on him. After the matter is resolved, I will personally arrange for you to settle in Xiangjiang. Once the heat passes, you can return whenever you wish. Chen Fuli hesitated for a moment, but Shin Kaiwa has managed the gang for so many years. Even if I confront him face to face, what difference would it make? That is not for you to worry about, Zhou Zhaoxian coldly interrupted. You just need to speak up, articulate your points, and then take the money and enjoy your peace. I understand. Chen Fuli lowered his head. Zhou Zhaoxian stepped aside, pointing to 4 tall figures in the corner by the container. Starting tomorrow, those 4 will follow you, protecting you until you step onto the Xiangjiang dock. Chen Fuli glanced at the 4 individuals. Buzzed hair, thick fingers, and eyes sharp like frozen blades. He didn't know where Zhou Zhaoxian had found this group, but he knew that these 4 were indeed ruthless characters who could trade their lives for his. With them around, he could finally save half of his own life. He let out a long sigh, his shoulders finally relaxing. Chun fully fixed his gaze on Zhou Chao, Xian, his voice steady and deep. Rest assured, first thing tomorrow, I will lay out everything I have. Shin Kaiwa will not escape, not a single word will slip away. Zhou Chao Xian raised his hand and lightly patted his cheek, twice a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well said, Chin fully. I will remember these words. Before he finished speaking, he turned and strode out of the container, the iron door crashing shut behind him. That afternoon, 23 leaders of the Songlin gang gathered in the conference room on the third floor of the Donghua Hotel. Zhou Chao Xian and Zhao Yud from the north and south halls, along with the gang leader Shin Saiwa, were all present. When Chun fully entered, Shin Kaiwa was smiling and chatting with others. Upon seeing Chun fully, his smile suddenly vanished as if cut by a knife. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. Chun fully, I thought you were dead. The phone was unreachable, no news at home, living or dead, nothing to be seen. Shin fully understood all too well. He had already been sentenced to death by Shin Kaiwa. The threatening phone call from a few days ago, the shadow lurking at the alley corner, and the fact that his wife had been followed half a street while taking their child to school. Each was a death knell. There was no turning back between them. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice low, yet sharp. Some people don't hesitate to silence others. If I don't hide further away, I might not even be able to collect my ashes. Nonsense. Shin Kaiwa slammed the table. Without my support, you Chun fully would still be lugging bags at the docks. Talking nonsense. Heaven must hear you and strike you. Chun fully did not take a step back, staring straight at him. That's right, the position was given by you. But on the day I joined the gang, I swore an oath to the Songlin gang, not just to you, Shin Kaiwa. Now someone is hollowing out the gang's foundation and embezzling public funds. If I turn a blind eye, it would be a disgrace to this robe I wear. All right, Shin fully, you're tough, huh? Shin Kaiwa narrowed his eyes. At the meeting, we shall present evidence and discuss rules. Let's see who softens first. The conference then began. Shin Kaiwa wasted no time suppressing all voices in the room from the start. Recently, there have been rumors that I embezzled gang assets and transferred them to my own account. Pure slander. The person spreading this rumor is Blackheart, and vicious, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Just as he finished speaking, Chun fully stood up abruptly. Before he could speak, a person behind him leaned over and spoke in a low voice. Brother Chun, be careful. I heard your son is 8 years old and in the 2nd grade. Living too smoothly makes it easy to trip up. Chun Full's throat tightened as he suppressed his anger and shouted, What do you mean? Are you using my son against me? The person did not reply, only pulled out a photo from his suit pocket and lightly waved it in his fingers. Chun fully caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. His son was wearing a blue and white school uniform, bending down to tie his shoes. The person immediately leaned in closer and added, If you want him to finish school safely, think about the next part. Chun fully fell silent. Shin Kaiwa seemed to have anticipated this moment, smiling leisurely. Chun fully, didn't you say I was the parasite? It's easy to talk, but hard to take responsibility. Today you either present solid evidence, or you're accusing the gang leader and sowing discord among brothers, and you will be dealt with according to the rules, no negotiation. Shin Full's gaze swept over Zhou Chao Xian and then over Shin Kaiwa. He suddenly understood he had never been a player. He was merely a piece placed on the board, one that could be captured at any. His shoulders slumped and his voice was as hoarse as sandpaper against iron. Gang leader. I have nothing to say. Nothing to say. Shin Kaiwa leaned forward, emphasizing each word. Does that mean you admit it? You're accused. Shin Full's nails dug into his palm. To admit was death. To deny meant his son might be waiting at the school gates tomorrow without anyone to pick him up. He slowly lowered his head, and when he raised his eyes again, they were filled only with emptiness. Yes, I am accusing the gang leader. Shin Kaiwa smiled. That smile did not reach his eyes, but instead carried a hint of sinister light. This person had to be dealt with. But before taking action, he needed to uncover the hand behind this. He did not believe Chun Fully would dare to bite back alone. Chun Fully's accusation against the gang leader constitutes betrayal. Shin Kaiwa surveyed the room, his voice like iron. According to gang rules, 20 strokes of the firewater stick and expulsion from the Songlin gang. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any objections? Before his words fell, Zhou Chao Xian suddenly threw his head back and laughed, shaking the chandelier above. Zhou Chao Xian, what are you laughing at? Shin Kaiwa frowned. Zhou Chao Xian spread his hands as if sharing an amusing story he had heard on the street. I just heard a news report in the elevator. One suspect called the police on themselves from a kidnapper's hideout. The police rushed in and rescued a woman and a young boy. By the way, that child's name is Chen Xiaolin. The moment Zhou Chao Xian finished speaking, Chen Fully suddenly raised his voice and asked, Zhou Chao Xian, what was that child's name you just mentioned? Zhou Chao Xian's lips curled up slightly, but his gaze remained cold, replying loudly, Chen Xiaolin. Before the words had even settled, Chen Fully had grabbed the collar of the man beside him. He punched him squarely in the face, then began to frantically search him. The man was caught off guard and immediately struggled, fighting back with punches and kicks. At that moment, Zhou Chao Xian spoke leisurely. Chen Fully, what are you doing? This was the true coup de grace. Zhou Chao Xian was not worried that Shin Kaiwa would refuse to take the bait. Even if he stubbornly held his ground, the mere charge of embezzling communal assets would be enough to unseat him. This chain of traps left him no avenue of escape from beginning to end. In fact, Wang Yao's scheme gripped every human weakness, hopeful self-delusion, panic, defensive loyalty, and bluster, and squeezed them dry. At that moment, Zhou Chaoxian felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. Joy because the seat of the Songlin gang's leader lay within reach. Who in the underworld would not covet that position? To see a dream about to be realized was intoxicating, yet at the same time a chill raced down his spine. The more he dealt with Wang Yao, the more the other man felt like an invisible wall that read every thought of his. He felt like a monkey, and Wang Yao like the mountain. No matter how he leapt and scrambled, he remained trapped in another's palm. Before Wang Yao, he could not muster an ounce of resolve, only a surging hollow dread. For now, however, he was the victor. Shen Caihua, who stood beside him, had gone ashen as paper. Soon Shen Fuli pulled the photograph from the man's inner pocket. Whether the search would turn up evidence ceased to matter. The renegade kidnapper would sooner or later blurt out Shen Kaihua's name. Once the news spread, Shen would have no place to stand. It was only a matter of time. Shen Fuli shoved the photograph into Zhou Chaoxian's hand, and Shen Kaihua simply sagged. He knew it was over. Someone bold enough to harm a brother's blood could never be tolerated by the Songlin gang. Only at that moment did the truth become plain to him. The man who set the trap was Zhou Chaoxian. That afternoon, the news spread like wildfire across Wandao through both the underworld and respectable circles. News flashed: Songlin gang leader Shen Kaihua had voluntarily resigned. Northern boss Zhou Chaoxian was elevated to gang leader. Southern boss Zhao Yud assumed command of the northern division. Zhou had not finished Shen utterly. Perhaps he left Shen a trace of dignity. More likely, he spared the Songlin gang a measure of face. In any case, the first task assigned by Wang Yao had been executed cleanly and decisively by Zhou Chaoxian. From then on, he formally took command of the Songlin gang and began to open a new chapter across Wandao. Elsewhere in the Grand Commander's suite, Wang Yao received his third visitor, Wandao's plastics magnate and richest man, Huang Yongqing. Mr. Wang, I read an item in Mingbao a few days ago that said Xiangjiang had produced an extraordinary young talent, or at the time I half believed it, half doubted it. Now that I see you in person, I understand. The report was no hyperbole. You are indeed remarkable, he said to Wang Yao with a warm smile. Wang Yao waved his hand lightly. All thanks to the elder's favor. Please sit, Mr. Huang, I will pour you a cup of tea. Huang Yongqing followed Wang Yao's movements, warming the pot, adding the leaves, pouring the water, presenting the liquor, with motions as steady and resonant as a gyukin's harmonics. He nodded repeatedly and said, Wang Yao, there are precious few young people nowadays who can settle themselves to learn and truly understand tea. Chinese tea ceremony prizes spirit and resonance more than Japan's. It's a pity fewer heirs remain. Wang Yao made no reply, only placed a cup of clear tea steadily before Huang Yongqing. Please enjoy the tea, Mr. Huang. Huang took a small sip, his tongue pausing, then declared aloud, good tea. He shifted his tone and looked Wang Yao squarely in the eye. Mr. Huang, I did not come to sit idly and drink tea. I am here on business. Huang Yongqing, known as Wandao's king of enterprise, never beat around the bush. He understood that the young man before him was sharp beyond his years. When dealing with the clever, posturing and circumlocution are fatal. Better to lay one's cards on the table and save effort. Wang Yao smiled at the remark. By rights, I should be the one to call on you, Mr. Huang. I feel uneasy that you made the trip yourself. Huang Yongqing waved him off. When it comes to business, there is no high or low. We are simply two partners standing shoulder to shoulder. Let us be professional and respectful. Wang Yao inclined his head slightly and cut to the chase. What venture do you hope to do with me, Mr. Huang? Huang's lips curved. Mr. Huang, you've surely heard my nickname on Wandao. The Plastics King. Exactly. I made my fortune in plastics, but rubber is the lifeblood of this trade. The world's great swathes of rubber plantations lie in Nanyang. He leaned forward a little. That is why I came to see you. Wang Yao responded calmly, Mr. Huang, to be frank, I do not currently own any rubber estates in Nanyang. Huang Yongqing laughed lightly. I was recommended by Nanhai Longwang. You understood the first half, I presume. Wang Yao certainly grasped the reference to the recommendation. The latter half, however, made his brow stir. Before Wang could reply, Huang continued, Old 383, Mao mentioned to me a few days ago that you were planning a major undertaking, one large enough to rewrite the Nanyang balance of power. Wang Yao muttered inwardly, Mao Guowei's mouth really does leak. Huang seemed to hear him, and added with a smile, Don't blame Guowei, he spoke plainly to me. After all, we were raised like brothers in the same trousers. Moreover, I am from Manan. How many overseas compatriots in Nanyang share my ancestral village or town? Helping them is like helping our own people. He paused, his voice steady. My proposal is this: if you establish rubber plantations in Nanyang, Taishu will take the entire output. Taishu will deploy every resource to help you succeed. Wang lowered his eyes for a moment. He knew better than anyone the weight Taishu carried on Wandao. With such backing, unifying Wandao's spheres might not take years. The feat could be accomplished within a year. He looked up and smiled. Mr. Huang, I will not fail your trust. Huang returned the smile, produced a thin card from his suit pocket, and pushed it to the edge of the table. A first token for our cooperation, one sentence. The Zhongtai Hotel where you are staying is owned by the Wang Yao Investigation Bureau. With that said, he rose to take his leave, walking with composure until he disappeared down the corridor. In the presidential suite, Wang Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, staring into the night over Taipei, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The Investigation Bureau had long had its eyes on him. They had not delayed through ignorance, but because they had not yet sharpened their blade. He picked up the satellite phone, and pressed the number. Mengbo, I want the Wang Yao Investigation Bureau's files. Everything. Him in the Zhongtai Hotel presidential suite. His tone was calm, as if ordering a cup of coffee. The moment Abu set foot in Wang Yao, Meng boss people had already slipped in quietly. At that time, Xiangjiang and Wang Yao enjoyed lively exchanges, and Meng Bo had little trouble quietly weaving an intelligence network across Wang Yao. Chairman, the materials will be on your desk in 1 hour sharp. Meng Bo said. Good, Wang replied. Though Wang did not take the Investigation Bureau lightly, to avoid unforeseen complications, he decided to strike first, to cleanly and swiftly remove this unpredictable thorn. An hour later, the doorbell sounded. Room service. A cleaner pushed a card into the presidential suite, tidied briskly, and then left. On the bedside table sat a plain craft paper envelope. Wang picked it up, opened it, flipped through a few pages, then picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. First go to Taihan and Wandao and wait for orders. The contact will find you. Understood, Chairman. After the call ended, another. First go to Taihan and Wandao and wait for orders. The contact will find you. Understood, Chairman. After the call ended, another alert tone sounded shortly thereafter. Chairman, it's me, Zhangmi. Wang felt a jolt. If nothing pressing had occurred in Xiangjiang, Zhangmi would not have called up the chain like this. What is it? He asked. It's serious. You must return to the port at once to handle it, Zhangmi spoke quickly. Li Jiaqing's eldest son has been kidnapped by Zhang Zihao. The ransom demand is 400 million. Li Jiaqing has come begging for our help. He only asks we save his son's life. Wang's fingers stilled. He remembered this matter. In his previous life, Xiangjiang had suffered the same event, and Li Jiaqing ultimately paid 100 in cash to secure his son's safety. He had not expected that in this life Li Jiaqing would again place that lifeline in his hands. He'll fly back to the port tonight. Arrange to meet me at the airport and notify Mr. Li the moment I land. Well, meet at Genesis Group's headquarters building. Good. Zhangmi answered. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Villa No. 88, taping Shan Xiangjiang in the Li residence's parlor. A man in his early 30s lounged on the sofa, grinning as he glanced at the 60-year-old elder opposite him. Boss Li, did you make the call? He asked. What did Genesis say? Will Wang Yao show? The young man was none other than Zhang Zihao, the outlaw known in the underworld as the Magnate Brigand. Sitting across from him with a gloomy expression was Li Jiaqing. Li Jiaqing spoke softly. The Genesis response: Wang Yao is not in Xiangjiang. They need to contact him first before deciding whether to intervene. Zhang Zihao spat. Humph. Quite the attitude. He then threw his head back and laughed loudly. But even the #1 tycoon in Xiangjiang has to smile and chat with me now. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted to the butler standing nearby, can you sing here? Huh. The butler was taken aback. It wasn't that he didn't hear, but he simply couldn't keep up with Zhang Zihao's disjointed rhythm. Zhang Zihao's expression darkened instantly as he glared at the butler. Come here. The butler felt his legs go numb. This man was notorious for being a reckless outlaw, and now he seemed erratic. Who would dare approach him easily? Deaf. Can't you hear me calling you over? Zhang Zihao shouted angrily. The butler instinctively looked towards Li Jiaqing, only to see the master close his eyes and remain silent. In that moment, the butler felt a sudden tightening in his right ear. Zhang Zihao had approached him, gripping his ear with such force it felt as if it would tear off. Zhang Zihao shouted close to his ear, I'm asking you, can you sing here? Are your ears just for decoration? If it's a hindrance, better to cut it off clean. The butler broke into a cold sweat from the pain and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I was momentarily distracted. Distracted? Zhang Zihao tightened his grip, his knuckles turning white. You dare get distracted while talking to me? If you don't want your ears, I suppose you won't mind losing your head either. At that moment, Li Jiaqing suddenly slammed his palm on the table. Zhang Zihao, have you had enough? You want money? I can empty all the cash from banks in the harbor. You want to see Wang Yao? I will personally arrange it for you. What more do you want? Zhang Zihao released the butler's ear and grinned. Mr. Li, I told you earlier, I want to sing. Singing, do you understand? Li Jiaqing waved his hand at the butler with a heavy tone. Let him sing. His son was still in the other party's hands. Bowing his head was the only way to survive. The butler complied, pulling out the sound system and handing over a microphone. Zhang Zihao snatched it without hesitation and began to belch out several crude and vulgar songs in the opulent villa hall. As he sang, he kept glancing at Li Jiaqing, hoping to see a face that couldn't hold back. Yet Li Jiaqing remained seated like a stone, his expression unmoving, not even blinking an eye. As he dragged out the last note of his third song, Zhang Zihao grew tired of it himself. Just then the phone rang. The butler held his breath and answered, only to hear one sentence before quickly walking over to Li Jiaqing. Sir, it's the Genesis Group calling. Give it to me. Li Jiaqing extended his hand. He took the phone, his voice steady as iron. This is Li Jiaqing. Mr. Li, it's Zhongmi. Wang Sheng will arrive in the harbor tonight. If you wish to meet, please proceed to the Genesis headquarters. The voice on the other end was clear and distinct. Li Jiaqing's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing. He knew that if he went this time, it would be akin to personally elevating Wang Yao to stand alongside him as equals. He could not accept that. Years ago, supporting the Chaozhou gang was merely using the Underworld as a tool. No matter how sharp the tool, it was still just a tool. How could one stand shoulder to shoulder with the wielder? Yet he also understood that Wang Yao was no longer the insignificant character who needed to rely on him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Tell Wang Sheng. Tonight, no meeting, no deal. I will convey the message, Zhongmi replied before hanging up. Li Jiaqing stared at the heavy mobile phone in his hand, gently shaking his head. Xiangjiang, it seemed, was about to change. He turned to Zhang Zihao, his tone cold and hard. Wang Yao is returning tonight. Do you dare to come with me to meet him? Dare? Zhang Zihao threw his head back and laughed. Mr. Li, I dared to kidnap your son. Do you doubt I would dare to meet Wang Yao? To tell you the truth, I don't kidnap for money. Only to let the whole harbor know that the name Zhang Zihao is the loudest thunder. Genesis. Huh. Just a bunch of rich men's watchdogs. The only one who walks outside the law bold and free is me, Zhang Zihao. Huh. Li Jiaqing's gaze darkened, a flash of disgust crossing his face, and he asked, are you staying here for news, or are you taking the 40 million now? Before the words left his mouth, the bank staff had already counted out 40 million cash, neatly stacking it in a suitcase. First, take the money to feed your brothers. Zhang Zihao patted his stomach, laughing exaggeratedly. I'm starving. Ooh, if I accidentally chew your son up. Now that would be an ugly ending. Huh. After saying that, he strutted out of Li's mansion. Li Jiaqing didn't call the police, but the matter of withdrawing 1 billion in cash had already alarmed the authorities. For plainclothes officers had been waiting outside Li's residence for some time, their car parked under the shade of a tree, eyes fixed intently. Zhang Zihao glanced at them, showing no intention to avoid them, and walked straight up to the black car, knocking 3 times on the window. Something up. A plainclothes officer leaned out with a blank expression. Zhang Zihao chuckled. What are you squatting here for? I'm just standing here. If you have the guts, come and cuff me. You punk. You asking for a beating? The person in the back seat slammed his hand on the seat. Zhang Zihao shrugged, looking entirely unconcerned. Yeah, I am asking for a beating. Come on, try it. Huh. The person angrily opened the car door. Just as his legs stretched out, he was pulled back by a colleague. No need to get involved with him. Sit tight. Then the officer coldly asked through the window, Zhang Zihao, what are you doing at Li's? Extortion. Zhang Zihao smiled cheerfully, spreading his hands. Sir, don't label me without evidence. I came to borrow money. Mr. Li is known as a kind-hearted person in Xiangjiang. When I said I needed 40 million for turnover, he agreed without a second thought. Look. Before he finished speaking, a Li family servant had already brought over 2 bulging canvas bags, wobbling as they were stuffed into the back seat of Zhang Zihao's old car. Mr. Li, really generous. Zhang Zihao twisted his waist and swayed his body, giving a thumbs up as he dragged out his words. The Xiangjiang police were fully aware that the money Zhang Zihao took was definitely extorted. But with nothing in hand, no recordings, no videos, and no eyewitnesses, they couldn't even get a search warrant, only watching helplessly as bundles of cash were moved into Zhang Zihao's shiny black car. Zhang Zihao glanced at the Xiangjiang officers surrounding him, yet not daring to take a step forward. A smirk spread across his lips, unabashed. Then he turned to leave his leather shoes, stepping on the concrete. Each step felt like stepping on the nerves of the other party. Before leaving, he leisurely raised his right hand, giving the middle finger to the sky. The police officers on stakeout clenched their fists in anger, their teeth grinding, and someone nearly crushed their walkie-talkie. They immediately got into their car to chase him, but after turning just 2 corners, Zhang Zihao's car had mysteriously vanished into the intricate old district alley. He had already memorized the route, evading capture flawlessly. Only a few curses exploded in the night wind. Damn you. Punk. After Zhang Zihao left, Li Jiaqing stood still, only turning to the butler beside him and murmuring, I hope Wang Yao is indeed as powerful as rumored. In the Genesis Group chairman's office, Wang Yao leaned against a leather chair, tapping his fingertips lightly on the armrest. Zhang Mi explained the situation from start to finish. Chairman Li Jiaqing's son was kidnapped by Zhang Zihao and his men this morning on his way to work. No one knows where he is now. This morning, Zhang Zihao broke into Li's and only made 2 demands, 40 billion in cash, plus a meeting with you. Wang Yao chuckled lightly. A meeting with me? No need for such a grand show. That 40 billion. Li Jiaqing will probably not be able to gather it, even after searching through all his vaults tonight. In the end, the agreement is to pay 40 million Hong Kong dollars up front and another 1 billion tomorrow morning, totaling 1 billion 40 million counted as ransom. So Zhang Zihao will accompany Li Jiaqing to meet me tonight. Zhang Mi hesitated. Perhaps. But does he really dare to step into the Genesis headquarters? Wang Yao's gaze was calm. Zhang Zihao is a madman, not a fool. Unfortunately, Xiangjiang does not recognize madness, only rules. Anyone who breaks the rules, I will personally snap their bones. Zhang Mi blurted out, Chairman, are you really going to take action? Why not? But Li Jiaqing's son is still in his hands. Wang Yao's voice was flat as ice. That is Li Jiaqing's son. Not mine, Wang Yao. Wang Yao entered the Genesis headquarters building, and within 20 minutes, Li Jiaqing appeared with a man. Zhang Mi led the way as the two walked through the glass corridor and pushed open the door to the chairman's office. Mr. Wang, I truly apologize for troubling you to come all the way back to Xiangjiang. Li Jiaqing stood straight, not showing a hint of panic on his face. The years of experience in the martial world were reflected in the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Wang Yao raised his eyes and smiled. Mr. Li, there's no need for pleasantries. I have already stated that in Xiangjiang I hold the reins. Anyone causing chaos here is simply slapping me in the face. As his words fell, his gaze was firmly fixed on Zhang Zihao's face. Yet Zhang Zihao remained calm, even cupping his hands, and saying, Mr. Wang is indeed as famous as his reputation suggests, truly worthy of being the #1 figure in Xiangjiang. I admire you. He paused for a moment, and suddenly raised his eyes. However, there is a question I would like to ask you for guidance. Wang Yao did not respond, but turned his head to look at Li Jiaqing, casually asking, Mr. Li, is this your secretary? Zhang Zihao's expression instantly froze. This was not a question, but a direct slap to the face. His name was no longer unknown in both the black and white worlds. Fury surged up as he stared fiercely at Wang Yao. Wang Yao, even if you possess Genesis, you are too arrogant. Do you dare to say you have never heard of my name, Zhang Zihao? Do you still see me as merely Li Jiaqing's errand boy? Wang Yao coldly replied, those who kidnap also dare to call themselves figures. If you act under my nose, it's as if Wang Yao has already died. Now I must regard you highly. Do you deserve it? Zhang Zihao stared at Wang Yao, not blinking for a full half-minute. Suddenly he threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha. Wang Yao, you are quite bold. Coming here tonight was worth it. Yes, indeed worth it. Before Wang Yao's words fell, he had already approached. Li Jiaqing could only see a blur in front of him. When he focused again, Zhang Zihao's knees twisted and collapsed, and he fell to the ground, a heart-wrenching wail escaping his throat. Wang Yao, do you dare to touch me? Zhang Zihao, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, if the Queen of England were to step into Xiangjiang and cause trouble, I would still make a move. Wang Yao gazed at Zhang Zihao, his eyes sharp as ice picks. At this moment, Li Jiaqing spoke up. Mr. Wang, however you choose to handle him, I have no objections. But my son is still in his hands. He wished more than anyone to personally break Zhang Zihao's neck. But with his son in the opponent's hands, he could only swallow the words back and wait until the child was safely delivered. Wang Yao glanced at Li Jiaqing, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. Mr. Li, rest assured your son is highly unlikely to die. Oh, to save him. Wang Yao, think again in your next life. Zhang Zihao laughed wildly. Wang Yao suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Zhang Zihao, you play with others' minds, yet never thought. Others can crush your tricks like glass beads. You know very well if you don't show up tomorrow morning, your men will slit Li Gongzi's throat and pack up to flee. Wang Yao paused and leaned closer to Zhang Zihao's ear, his voice as soft as a breath. But the one who dies is not my son. Zhang Zihao suddenly stiffened, his pupils constricting, staring at Wang Yao. No one is unafraid of death, and he is no exception. He dared to gamble with his life, confident he would always stand on the winning side. But at this moment, Wang Yao, half squinting with a smile that was not a smile, made Zhang Zihao taste something for the first time. His life was dangling on the fingertips of another. Wang Yao said nothing, only using action to tell Zhang Zihao, Wang's name is not to be trampled upon. Zhang Zihao's Adam's apple rolled, and he screamed hoarsely, Wang Yao, you cannot kill me. If I die, you won't be able to protect Li Jiaqing's son. While shouting, he dragged his legs backward, trying to distance himself from Wang Yao. But his leg bones had already been shattered. Oh, as soon as he moved, a heart-wrenching pain exploded, causing him to cry out in agony. Li Jiaqing immediately turned to Wang Yao. Mr. Wang, please don't act impulsively. No matter what, please ensure my son's life. Wang Yao shook his head. Mr. Li, my reputation is more important than your son's life. He must die today. Li Jiaqing's face turned ashen. Wang Yao, are you crazy? If something happens to my son, can you bear the consequences? Wang Yao replied calmly, this question my subordinates have also asked. Do you want to know how I answered? He swept his gaze over Zhang Zihao, then returned to Li Jiaqing. I said, he is not my biological son. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Li Jiaqing slowly shook his head. Wang Yao, I truly did not expect you to be this kind of person. This matter I will handle it myself. The Genesis group need not intervene. Mr. Li, Wang Yao sneered. Do you think Genesis is a night pot? You can bring it up or kick it away as you please. Tonight, Zhang Zihao must die. Your son, I have already sent someone to find him. Whether he lives or dies depends on fate. You? Li Jiaqing was so furious that his fingers trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. This was the Genesis headquarters, Wang Yao's territory. Even the heir was surnamed Wang. Wang Yao opened the desk drawer, and with a click he pulled out a Glock 17, raising it towards Li Jiaqing. Mr. Li, shall I give you this opportunity? If your son disappears, you can at least take revenge for him. Li Jiaqing snorted coldly. I've noted tonight's events. Wang Yao shrugged leisurely, attaching the silencer, slightly raising the gun towards Zhang Zihao. Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, now is the time. Zhang Zihao suddenly grinned, seemingly resigned to his fate. Wang Yao, I thought I was crazy enough. Turns out you are crazier than I am. Being able to drag Li Jiaqing's top wealthy heir down with me, it was worth it. Haha. The phone rang suddenly. Wang Yao answered the call, and a clear report came from the receiver. Mr. Wang, the coordinates for the signal receiving point have been locked. Act immediately. After hanging up, he looked at Li Jiaqing and suddenly smiled. Mr. Li, your performance tonight was really commendable. No wonder everyone in the business world is like an actor. Li Jiaqing remained seated, responding indifferently. Mr. Wang, your performance was quite on point as well. Zhang Zihao was stunned, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. His mind buzzed, completely bewildered. Wang Yao turned his face, his gaze landing on Zhang Zihao's face. I almost forgot to tell you. The Genesis Group headquarters building is equipped with an original German electronic surveillance system accurate to the millisecond. The moment you stepped into the lobby, I received news that you were carrying a signal transmitter. My subordinates assessed that was your last card for survival. Thus I cooperated with Mr. Li to enact that previous confrontation. Wang Yao's lips curled slightly, quietly watching him. Impossible. Li Jiaqing was with me the entire time. How could he possibly collude with you? Zhang Zihao's voice tightened, his eyes trembling. Wang Yao chuckled lightly. I said it was a performance. Did you actually believe it? Mr. Li was genuinely anxious, truly afraid, and genuinely flustered. My words were merely to save him some face. Zhang Zihao's face instantly turned pale, a vein on his forehead twitching, as if he had been slapped in the face. But he quickly suppressed his anger, sneering. Wang Yao, no matter how clever you are, Li Jiaqing's son will still not survive until midnight tonight. Wang Yao shook his head. Zhang Zihao, you are not just smart, but have fallen into your own cleverness. You simply do not understand what cutting the chain means. I can trace the signal transmitter you are carrying, and I can also ensure that you send out the signal. Zhang Zihao's pupils constricted, his lips moved, but ultimately, he remained silent. He forced a bitter smile, his shoulders drooping. Wang Yao, I admit defeat. I truly admit defeat. Wang Yao stared at him, his tone calm. You think too highly of yourself. Hiding in the shadows, you might survive for a while, but to jump out and shout on stage, this is not bravery, it's seeking death. Zhang Zihao fell completely silent. He was not afraid of the Hong Kong government. If he was truly held down by the Hong Kong police, he wouldn't even blink. That set of legal procedures protects both the citizens and people like him. Even if the whole city pointed at him and said he did it, as long as there was no solid evidence, the court had to release him. They couldn't convict him, couldn't charge him, couldn't imprison him. But Wang Yao did not follow that path. He did not play by the rules. At this moment, Zhang Zihao was filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, why bother to maintain his pride and come here? With $1 billion in hand, sharing it with a few brothers, and flying far away, how delightful. If heaven gave him a second chance, he would rather be a mute dog squatting in an alley counting money, never raising his head. At this moment, the phone rang again. Wang Yao answered, and both Li Jiaqing and Zhang Zihao fixed their eyes on him. After a few brief exchanges, Wang Yao hung up and turned to Li Jiaqing. Mr. Li, congratulations. Your son has been rescued. Li Jiaqing let out a long breath, his body swaying slightly. He solemnly thanked Mr. Wang. I apologize for having wronged you earlier. I am truly sorry. This kindness I will repay without fail. Wang Yao waved his hand, saying, Mr. Li, Hong Kong is my territory. When someone causes trouble here, it's not against you, but rather stepping on my face. This matter is not for you to thank me for. With that, he turned to Zhang Zihao and said, Zhang Zihao, choose. Do you want to take a nap at the graveyard mountain now, or do you want to set off immediately to reunite with your brothers on Changdao? Zhang Zihao blurted out, Changdao. My men are clearly on Henglan Island. Wang Yao chuckled suddenly. Thanks. Zhang Zihao was taken aback. It wasn't until Wang Yao dialed a number and personally ordered, deploy manpower to Henglan Island immediately, that he froze, his face changing dramatically. Wang Yao. Are you messing with me? Not just him, but Li Jiaqing was also stunned, instinctively asking, Mr. Wang, you mean you haven't actually saved my son yet? Wang Yao put away his phone and smiled calmly. Mr. Li, rest assured, my people never make mistakes. Your son will be back safely very soon. Pausing, he looked at Zhang Zihao, his eyes devoid of anger, only a nearly pitying coldness. As for you, there are indeed surveillance devices in the building, and your signal was blocked. But if your people can't receive commands, how am I supposed to know where they are hiding? How can I locate Henglan Island? Zhang Zihao, you really should read more books. In your next life, don't get involved in this line of work. Zhang Zihao ground his teeth, speaking slowly. Wang Yao, even if I become a ghost, I will haunt you. You won't die a good death. Wang Yao clapped his hands twice. The door swung open, and 2 men in black entered, dragging Zhang Zihao out the door. As he was being pulled out, Zhang Zihao suddenly turned his head, shouting hoarsely, Wang Yao, what are you so arrogant about? Today, if I lie down, tomorrow you will stand in the same place. After all, we are in the same line of work. At this moment, Zhang Zihao had completely lost his composure, his voice trembling, his eyes cloudy, as if he were a string that had snapped. Wang Yao looked at him quietly, shaking his head gently, his tone tinged with a hint of weariness. Zhang Zihao, you've been crazy for long enough. It's time to end this. These desperate individuals like gangs stand outside the boundaries of the law. But gangs are not a rabble. They have their own methods, their own bottom lines, their own iron rules. Especially those long-established gangs in Hong Kong, many of which have been rooted for decades, or even centuries, are no longer the realm of street thugs, but a self-consistent operating order. Of course, before Wang Yao emerged, the gangs in Hong Kong were merely local organizations, barely touching the international underworld map. But once Wang Yao took action, the Genesis Group quietly transformed, moving towards becoming a true world-class. Organizations like the Mafia Hongmen Qingbang, the Yakuza, and the Black Dragon Society, as well as the South Korean Golden Gate, share a striking commonality: highly organized, properly operated. More crucially, they are all desperately trying to clean up their image, seeking not to enter the legitimate world, but rather to stand above the gang and the Jianghu. In the past, Hong Kong lacked this soil. Wang Yao single-handedly carved a path out of the impossible. He put Genesis on the right track, and now only one step remains to reach that world-class door. This is the fundamental confidence that allows him to sit alongside Li Jiaqing and Bao Qiming. Otherwise, he would merely be another head used and discarded by top tycoons. Reality is this stark and unforgiving. Li Jiaqing looked Wang Yao in the eye, his voice low. Wang Yao, I must admit I'm somewhat in awe of you. Are you really daring to gamble with my son's life? If something truly goes wrong, the Li family and Genesis will really be bloodied with no way out. Wang Yao smiled calmly. Mr. Li, if it comes to that, you would actually be the most afraid to touch me. You have 2 sons, but there is only one Li family in Hong Kong. You cannot afford to lose this game. Li Jiaqing laughed heartily upon hearing this, a hint of desolation in his laughter. Wang Yao, I am old and lack that fierce spirit. Perhaps Hong Kong really should be handed over to your generation. Wang Yao shook his head. Mr. Li, Hong Kong is your sky, but it is not my sky. My sky is much bigger and farther than Hong Kong. Li Jiaqing remained silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his eyes, his gaze calm. Wang Yao, the Li family is willing to cooperate with you. Mr. Wang, I must speak frankly. At present, it seems there is no opportunity for cooperation between us. Li Jiaqing smiled meaningfully. There will be. It has already been 90 years. Trust me, soon you will understand what I mean. Wang Yao was silent for a moment, slowly saying, I understand your meaning. It's just, is it really worth it? Li Jiaqing's eyes flickered and he sighed heavily. Wang Yao, I must admit, I cannot compete with you for my son. Instead of waiting for you to crush him in the future, I might as well reach out to you now. Wang Yao nodded. I listen to your words and observe your actions. I await your move. Thank you. Li Jiaqing said softly, his voice into Li Jiaqing. You can set off home now. You will just be in time for the welcome dinner. He answered, exchanged a few brief words, hung up, and turned to Li Jiaqing. You can set off home now. You will just be in time for the welcome dinner. Li Jiaqing raised his teacup and drank it all, laughing loudly. Thank you, Mr. Wang. And thank you for this cup of tea. Li Jiaqing will remember this kindness. Farewell. Farewell, Wang Yao replied with a smile. As Li Jiaqing reached the door, he suddenly paused and looked back. Mr. Wang Yao, if I were to call you the godfather of Hong Kong again, I think no one would raise an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, he had pinned down the ruthless Zhang Zihao, a man whom even the Hong Kong government could do nothing about, at the edge of a cliff. Who else deserves this title but him? Wang Yao watched him leave, his expression unchanged, showing no signs of pride from the praise of the richest man. He knew that the title Godfather of Hong Kong was merely the first step beneath his feet. His endpoint lies farther, darker and broader, at the pinnacle of the global stage. That night on the southern sea of Hong Kong, an old fishing boat cut through the waves. At the bow, one person impatiently waved his hand. Are we there yet? Another squinted toward the front. Soon. Hurry up, I need to get back home to accompany my wife. Look, aren't we almost there? At the edge of sight, a small island quietly appeared. A solitary light on the island flickered in the night, guiding the fishing boat. The fishing boat soon docked. On the shore, several figures moved swiftly, first throwing over several bulging burlap bags, then helping a young man aboard. Make sure to clean up these goods, the person on the shore shouted. Don't worry. I'll handle it, you just close your eyes. The person at the bow grinned. The next morning, the news that Li Jiaqing's son was rescued from Zhang Zihao by the Genesis Group spread like wildfire through the streets of Hong Kong. In tea houses and marketplaces, everyone discussed how swiftly Genesis rescued the person. However, the atmosphere in the office of the Commissioner of Police in Hong Kong was entirely different. Wang Yao sat side by side with Li Ji across from Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Brown, speak plainly, Wang Yao said, looking at the police chief in a crisp white shirt, a slight smile on his lips. Brown looked at him deeply, slowly opening his mouth. We invited Mr. Wang here specifically to express our gratitude. You have once again made a contribution to the public safety of Hong Kong. The matter of young Master Li's rescue has reached the governor, who is very concerned about you. If convenient, he would like to meet you, and I hope Mr. Wang will not decline. Wang Yao nodded, his smile undiminished. An invitation from the governor. I'll have to see if I have any openings. If I do, I will certainly attend. Brown nodded, opened the drawer, took out a small velvet box, and pushed it in front of Wang Yao. This is a small token of appreciation from the police in Hong Kong for Mr. Wang. Oh, such kindness from the commissioner, I truly want to see it. Wang Yao said as he opened the box. A beautifully designed medal lay quietly atop the red velvet lining. Citizen's medal, he looked up at Brown. Brown nodded to thank Mr. Wang for his recent strong support of the police department. This medal is awarded to you. This medal is the highest honor awarded by the Hong Kong police to ordinary citizens. Only 40 are given each year specifically to those who genuinely maintain public order and fully cooperate with investigations. However, awarding it to Wang Yao at this moment felt somewhat subtle. At least that's how Li Ji felt. She was tightly holding her lips, her fingers secretly digging into her palm, afraid that if she relaxed, she would burst out laughing. But both Brown and Wang Yao maintained their composure. Wang Yao closed the box and smiled openly. Thank you, Commissioner Brown, and thank you to the police department for this kindness. In the future, I will surely do my utmost to help the police maintain peace in Hong Kong. Mr. Wang, if you continue to make such achievements, you might not be far from the attires of a gentleman of peace. Mr. Wang Yao replied with a smile. Yet before he finished speaking, the smile on Brown's face faded. He leaned slightly forward and said, now that the commendation is over, let us discuss something else. Please continue, Director. Wang Yao's expression remained calm. For example, the whereabouts of Zhang Zihao and his accomplices. Brown's gaze was steady. You were the one who saved them. I want to know, where did those kidnappers go afterward? They didn't just vanish into thin air, did they? Wang Yao shook his head with a smile. If the director asks this, I am afraid I can be of no help. When we found young Master Li, he was alone. Zhang Zihao and the others probably got wind of it and slipped away. Mr. Wang, Brown lightly tapped his fingers on the table. I just handed you the citizen's medal, and you've already forgotten so soon. The medal is in my inner pocket. How could I forget? It's just that I truly don't know where Zhang Zihao and the other. Brown stared at him for a few seconds, realizing further questioning would be futile. His tone was calm, yet every word was clear. Since Mr. Wang is unwilling to elaborate, I will not press. Just a reminder, in Hong Kong, only the government has the authority to deal with criminals. Mr. Wang, do you understand this? I understand very well. Wang Yao met his gaze, a faint smile on his face, his tone firm. Inside the office of the Hong Kong Police Commissioner, after Wang Yao and Li left, Brown turned to Li and smiled. Miss, please step aside for a moment. I have some urgent matters to discuss privately with your client. Upon hearing this, Li turned her gaze to Wang Yao. Wang Yao slightly nodded to her, indicating she should leave the office temporarily. Once Li closed the door, Brown leaned back in his chair, his tone growing serious. Mr. Wang, we both know our boundaries. Don't use ignorance to brush me off. This case of Mr. Li has been personally overseen by Governor Smith. Whether Zhang Zihao is alive or dead, the higher-ups want an explanation. In this room, it is only the two of us. What you say will only reach my ears. What I relay will only go to Governor. No one else will know. This point I can guarantee with my position. He paused, his gaze fixing on Wang Yao as he slowly continued. The premise of cooperation has never been interest, but trust and honesty. You should understand this better than anyone. Perhaps today is a good start. As he spoke, a light smile appeared on Brown's face, quietly waiting for Wang Yao to respond. Wang Yao remained silent, walking straight to the window and pulling open the heavy velvet curtains. The light from Victoria Harbor flooded in, and he gazed at the undulating sea, suddenly chuckling softly. Director Brown, the Sea of Hong Kong is truly beautiful. If one must rest here for eternity, it would indeed be fitting for such a view. Brown's lips curled slightly. That depends on whether one jumps or is pushed. Wang Yao continued to look outside, his voice calm. Whether by jumping or being pushed, in the end, isn't the place one lies down always the seabed? Brown nodded, his gaze deepening. I understand your meaning. I will report to Governor Smith as it is. Perhaps you will soon have the opportunity to speak with him directly. Wang Yao then turned around, laughing heartily. That would be wonderful. I truly look forward to that day. Director Brown, if there is nothing else, I will not take up more of your time. Please do as you wish. Brown raised his hand, his tone as indifferent as a cup of lukewarm tea. Less than 5 minutes after Wang Yao left, the bookshelf in the office silently slid open and Hopkins stepped out from the hidden door. With brown hair, green eyes, and a sharply tailored gray suit. Brown approached him with a smile and asked, Mr. Hopkins, what do you think of that person just now? The top figure in Hong Kong? He's quite a character. Not just a character, Brown shook his head with a sigh. He has subdued all the docks, gambling houses, and car dealerships in the harbor within a year, and even the police's disciplinary team avoids him. At this rate, it's hard to say whether the police department can keep its staff. Hopkins remained impassive. If they can't keep them, it won't be your concern. Don't forget, we are not here to manage public order. Brown was taken aback. Hopkins, you don't mean? Exactly. Hopkins nodded, his voice low and steady. Wang Yao is suitable. He did not rise through the ranks through gangs. He climbed up by enforcing order. So he knows where the bottom line lies and understands what is truly non-negotiable. With that, the office fell silent. Only the ticking of the clock could be heard. After a full 9 minutes and 47 seconds, Brown finally spoke. Perhaps it is worth a try. Whether it succeeds or not, he won't spill a word outside. Hopkins nodded. Then let's go meet Governor Smith first. The plan must start from the source. He was courteous to Brown not because of his higher rank, but because Hopkins was the head of the East Asia Intelligence Section of MI7, wielding real power directly under the Prime Minister's office in London. Though the governor held great authority, he had no power to question his actions. In the entire Hong Kong, the only one who could suppress him was the governor himself. Oh, and the governor could only stand on equal footing with him in terms of courtesy. What was truly critical was that the personnel of MI7 in Hong Kong were not even listed by the government. In other words, Hopkins was practically uncontrollable on this island. On the other side, Wang Yao walked out of the office building, raised his hand to call the driver, and said to Li, who was standing on the steps, "Li, let's go." In the car, he leaned back against the rear seat, his voice very low. "Keep a close eye on the surroundings. We are being watched." Who dares to watch us?" Li frowned. Wang Yao turned his face, his gaze steady. "I am not sure who it is, but I feel. Inside Brown's office, besides you, me, and him, there was a fourth presence. It was faint, but definitely there." Wang Yao perceived there was a third person in the office and immediately pretended not to notice, exchanging a few pleasantries with Brown before rising to take his leave. Who that person was did not matter. Wang Yao understood in his heart. This person was coming for him. Staying even a minute longer on Brown's turf, saying one more word, increased the uncontrollable variables. There was someone else in Brown's office. Upon hearing this, Li's brows furrowed sharply. The office of the Commissioner of Police, even if not the most secure place in Hong Kong, would certainly not be a place to sneak in silently. Impossible. The only explanation is Brown was aware and had given his consent. If that is the case, it is not just a certain individual targeting him, but the entire Hong Kong police force, perhaps even the government itself, has set its sights on him. Exactly. And that is certainly not an ordinary character, Wang Yao spoke firmly. Li's voice lowered. "Chairman, if they truly have their eyes on you, what are you planning to do?" Wang Yao instead smiled. "Li, there is no need to panic. The government does not necessarily intend to take me down." He paused, recalling the nuances and implications in Brown's words earlier, and continued, "It is more likely they want to pull me into the game." Li looked at him and asked, "If they really come knocking, Chairman, what will you choose?" Wang Yao looked at her, enunciating each word. "Li, I can't do the dirty work." On the hillside of central Hong Kong, at the governor's residence, Governor Smith sat at the head of the table. Opposite him was Police Commissioner Brown, and beside him sat Hopkins, the head of MI7's East Asia section. The three men were having a closed-door discussion. "Gentlemen, the chairman of Genesis Group, Wang Yao. What do you think? Is he capable of being driven?" Smith's gaze swept over the two. Brown chuckled lightly. "Mr. Smith, Hong Kong people always recognize profit over empty titles. As long as the price is right, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished." Upon hearing this, a slight twitch occurred at the corner of Brown's eye. Those Chinese who were personally invited to dine at the governor's mansion by Smith could be counted on one's fingers: Li Jiaqing, Li Zhaoji, and the Boat King. Each of them was a figure whose mere stomp could shake the ground. However, with the order given, he could only respond, "Mr. Smith, I will arrange it right away." After Brown left, Hopkins raised his teacup, a smile on his face that was neither here nor there. "Smith, it seems that Brown has little respect for this leader, Wang Yao." Both were seasoned individuals, one steeped in the intelligence community for decades, and the other navigating diplomacy for half a lifetime. Their ability to read people had become instinctual. Smith waved his hand dismissively. "He has been in that position for too long." Which of those underground figures did not support him? It is only natural for him to look down on someone from the Jianghu. Hopkins nodded and replied, "But Wang Yao is fundamentally different from those big shots of the past." Smith's gaze was steady. "Brown hasn't seen clearly, but that's not a problem. As long as I see clearly, that's enough." Hopkins set down his cup, his expression serious. "Smith, you should remind him. I'm worried that your scheme might fall because of his arrogance." Smith shook his head and chuckled. "Hopkins, your department prioritizes practical results, while our government emphasizes face. No matter how capable Wang Yao is, he currently does not deserve us to bow down to him. Maintaining a cold demeanor towards him is in fact the most prudent move." Suddenly Hopkins stood up, his tone suddenly grave. "Smith, do not underestimate him. According to our latest intelligence, he has 1,000-strong armed force at Gold Mountain, well equipped and trained like an army. The motive is unclear, but his ambition must run deeper than what we can see." Smith chuckled lightly. "Hopkins, those with ambition are the easiest to maneuver, aren't they? If Wang Yao were truly a Jianghu figure, I wouldn't have invited him to dinner. He doesn't have the right to choose the time or act grandly. Smith, you decide how to handle it. Don't let your cleverness..." This was a straightforward reminder from an old friend. Hopkins spoke calmly, but each word was deliberate. Once he finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Smith and turned to leave, the sound of his leather shoes on the granite steps of the governor's mansion sharp and brief. Smith stood in place, watching that figure disappear at the end of the archway before murmuring softly, "Thank you, my old friend." Just as Wang Yao stepped into the headquarters of Genesis Group, the phone call from Brown, the director of the police department, came through. The message was brief. "Governor Smith is hosting a banquet tonight at the governor's mansion, specifically inviting Mr. Wang to attend." Wang Yao did not hesitate at all and accepted on the spot. He had heard of this highest representative of the Eagle country stationed in Xiangjiang and held a certain level of interest. More importantly, this meal was tantamount to a silent ticket, formally pushing him to the threshold of the power core in Xiangjiang. After hanging up with Brown, Wang Yao immediately dialed Lizzie's number and simply said, "Get ready." At 5:30 that afternoon, Wang Yao and Lizzie arrived punctually at the governor's mansion on Arbuthnot Road in Central. After confirming their identities, the black sedan slowly drove through the wrought iron gate. As the car door opened, a white butler in a dark tailcoat was already waiting at the entrance, slightly bowing, his tone respectful. "May I ask, are you Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang?" Wang Yao nodded with a smile. "That's correct." Lizzie felt a warm rush in her heart. Even though the title was temporarily borrowed, it felt sweet and intoxicating. The butler immediately stepped aside to lead the way. "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, please follow me. Mr. Smith and his wife have been waiting for you in the banquet hall for quite some time." Passing through the high-ceilinged hall and turning through the intricately carved corridor, Wang Yao finally saw the governor who had ruled Xinjiang for 16 years in the flickering candlelight of the banquet hall. This meeting was not merely a greeting, it was a public acknowledgement from the upper echelons of Xinjiang towards him. Smith, aged 55, could speak 4 languages: British, Chinese, French, and German. 16 years in Xinjiang had already made his pace, accent, and even tea-drinking habits as natural as. Seeing Wang Yao enter, he stood up to greet him, his smile bright. "Mr. Wang, I've long heard that Xinjiang has produced a young talent. Meeting you today, you truly have an extraordinary demeanor." Wang Yao slightly inclined his body. "Mr. Smith, you flatter me." Smith did not linger here much longer. He chatted with Lizzie for a few moments about casual matters before raising his hand to gesture, "Please take a seat, both of you. Tonight, please enjoy the authentic flavors of the Eagle Country." Upon hearing this, Wang Yao's throat moved slightly, and he coughed lightly. Eagle Country cuisine. It was nothing more than fried chicken, fries, and fried fish. But judging by Smith's proud expression, it seemed like he was presenting a 100-year truffle paired with a premier Bordeaux. As expected, when the silver platter was unveiled, the trio of dishes appeared in perfect order. However, the chef had indeed put in some thought. The crust was thinner, the sauce was more delicately balanced, and the fish was tender without being dry. No wonder the governor's eyes were filled with confidence when he raised his glass. After the main course, Smith turned to Lizzie, his smile gentle. "Mrs. Wang, may I borrow your husband for a moment? You don't mind, do you?" Lizzie responded with a gentle smile. "Please, Governor." Smith then turned to his wife and daughter Lopez Catarina. "Please keep Miss Lee company." Then he and Wang Yao stepped into the study, the heavy oak door closing behind them. Smith personally poured 2 cups of black tea, pushing 1 cup towards Wang Yao, his gaze steady. "Mr. Wang, you must be wondering, why did I insist on inviting you to this meal?" Wang Yao picked up the teacup and took a small sip. "I am indeed a bit curious. You are quick-witted. Oh, why not take a guess? If you get it right, I will grant you one request." Smith leaned against the back of the chair, his smile not reaching his eyes. Wang Yao set down his cup, staring directly at him. "Governor Smith, please speak plainly." He understood very well that this old-school bureaucrat from the Eagle Country would not set a cold platter waiting for him to guess without reason. Smith raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Wang, you are being reserved." Wang Yao shook his head. "It's not being reserved, it's genuinely impossible to guess. You haven't given me a single hint to work with." Smith laughed heartily. "Then rely on your intuition. Just take a wild guess." Wang Yao paused for 2 seconds and spoke. "I guess you want to befriend me." Smith was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing off the walls, lingering for a long time. After a full 60 seconds, he finally reined in his laughter, looking at Wang Yao with a glimmer of genuine interest in his eyes. "Mr. Wang, you are truly an extraordinary person." "That's right. This meal is indeed to make friends." Wang Yao's words held 2 layers of meaning. One was his own attitude, willing to befriend Smith. The other was a pointed reminder. If you want to be friends, then speak frankly without beating around the bush. Smith clearly understood. Without hesitation, he immediately continued. "Wang Yao, you are a man from Xinjiang, a true Xinjiang person. I would like to ask you to handle a matter for Xinjiang." "Mr. Smith, may I ask which matter you are referring to?" Wang Yao looked up at him, his tone calm. "This matter will benefit all the citizens of Xinjiang." Smith lowered his voice, his expression inscrutable. "I plan to gradually decentralize the governor's powers, allowing the people of Xinjiang to experience democracy more genuinely." Wang Yao's heart sank. This was the old trick of the Eagle Country. On the surface, it was about decentralization, but in reality, it was about creating chaos. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "Governor Smith, this is indeed a good thing. However, it seems to have little to do with me." Smith chuckled. "Mr. Wang, how could it be irrelevant? This arrangement must have the endorsement of Xinjiang's elites. And you are precisely one of the most crucial figures." Wang Yao understood very well the so-called decentralization of power was nothing more than pushing Xinjiang towards fragmentation and chaos, completely hollowing out its foundation, severing its future. This was a typical strategy of pulling the rug out from under someone, aimed at ensuring that Xinjiang would never have peace. In his past life, the Eagle Country's government indeed followed through with its plan. But in this life, Wang Yao had already seen through the governor's schemes and would never let them have their way. After a moment of contemplation, he raised a smile. "Mr. Smith, you overestimate me. As long as it benefits Xinjiang, I have a responsibility." Smith's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he then said, "Wang Yao, in March next year, the government will confer the title of Justice of the Peace to 3 outstanding individuals from Xinjiang. In my view, you are very likely to be among them." Upon hearing this, Wang Yao's eyebrows lifted and his smile immediately became warm. "Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Smith." Smith stood up, walked to Wang Yao's side, his hand heavily placed on his shoulder, his tone gentle, yet meaningful. You are still young. The future of Xiangjiang ultimately belongs to you. You should understand the meaning of this, right? Very good. You are an understanding person and naturally know what to choose. He was certain that Wang Yao understood, more certain that this young man would not refuse. In the car, Li Ji noticed his serious expression and softly asked, Chairman, what happened? A storm is brewing. It's time for me to step forward. Wang Yao's voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. Smith misjudged him. Indeed, he had ambition. But even more than ambition, he bore a sense of responsibility on shoulders capable of bearing it. So he turned and stood opposite Smith. He turned to Li Ji and said, Li Ji, the people from the Eagle Nation are about to take action. I must set up the situation before they do. Li Ji was taken aback. Wasn't it said they were going to withdraw? What else can they do? It's simple. If we bring what is currently being widely spread outside to Xiangjiang, then it's over here. He immediately dialed a number. Once connected, he said, Inspector Li, is it convenient to talk now? On the other end of the line was Chief Inspector Li Wenbin from the anti-gang unit. Who are you? Li Wenbin's voice was cold and alert. Wang Yao. There was nearly a 10-second silence on the other end until Li Wenbin finally asked, Where are you? Sim Sha Sui at the 42 Club. They'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Wang Yao said to Li Ji, You go back first, I won't be returning tonight. Li Ji smiled. Chairman, in my heart you have always been the most reliable one. Wang Yao got out of the car, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the agreed location. He chose the 42 Club not for any other reason, but because it was an enterprise under the Genesis Group. Upon entering, the entire bar was empty. Someone had cleaned the place in advance with the lights adjusted just right, quiet, waiting for just one person. The waiter had long been dismissed. As soon as Wang Yao walked in, the owner immediately bowed and quickly took his leave. The bar was left with only the four walls and the lights. A moment later, Li Wenbin pushed the door and entered. He glanced around, and his gaze settled on Wang Yao as he smiled and said, Wang Yao, you chose this place. It's indeed quite quiet. Seeing him enter, Wang Yao raised his hand to close the heavy wooden door of the bar, locking it with a click. He stared at Li Wenbin, his voice low and heavy. Inspector Li, what I say to you tonight is only for your ears. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know I know. Li Wenbin raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing the seriousness in Wang Yao's expression, and also retracted his smile, nodding. Wang Yao, as long as it doesn't involve any illegal activities, I swear on my badge, it will not be leaked. Wang Yao led him to a corner booth, and they both sat down. He picked up a glass, not drinking, just staring at the amber liquid in the cup, and slowly said, To be honest, I just came from the governor's office. Governor Smith hosted a banquet tonight, and personally invited me to attend. Li Wenbin's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively tapped the tabletop with his fingertips. He truly did not expect that Wang Yao could enter through that copper door. Wang Yao continued, The governor told me something. Inspector Li, I won't hide it from you. After hearing it, I actually felt a bit skeptical in my heart. Li Wenbin raised an eyebrow slightly, half jokingly. Could it be that Smith intends to use you as a scapegoat? Wang Yao shook his head immediately. Inspector Li, I am here to discuss serious matters. Please weigh the significance of the insignia on your shoulder first. Li Wenbin looked at him and saw that there was not a trace of jest in his eyes. Realizing that this matter was of great importance, he immediately sat up straight. Sorry, Wang Yao, go ahead. Wang Yao uttered 8 words. The governor intends to delegate power, and Xiangjiang will enact new laws. Li Wenbin did not respond, but slowly leaned back against the chair, his fingers pressed against his temple, remaining motionless for a long time. Wang Yao did not rush him, just quietly watched the neon lights flowing across the glass outside. About half a minute later, Li Wenbin looked back at him. What do you want me to understand with this information? With this move by Smith, the ones who benefit the most will be you wanderers, right? When the time comes, the police will be powerless, who will still be able to keep control on the streets. Wang Yao shook his head, enunciating each word. I am the head of the Genesis Group, but I am also a Xiangjiang person. If Xiangjiang is scattered by the people from the Eagle Nation, I, Wang Yao, will be the first to refuse. Li Wenbin was stunned, his gaze suddenly sharpened. You mean, you want to oppose the governor's office? Wang Yao chuckled lightly. It's not I, it's we. Do you want to pull me into the water? Li Wenbin asked. He then waved his hand. Impossible. We have never been on the same side. Wang Yao did not refute. He calmly said, but we were both born on this salty and bitter land. Li Wenbin's expression suddenly changed. All right, Chairman. Upon entering the small office, Wang Yao got straight to the point. The deadline is approaching. How? Zhang Linwei smiled, her eyes sparkling. Rest assured, Chairman, all 8 contingency plans have been fully implemented. We have rehearsed every unforeseen situation more than 3 times, leaving no room for error. Wang Yao nodded, paused for a moment, and said, Linwei, there's another task I need to assign to you. Please go ahead, Chairman. Wang Yao's gaze was calm. I need you to calculate an account. How much capital is required to launch a proactive assault on the entire Chongyinya, including the foreign exchange markets of Xiangjiang and Bay Island? Chairman. Zhang Linwei's breath caught. This was not about buying the dip, it was flipping the table. Buying the dip involves waiting for your opponent to fall into the pit while you pick up the money. What Wang Yao proposed was to take up the cannon and fire directly at the whole street. Wang Yao looked at her, his tone steady. Don't panic. I can be straightforward. If the plan succeeds, hundreds of billions of US dollars will flow into Chongqing. His strategy was to bring the storm of 1998 2 years earlier to Chongqing. He aimed to make the currencies of various countries fall apart, causing chaos in the capital. Bringing Xianjiang into the mix was not collateral damage, but a precise move, specifically aimed at humiliating the British and forcing them to personally come and clean up the mess. This would prevent those people from lounging around in air-conditioned rooms scheming against Xianjiang. More importantly, with Wang Yao in charge, Xianjiang would not genuinely fall. He had already prepared the ropes and stepping stones for support. Once the British could not maintain control, their prestige shattered and their grip weakened, that would be Wang Yao's moment to step in. Chairman, this move is too risky. Zhang Linwei's voice dropped low. Wang Yao waved his hand high. Returns have always been found on the edge of cliffs. If you want to lie flat, don't touch finance. I'm not asking you to evaluate whether it's worth doing. I need a number from you. How much capital will it take? I'll have someone else assess the risk factors. You just focus on calculating the money. Understood, Chairman. After a moment of thought, Zhang Linwei replied, 3 days. I need 3 days to produce results. Wang Yao nodded. Good. Linwei, you can focus on the calculations. Until the situation in the east is settled, I will not make a move on Chongqing. After hearing Wang Yao's words, Zhang Linwei felt a weight lift from her chest. To her, the east was currently the richest target. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the east was like a strong bow nearing its limit, the arrow on the string trembling and ready to snap. With the slightest disturbance, the entire economy could collapse. This year, the governor of the East Central Bank has adjusted interest rates 3 times. This, in Zhang Linwei's view, was the fuse already sparking. What they needed to do was to remain still. Wait for that grand banquet to commence. After discussing this matter with Zhang Linwei, Wang Yao left the financial company and headed straight to Liu Ti House. In fact, he had omitted one thing. He was not the only one eyeing Chongqing. The Quantum Fund from Country M had long fixed its gaze on that land. In truth, the financial crisis that swept through Chongqing in 1998 was detonated by the Quantum Fund itself in his past life. This time Wang Yao was well aware. Once he made his move, Soros and his team would surely not sit idly by. As long as he kept the rhythm right and handled the timing properly, the entire game could be directed in the most advantageous way for him. This was the real scheme he had hidden beneath the surface. Just as Wang Yao sat down at Liu Ti House, a call from Lizzie came in. Hey Yao, guess who I ran into? On the other end, Lizzie's voice was as cheerful as a wind chime. It must be someone from your past. Wang Yao replied casually. Not just someone from my past, but an old friend of yours. She laughed even more joyfully. My old friend. Wang Yao quickly ran through names in his mind, but couldn't place it. He had to ask, who is it? I'm currently at the Fully department store in Simsha Sui. You'll know when you arrive. Guaranteed to leave you stunned. Lizzie lowered her voice as if hiding a little secret. All right, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Wang Yao knew that someone who could make the usually calm and composed Lizzie so excited must be a very close person. And since she mentioned it was your old friend, it was highly likely to be people he used to run barefoot on the playground with during elementary school. But who exactly? He truly couldn't remember. The events of childhood felt like they were separated by a layer of frosted glass, fuzzy and indistinct. He would need to see them in person to connect names with faces. He arrived at the Fully department store shortly after getting into the car. In front of a dessert shop, he spotted Lizzie at a glance. She was sitting across from a pair of young people, the boy handsome, and the girl radiant, dressed neatly, full of vitality. Lizzie waved at him, and when he approached, she smiled and introduced Zhan Hongdo. This is Wang Yao. Oh, do you remember him? Then she turned to Wang Yao and said, these are our elementary school classmates. Back then when you were still in 2nd grade, the 3 of them, Zhan Hongdo and Ahai, were adopted by a couple half a month before me. Do you remember? Wang Yao nodded. Not just remembered. At this moment, 2 vivid images emerged in his mind. One was of a yellow desk and the chalk-dusty classroom. The other was the movie across the world on the screen. This pair of beautiful people before him was clearly the protagonists in the film Zhan and Hongdo. Just as he was thinking, Zhan stood up, laughing aloud. Wang Yao, it's been so many years. You were as skinny as a stick when we were kids, and now you're as tall as a poplar tree. Hongdo chimed in, her eyes curving. They say girls change a lot when they grow up, but I see you've changed a lot as a boy too. Wang Yao replied with a smile, you all are the ones who have undergone a transformation. Especially Hongdo, who used to have a round face and pouty lips, so endearing. Now she exuded a chic confidence that made one barely recognize her. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them laughed together as if they had returned to that summer filled with the sounds of cicadas and the clattering of pencil boxes. Back then Wang Yao was the most inconspicuous in class, even being last for duties, but now the one sitting here was the most stable and successful among them. He paused and casually asked, by the way, Zhan Hongdo, where is Ahai? The moment Ahai's name was mentioned, the smiles on their faces faded instantly. Zhan's lips moved, glancing at Wang Yao, but ultimately did not speak. Wang Yao understood at this moment Zhan had not yet encountered that deceitful Ahai. The latter part of the story of Across the World had not yet turned its first page. He gently sighed, nostalgia in his tone back. Then Hi and I were the closest. I was small but had a big appetite. He often secretly broke off half a bun to give to me and ended up getting scolded several times. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongdo's eyes flickered slightly and her lips drooped. When she was at her foster home, she often went to bed hungry because she was considered not useful enough. If it weren't for a Hai and a Jean quietly saving their food for her, Hongdo would have been starved long ago. She gently rubbed the wet mark at the corner of her eye with her fingertip, her voice tight, as she said to Wang Yao, Wang Yao, I'll be honest with you. A Hai is gone. What? A Hai is gone? How is that possible? What happened to him? Wang Yao feigned shock. He was waiting for this opening to pry open the deeply intertwined past between a Hai, a Jean, Hongdo, and that beast of a foster father, to personally strip that person bare. In his past life, while watching Across the World in a theater, the three of them laughed and ran on screen, and as the scene shifted, the face of the foster father made his stomach churn. That man was merely a street pickpocket who started off by using 3 children to steal ancient paintings and artifacts. When the money piled up, he turned around and brandished a knife at his benefactor. He was even less humane than a beast. Moreover, Hai, Jean, and Hongdo were his elementary school classmates, people who had walked on the same cement ground and shared the same pack of spicy strips. This matter he was determined to settle. Tracking down the foster father's whereabouts was not difficult, but some grudges were too cheap to settle with a knife, especially for a Hai that resentment had long been etched into his bones. Wang Yao did not want this obsession to follow him throughout the rest of his life. Therefore, he first needed to gather the 3 who had been scattered, then sit down and have a serious talk about how to settle this. Jean and Hongdo looked at each other after hearing this, not replying. Jean tugged at the corner of his mouth, giving a bitter smile. Wang Yao, let it go. Some things are better left unknown. Wang Yao smiled. Jean, didn't Lizzie tell you about my identity? What identity? Police. Jean raised an eyebrow, half joking. I'm not a police officer. I'm Wang Yao from Genesis. Jean was taken aback. Wang Yao from Genesis Group. Wang Yao nodded. What's wrong? Doesn't look like it. Wang Yao also smiled, but soon reined in his expression, his gaze turning serious. Jean, I am aware of Hai's situation. I must uncover the truth behind his death, otherwise. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Blood must be repaid with blood. Jean swallowed hard, patting Wang Yao's shoulder with conviction. Wang Yao, having a friend like you is Hai's blessing and our fate. He lowered his voice. To be honest, over the years we have been running all over the world for our adoptive father, stealing paintings and antiques. Until 3 years ago in Paris. He went on to recount the events from the beginning of Across the Seas, how he and Hai stole paintings at the Nice Castle and were later besieged and hunted down by buyers, sharing every detail with Wang Yao. In the end, he clenched his fists and lamented, it's all my fault. At that time, Hongdo advised us to wash our hands clean of this, but I didn't listen. Hongdo immediately interrupted him. Jean, stop talking about it. The past is done and dusted. At this moment, Wang Yao looked at Jean quietly. Based on what you just said, you actually never confirmed with your own eyes whether Hai is truly dead, right? Jean frowned and thought for a moment. The corpse. I never saw it. But at that time the car crashed into the speedboat, exploding into nothing but fireballs and fragments. He couldn't have survived. Wang Yao shook his head. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it doesn't count as a conclusion. I trust my intuition. Hai is still alive. He then asked, by the way, Li Ji mentioned that besides your adoptive father you also have a godfather. Yes, we do. Jean nodded. What's his number? I have it. But Wang Yao, our godfather, is from the police department. Jean reminded him. What's wrong with the police department? Wang Yao laughed. Director Pei Li was just in my office 3 times last month drinking pure tea. Jean didn't ask further, tearing off a note, quickly jotting down the number and handing it over. Here, it's godfather's number. What are you planning to discuss with him? Wang Yao pocketed the note, replying, only you'll understand in due time. He already had the answer in mind. 3 years ago, after the explosion that lit up the coast of F country, the first to arrive at the scene must have been their godfather in uniform, while Hai was in that burnt-out car dragged out by him. Thus Wang Yao understood as long as he could latch onto their godfather, Hai would naturally resurface. After parting ways with Jean and Hongdo, Wang Yao immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number of their shared godfather, Inspector Ma Rulong from the Hong Kong Police's Operations Department. Hello, this is Ma Rulong. A calm, slightly hoarse male voice came through the phone. Ma sir, this is Wang Yao. I wonder if you're available to meet for a few minutes. Wang Yao's tone was relaxed, yet every word was clear. Wang Yao, the chairman of the Genesis Group. Ma Rulong's voice held a hint of surprise. Exactly, Mr. Wang, there doesn't seem to be anything for us to discuss, does there? He paused, his tone becoming slightly cold. I'm in charge of international criminal cases. If you have something to discuss, you should approach the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau instead. No, this matter only concerns your godson Hai. Wang Yao's voice was calm, as if discussing the weather. Ma Rulong's breath caught, and his expression tightened. Mr. Wang, you might be mistaken. I don't have a godson, nor have I heard of anyone named Hai. Wang Yao chuckled lightly. Ma sir, if you're unwilling to meet, I guess I'll have to go directly to the police station to find you. Rest assured, Ahai and I were classmates in elementary school. He even stole the char siu from my lunchbox when he was little. Ma Rulong was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Where are you now? At the new Tea house in Causeway Bay. You should be familiar with it. Okay, I'll be right over. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was disconnected. An hour later, at a window-side table on the second floor of the new Tea house. Ma, sir, I've heard a lot about you. Ma Rulong looked up, scrutinizing the young man in a dark gray shirt before him, his pupils narrowing slightly. He never expected that the helmsman of Genesis would be even younger and calmer than in the ID photo. But he quickly composed himself. Mr. Wang, let's get straight to the point. What is it? Let me reiterate, I don't know anyone named Ahai. Wang Yao picked up the teapot, poured a cup, and handed it over. Ma, sir, Ajan Hong Do Ahai and I all attended Scientian Elementary School together. Don't believe me. You can call Ajan right now and ask. Ma Rulong stared at him for a few seconds, then stood up and walked towards the bar, picking up the receiver to dial. After a brief conversation, he returned to his seat, frowning. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I really don't know anything about. Wang Yao traced the rim of the cup with his fingertips, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Ma, sir, you're not clear. Sounds quite. Mr. Wang, I'm afraid I don't understand. Ahai wants to kill Zhou Jiang, not out of personal grievance. Zhou Jiang colluded with buyers from F country to set a trap to eliminate Ahai and Ajan. Afterward, he also took out that buyer in Hong Kong and kept the famous painting for himself. Wang Yao's speech was measured, every word striking the table like a nail. Ma Rulong swallowed hard. How do you know this so accurately? Wang Yao lifted his teacup and blew on it. Ma, sir, you still haven't truly understood what the name Wang Yao means, and as long as I want to know, no one can hide a piece of paper, a whisper of wind, or a single word from me. Ma Rulong stared at the swirling reflection in the tea for a full 3 minutes. Then he raised his gaze. Fine. They'll take you to see Ahai. But this matter is known to heaven and earth, you know, and I know. Wang Yao nodded. Ma, sir, the secrets that can leak from my mouth in Hong Kong have yet to be born. The two of them finished their cold tea in one gulp and stood up to leave. Ma Rulong's black car drove out of Causeway Bay and stopped in front of a quiet villa in Kowloon Tong 20 minutes later. Mr. Wang, Ahai is right here. Wang Yao nodded as he followed him into the courtyard. Inside the house, Ahai was playing a game with headphones on. Hearing the door sound, his right hand quickly reached for the drawer of the computer desk. When he realized it was Ma Rulong, he slowly relaxed his fingers, turning his wheelchair to greet him. Godfather, what brings you here today? Ma Rulong stepped aside and raised his hand towards the door. I brought you an old classmate. Ahai looked up and saw a clear-eyed young man stepping across the threshold. He blinked, looking confused. Godfather, are you making a mistake? This handsome guy, I've truly never seen before. Wang Yao looked at him, the corners of his mouth lifting. Bozai Gao, your acting skills remain the same. Limping without even needing a cane, remarkable. Ahai felt his secret exposed, his heart sinking. But he showed no sign of it, tilting his head with a half-smile, asking, handsome guy, who are you? Are we very familiar? Wang Yao fixed his gaze on him, his eyes curving. My name is Wang Yao. When we were kids, you used to call me Chiozai. Ahai was taken aback, blurting out, Chiozai. Then let me quiz you. How many teachers did we have in elementary school? How many, male and female? Wang Yao chuckled lightly. You were adopted when you were 9. Before you left, you even gave me that pig's bladder balloon, saying that when I grew up, I should kick it into a professional team. Damn, you really are a Yao. Ahai no longer hesitated, his tone shifting. Ahai, Wang Yao spread his arms toward him. Shouldn't you stand up and give me a hug? Ahai knew he couldn't hide it any longer, standing up, but still in shock. Yao, how did you recognize me? I have my ways. Wang Yao paused, his tone turning serious. Ajan has already told me everything about you. How do you want to settle this? Ahai looked directly at him. Yao, this is a matter between me and Zhou Jiang. It has nothing to do with you. I don't want to drag you into this. But Wang Yao smiled confidently. Ahai will settle this score for you. At this time, Ma Rulong interjected. Ahai, if you have any plans, feel free to tell Wang Yao. If he takes action, Zhou Jiang won't even leave behind any bones. Hearing this, Ahai quickly glanced at Wang Yao. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. Yao, killing Zhou Jiang with one stroke would be too merciful. He is unkind, and I cannot be unjust. Besides, Ajan and Hongdo still don't know what kind of person he truly is. What I want is not his death. It's for him to reveal his true colors in public. Wang Yao nodded after hearing this. Ahai, tomorrow you will see clearly. Inside the villa, Ma Rulong shook his head helplessly. You two discussing this under my watch isn't quite appropriate. Ahai turned to look at Wang Yao, grinning. Yao, what cops are here? All I see are friends and godfathers. Where's... Wang Yao said nothing, just smiled slightly. Ma Rulong laughed and waved his hand. All right, you guys chat. I have things to attend to, so he'll take my leave first. The conversation is over. Before falling, he had already turned and left the room. Wang Yao looked back at Ahai. I know what you were thinking. Making your adoptive father lose everything is actually quite easy. 3 years ago, the painting The Maid of Helen that you stole from Country F has skyrocketed in market value from $6 million to $15 million after being missing for 2 years. In my opinion, he is planning to make it disappear again so it can be sold for $30 million. Ahai, who do you think he will hire for this job? Wang Yao's gaze was piercing. Ajan. Ahai's voice was low and hoarse. Exactly. Zhou Jiang has never seen you as anything but a useful tool. This time let Ajahn see firsthand just how much of a beast the person he has called dad while kneeling for half his life truly is. Wang Yao spoke slowly, but each word landed heavily. Ahai lowered his eyes and let out a long breath. Wang Yao. Actually, Ajahn and Hongdo have long understood that Zhou Jiang is just using us. But he is my adoptive father. Who would have thought he would dare to lay hands on us? Wang Yao patted his shoulder. It's not too late to see clearly now. Ahai raised his eyes to look at Wang Yao and slowly nodded. I just wonder when Zhou Jiang will let Ajahn take action. Wang Yao added. Soon. Ahai smiled lightly. There is an auction in Xiangjiang in a few days. This is the best opportunity to lose that painting here. Wang Yao slowly nodded. On that day at the lobby of Zhou Jiang's company building, Ahai appeared in front of Zhou Jiang pushed in a wheelchair. After a few pleasantries, Zhou Jiang confirmed that Ahai's legs were utterly useless and had no value left. Ahai suddenly lowered his head, his voice trembling. Dad, I am now a useless person, please help me. Zhou Jiang frowned. Ahai, how do you want me to help you? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed hard. Ahai along with his wheelchair tumbled down the stairs. Zhou Jiang immediately rushed over shouting, Son. Son. He was not panicked, he was testing whether this limp was real. Seeing Ahai collapsed on the ground and unable to move, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out $2,000 to hand to Ma Rulong, who was supporting Ahai, buy him a new wheelchair. He then left with his entourage without looking back. 2 minutes later, Wang Yao walked up to Ahai and Ma Rulong, a slight smile on his lips, and said to Ahai, Now you should be completely disheartened, right? Wang Yao understood that Ahai's hesitation this time was not entirely due to cowardice, but rather because of the feelings Zhou Jiang had shown him over the years. If Zhou Jiang truly were willing to lend a hand, Ahai might not hesitate to accept. After all, blood is not yet cold, and the bond is not yet severed. But a person like Zhou Jiang only recognizes profit, not people. How could he consider a person who he deems useless like Ahai worthy of spending even a penny? Ahai lowered his eyes, his voice barely audible. He truly is just garbage. Can we take action now? Wang Yao looked at him, his smile undiminished. Ahai fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. That evening at Zhou Jiang's villa, Zhou Jiang saw Ajahn and Hongdo enter and smiled broadly. Ajahn, Hongdo, you are here. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point and said to Ajahn, Did you not always say that you wanted to repay my kindness for raising you over the years? Just in time, help me steal a painting. After saying that, he led the two up to the second floor. Upon opening the door, Ajahn and Hongdo immediately recognized the painting. It was indeed the Maid of Helen, which they had jointly stolen from Country F 3 years ago. Zhou Jiang stood in front of the painting and chuckled lightly. Ajahn, go to the auction house's insurance room and retrieve this painting. You can calculate how much it is worth now. It's a pity that Ahai is crippled, otherwise he could lend you a hand. What? Ahai is not dead? Ajahn and Hongdo exclaimed in unison. Yes, didn't your godfather tell you? Zhou Jiang leisurely surveyed the two, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. At the same time, at the Li family's residence in Xiangjiang. In the living room, an elder and a younger person sat across from each other. The Windsor Auction House is the largest auction institution in Xiangjiang. Its true leader is one of the 4 prominent families, the Li family. The elder is Li Zhaoyan, the current head of the Li family. The younger one is Wang Yao, the chairman of Genesis Group. Wang Yao's status in Xiangjiang is now firmly established alongside the 4 prominent families. This is widely recognized within the circle. Some have even privately referred to him as the 5th prominent family of Xiangjiang. Li Zhaoyan lifted his teacup and smiled, asking, Mr. Wang, your visit today must be more than just for tea. Wang Yao nodded, his tone calm. Mr. Li, is the Li family interested in getting involved in the tobacco business in Nanyang? Li Zhaoyan pondered for a moment and replied, Mr. Wang, our Li family has always engaged in solid business transactions. We do not entertain mere talk. Mr. Li, you have heard about my plans in Nanyang for a long time. Once I truly get started, there will be no chance for you to intervene, and all that will be left is to watch others share the pie. Li Zhaoyan set down his cup, his gaze sharpening. Then, what does Mr. Wang want? Mr. Huang from Taiwan Plastics is asking for a 70% share with all the resources of Taiwan Plastics as a pledge. This time I will give the Li family 50%. Mr. Li, how much are you planning to pledge? Li Zhaoyan took a sip of tea and replied, cash 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Pay 10 billion up front, and the remaining sum will be transferred immediately upon completion of the deal. Wang Yao nodded, his smile deepening. Deal. This money is not for purchasing goods, but rather for the Li family's exclusive distribution rights. Mr. Li, there is one more small matter I would like to ask your esteemed bank for assistance. Wang Yao maintained his smile. Oh, I would like to hear more details. Li Zhaoyan remained composed. Wang Yao explained the situation in detail. After listening, Li Zhaoyan shook his head and smiled. Mr. Wang, if this were said by anyone else, I would definitely dismiss it. Mr. Li, as long as Windsor does not speak, who would know? Wang Yao said softly. Li Zhaoyan stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed heartily. Could I accept? In the midst of their laughter, the fate of the Maid of Helen and Zhou Jiang's ending had quietly been sealed. While Wang Yao and Li Zhaodian raised their cups in conversation, Zhan and Hong Do, following the lead of their godfather Ma Rulong, found Ahai. The two pushed open the door and saw Ahai sitting in his wheelchair. Their first glance was one of surprise, but the next moment their eyes fell together on his empty pant legs. Ahai felt a surge of unspeakable emotions. He had learned from Ma Rulong that Zhan and Hong Do were already in love. He thought he could be calm, but seeing them standing side by side felt like a hard blow to his chest. But he quickly took a breath and suppressed that sour feeling. Just as he steadied himself, he noticed Zhan and Hong Do's gaze fixed on his legs. I should be thankful to be alive, while I've lost 2 legs. This actually counts as me having picked up my life. Zhan and Hong Do choked up, fighting back their tears, and said in unison, Ahai, it's good that you are alive. Zhan paused and asked again, since you are still alive, why haven't you come to find us? Ahai waved his hand, smiling lightly. You two are living well, what trouble would I cause by barging in? Hong Do suddenly turned to Zhan, her voice soft, but steady. Zhan, could you step out for a moment? I want to talk to Ahai alone. Zhan looked at Ahai and then at Hong Do, asked no more, nodded, and turned to leave. Once the door closed, Hong Do sat down opposite Ahai, looking at him. You used to love running all over the world. Do you still think about running now? Ahai patted the armrest of his wheelchair and smiled. Running? Why wouldn't I? The circle is just a bit smaller now, but it's safer than anywhere else. He pushed his wheelchair, taking Hong Do for a turn around the room. In the end, Hong Do lowered her eyes, her voice even softer. Ahai, there's something. Can you help Zhan? Ahai pretended to be confused. What matter? Dad is looking for him, asking him to take action again. Zhan agreed. Last time in Bali when he stole the painting, he got hurt on his arm. I'm afraid he might get caught again. Weren't you two always perfectly coordinated before? Ahai remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. It's not that I am unwilling to help. I fear he won't let me get involved. Hong Do's eyes brightened, and she smiled. That's great. He'll call him in right now, and you can talk face to face. Before stepping out, she paused, quietly looking at Ahai, her voice as soft as a sigh. Ahai, you really haven't changed at all over the years. Soon Zhan came back. He stared intently at Ahai. What did Hong Do just tell you? Ahai did not reply, but asked, is your arm all healed from that injury in Bali? Yes. Zhan instinctively touched his left arm, nodding with a smile. It's all fine now. Ahai nodded. That's good. Hong Do said Dad asked you to steal a painting again, and you agreed, right? Zhan did not dodge, admitting straightforwardly. Then, Ahai leaned forward slightly. This time can I? Zhan was taken aback, and then shook his head. Ahai silently moved closer, his wheelchair stopping beside him, his voice low and clear. Zhan, we are brothers, not burdens. Zhan looked down at his empty pant leg, his voice tense. You've already lost your legs. I don't want to be unable to protect your life as well. Ahai laughed loudly. We have always been the best partners. Zhan's throat moved slightly, his gaze wavering, but he did not speak. At that moment, Hong Do pushed the door open and stood between the two. Zhan, let Ahai come along. After this job, we can completely withdraw. Zhan let out a long breath and finally nodded. He turned to Ahai, his voice a bit hoarse. Ahai, thank you. Ahai shook his head, smiling openly. Best partners and good brothers. Where does the word thank you come from? The next day, Zhan skillfully blended into the tightly guarded Windsor auction house. He photographed the storage rooms where the auction items were kept. After returning to a heist villa, the two of them created a 3-dimensional model using a computer. After repeated simulations, it was confirmed that they must obtain the 2 keys to the display case. Those 2 keys were always kept locked in the pocket of the auction house manager, Hu Yidao. At this moment in the office of the auction house manager, Hu Yidao was holding a phone. On the other end of the line was the voice of the big boss, Li Zhaodian. Manager Hu, someone will come to your office shortly. Just do as he says, no need to ask too many questions. Understood, Mr. Li. Hu Yidao spoke respectfully. As soon as he finished, the other party hung up. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. A young man entered with a faint smile. Manager Hu, Mr. Li sent me. Hu Yidao immediately stood up and reached for his cigarettes, but the young man raised his hand to stop him. Manager Hu, I'm just delivering a message. Please go ahead. Hu Yidao stood with his hands at his sides. The young man handed him a photograph, showing Ahai, Zhan, and Hong Do. These 3 people will come tonight to take the storage room key from you. You need to let them take it smoothly, do you understand? Huh. Hu Yidao was taken aback, his brows furrowing. Doesn't that mean handing the treasure directly to the thief? The young man added, when they make their move, you don't need to intentionally let them through, but you also don't have to strengthen the guards. Hu Yidao thought for a moment. Since it was Mr. Li's instruction, it wasn't something he should ponder. He nodded and said, all right, I will comply. The young man nodded and turned to leave. After exiting the auction house, he dialed a number and whispered, Brother Yao, everything has been arranged. That evening at the charity banquet, Zhan and the others indeed arrived as promised, easily taking the key from Hu Yidao. To prevent any long-term dreams, they quietly entered the storage room early the next morning. Everything went so smoothly it felt almost unnatural. Zhan's fingers danced, and in no time the maid of Helen was firmly in his grasp. Just as he picked up the frame to leave, Ahai yanked him into a dark corner. Ahai, what are you doing? Zhan was bewildered. Ahai didn't respond, but merely nodded towards the auction house door. What are you looking at? Zhang looked in the direction and was momentarily stunned. How pitiful. Zhou Jiang sent someone to clear the venue a high side. Before he finished speaking, several men in black had already stepped into the hall. How did you know so early? Zhang asked anxiously. Wait, just watch the show, a high said, his gaze unwavering. Zhang wanted to ask again, but the entire first floor of the building suddenly lit up like day. The blinding light caught Zhou Jiang's men off guard, causing them to stop in their tracks. In an instant, shadows sprang from all corners of the hall. Gunfire erupted and bullets flew. Those men didn't even have time to draw their guns before falling into pools of blood. As the smoke cleared and the bodies lay sprawled before them, Zhang finally believed it had not been an illusion. At that moment, Hai suddenly laughed. Zhang, here's the reason you wanted right now. He pulled out a voice recorder. Zhou Jiang's voice came through clearly. After Zhang enters for half an hour, you follow in. Regardless of whether they get the painting or not, deal with him on the spot. If Hai shows up, take him out too. The recording abruptly stopped. Hai put away the pen and said calmly, during the day, I made such a fuss at the auction house with our dad. In the chaos, I slipped the bug into his suit pocket. This is what I heard. But why does he want to kill us? I clearly agreed to steal the painting for him. Zhang's voice trembled. At the door, Wang Yao's figure quietly appeared. The reason is clear. He wants to kill you to keep you quiet. If you die, the value of that painting will double, and he just has to wait a few days. Am I wrong? Zhou Jiang. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai and Zhang saw Zhou Jiang being forced with his arms behind his back, dragged into the hall of the Windsor auction house. The black-clad men who had just dispersed now reappeared, swiftly clearing the venue, collecting items, and shutting the doors. The heavy bronze doors slammed shut with a loud bang, completely isolating the outside world. Zhou Jiang was pinned to the smooth floor tiles, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring intensely at Wang Yao. What exactly are you? Why are you fixated on me? Before he finished speaking, the man restraining him delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Zhou Jiang instantly curled up like a shrimp, blood rushing to his throat, collapsing to the ground, gasping. The man leaned down and spat, his voice like ice scraping against iron. You waste, how dare you challenge Mr. Wang? Zhou Jiang's cold sweat soaked his shirt as he looked up, his teeth chattering. Mr. Wang, who exactly are you? Wang Yao exhaled a puff of pale blue smoke, his tone as calm as water. Wang Yao. As soon as the name Wang Yao was uttered, Zhou Jiang's knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. How notorious is Zhang Zihao? He's a well-known outlaw in Xianjiang, daring enough to kidnap even the only son of Li Banqing, and in the end, not even leaving behind his ashes. Zhou Jiang fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Wang, spare my life. They'll give you 100 million. No, 200 million. Wang Yao slowly extinguished his cigar, raised his eyes and smiled. Zhou Jiang, I told you before, Xianjiang is my territory. Whoever causes trouble will lie down. He pointed to the body covered in a black cloth in the corner. Mr. Zhou, please tell everyone what kind of rules this is. Zhou Jiang trembled all over, his voice shaking uncontrollably. I was wrong. Truly wrong. 100 million. They'll transfer it right away. Wang Yao raised his hand, took a deep puff from his Guba cigar, then gently clapped his hands. Figures surged away, the bodies wrapped in burlap bags quietly dragged away. In the grand hall, only 4 people remained: Wang Yao, Hai, Zhan, and Zhou Jiang. Wang Yao strode to Hai and Zhan's side, took out 2 dark handguns from his suit pocket, and handed them one by one, the gun barrels slowly pointing at the man trembling like a leaf in the wind on the ground. His life is in your hands. After speaking, he casually pulled over a red velvet high-back chair and sat down, the cigar flickering between his fingers. Zhou Jiang thudded his head down, snot covering his face. Hai, Zhan, I've raised you for over 10 years. For the sake of our past friendship, spare me this once. Hai turned his face and looked at Zhan. Zhan, what do you say? Zhan didn't answer. He pulled out the famous painting and ripped open the scroll with a loud sound. He tore the entire silk painting in half with a tug. He stepped forward and forcefully threw the torn painting in Zhou Jiang's face. Zhou Jiang, from today onwards, we sever all ties. Zhou Jiang abruptly raised his head, light bursting from his eyes. Good. Good. Cleared of all grievances. Cleared of all grievances. Bang. Bang. 2 crisp sounds exploded. Zhou Jiang looked down, saw blood flowers blooming on each of his knees, and before the intense pain could even hit, a howl tore from his throat. Zhan remained expressionless. The grievances have been cleared, but Hai's leg was ruined by your own hands. This debt you must repay. At that moment, Hai straightened up, scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Zhan, actually, I lied to you. I'm not lame. That was all an act, just to make Zhou Jiang believe it was true. Zhan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Hai, you're really not lame. That's great. Before he finished speaking, Hai suddenly shouted loudly, Zhan, get down. Bang. The gunfire was deafening. Zhou Jiang's forehead exploded into a dark red mist, and he fell back. Zhan turned around sharply, only to see Zhou Jiang's right hand still gripping an AK-47 tightly, the muzzle still smoking. If someone were to look closely at this moment, they would notice the magazine was completely empty. There wasn't a single bullet left. But Wang Yao wouldn't give them that opportunity. He clapped his hands again. Figures flashed and bags were placed over heads dragged away, doors were closed, and the matter was wrapped up. All done in one go. Wang Yao stood up, adjusted his cufflinks, walked up to the two, and said gently, "The job is done. Let's go." Ahai and Ajan looked at him seriously, saying, "Yao, this time truly thank you." Afterwards, Wang Yao invited them to serve as specially appointed instructors at the Genesis training base. Ajan and Ahai stayed awake all night, and the next morning both nodded in agreement. They understood clearly this was not charity but trust, not a job, but a brotherly responsibility. And long before the gunfire rang out, the name Wang Yao had already etched into their bones. The day after Wang Yao accepted the two, he arranged to meet with the head of the Hua family, one of the four great families of Xianjiang, Hua Yingchong. Hua Yingchong was an anomaly among the four families. He was the only one who had not relied on ancestral protection, but had used his own fists and brain to force his way into the door of the four great families. He was also the last tough character to achieve this before Wang Yao. His father passed away when he was young, and it was his mother who struggled to raise him. After reaching adulthood, he ventured out to sea, engaging in cross-border trade amidst hidden currents and storms, accumulating his first substantial capital. Once the money was on shore, he registered a real estate company and plunged into the property industry, building his territory brick by brick. The other three major families have always been adept at navigating both sides, but only Hua Yingchong has maintained close ties with the North since earlier years, harboring deep-seated resistance against the governance of Great Britain. Meanwhile, his opponents had long been keeping a close eye on him, imposing restrictions at every turn. When his real estate empire was at its peak, the British authorities issued a ban, prohibiting him from bidding, transferring, or developing any land. This ironclad barrier inadvertently created an opportunity for Li Jiaqing, allowing him to rise to the position of the richest man in Hong Kong. However, by the early 1980s, after signing a joint statement with Great Britain, the Hua family quickly regained their footing, gaining even greater momentum, firmly establishing themselves as the #1 family in Hong Kong. Wang Yao understood that no matter how he dealt with the British, there would always be endless conversations between him and Hua Yingchong. "Mr. Well, hello." Wang Yao took the initiative to greet the slightly balding, slender, elderly man before him. "Mr. Wang, hello." Hua Yingchong nodded in response, his tone polite, yet measured. After taking their seats, Hua Yingchong directly asked, "Mr. Wang, may I ask what brings you here today?" Wang Yao narrowed his eyes, slightly lowering his voice. "Mr. Hua, is it convenient to talk here?" "No problem. Here there are no outsiders, nor any noise," Hua Yingchong replied with a smile. Wang Yao nodded and got straight to the point. "Mr. Hua, what I want to discuss is the matter concerning the British." Hua Yingchong looked at him, not responding verbally, but nodding slightly to indicate for him to continue. Wang Yao recounted in full the conversation he had with Governor Smith a few days prior. After finishing, he quietly awaited the other's reaction. Hua Yingchong's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "Mr. Wang, today's Hong Kong is no longer the Hong Kong of the past. They wish to reach out, but it's not that simple." Wang Yao shook his head. "Mr. Hua, you are too certain. After all, in name, they are still the ones in power. If they secretly exert pressure, we might not even manage to catch a glimpse of their shadows." Hua Yingchong remained silent, lifting his teacup to take a sip, then sitting quietly, his gaze calm as water. Wang Yao observed this and realized this leader of Hong Kong's foremost family was indeed meticulous, not uttering a single word of falsehood, nor leaving behind any incriminating evidence. He certainly did not trust Wang Yao. After all, having dealt with the British all his life, how could he easily let his guard down? Moreover, he had been backstabbed by locals several times in his early years. Unless Wang Yao presented tangible evidence, otherwise no matter how much he spoke, it would be mere wind in the ears. "Since Mr. Hua does not believe me, I won't impose further." Wang Yao stood up to leave. Just as his hand rested on the back of the chair, Hua Yingchong slowly spoke, "Mr. Wang, please stay. I believe you." Wang Yao was slightly taken aback and turned to look at him. Hua Yingchong smiled. "Mr. Wang, you may not know, at the end of the 1940s to the beginning of the 1950s, there was the Water Ghost Gang that spanned the Hong Kong-Macau waters." Wang Yao also smiled. "Mr. Hua, the name of the Water Ghost Gang is known to all. I just didn't expect it to be related to you." Hua Yingchong candidly said, "To be honest, the Water Ghost Gang was built by my own hands. The leader back then, Shu, was indeed me." Wang Yao, hearing this, showed no signs of shock. There had long been rumors circulating that Hua Yingchong had deep connections with the Underworld, with most people guessing he had close ties with the Number Gang. Who would have thought he actually established his own faction, creating the notorious Water Ghost Gang? 30 years ago, when the Water Ghost Gang suddenly disbanded, was it also under your orders?" Wang Yao inquired. Hua Yingchong nodded. "Indeed. At that time I decided to abandon ship and come ashore. Some of the people followed me into the real estate business, while others went to Southeast Asia to continue their old profession. I have been keeping an eye on the movements over there in Southeast Asia. To be honest, Mr. Wang, your ambition and steady hand are truly remarkable." Wang Yao waved his hand. "Mr. Hua, you flatter me." Hua Yingchong smiled, and then shifted the conversation. "You were right earlier. The British can indeed secretly act, and we truly have no defenses against that." Wang Yao smiled slightly. "Mr. Hua, I actually have two methods." Hua Yingchong's eyes brightened. "I would like to hear more." Wang Yao slowly said, today's Hong Kong is the engine of the Eastern economy. As long as the Hong Kong people unite as one, any of their schemes will ultimately be crushed. Hua Yingchong, however, smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not that easy. I myself have been betrayed by those around me more than once. Wang Yao's lips curled slightly. Ultimately, it's the interests that talk. As long as the benefits align, even the most cunning person will unite as one. Hua Yingchong immediately followed up, Mr. Wang, what exactly do you mean by common interests? Wang Yao's tone was steady and clear. Southeast Asia. Tobacco, shipping, rubber, and that vast market of 1 billion people. These are all our lifelines in common. Bringing the tycoons of Hong Kong onto our ship is equivalent to binding them to our cause. At that time, if the British dare to intervene, we will simply declare our stance, and others will naturally stand up in unison to oppose. Hua Yingchong's eyes grew brighter with each word Wang Yao spoke. As soon as Wang Yao finished speaking, he exclaimed, Mr. Wang, you truly are a young hero. What about the second method? Wang Yao did not elaborate on the steps, but Hua Yingchong, with his years of experience, immediately understood that this plan was feasible. Firstly, there are nearly 50 million Huaran in Southeast Asia, with over 1 billion who have Huaran lineage, a solid foundation. Secondly, the military capabilities of Southeast Asian countries are limited, with islands scattered. As long as the timing is right, a turnaround is possible. Thirdly, Hua Yingchong had long since sensed that Wang Yao had already laid the groundwork in Southeast Asia. He trusted this young man, believing his claims. Since it is possible to dig up gold mountains in Southeast Asia, it is naturally feasible to bring all the shrewd merchants of Hong Kong onto his ship. Merchants seek profit, which is only natural. With sufficient benefits, one can sever all old contracts. Hua Yingchong was convinced relying solely on this piece of fat meat in Southeast Asia could leverage 99 of the business backbone in Hong Kong joining forces to withstand the pressure from the British. This momentum is enough to shake the foundations of colonial rule. After hearing the first method, he felt a burning urgency in his heart, eager for the next part. He never expected that the deadlock that had troubled him for half a lifetime would be held in the hands of this young man, who had. Wang Yao did not beat around the bush, straightforwardly laying out the plan. Preparing to ignite a financial storm in Southeast Asia and East Asia, detailing everything for Hua Yingchong to hear. Hua Yingchong remained silent for a long time. It was not hesitation but shock. The decisiveness of this young man's actions and the depth of his calculations made even his seasoned heart quiver. After a long while, he finally spoke, Mr. Wang, inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy also harms oneself by 800. Aren't you afraid that Hong Kong will suffer greatly from this wave and take 10 years to recover? Wang Yao looked directly at Hua Yingchong, his voice calm, yet weighty. Mr. Well, tell me, is it better to wait for slow suffocation or to shatter everything for rebirth? Hua Yingchong fell silent. He understood. Rather than letting Hong Kong wither day by day in the hands of the British, it would be better to ruthlessly smash all the jars and leave a spark of fire waiting for the spring thunder. After a moment, he asked, for the second method, what is your chance of success? Wang Yao smiled. This year, not a single point. Next year, by the end, 60%. The year after, 100%. Next year, he would have considerable returns from the east. His financial strength would be sufficient for 60%. The year after the collapse of the polar bear. Then would be the real feast of opportunity. At that time, Southeast Asia would surely boil over and chaos would bring about change. However, he would never explicitly mention to Hua Yingchong about the collapse of Japan and the disintegration of the polar bear. Even if he did, the other party might not believe him, especially the latter, which sounded like a fairy tale in the present context. Though Hua Yingchong did not know where Wang Yao's confidence stemmed from, he inexplicably trusted him 3 parts. Yet he still said, Wang Yao, we still need to think about the second plan. In his heart, he had already begun to lean in a certain direction. Thus he immediately asked, regarding this matter in Southeast Asia, when do you plan to take action? Wang Yao glanced at Hua Yingchong and replied decisively, Mr. Hua, I have already controlled several media outlets. When the wind begins to blow hot, the situation in Southeast Asia will naturally follow up. Hua Yingchong nodded, and then said, 30 years ago I bought 2 old ships from the British, and they are still anchored in Southeast Asia. If they can be of use, feel free to deploy them. Wang Yao's eyes brightened. The forces of Malaysia were inherently weak, and even an old ship from World War II could hold its ground against the local fleet. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Wang Yao clasped his hands and smiled. Hua Yingchong waved his hand, his tone calm. Wang Yao, I'm not helping you, I'm helping the Hua people of Nanyang, as well as the Hua people of Hong Kong. This favor need not be remembered on my account. After hearing Hua Yingchong's words, Wang Yao stood up and bowed deeply to him. Just for this statement, he was worthy of this salute. As he finished his bow, Wang Yao was taken aback. Hua Yingchong actually stood up as well and solemnly returned the gesture. Wang Yao quickly reached out to support his arm. Hua Yingchong's gaze was steady as he looked directly at him and said, Wang Yao, this bow is not from me, Hua Yingchong, it is from the Hua people of Hong Kong and the Hua people of Nanyang together. You deserve it. After a pause, he lowered his voice, saying, Mr. Wang, the British may appear polite on the surface, but deep down they are just as vile as the Japanese. In my lifetime, I have one thought: one day I will expel all these outsiders from Hong Kong. The affairs of the Hua people must be decided by the Hua people themselves. As his words fell, he wiped the corner of his eyes with his calloused hand, and then grinned. Wang Yao, I apologize for making you witness this. Wang Yao's expression became solemn. Mr. Hua, no one in today's Hong Kong has the right to laugh at you. Hua Yingqiong smiled gently, and then asked, Mr. Wang, how confident are you about the situation in Nanyang? Wang Yao looked at him and slowly replied, Mr. Hua, to be honest, 70%. Even with his formidable capabilities, he would not overstate his confidence. Hua Yingqiong nodded, his tone resolute. Wang Yao, we will fully support you. Shortly after Wang Yao met with Hua Yingqiong, a large sand transport ship quietly sailed towards Wuyan Island. At the same time, 2 pirate ships that had been roaming the South China Sea silently withdrew from the waters. The next day, the undercurrents of the Jianghu in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan stirred slightly. The leader of the Hongmen East Asia branch was assassinated, and the scene was so clean that not a single hair could be found. The assassin came and went without a trace, as if they had never existed. Wang Yao had already been informed hours earlier. This operation was initiated by his battle hall. The intelligence had already been confirmed. The Hongmen, who considered themselves the first Chinese association in the world, had set their sights on him. After all, in their eyes, Nanyang had always been their backyard. If the Hongmen did not act, Wang Yao could have temporarily put it aside. However, since they had drawn their swords first, Wang Yao could only retaliate. This fierce move was his response. After the incident, the upper echelons of the Hongmen quickly guessed who had acted. However, first, they could not produce ironclad evidence. Second, the headquarters was deeply engaged in a fierce battle with the Qing gang and the mafia, and they could not spare any resources. Could a single East Asia branch seek revenge on Wang Yao? That would be tantamount to sending someone to their death. Thus, this matter sank like a stone with no further developments. Time passed, and soon it was the end of the year. On December 29, 1981, the Japanese stock market index surged to a historical peak, 3,857 points. There was a wave of optimism with a general belief that the market would continue its upward trend. Some even predicted next year it would break 45,000, nearing 48,000. However, the next day, on December 30th, after a continuous rise of 180 days, the Japanese stock market plummeted for the first time. But all Japanese considered it a normal correction, and no one thought deeply about it. At this time in Hong Kong, the Genesis Financial Company was brightly lit, with everyone eager to take action. Old Gu, the trend of the Japanese stock market has matched the chairman's prediction perfectly. Do you think this is a coincidence, or? Zhang Linwei asked Gu Linjian during a casual chat. Linwei, this isn't luck, it's the chairman's own calculations. I've always felt that our boss is like a living deity, Gu Linjian said excitedly. Zhang Linwei nodded. Old Gu, I believe that. The chairman is indeed not an ordinary person. So don't overthink it. According to what he said, starting today, the Japanese stock market will continue to decline for a whole year. From 36957 points down to 19,000 points, a market value of 2 trillion yen. Let me remind you, if you operate properly, you could enter the billionaire club this year. Gu Linjian smiled as he patted her shoulder. Haha, old Gu, I'm even more anxious than you. My university classmates once laughed at me for being foolish, leaving big companies to come to this small temple. When I truly become a billionaire, I will have to invite them all for a meal, reminiscing about how they used to say what about me back then. Zhang Linwei laughed more and more, unable to hold back her laughter. Gu Linjian replied calmly, those people only see money. Once you become a rich person, they will immediately change their tune, fawning over you, trying to build connections with you. The next day, the Japanese stock market indeed fell again, as Wang Yao had predicted. Kai was also fully assisting Wang Yao on this side, with all preparations proceeding rapidly and diligently. Including bank loans, a total of 30 billion Hong Kong dollars had already been received, waiting for the order to act immediately. At the beginning of the year, the most talked about topic in international discourse was not the continued decline of the Japanese stock market, but the new documentary released by Genesis Television, The Loss. The film directly showcased the living conditions of the Hua people on Wuyan Island in Nanyang. They were forced back to a primitive state, unable to plow the fields with no medical care or teachers. And all of this had quietly taken shape in just 20 years under the Malaysian government. Once The Loss was aired, it caused an uproar in the Western world. Upon reaching the East, it stirred up great waves within the entire Hua community. However, the Malaysian government remained indifferent, offering no response or apology. They only lightly stated that they would provide humanitarian aid to Wuyan Island. 3 days later, a shocking event unfolded throughout Southeast Asia. The leader of the Hua people on Wuyan Island, Liu Jiujing, officially announced, Wuyan Island has separated from the Malaysian Federation and established the Wuyan Island Free Territory. This territory enjoys complete autonomy across the island. Immediately, over 1,000 Malaysian citizens on the island were uniformly repatriated, directly sent to the coast of Borneo by a civilian transport ship. From then on, Wuyan Island truly returned to the hands of the Hua people. The Malaysian government did not learn of this news until more than 20 hours later. They urgently contacted the troops stationed on the island, but received no response. The next day at noon, the Prime Minister of the Malaysian government personally attended a press conference sternly denouncing the Wuyan Island Free Territory as illegal and invalid, demanding its immediate submission, otherwise they would use force to quell the unrest. In fact, before the Prime Minister spoke, the Malaysian military had already completed its mobilization. The internal stance of the military government had been clear. Regardless of what choice Wuyan Island made, it must be suppressed with an iron fist, so that all Hua people within their territory could see that the thought of separation would be paid for with blood. The flames of war in Nanyang had ignited. On January 11, 1990, the Northern Military District of Malaysia deployed 300 soldiers, 2 small warships, and a landing ship directly heading for Wuyan Island. The military government firmly believed that this small force was enough to easily crush the so-called crowd of Hua people on the island. The result, however, left them dumbfounded. The front line reported urgently that the 3 ships had not even approached the island when they were accurately sunk by coastal defenses. Upon learning that Wuyan Island had already deployed coastal artillery, even the slowest officials understood this time the Hua people were not joking. Immediately monitor all wealthy Hua merchants within Malaysia. This was the first administrative order issued by the military government. They concluded that behind the Wuyan Island Free Territory, there must be substantial Hua capital supporting it from the shadows. Meanwhile, a larger-scale military mobilization had already begun. 15,000 soldiers were rapidly gathering at southern ports, preparing to launch an amphibious assault aiming to completely destroy all armed forces on the island. On the other side, the emergence of the Wuyan Island Free Territory quickly won the overwhelming support of the vast majority of Hua people in Nanyang. Hua people from Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore generously donated materials, raising 1.2 billion Thai baht worth of supplies to send to Wuyan Island in just 3 days. Along with the supplies were nearly 1,000 volunteers, retired veterans, practicing physicians, and even several active-duty officers quietly leaving their posts to head for the front lines. Even the Hua people in the Malaysian mainland, closely monitored and with restricted communication by the military government, still found ways to gather nearly 200,000 Hong Kong dollars worth of supplies, secretly transporting them off the island. The Hua communities in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan also spontaneously organized fundraising efforts on the streets and alleys, at tea houses and docks. Cardboard boxes piled up like mountains, donations flowed like rivers, all to lend a helping hand to their compatriots on Wuyan Island. At this moment, all Hua people were connected by blood. Within the 4 seas, they were all brothers. Everyone heading to Wuyan Island had only one simple wish in their hearts: to ensure that the Hua people had a stable place to stand in Nanyang. In northern Thailand, the Dragon King of the South China, Si Mao Guowei, heard the news and opened a banquet, drinking heartily, downing 3 large bowls in a row. He slammed the table and sighed that kid Wang Yao really got things done. Just a year. Achung, my head isn't getting... Huh. The 2 elders laughed heartily, their voices shaking the beams of the house. Achung, convey my orders. Mobilize all available personnel to Wuyan Island. Hold the line and do not retreat a single step, even if we perish. Mao Guowei gritted his teeth, his gaze piercing like nails into the wall. Wang Yao had already arrived at Wuyan Island, followed by several trucks of military supplies. This battle is no small skirmish. Can we let him wait idly in Xinjiang? He can't even drink tea. If we win, Wuyan Island will establish a free territory, and the path will be clear for the next decade. If we lose, all the investment of blood, manpower, and time this year will be wasted. Money is secondary. The most critical issue is that there won't be another Wuyan Island in the entire Nanyang, backed by a deep-water harbor, facing an open maritime route, with a stable foundation among the local Hua people who have lived there for years. Outsiders cannot interfere. This time, as Wuyan Island raises its flag for autonomy, the governments of Nanyang countries are immediately on high alert. It won't be easy to secretly cultivate power in the future. Thus, this is Wang Yao's last card. At this moment, there are just over 4,000 regular troops on Wuyan Island, 5,000 militia with 0 weapons, and 500 elite troops in the war hall. Tanks, armored vehicles, and warships are all present. Though not yet honed to perfection, Wang Yao feels confident. If they can withstand the first wave of the Manchurian government's ferocious attack, there is a 70% chance of victory. As long as they withstand the first wave, the Hua people from various parts of Nanyang will no longer stand by idly. Supplies, troops, and fleets will surge in like a tide. This time, Wang Yao also brought foreign reporters from Genesis Television to capture the real-time resistance of the Hua people against tyranny on Wuyan Island. He is certain that once the Manchurian government suffers setbacks, international public opinion, combined with battlefield pressure, will force them to concede Wuyan Island's high degree of autonomy. The most brilliant move is precisely that Wuyan Island never mentioned the words nation building, only demanding This in turn puts the Manchurian government in a difficult position. If they agree, they fear opening a Pandora's box. If they suppress it, they earn a bad reputation for suppressing public sentiment. As both sides rush to deploy their formations, Wang Yao's satellite phone rang. Mr. Wang Yao, everything I've saved up in my life is for you. After Mao Guowei finished speaking, the line went dead before he could say another word. Wang Yao had initial concerns. Many of Mao Guowei's subordinates were veterans who made their living at sea with enemies all over Nanyang. If this matter leaks, Wuyan Island would immediately become the target of public criticism. However, he did not expect that what Mao Guowei left behind was not manpower, but 4 armed merchant ships, numbered 243. The ship registration is clean, and the route is clear. He had already thoroughly understood Wang Yao's predicament. Another piece of news: quietly arrived South China Sea pirates have recently been targeting Manchurian ships, causing their merchant vessels to dare not fly their national flag at sea. The Manchurian government is currently preoccupied with these matters. They are fully mobilizing troops, with the Supreme Commander personally ordering within 7 days wipe out Wuyan Island. However, the nearest military base to Wuyan Island is too far away. The Northern Military District's base has the closest airport, which is still 300 kilometers from the island. Airstrikes are temporarily out of reach. They would never expect that Wuyan Island had secretly acquired a batch of anti-aircraft missiles from the Arctic Bear. Though insufficient to deal with a major power's air force, it is more than enough to take down the old bombers that the Manchurian government has been flying for decades. The surface of Nanyang seems calm because both the Manchurian government and Wuyan Island's free territory are holding their breath. But everyone understands that this calm won't last for long. War is bound to erupt. This battle will change the fate of many. On January 14, 1990, the Western Fleet of the Manchurian government mobilized 6 light destroyers, 4 frigates, and 10 amphibious assault vessels, formed an expeditionary fleet heading straight for Wuyan Island. The army landing with the fleet numbered 33,000, almost the entire strength of that fleet. Additionally, another 7,000 landing troops had already assembled in the mountainous region of West Kalimantan province. Upon arrival, the first batch of 3,000 troops immediately boarded the ships and set sail. On January 15th, 6 Manchurian bombers took off from the Northern Military District base in West Kalimantan, heading straight for Wuyan Island. As soon as they reached the airspace above the island, they were shot down by anti-aircraft missiles deployed on Wuyan Island. On the same day, Abu and Tian Yansheng led 2,000 elite troops from Wuyan Island, launching a strong landing at Ingluo Island. On January 16th, when the Manchurian fleet was just 90 nautical miles from Wuyan Island, they suddenly received an urgent order from the military government, immediately changed course, and rushed to support Ingluo Island in West Kalimantan province. The reason was clear. On the night of January 15th, Wuyan Island's forces launched a surprise attack on the 650 Manchurian troops stationed in Longhua County. In one battle, they were routed and their organization nearly collapsed. At this point, the remaining defending troops of the Manchurian Northern Military District in Ingluo Island had fallen below 10,000. On the morning of January 16th, Wuyan Island's free territory officially declared. Longhua County and Sanfa County are now part of the Free Territories domain. The northwestern part of Ingluo Island was originally the homeland of the Hua people, as well as the former territory of the Lanfang Republic. This country was founded in 1775 and at its peak governed the entire northwestern region of Ingluo Island. In 1888, the Windmill Kingdom invaded and Lanfang ultimately fell. Although the country no longer exists, the Hua people still gather. As the Wuyan Island army arrived, the local Hua people responded in droves. Using the captured Manchurian weapons, Abu trained 3,000 militia, naming them the Defense Force. Meanwhile, the western fleet of the Manchurian government was besieged by Nanyang pirates. Initially thought to be a routine raid, it turned out that the opponents fought to the death. Several fast boats even rammed into the hull, causing significant damage to several ships. Though they ultimately wiped out the pirates, they lost 1 light destroyer and 4 amphibious assault vessels. 2 frigates and 4 light destroyers were severely damaged. The fleet commander was considering sending a message to the Western Fleet Command to request a withdrawal to Yagata for repairs, when he suddenly saw a formation breaking through the waves on the horizon. 4 destroyers and 6 armed ships lined up menacingly. This was the entire naval force of Wuyan Island's free territory. They targeted this weary and battered contingent and struck like lightning. After a brief exchange of fire, the commander of the Manchurian fleet ordered a white flag to be raised in surrender. The Wuyan Island fleet returned triumphantly with nearly 10 captured vessels. Due to the near annihilation of the South China Sea pirates in this battle, it was later referred to as the Pirate Dirge. On January 17th, news of the catastrophic defeat of the Manchurian army and navy spread, shocking. Previously, the military government had boldly proclaimed that the army ranks second in South Asia and the navy sits firmly at first, but at this moment they were thoroughly exposed by Wuyan Island's free territory. Without a navy to hinder them, the free territory calmly deployed over 4,000 troops to Ingluo Island. Once reinforcements arrived, Abu and Tian Yansheng faced off against the Manchurian Northern Military District for a day before launching an attack. The Manchurian troops could not withstand the well-trained and highly motivated elite troops of the Free Territory, retreating step by step. The front line quickly pushed from Longhua County to Kunmai City. Under the dual pressure of international public opinion and the military might of the Free Territory, on January 19th, the supreme commander of the Manchurian military government, Su Deer, publicly stated that he was willing to initiate peace talks with Wuyan Island's Free Territory. On January 20th, The leader of Wuyan Island's Free Territory, Lu Juzheng, responded, "We agree." Both Lu Juzheng and Wang Yao understood this victory was achieved through surprise attacks and seizing opportunities. If they truly extended the front line and engaged in a full-scale war, the current Free Territory would not be able to withstand a prolonged struggle with the Manchurian main forces. Both sides agreed to hold peace talks on January 28 at Xinjiapo. An immediate ceasefire was declared, freezing the front line at its current position. This war, instigated by the Manchurian government, lasted a full 10 days. Later military historians would name it the battle. The source of this conflict began precisely with the documentary The Loss, aired by Genesis Television. This documentary would later be remembered by history as one of the most shocking documentary works of the 20th century. The day after Wuyan Island's Free Territory signed the ceasefire agreement, the government of Wuyan Island's Free Territory was declared established. The focus of everyone's attention was not on the first governor Lu Juzheng, but on the one with the special title of Honorary Lord of Wuyan Island's Free Territory, Wang Yao. The reason was that in the delegation heading to Xinjiapo for peace talks with the Manchurian government, the position of leader was not held by Lu Juzheng. To everyone's surprise, the leader was Wang Yao. Lu Juzheng only accompanied as the deputy leader. This arrangement quietly, yet powerfully, indicated that Wang Yao held far more weight in Wuyan Island's Free Territory than usual. In a short time, the name Wang Yao rapidly spread throughout the entire Nanyanghua community. He had a reputation in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, but prior to this, almost no one in Nanyang recognized his true face. This time, he stood on the forefront of public view in Nanyang, and even globally for the first time in an official capacity. At 2 p.m. on January 27th, at the Fully port in Xinjiapo, an ocean liner slowly docked. The cabin door opened, and a group of Hua people stepped down the gangway. The leader, tall and with a stern face, was none other than Wang Yao. Standing beside him was Lu Juzheng, the lord of the Free Territory of Wuyan Island. Behind them, a dozen attendants stood silently in a steady line. On the side of Xinjiapo, Prime Minister Mu Wang Yao did not come in person, but sent his son Mu Xianglong to lead a welcoming party at the dock. As Wang Yao and his group approached, he asked Deputy Prime Minister Mu, "May I inquire where Prime Minister Mu is?" Mu Xianglong smiled and replied, "Commander Hua and Deputy Commander Zhang, my father has been waiting for you both at the Prime Minister's residence." As he spoke, he was slightly taken aback. The person before him was surprisingly young. He had heard of the renowned Honorary Lord of Wuyan Island. Seeing him today, curiosity, mixed with an undercurrent of suspicion and unwillingness, quietly surfaced within him. Mu Xianglong, 38 years old, was widely recognized as the natural successor to the position of Prime Minister of Xinjiang, merely waiting for the right moment. Yet he understood that the aura surrounding him ultimately stemmed from his father. He had always been self-assured, believing his talents were no less than those of his father. Now facing a youth over a decade his junior who spoke with composure and exuded a commanding presence, he instinctively began to compare himself with the other. While pondering this, Wang Yao suddenly said, "Mr. Mu, I heard that Commander Su arrived yesterday, and it was your father who personally welcomed him." Mu Xianglong nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, Commander Su arrived in Xinjia yesterday and was personally greeted by my father." Mu Xianglong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Commander Wang, Commander Su represents the government of Manxijia, which is a formal exchange between nations, and the protocols must be followed." Mu Xianglong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Commander Wang, Commander Su represents the government of Manxijia, which is a formal exchange between nations, and the protocols must be followed. As for you and Deputy Commander Zhang, you represent the Free Territory of Wuyan Island. According to the current administrative hierarchy, it is still a local government under Manxijia. It is quite appropriate for me to handle the reception." The implication carried a sharp edge. "You are not yet worthy of having the Prime Minister lower himself to welcome you." Wang Yao's expression remained unchanged. "Mr. Mu, this negotiation was initiated not by us, but by Commander Su himself. The outcome of the battlefield has been determined. We are the victors and Manxijia is the loser. You treat the loser with great courtesy while showing indifference to the victor. What kind of reasoning is that?" Mu Xianglong quickly said, "Commander Wang, I mean no disrespect to either side. My father has prepared a banquet at the Prime Minister's residence, specifically awaiting your arrival. Please do not overthink it." Wang Yao shook his head. "Since Mr. Mu has said so, I will say no more. Please inform Commander Su. We will negotiate elsewhere." As he finished speaking, he turned and walked directly towards the passenger ship. Lu Juzheng and the attendants did not hesitate and immediately followed suit. Seeing that Wang Yao's group was truly about to board the ship, Mu Xianglong suddenly lost color and called out loudly, "Commander Wang, please hold on." He understood in his heart that if this man left at this moment, the face of Xinjiapo would be completely lost in the South Seas. Wang Yao heard the call, but did not stop, continuing straight towards the ship. "Commander Wang, what exactly do you want?" Mu Xianglong asked, addressing the retreating figure. Wang Yao paused, slowly turning around. "Mr. Mu, please remember this clearly. What we seek in this negotiation is merely equal treatment with the defeated side. Is this demand excessive?" After speaking, he took a step forward again. Mu Xianglong, feeling helpless, immediately dialed the Prime Minister's office. "Father, it's me along." He recounted the events at the port to Wang Yao in detail. After listening, Wang Yao's tone was steady, along no matter what first stabilized the representative group of the Free Territory of Wuyan Island. I will set off immediately. Understood, Prime Minister Mu. Mu Xianglong felt relieved. He quickly ran to catch up with Wang Yao, still catching his breath as he said, Mr. Wang, my father will be here shortly. Oh, please wait a moment. Wang Yao smiled slightly. Mr. Mu, there's no need to be anxious. I'm just going aboard for convenience. Rest assured, how could I truly leave Xinjiapa? After all, the negotiation between the Free Territory of Wuyan Island and the government of Mansi Jia has only just begun. Mu Xianglong smiled on the surface, but had already silently repeated Wang Yao's name several times in his heart. Yet he truly felt powerless. The Free Territory of Wuyan Island was the hope of all the Hua people in the South Seas. If Xinjiapa stood against it, the opponents would not be limited to just one free territory. Instead, it would be the entire Hua community in the South Seas. This situation was something Wang Yao absolutely did not wish to see. Therefore, even though Wuyan Island was still desolate, and its economy impoverished, it remained an entity that Wang Yao had to court. Not necessarily to form an alliance, but absolutely not to become an enemy. Less than 40 minutes after Wang Yao and the others boarded the ship, Wang Yao had already arrived at the dock of Xinjiapa. A staff member from the government of the Free Territory of Wuyan Island quickly boarded the ship and said to Wang Yao and Lu Jujing, Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, Prime Minister Mu from Xinjiapa has arrived. With the establishment of the Free Territory of Wuyan Island, many elite Hua people from various countries in the South Seas rushed to offer their support. This person was one of them, named Zhang Wenping, a graduate of the South Seas Institute of Technology in Xinjiapa. Because his major was directly related, Wang Yao specifically included him in the negotiation team. Zhang Wenping only realized after arriving at Wuyan Island that the true authority of the Free Territory was not Lu Jujing, but this 20-year-old youth before him. After several discussions, Zhang Wenping was deeply impressed by Wang Yao's demeanor and insight. In his eyes, Wang Yao was a true leader. After hearing Zhang Wenping's report, Lu Jujing turned to Wang Yao and asked, Mr. Wang, should we go down to greet them? Wang Yao shook his head and chuckled lightly. No need to rush. Prime Minister Mu will come up. As Prime Minister Mu arrived at the dock, he walked directly to Mu Xianglong's side. Where are the people from the Free Territory of Wuyan Island? Mu Xianglong pointed far away at the passenger ship. They boarded the ship and haven't come down since. Wang Yao nodded slightly. Let's go, follow me aboard. I want to meet this Wang Yao. This young man seems interesting. Mu Xianglong looked slightly astonished. Father, your status is special. Are you really going aboard to invite them down? Wang Yao looked at his son and gently shook his head. His son was nearly 40, yet still had not truly grasped the nuances of propriety. It seemed he would have to postpone his retirement for a few more years. He leaned close to Mu Xianglong's ear and lowered his voice. Along, when it's time to hold your ground, do so. When it's time to show humility, you must lower yourself. Do you understand? The current Free Territory of Wuyan Island carries the hopes and expectations of the Hua people of the South Seas. Even many local Hua people in Xinjiapa see it as their way out. If we turn against them, it would be equivalent to making enemies with the entire Hua community in the South Seas. Do you understand? Mu Xianglong lowered his eyes in silence. He was not confused and naturally understood which path was more prudent. Father, I understand, he replied softly. Let's go up together. Having said this, Wang Yao, accompanied by Mu Xianglong and several government officials from Xinjiapa, climbed the gangway onto the passenger ship, heading straight toward Wang Yao and Lu Jujing. Stepping onto the deck, Wang Yao quickly approached, extending his right hand with a smiling face. Commander Wang, you truly have some skills. I genuinely admire you from the bottom of my heart. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Heroes emerge from the youth. Wang Yao also extended his hand, firmly shaking Wang Yao's palm, responding in a clear voice, Prime Minister Mu, your brilliance has not dimmed and your ambitions reach far. I used to think I wasn't old, but seeing a young talent like Commander Wang, I can't help but feel old. Wang Yao laughed heartily, his laughter resonating. Afterward, he nodded to Lu Jujing in greeting, showing complete courtesy. Then turning to Wang Yao, he said warmly, Commander Wang, I have prepared a banquet at the Global Hotel in Xinjiapa. Shall we set off now? Wang Yao understood. Wang Yao personally inviting him aboard was a significant exception. He immediately replied with a smile, then I shall not stand on ceremony. The three walked down the passenger ship side by side, while Mu Xianglong quietly fell half a step behind, closely following Wang Yao, and Lu Jujing, maintaining a humble demeanor and perfectly balancing his posture. The group then boarded the government vehicle of Xinjiapa, heading straight for the Global Hotel. In the vehicle, Wang Yao turned to Wang Yao, his eyes gleaming with interest as he asked, Commander Wang, this old man is genuinely curious. Once you were a pillar of the Xiangjiang society, yet now you have become the honorary lord of the Free Territory of Wuyan Island. If convenient, could you share how you have traversed this path? As the Prime Minister of Xinjiapa, Wang Yao was already aware that Wang Yao was the chairman of the Xiangjiang dynasty. In terms of business status alone, he was not qualified to sit in the same vehicle as the Prime Minister. Yet this man before him had transformed from a mere merchant into a figure of genuine authority. Indeed, for now, within the geopolitical landscape of Nanyang, he wielded decisive military and administrative power. Such a staggering metamorphosis could not fail to stir Wang Yao's deep emotion. Wang Yao did not answer immediately. Instead, he raised his right hand, gently tapped his own eye with his index finger, then pinched his thumb and forefinger together in quiet contemplation, a serene smile playing upon his lips. Prime Minister Mu's success rests upon discernment and capital. Lacking either, no enterprise can prevail. Wang Regimental Commander Wang Yao replied, a faint smile lifting the corners of his mouth. I am 66 years old, and you are without question the most extraordinary young man I have ever encountered. He was a legendary figure among the Hua people of Nanyang. Such words carried immense weight. Wang Yao merely offered a calm, understated smile. Prime Minister Mu does me too much honor. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao mirrored Wang Yao's earlier gesture, raising his hand to tap his left eye, his gaze alight with conviction. Wang Regimental Commander, I possess no extraordinary talents in life, only one, the ability to read people, and I have never misjudged a soul. You are no ordinary man. Wang Yao smiled faintly, offering no further reply. He understood well, though couched in admiration, the remark was in truth a prelude, a paving of the path ahead. Soon thereafter, the motorcade arrived at the Vienna Hotel in Xinjiapo. Wang Yao and Wang Yao alighted from their vehicles almost simultaneously. Outside, rows of long-lens cameras and compact camcorders were already trained upon them, flashbulbs bursting in unison. Reporters jostled fiercely to capture the shutter click. The indelible image of Wang Yao, and Lu Jujing walking shoulder to shoulder through the hotel's grand entrance. That very evening, the front page of the Nanyang Daily bore a bold, commanding headline, the light of the Hua people of Nanyang. Wang Yao? Likewise, every major newspaper across the region placed Wang Yao's arrival in Xinjiapo at the head of its front page. The leader of the Wuyan Island Free Territories negotiation delegation had become front-page news overnight. Within a single night, Wang Yao, youthful, upright, his brow bearing an innate aura of solemn authority, became a household name on every street corner and alleyway of Xinjiapo. The Vienna Hotel, Xinjiapo's most celebrated luxury landmark, and one of the Mu family's flagship enterprises, served as the venue for the formal negotiations between Manchukuo and the Wuyan Island Free Territory. Even before dawn broke, nearly 100 journalists had densely encircled the hotel's main entrance. This summit was destined to shake the very foundations of Nanyang's political order. Yet Wang Yao's delegation from Wuyan Island and Su Daisai's governmental delegation from Manchukuo had already slipped silently inside via a concealed passage proceeding directly to the negotiation chamber. This marked Wang Yao's first face-to-face encounter with Su Daisai. He felt no affinity for the man, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless Hua people. When Su Daisai extended his hand, Wang Yao ignored it entirely, striding past him to take his seat at the head of his own delegation. Su Daisai's face instantly turned ashen. For 26 years he had ruled Manchukuo's military and governmental apparatus with absolute authority. Never before had he suffered such open disdain. His expression darkened as he sank heavily into the chair reserved for the head of the Manchukuo delegation. Once both delegations had settled, Mu Xianlong rose, his expression affable. Mr. Su Daisai, Mr. Wang. On behalf of the collective aspiration for peace across Southeast Asia, the Xinjiapo government has accepted your joint request to serve as mediator in these talks. Peace is the shared yearning of all Nanyang peoples. May both sides place the greater good above all else, and thus commence today's negotiations. With those words, he offered a slight bow before withdrawing, leaving the entire negotiation hall to these two fiercely opposed delegations. No sooner had Mu Xianlong departed than Su Daisai launched into a rapid-fire torrent of local dialect. The interpreter turned toward Wang Yao and his team commander. Su declares that Wuyan Island may retain a degree of autonomy for the Hua people, but all armed forces on the island must be fully disbanded and the government shall maintain permanent garrisons there. Wang Yao listened, then threw back his head and laughed aloud. Has Commander Su Daisai not yet awakened from his slumber? The interpreter faithfully relayed the remark. Su Daisai did not even lift his eyelids, replying coolly. The interpreter then informed Wang Yao, Commander Su states he is perfectly awake, not dreaming in the slightest. Then he dreams while wide awake. A wry smile flickered across Wang Yao's lips. Please convey this to him. Only the victor's voice carries authority. Hardly had the interpreter finished translating when Su Daisai responded coldly in English. Manchukuo still commands over 300,000 ground troops, and its eastern fleet stands fully mobilized. You cannot withstand us. Wang Yao scoffed lightly. If Commander Su holds no interest in negotiation, then let the war resume. Su Daisai's expression hardened instantly. He leaned toward his deputy, murmured a few terse words, then rose abruptly and strode out, cloak flaring behind him. After his departure, the deputy stepped forward, his expression cordial. Mr. Wang, it is an honor to meet you. I am Mahadi, deputy head of the Manchukuo negotiation delegation. Mr. Mahadi, greetings. Wang Yao acknowledged with a nod. Mr. Wang, please believe me. The Manchukuo delegation approaches these talks in earnest pursuit of peace. Mahadi met Wang Yao's gaze directly. Kindly present your delegation's terms. It was clear to everyone present Su Daisai's appearance had been little more than ceremonial, a perfunctory formality. True leadership rested with Mahadi. Wang Yao paused briefly before speaking. The Wuyan Island Free Territory advances 3 core demands. First, the current ceasefire line shall serve as the official boundary. All territories under our de facto control shall enjoy full autonomy. Manchukuo's military and governmental authorities shall exercise no jurisdiction whatsoever. Second, the Manchukuo government shall pay 10 billion US dollars in reparations to compensate for wartime damages inflicted upon our territory. Third, no restrictions shall be imposed on the free migration of any Hua person into the Wuyan Island Free Territory. Mahadi's breath caught. Not a single one of these 3 conditions could he authorize or dare accept. To endorse any would brand him a traitor to Manchukuo for all eternity. He forced a strained smile. Mr. Wang, your proposals seem profoundly disconnected from reality. Our delegation finds them wholly unacceptable. However, I am authorized to offer concessions. Wuyan Island's armed forces shall withdraw from Yingluo Island. The Manchukuo government will formally recognize Wuyan Island's status and grant it high-level autonomy, though its armed forces must be fully integrated into our national defense structure. Mr. Wang, this represents the absolute limit of our flexibility. Mahadi spoke with steady composure, his gaze unwavering. Wang Yao shook his head. Mr. Mahadi, you know well, the Manchukuo forces stationed on Yingluo Island have already been routed by our troops. Should we act decisively, the entire island will fall under our control within 7 days. Let me remind you once more, it is you who stand defeated on the battlefield, and it is you who initiated these peace talks. Recognize your position clearly. Only then may peace truly take root. At that, Wang Yao issued a brief instruction to Lu Jujing before rising and exiting the chamber. Mahadi narrowed his eyes, watching Wang Yao's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. 2 decades of negotiation experience honed an instinct he trusted implicitly. Today's dialogue had reached its definitive end. He murmured softly to himself, the negotiating table is but another trench on the battlefield. He knew full well the next time they sat across this same table would follow another round of fierce, bloody combat. The moment Wang Yao crossed the threshold of the Vienna Hotel's conference hall, the formal negotiations between the Wuyan Island Free Territory and the Manchukuo government effectively concluded. The subsequent exchanges between Lu Jujing and Mahadi served only as protracted posturing, a hollow charade of diplomacy. Shortly thereafter, both delegations adjourned hastily, departing separately through concealed passageways. Wang Yao reluctantly approached the hotel's main entrance, facing the forest of cameras and microphones. Prime Minister Mu, how did the talks progress? Has a peace agreement been signed? Have both sides declared a ceasefire? Mu Xianlong remained silent for several seconds, then raised a hand to signal the reporter's patience. Once the crowd stilled, he addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, allow me to clarify. Today's meeting constituted only an initial contact. No concrete outcomes have yet been determined, and multiple rounds of further consultation lie ahead. The road ahead remains long. Prime Minister Mu, I am a reporter from the Nanyang Evening News. Will this war continue? Before others could react, a female journalist seized the floor with her urgent question. Mu Xianlong smiled faintly and replied simply, who among us does not desire peace? That day, headlines blazed across every major newspaper. Negotiations between Wuyan Island and the Manchukuo government have collapsed. War in Nanyang threatens renewal. Reporters understood instinctively failure to reach accord meant no retreat remained, and renewed hostilities would inevitably grip the hearts of ordinary citizens most deeply. They were correct. At that very moment, both Wuyan Island and the Manchukuo government had quietly drawn their bows taut. Upon Wang Yao's command, elite units, rigorously trained for years in the Golden Triangle and Kokong, were swiftly redeployed to Wuyan Island. Augmented by Abu and Tian Yangsheng's 3,000 strong security force, equipped entirely with captured arms, the Wuyan Island Free Territory's total military strength in West Kalimantan Province, Yingluo Island, now exceeded 11,000. A precise accounting revealed 4,000 regular troops, 600 mercenaries, 3,000 militia, over 300 Black Tiger soldiers, and 3,000 security personnel. Manchukuo too wasted no time. Su Daisai personally issued deployment orders directing the 2nd Army of Java and the 3rd Marine Brigade to hasten immediately to West Kalimantan, Yingluo Island. This 2nd Army ranked just below Manchukuo's 1st Army in prestige, a hand-picked elite force numbering nearly 20,000 commanded by Su Daisai's own son-in-law General Rolls. However, before the 2 armies could set foot on the land of Yingluo, an urgent telegram had already flown directly to Su Dier's desk. The troops from Wuyan Island made a surprise attack, successfully capturing the military district stationed in the northern part of Yingluo. Over 4,000 defending soldiers led by the commander of the Northern Military District collectively laid down their arms and surrendered to the Wuyan Island troops. Upon hearing the news in Xinjia Slope, Su Dier smashed his teacup in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He immediately issued a death order. The 2nd Army must land on Yingluo within 3 days and must crush the Wuyan Island troops. However, this confidential order was quietly delivered to Wuyan Island by an insider planted by Wang Yao, just as it left the military and political office. Su Deer was recognized as the longest-serving and most powerless leader in the history of the Balenciaga government. He had been in power for 22 years with his family's assets nearing $100 billion. Moreover, with numerous Huaqiao secretly supporting within Balenciaga, Wang Yao had already woven a tight web of intelligence within the military and political office. On the third day, the Second Army of Balenciaga forcibly landed in the 8 states. What awaited them was not a welcoming ceremony from local officials, but the main force of Haiyan Island, which had been lying in ambush for 2 days ready to strike. At this time, the heavy equipment purchased from the Arctic Bear by Wang Yao, cannons, armored vehicles, tanks, had all arrived at the front line. Under the cover of the Iron Tide, the Haiyan Island troops launched a fierce attack, catching the Second Army off guard. After the battle, nearly 6,000 soldiers from the Second Army of Balenciaga were killed, over 4,000 captured, about 9,000 retreated in panic aboard landing ships, with over 1,000 officers below the division level missing. A large number of light and heavy weapons were abandoned on the beach, all falling into the hands of Haiyan Island. Upon learning of the battle situation, Rolls made a decisive order to return. He knew very well the Marine Corps 3rd Brigade had only 5,000 men originally meant to assist the Second Army. Now that the main force was lost, recklessly landing with such a small force was akin to throwing oneself into a net. The news of the landing battle in the 8 states spread, shaking the entire Nanyang. When Su Deer received the battle report, he kicked over his desk, enraged, his shout reverberating through the corridor. He immediately issued 2 strict orders. First, to immediately isolate and investigate all Huaqiao personnel within the military and political office. This disastrous defeat must have an insider. Second, he urgently commanded the deputy leader of the negotiating team, Mahadi, to contact Wang Yao and restart the peace talks. At this point, Su Deer was completely caught in a dilemma. Not negotiating was no longer an option. His foundation in Balenciaga was already precarious, and the 2 major defeats were like adding insult to injury, causing his credibility to plummet. Only by quickly ceasing fire could he free his hands to deal with the domestic opposing forces that were stirring restlessly. After instructing Mahadi to contact Wang Yao to initiate the second round of negotiations, Su Deer immediately set off, racing back to the capital of Balenciaga, Jakarta. His trusted aides reported in advance the atmosphere in Jakarta was so tense that it could squeeze water. The opposition was stirring, and Su Deer could no longer contain himself in Xinjia Slope. When the news of the Haiyan Island troops defeating the Balenciaga army a second time spread, not only Su Deer, but also several major Huaqiao families in Nanyang were on edge. Nanyang has long had several deeply rooted Huaqiao families entrenched for years, wielding influence across political and business sectors. The Chun family of Malaysia, the Xia family of the Tai Quoc group, the Zheng family of the Central group, the Shi family of the Philippines, and the Chiu family of Xinjia Slope all successively sent trusted aides to negotiate with Wang Yao. Even the 4 major Huaqiao families native to Balenciaga, the Jingguang Huang family, the Zhenji Huang family, the Lin family, and the Kai family, secretly sent people to meet and discuss with Wang Yao. The reasoning was straightforward. The Huaqiao in Nanyang held substantial capital, but lacked a strong military force, and they had no corresponding voice. Each family knew that if this continued, they would merely be a group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Once the political situation became unstable, they would be the first to be pushed out to quell public outrage. The newly rising Haiyan Island made them sense an opportunity. It stood under the banner of protecting compatriots and safeguarding the clan, and indeed had substantial military strength. The most crucial point was that as long as Haiyan Island truly rooted itself in Nanyang, these scattered Huaqiao would no longer be drifting weeds. They would have a backbone, an escape route, and a support. This significance was worth a fortune. Therefore they came. Initially, everyone intended to seek out the Haiyan Island leader Liu Jujing, but Liu Jujing simply stated negotiations should respect the leader of the team, and thus directed everyone to Wang Yao. Upon meeting Wang Yao, the representatives of each family regarded him as a young man who was easy to talk to, planning to test the waters and probe the bottom line. However, after several exchanges, they realized that this young man spoke little, but struck at the heart of the matter with calm eyes and steady hands. Wang Yao's demands were very limited. Financial support was welcome, however it was strictly limited to economic aspects with no discussion of anything else. In fact, each family had their own thoughts. If they could grasp this new force, they would have the ability to attack when necessary and retreat when needed, no longer having to rely on others' faces. Unfortunately, Wang Yao left no seam for them. In the end, both sides only signed a few investment cooperation memorandums totaling less than $10 million. Anyone with insight could see they were merely watching and waiting. Wang Yao did not point it out. If they were unwilling to join forces now, it was no problem. Once Haiyan Island truly stabilized, the cost of approaching would not be settled with mere papers and funds. Meanwhile, Wang Yao personally called Wang Yao to inform him that the Balenciaga military and political negotiating team was interested in resuming dialogue. Through tripartite coordination, Haiyan Island, the Balenciaga military and political office, and the Xinjia Slope government jointly confirmed the second round of negotiations would be held on February 10th. In the blink of an eye, the agreed-upon day arrived, and the venue was still the Vienna Hotel. However, the leading figure had changed. The head of the negotiating team from the military and political office had been replaced from Sudhir to Mahadi. Mr. Wang, I hope this meeting will yield fruitful results. Peace is the common wish of all. Mahadi looked at Wang Yao, his tone sincere. After listening, Wang Yao slightly nodded and replied, I wanted to say the same thing. He then got straight to the point. Team leader Mahadi, I won't beat around the bush. To cease fire, we have 3 conditions. First, the Kabaz River will serve as the boundary. The area north of the river will belong to Wuyan Island. Second, the Mansiaga military and political office must formally recognize the complete autonomy of Wuyan Island and pay $100 million in war reparations. Third, it must not hinder Huaqiao within Mansiaga from relocating to Wuyan Island. This is our bottom line. If your side cannot accept it, we shall continue fighting. Upon hearing this, Mahadi felt a sense of relief. He knew that Wang Yao had made significant concessions. Previously, the Wuyan Island occupation line had advanced to the entire West Kalimantan province. Under the previous plan, Mansiaga would have nearly lost half of its territory. Now they only wanted 4 regions north of the Kabaz River: Sanfa County, Longhua County, Kundian City, and Sanfa. Except for Kundian, the other 3 counties had been in poverty for years and governance was tricky. This entire area was in fact the former territory of the Lanfang Republic, home to nearly 800,000 Huaqiao. For many years, this had been the hardest nut for the Mansiaga military and political office to crack. Mahadi calculated for a moment and surprisingly felt it was negotiable. The second premise was that Wuyan Island had already achieved substantial autonomy, and the $100 million was not a burden that the Mansiaga government could not bear. In fact, just in 2 confrontations with Wuyan Island, the Mansiaga military and political office had already spent nearly $2 billion. As for the third point, Mahadi knew full well the Mansiaga government could not possibly prevent Huaqiao from spontaneously going to Wuyan Island. After a moment of silence, he turned to Wang Yao and said, Mr. Wang, I must immediately report to Commander Sudhir. I currently have no authority to respond. Wang Yao nodded and smiled. Team leader Mahadi, please do. An hour later, Mahadi returned to the negotiation table and looked directly at Wang Yao and said, Mr. Wang, I just reported your conditions to Commander Sudhir. He agreed to adjust the wording. First, the autonomous region of Wuyan Island will enjoy all autonomous rights. Second, this $100 million is administrative funding allocated by the Mansiaga government to Sanfa County, Longhua County, Sangao County, and Kundian City, and does not constitute reparations. Third, the Mansiaga government will not interfere with the free movement of people. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao's lips curled slightly. The other side's superficial rhetoric was in fact a complete acceptance. He calmly responded, Mr. Mahadi, Wuyan Island accepts all 3 points you proposed. Subsequently, Wuyan Island and the Mansiaga military and political office formally signed the ceasefire agreement, which consisted of the above 3 points as approved by Sudhir. After signing, Wang Yao looked at Mahadi, his tone relaxed. Mr. Mahadi, we have secured peace for Nanyang. Mahadi remained expressionless, not uttering a word. This agreement marked a victory for Wuyan Island. For Mansiaga, it was a humiliating brand. The tiny island with 200,000 Huaqiao had already caused the Mansiaga government great distress. Now the number of Huaqiao on the island had reached over 800,000. Once they found their footing and accumulated strength, what kind of storm would they stir? Recalling this, Mahadi felt a chill run down his spine. He got up and left hastily through the secret passage of the Vienna Hotel. Returning home was urgent. On the other side, Wang Yao entered the hotel lobby with the negotiation team from Wuyan Island, raising his hand to signal the media to enter. The hotel staff quickly set up a makeshift platform, and the press conference took shape instantly. Wang Yao handed the microphone to Lu Juzhing. Lu Juzhing nodded slightly and smiled as he began. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Juzhing, the leader of Wuyan Island. Please direct your questions to me. Before he finished speaking, a reporter had already raised his hand and stood up. Leader Lu, I am a BBC reporter. May I ask, has a true ceasefire been achieved with the Manchuria military government? Lu Juzhing nodded yes. Both parties have signed a ceasefire agreement effective immediately. Can you disclose the specific terms of the agreement? The other party pressed on. Lu Juzhing maintained his smile. It is not convenient to disclose at this time, but the answers will soon be laid out before you. At this moment, another reporter raised his hand and looked at Wang Yao. Mr. Wang, may I ask you a few questions? Wang Yao took the microphone from Lu Juzhing and said gently, please go ahead. According to public information, your ancestral home is in Xinjiang. Why did you choose to stand with the Huaran of Wuyan Island? Wang Yao's gaze was calm. Dear journalist, blood relations have never been severed by geography. When I saw the Huaran on the island struggling for survival, there was only one thing I could do: help them regain their dignity and freedom. As his words fell, applause erupted. The reporter paused slightly and asked again, as the head of the negotiation team, and also honored with the title of Honorary Lord of Wuyan Island, will you take a position on Wuyan Island in the future? Wang Yao shook his head and smiled openly. No. I am here not to hold office, but to serve the people. Lu Juzhing immediately chimed in. That is indeed the case. We once earnestly requested Mr. Wang to take the position of leader of Wuyan Island, but he declined. Therefore, the leader sitting here today is me. The venue fell silent for a moment, then whispers began to rise. Although Wuyan Island had no official national title, it had already established itself as a nation. The position of leader was equivalent to that of a head of state. Who would have thought this young man wouldn't even lift his eyelids, outright refusing? Wang Yao had no intention of stepping to the podium. The military power, financial power, and personnel authority of Wuyan Island were already firmly in his grasp. What he wanted was to be the true figure behind the scenes giving orders. To him, being a leader held no weight. Not being in the limelight made him more at ease. His power remained undiminished while the responsibilities were significantly lighter. After Wang Yao and Lu Jujing dealt with the reporters and returned to their hotel, representatives from several major Huaran families in the Nanyang area were already waiting in the lobby. The two did not even glance at them and took the elevator straight upstairs. The accompanying personnel merely said Mr. Wang and Mr. Lu are too tired today and request no disturbances tonight. Matters can be discussed tomorrow. The people looked at each other and gradually dispersed. In the room, Wang Yao leaned against the window holding a cup of tea. Mr. Lu, I will fly back to Xiangjiang tomorrow morning. This side, I will leave to you. His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Lu Jujing was taken aback and quickly said, Mr. Wang, Wuyan Island's industries are waiting to be developed. We cannot do without your leadership. Wang Yao smiled. You can handle it. Just remember one thing. Openly accept the funds from the Huaran families. As for the military, it must be prioritized. Lu Jujing hesitated slightly and bowed to ask, I am not familiar with military matters. Do you have any advice? Wang Yao's gaze was calm. The recent battle against Manchuria has already shown us they are ineffective in combat. 20,000 regular troops are sufficient to hold the front line along with the existing structure stabilizing at a scale of 25,000. Then recruit an additional 20,000 militia dedicated to defending the land. Keep the main force for hard battles. There is no need to worry about military expenditures. The Huaran families in Nanyang are a ready source of funds. I will cover the gaps. You just focus on training, reorganizing, and assembling the troops. Lu Jujing nodded. Understood, Mr. Wang. Wang Yao added, in the name of Wuyan Island, immediately contact the military-industrial firms of the Arctic Bear and the United States to discuss purchasing ships. The islands of Nanyang are dotted everywhere. Without a navy, it's like a fish on a chopping board. Start with light vessels, patrol boats, and the like. The more the better. Alright, I will take care of it right away. In Wang Yao's heart, the navy of Wuyan Island was even more crucial than the army. At this moment, the Manchuria fleet had already been battered and broken. Their already weak maritime defense posed no substantial threat to Wuyan Island. After finishing his instructions, Lu Jujing stood up to take his leave. He understood the political matters well. Wang Yao intentionally let him bear the burden. He did not ask much more. Having spent these days, he was no longer the same as when he first arrived. Moreover, Tianyang Sheng and the others had quietly positioned themselves ready to follow orders. The next morning, Wang Yao boarded the plane back to Hong Kong. This trip to Nanyang had truly laid the foundation for him. With Wuyan Island in hand, he could attack or retreat, standing invincible. Simultaneously, over 1,000 soldiers returning from the Jinshan Corner and Guakin training base had regrouped. Having been tempered by battle, each had become a veteran. They were still nominally stationed in the area of Kunsha, but in reality, they formed a cohesive unit. Armed with over 1,000 men, they had become a significant force at Jinshan Corner. After returning from Nanyang, the recruitment pace at the training base suddenly accelerated. Wang Yao issued a strict order: within this year, the base's troop strength must exceed 3,000. Kunsha could not sit still and directly called Wang Yao, his tone barely concealing his impatience. Wang Yao replied simply, these people are soldiers recruited for Wuyan Island. They will train and leave. They will absolutely not remain on your territory, rest assured. Kunsha fell silent for a long time before finally agreeing. Currently, there were subtle currents among Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam conspiring to exert pressure, and he dared not create new enemies. Regret. He already felt it. He should never have agreed to let Wang Yao build a training camp and train private soldiers right under his nose. This was not merely borrowing land, but inviting a wolf into the house. Now that the spirit was invited in, it was impossible to send it away. He stared at the photo of his second son on the desk, and his gaze turned colder. It was this son who personally welcomed Wang Yao into Jinshan Corner. These matters were temporarily set aside. As soon as Wang Yao returned to Xiangjiang, he headed straight to the Genesis Financial Company. At present, the Japanese no longer dared to boast that the stock market was an ever-rising bull market. It had been falling for a month and a half, shrouded in dark clouds. He pushed open the company door and saw a scene of chaos: shredded papers flying, documents scattered, as if a silent storm had just passed through. Zhang Linwei and Gu Linjian were arguing fiercely, while the others were focused on their computers, their fingers flying across the keys, expressions tense. Wang Yao walked over and smiled as he interjected, are you two discussing whether to go to Hokkaido for hot springs or to Okinawa for sunbathing after retirement? The two were taken aback, only then realizing he was standing beside them. They hurriedly stood up and said in unison, good day, Chairman. Wang Yao waved his hand. No need to be so formal. What were you just discussing? Zhang Linwei replied eagerly, Chairman, your principal of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars has now rolled over to 7 billion. I was just arguing with old Gu. am advocating to seize the moment and invest in Japanese real estate stocks. Once the stock market crashes, real estate will inevitably collapse. Now is the window to buy low. Gu Linjian chimed in, I think we should focus on the manufacturing industry. Japanese factories are not that fragile, but the entire sector is being dragged down by the market and stock prices are artificially low. Now is a good time to lay low. Wang Yao listened and sighed slightly in his heart. Indeed, they were top-notch traders. One dared to gamble on the turning point, while the others steadily grasped resilience. The reality was as he knew. Real estate and finance collapsed with the avalanche of the stock market. However, manufacturing held firm thanks to exports remaining completely unshaken. Zhang Linwei's approach was risky, fast-paced. Gu Linjian's method was steady and gradual. But Wang Yao had already made up his mind. His foray into Japan was meant for a swift resolution. With the Arctic Bear's impending disintegration next year, he needed to hold on to real money and seize the opportunity before the capital floods surged towards Siberia. He looked at Gu Linjian, a confident smile on his face. Old Gu, this time I side with Zhang Linwei. We are not aiming for slow wealth, but for quick gains. Gu Linjian was slightly taken aback, then nodded. As you decide, I will follow. He had initially planned to take a conservative route with minimal risk, but since the boss had made a decision, he no longer spoke further. Wang Yao patted his shoulder and then patted Zhang Linwei's shoulder. Just wait and see. The speed at which the Japanese real estate market collapses will be even faster than you expect. Gu Linjian responded, understood. Wang Yao turned to leave his back straight and clean, not leaving a word too many. At the Tangshan of the M country, the Hongmen headquarters, Situ Ba held the telegram just sent from the Jakarta branch and looked up at Hong Yijing, who was presiding over the meeting. Hong Zwatang, do you recognize who is written on this? Hong Yijing shook his head. Situ Ba handed over the telegram. Half a year ago, the little-known Wang Yao from Xiangjiang has now become an insurmountable mountain for our Hongmen. Hong Yijing took it and read it word by word. The sequential actions in Nanyang, the core identity of Wuyan Island, the trajectory of fund movements. Each instance was shocking. Last time when Hongmen dispatched its top assassin to assassinate him, but failed, they fell into a web of entanglement with the American mafia and the Qing gang, leaving no strength to deal with him. Who would have thought that in just half a year this person has grown to such a stature? And Hong Yizhang's forehead began to bead with sweat. He raised his head and asked, Mr. Situ, how should we respond next? Situ Ba did not answer, but instead asked in return, Hong Zwatang, why don't you tell me your thoughts first? Hong Yijing pondered for a moment and said, at present there are only two options: to fight or to negotiate. If we go to war, we will need to mobilize at least two branches to join forces for a siege. Although the conflict with the Mafia and the Green Gang has concluded, gathering such forces is still no easy task. Moreover, he is a local tyrant in Xiangjiang, and we are fighting on unfamiliar turf, which makes our chances of victory even slimmer. Upon hearing this, Situ Ba suddenly smiled and said, according to your words, is Hong Min going to proactively send a message and bow to Wang Yao? Hong Yijing slowly shook his head and replied, Mr. Situ, I genuinely hope for peace with Wang Yao. The regions of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan are not within the traditional territory of our Hongmen. He paused, his throat slightly moving and his voice lowered. But Wang Yao's movements are too clear now. Chongyinya is the hard nut he intends to crack next. What is more troublesome is that he has the backing of Wuyan Island. Once he steps into Chongyinya, it will be smooth sailing and no one can stop him. The Chongyinya branch is the third largest stronghold of our Hongmen after San Francisco and New York. Nearly half of the members of our faction are sourced from there. This place cannot be lost, nor can we afford to lose it. He stopped speaking at this point. Every word he spoke was reasonable, yet he always skirted around the most crucial thought. He was waiting for Situ Ba to speak and make a decision. However, Situ Ba was unusually unresponsive today. After listening, he leaned back in his armchair, his gaze heavy. So Hong Zwatang, war or peace? I want you to set the tone with one word. Just one word. Hong Yijing lowered his eyes, sighed deeply, and looked directly at Situ Ba. Peace. First diplomacy, then military action. Situ Ba's lips curled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Whether it is diplomacy depends on whether the other party is willing to recognize this diplomacy. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. Then, in your opinion, who should be sent to Xiangjiang to meet Wang Yao? Hong Yijing answered decisively. Several high-ranking marshals or the branch leaders from San Francisco or Jakarta would be suitable given their qualifications and prestige. Situ Ba shook his head. Not suitable. Mr. Situ, do you already have someone in mind? It's you. Hongmen sitting leader Hong Yijing. Are you willing to take this trip for Hongmen, go to Xiangjiang, and discuss matters face-to-face with Wang Yao? Hong Yijing was taken aback. After a moment, he relaxed his brows. Indeed, there was no second choice. The high-ranking marshals held positions of power, but had no real authority. The branch leaders held their territories, but lacked the weight to sit at the same table. Only he, with rightful authority in hand, was the only one who could face Wang Yao on equal footing. He laughed heartily and said, rest assured, Mr. Situ, when Hong Min summons me, I will certainly respond. Situ Ba threw his head back and laughed. Good. Hong Zwatang, hurry to Xiangjiang. Whether you succeed or fail, I will wait for your news. Hong Yijing clasped his fists. I will not let you down. After the door closed, Situ Bas smile vanished. He stared at the door, a fleeting cold glint in his eyes, murmuring to himself. Wang Yao, if Hongmin's sitting leader personally comes to deliver his life, you should be grateful. This trip is not a negotiation. It is a game, a life and death game. The tip of the knife is not only pointed at you, Wang Yao. There are also those lurking in the shadows waiting to watch Hongmin's folly. To set this game in motion, he personally pushed Hongmin's third-in-command onto the altar. That very night, while Situ Ba and Hong Yijing were in deep discussion, Wang Yao's phone rang. Caller ID Bao Qiming. Years ago, when the king of shipping Bao first ventured into the South Seas and was besieged by enemies, it was Hong Min that extended a helping hand. This favor had been remembered for 30 years. Now with Hong Yijing at his door asking him to mediate to connect the two sides and discuss matters with Wang Yao to ease hostilities. Bao Qiming did not hesitate. After hanging up with Hong Yijing, he immediately called Wang Yao. Wang Yao, this is Bao Qiming. Mr. Bao, calling so late, is there something up? In the past 6 months, Bao's fleet had been working tirelessly. Military supplies, elite troops, and armed men were shipped to Wuyan Island in boatloads. Without him, Wang Yao's layout in Chongyinya would have been delayed by at least 3 months. Wang Yao had long promised that the eastern and western ports of the Strait of Malacca would be rent-free for 10 years solely for Bao's commercial ships. Wang Yao understood this favor and respected it. That's good news. Bao Qiming's tone was relaxed. Hongmin's sitting leader Hong Yijing has come to talk with you. If an agreement can be reached, it's better than meeting with swords raised. After hearing this, Wang Yao simply smiled lightly. What kind of person was Bao Qiming? A seasoned veteran who had crawled out from the docks. He wouldn't even raise an eyebrow for matters that didn't benefit him. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line, everything else was negotiable. But Bao Qiming didn't realize that once the fighting started, there were only 2 roads, one of life and one of death. For Wang Yao, swallowing Hong Min was a foregone conclusion with no room for negotiation. Hong Min felt the same. If they wanted to keep their territory in Chongyinya, they would never bow their heads. This negotiation had its conclusion set even before it began. Yet Wang Yao was still willing to meet Hong Yijing, not for negotiation, but purely to give Bao Qiming face. He spoke, Mr. Bao, please inform Hong Yijing that I agree to meet, and the location will be Xianjiang. Wang Yao, I will notify him right away. Bao Qiming responded. Before his voice faded, he quickly called Hong Yijing to inform him that the meeting had been finalized and urged him to hurry to Xianjiang. The next day, Hong Yijing boarded a flight to Kyoto, Japan, planning to transfer there before flying to Xianjiang. Little did he know, just as he boarded the plane, a 7-man mercenary team had quietly set off heading straight for Xianjiang. They were sent by Situ Ba, specifically tasked to send him to the afterlife. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Hong Yijing arrived in Xianjiang. No one was there to pick him up. Hongmin's stronghold in Xianjiang had long been uprooted by Genesis. But he wasn't short on money. He booked a top-floor suite at the Peninsula International Hotel, and the hotel arranged a special car to pick him up from the airport. Once in the car, he dialed Bao Qiming's number. Mr. Bao, this is Hong Yijing. I have arrived in Xianjiang. Please inform Wang Yao to ask when it would be convenient for us to meet as soon as possible. He was eager to figure out Wang Yao's true intentions so that Hong Min could make plans, whether to fight or to endure. Yet he never expected that Situ Ba had already chosen his fate, and he was merely a stick of incense on the altar. Hong's Watang understood. I will get back to you, Bao Qiming said, then hung up. Soon after, he contacted Wang Yao and reported that Hong Yijing had arrived in port. Mr. Bao, please inform Hong's Watang that I will be waiting for him in the office, Wang Yao said calmly. Okay, Bao Qiming replied and hung up. 2 hours later, Hong Yijing pushed open the door to Wang Yao's office. Wang Yao, it's a privilege to meet you. He cupped his hands in greeting, a smile on his face. Wang Yao exhaled a puff of cigar smoke and slowly said, take a seat. This is the first time I've heard your name today. The first round of exchanges had already begun. Hong Yijing subtly mocked him for being overly arrogant. Wang Yao retorted with, you are too weak to even deserve to be heard. Mr. Wang, I came to Xianjiang to ask you one question. Do you want peace or bloodshed? Hong Yijing made his intentions clear. Wang Yao was silent for a moment before responding, no one loves to fight. If an agreement can be reached, who would want to draw swords? Hong Yijing nodded. We see eye to eye on this. Wang Yao looked up. Mr. Hong, let me ask you, how much is peace worth? Hong Yijing stared at him, enunciating each word. As things stand now, this is peace. Wang Yao shook his head. Peace gained through kneeling is called submission, not peace. Mr. Hongmin has not shown sincerity. He understood. Hongmin only wanted to keep their old territory and remain stagnant. But now they were the ones being pushed to the corner. Of course, they wanted to stop fighting to survive. However, Genesis was the one who intruded, and maintaining the status quo was equivalent to binding their hands and feet. This deal would not be made. Hong Yijing naturally understood. He sneered. Mr. Wang, the Hongmin's predecessor, was the Tiandahui with hundreds of years of foundation and depth that you cannot fathom. Wang Yao lightly flicked the ash off his cigar. I also advise you the times have changed. Your old ways are outdated. In the Genesis headquarters building in the chairman's office, Hong Yijing suddenly stood up, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Wang, you really are refusing good intentions and choosing to be punished. Wang Yao's tone was calm, yet each word was clear. Mr. Hong, before you make harsh threats, please take a look at the ground beneath your feet. This is Xiangjiang. Wang Yao, since you refuse to negotiate, don't blame me for accompanying you to the end. Hong Yijing threw down this statement, turned, and walked away, his leather shoes echoing hard against the marble floor, each sound as solid as iron. He has spent half his life in Country M, and no one has ever confronted him like this in person. Once face is cracked, it is no longer about negotiation, but about admitting defeat. He could no longer sit still. Wang Yao gazed at the closed door, shaking his head gently. Why did the Hong men send someone all the way to Xiangjiang? Was it just to say, let's go to war face to face? The sitting hall leader is the third most important figure in Hongmen, not some street thug. If Sidu Ba truly wanted to declare war, sending a red notice and mobilizing a few teams would be far more dignified than sending someone to run an errand. This matter felt strange. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what Sidu Ba was plotting. A few minutes later, a brother from the battle hall burst into the office, his chest heaving violently, tongue-tied. Wang. Mr. Wang, just now. At our building. At the front door. Wait until you catch your breath to speak, Wang Yao interrupted, raising his hand. The man followed his advice, closed his eyes, took 3 deep breaths, and when he spoke again, his pace was steady. Hong Yijing just left the building, and right at the front door, he was shot in the head in broad daylight. Along with that lackey of his, they're both done for. Wang Yao suddenly stood up. It was indeed him who was dead. The sitting hall leader of Hongmen, the toughest bone under Sidu Ba. A thought flashed through his mind, then drilled into his consciousness, expanding ever larger. Hong Yijing was sent into the fire pit by Sidu Ba himself. The reasoning was too solid. This person had a secretive itinerary and only brought one attendant into the country, though everyone in Xiangjiang knew he was coming. It could be counted on fingers. Himself and the chartered boat king, no one else. But the timing of the gunshot was terrifyingly accurate, coinciding with the moment he stepped out of the Genesis headquarters. This was not a Spiro Femin idea, it was a meticulously planned assassination. Who could seal off the news, control the timing, and mobilize the shooter, if not Sidu Ba? Wang Yao's heart lit up. It turned out that Hong Yizhang's purpose for coming to the harbor was not negotiation or demonstration. He was a sacrificial offering. Hong Yijing was not an ordinary hall leader. He was a direct descendant of the Hong family, having held the sitting hall position for 12 years. Hongmen considered itself a remnant of the heaven and earth society, and the Hong family was said to be the direct descendant of Hong Shiguan. Within Hongmen, they were a family with real power that could shake 3 halls with a stamp. Yet Situ Ba, without hesitation, discarded him. Ruthlessness is a trait ingrained in the bones. Determination is unwavering, even with a knife to the neck. Coldness means having no warmth even for one's own blood. Mr. Wang, what should we do next? Seeing him silent for too long, a subordinate tentatively asked. Wang Yao's gaze darkened. How many were involved? 3 main attackers. 2 were killed on the spot, and 1 ran away with injuries. There were also 3 others providing cover, 2 snipers. We 3 brothers are the ones who fell under their guns. They surrounded us too tightly and missed one. Issue a pursuit order. Dig 3 feet down to find these 6 people from the southernmost point of Xiangjiang to the northernmost corner, leaving no one behind. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Also add one more thing. Pass the information to the police station. Oh, the person was taken aback. Someone was murdered in broad daylight at my building door. We are law-abiding citizens, so we must call the police to investigate. Wang Yao's tone was as calm as if he were remarking on the nice weather. Oh, right, I'll report it right away. Wang Yao sat back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. Situ Ba's maneuver was indeed venomous. But the poison was overdone, revealing his underlying motives. If he truly had Hongmen tightly under control, why would he need to take Hong Yizhang's life to stage a cruel plot in Xiangjiang? He could not suppress the Hong family, so he sought their heads to silence the dissenting voices. Yet this time Situ Ba's actions had inadvertently handed an opportunity to Wang Yao. Wang Yao walked to the window, looking down at the 2 corpses sprawled at the entrance of the building, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hong Yijing, you were loyal to Hongmen and Situ Ba, and in the end this is how it turned out for you. He cast his gaze toward the distant hazy horizon, his voice low, yet clear. This battle is about to begin. The pursuit order issued by Wang Yao swept across all of Xiangjiang like the wind through the treetops. At the airport terminal, at the cargo warehouse, at the ferry gate, the figures of Genesis personnel were everywhere. In a rundown old house in the northern corner of Xiangjiang, 5 people were quietly discussing on the living room floor. 3 foreign faces with high noses and deep-set eyes, and 2 faces of yellow-skinned Chinese. They were the mercenary team sent by Situ Ba to assassinate Hong Yijing. Wang Bao, you 2 have Chinese faces, and your passport state you are from Country M, so you go first. We will stay in Hong Kong for a while. No matter how ruthless Genesis is, they can't keep us stuck at the airport and docks day and night, right? Let's wait until they let their guard down, then we can slip away. It turned out that the 5 had already arrived at the airport ready to board, but they saw police officers filling the entry and exit points along with Genesis personnel in black suits keeping watch. All foreigners were stopped for questioning, and even the luggage X-ray machine was scanned twice. This chairman of Genesis is truly not to be underestimated. The team leader Habibi puffed on a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. He even managed to get the police to work for him. Bao immediately shook his head. Habibi Wang, and I will never abandon you to run away first. This team was essentially a blade privately raised by the Sidhu family. Having trained and lived together since they were 15 or 16 years old when the gunfire erupted, even their breathing was in sync. Bao added, besides Wang and I also hold passports from country M, so we are also on the list for questioning. Right now Wang still has bullet holes in him, and the bleeding hasn't stopped. Might as well hide here for now. Let's wait until they can't hold on any longer and relax before we move. I want to see how long this ironclad formation can last. After hearing this, Habibi slowly nodded. He too understood. With all the entry and exit routes in the harbor, so tightly controlled, water, electricity, and gas were still supplied and markets were still open, but people's nerves were already strained. The police wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Alright then, let's clean up this house first. Habibi stood up and turned to push open the bathroom door. On the floor lay a man and a woman side by side, their throats neatly cut, blood half congealed. The original owners of this house had simply opened the door to receive a package and encountered these 5 faces. Their lives were lost. In February, Xinjiang was humid and warm enough to promote mold growth. If not dealt with quickly, the bodies would swell and stink within 3 to 4 days. The neighboring old lady loved to drop by, and if she caught a whiff of the smell, she would definitely knock on the door to inquire. Just as they were dragging the bodies, a sudden series of knocks sounded at the door. Weiwen, open up. The neighborhood committee has an urgent notice. A woman with a coarse, loud voice shouted from outside. Bao nodded at Habibi. The one outside, judging by her tone, is sure that someone is in the house. You go answer the door. Habibi flicked the ash off his cigarette. If we don't open it, she will turn around and press the police button. Understood. Bao walked to the security door, and outside behind the iron bars stood a middle-aged woman wearing a floral shirt. He asked through the bar, sister, what's the matter? The woman frowned as she sized him up. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Bao had already prepared his words. Wei Wen's nephew just returned from country M. My uncle is not available right now. He's busy with my aunt and their he. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up, lowering her voice. Oh. Has your uncle's problem been cured? Bao was taken aback, his smile freezing on his lips, his eyes nearly popping out. Huh, you really don't know? He used to have trouble, and the neighbors all knew. The woman exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect it to be really cured. Bao felt a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his back. The original owner looked strong, but was actually a weakling. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and didn't reveal any flaws. He quickly plastered on a smile. Sister, I've noted down what you said. They'll definitely pass it on. All right. The woman clapped her thigh, recalling the important matter. I just got a call from the police. A group of international thieves have sneaked into the harbor, specifically targeting unfamiliar foreign faces. If neighbors see any suspicious foreigners, they must report it immediately. Bao lowered his eyes and smiled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They were indeed coming for them. Just making the words sound nice to avoid causing panic throughout the city. He replied loudly, sister, don't worry. I will definitely convey the message. Then I must thank you. By the way, young man, what's your surname? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Bao Chung. Bao Chung grinned. Thank you, Bao Chung. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the staircase, muttering to herself as she went down. Where did Wei Wen get treated? I have to ask him when I see him. Let my old Zhang try it too. This past few years have had me itching all night long. But just as she stepped into the first-floor lobby, she spotted a skinny man with a hunchback and a weak-looking face walking toward her. Wei Wen, aren't you supposed to be upstairs with your wife? You know that thing? She blurted out, her face. Sister, what are you talking about? Wei Wen was taken aback, his brows furrowing into a knot. I just got back from an overnight shift last night. But just now your nephew clearly said. What nephew? Not a single survivor left in my family. Wei Wen's tone darkened, clearly showing his impatience. Shan Pa's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, Wei Wen, your family wouldn't have run into trouble, would they? She immediately recounted her recent encounter with Bao Chung, where he claimed to have come from M country and behaved strangely. Wei Wen, what should we do now? She stared at him intently. What do we do? Call the police. Are we supposed to rush in and stop him? After finishing, Wei Wen dashed towards the telephone booth outside, frantically dialing the police station's number. In truth, he didn't believe in any international thief. He was convinced that his wife had strayed. Calling the police was merely a way to expose her in public and conveniently send that wild man to jail for a few days. Little did he know that sitting on his sofa at that moment was a desperate fugitive capable of catching bullets barehanded. Outside the old building, where the Hongmin mercenaries were hiding, 2 uniformed police officers stood downstairs. Was it you who called the police just now? One of them asked. Yes. It was me who called. Wei Wen nodded vigorously. These 2 arrived too quickly. From the time he hung up to when the police car came to a stop, it was less than 3 minutes. You mean to say you suspect the international criminal we are after is hiding in your home? The officer asked again. Shan Pa, who witnessed it firsthand, said, that person was acting sneakily. Wei Wen hurriedly pulled Chan Pa forward. Is this really true? The officer turned to Chan Pa. That person said himself that he came from M country. Chan Pa asserted decisively. Upon hearing M Country, the expressions of the two officers suddenly tightened. One immediately grabbed the radio and shouted for backup, while the other turned and hurried into the telephone booth, quickly dialing a number. In less than 5 minutes, the SWAT team had surrounded the base of the building. The team leader stepped forward, his epaulette prominently displaying Team 1 Chen Jiejun. Can you confirm that the international mercenaries are upstairs? His voice was low and stern. No doubt about it. A police officer straightened up and replied. He then turned to Wei Wen, asking, what floor and room number is your home? Be clear. Wei Wen's lips turned pale and his voice trembled. 709. Before his words fell, Chen Jiejun waved his right hand sharply. SWAT members surged into the hallway, and he was the last to step through the door. Before heading upstairs, he didn't look back and commanded, evacuate the residence, secure the scene. Yes, sir. The two officers replied in unison. At this moment, in room 709, a white female team member suddenly shouted, Habibi, the cops are coming, they've reached the 3rd floor. It turned out that they had already installed miniature cameras in the dark corners of the hallway. But the last to arrive, Chen Jiejun quickly spotted it, gave a thumbs up towards the camera, and then forcefully sliced it. Within the next second, the gunstock smashed the lens, sending glass shards flying. Damn, how did the cops get here so fast? Could it be that old lady just now revealed something? Bao Chung punched the wall in frustration. Enough, Bao. Habibi interrupted sternly. It's too late for curses now. He took a few steps to the bathroom, kicked open the window, and leaned out to glance down, decisively ordering rapid descent and retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, a team member quickly secured the zip line anchor point on the window frame. At that moment, the Chinese team member, Wang, suddenly spoke up. Habibi, my left arm is broken. I can't descend quickly. Time is running out. I will stay behind to cover you. Habibi paused for 2 seconds, looked deeply at Wang, and then heavily patted his shoulder. But Bao Chung suddenly shouted, Wang, are you crazy? You'll get yourself killed like this. Habibi didn't wait for Wang to respond and shouted, Bao, don't be foolish. We are here to get paid, not to play heroes. Now? Immediately. Retreat. As his words fell, the anchor point was already nailed into the floor, and the first mercenary grabbed the rope and slid down the outside wall. Wang stared at Bao, his tone as firm as steel. Bao, in this line of work, death is part of the price. My life in exchange for yours, it's worth it. After saying this, he picked up his gun and stepped out of the bathroom. At this moment, only Habibi and Bao remained in the bathroom. Habibi lowered his voice and uttered 4 words, follow the orders. He then leaped out of the window, the rope taut, and his figure vanished in a flash. Bao took one last look at the half-open bathroom door before turning to follow Habibi, slipping into the night. At the end of the 7th floor corridor, the SWAT team had pressed to outside Wei Wen's room. Chen Jiejun pressed against the wall, his voice extremely low. Team 1 and Team 2 will assault. Team 3 will clear the crowd. Boom. A muffled sound erupted as the door was blown off by a miniature explosive. 2 flashbangs rolled into the room right after. 10 seconds later, 2 team members broke through the door. Almost simultaneously, the entire room shook violently. A fierce explosion blew the ceiling apart, sending the 2 men flying out like puppets with cut strings. Team 2, rescue the people. Team 1, charge with me. Chen Jiejun, shouted, gun pointed forward, the first to crash into the smoke-filled room. On the living room floor lay a dismembered corpse, blood and flesh smeared on the walls and floor. He turned and entered the bedroom, which was empty. Turning back, he heard his subordinate shout, Sir Chen, come quickly. He stepped quickly to the bathroom door. His gaze collided with a zip line firmly embedded in the cement wall. Damn! His heart sank. People had already slipped away through here. This corpse was a scapegoat. Immediately contact headquarters for reinforcements. Team 2, stay behind for cleanup. Team 1 and Team 3, follow me to pursue. The command sliced through the air as he turned to rush down the stairs. He absolutely could not let these people evaporate under his nose. This was not just about merit. It was about face the weight of the name Flying Tiger Team. At the same time, in the densely webbed old neighborhood of Kowloon City, as Habibi, Bao, and others stepped into the alley, the white woman suddenly fell back, a black hole in her forehead. Blood had not yet gushed out, but she was already lifeless. Sniper! Find cover! Habibi screamed as he dashed toward an old building with a gray wall. Just as he shrank into the doorway, a bullet thudded into the tile seam where he had just stood. 100 meters away, behind a rooftop water tank, Wang Jiangwo squinted as he leaned closer to the site, slowly saying, these people have tough bones. Tian Yangyi leaned against a rusted iron frame, chuckling lightly. No matter how tough, they must lie low and wait for the cops to collect them. Chen Jiejun was racing towards them, with the positions of Genesis team members constantly relayed in his earpiece. His only goal, leave no one behind. Suddenly Habibi let out 3 short bird calls. This was the signal to disperse and retreat. He immediately crouched and dove deeper into the old building, the soles of his shoes crunching on a few dry leaves. When he saw Bao and Clarkson crouched at the staircase, corner guns pointed outward, their backs tense like drawn bows, he understood they had been cornered. With the retreat cut off, there was only one way left to shoot their way out. Bao, Clarkson, suppress their fire. I'm going to take out that sniper's position. Habibi barely finished his words before he dashed up the stairs, heading straight for the 2nd floor. When Chun Jejun's team stormed into the alley, gunfire erupted like exploding beans. Following the firefight positions of the Genesis members, the Flying Tiger team quickly locked onto the old building where the three were hiding. Bang! A sharp gunshot tore through the air. A team member groaned and fell, blood bursting from his shoulder. Everyone take cover. The enemy has a sniper. Chun Jejun yanked the injured man and dragged him behind a brick wall, his shout piercing through the smoke. The sniper is a ghost on the battlefield, silent, yet deadly. Team 1 provide cover. Team 3 search the area. First take out that eye. Before he could finish speaking, he crouched and dashed out. But just as he leaped around the corner, Bao and Clarkson unleashed a hail of bullets from behind the window frame. Flames erupted from the AK-42M muzzles, bullets striking the wall and sparking. 2 more members of the Flying Tiger team fell in response. Chun Jejun rolled back behind cover, his expression tightening. This time he had missed again. He raised his hand and waved deploy flashbangs. Team 1 and Team 3 crossfire suppressing. Alone, Chun Jejun dashed toward the stronghold occupied by the mercenaries during the interval of his teammates' fire suppression. Habibi was fixated on the figure in his sights, his finger already on the trigger, but in that instant the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This was an instinct born from blood. Only when death was near would the body scream a warning like this. Just as he turned to withdraw, a bullet slammed into his left shoulder. The impact sent him sprawling like a puppet with cut strings. He fell to the ground, the taste of rust filling his throat, yet still struggled to draw in one last breath of cool air. His gaze frantically swept towards the staircase. There 2 of his brothers who hadn't managed to retreat were still crouched. Bao, Clarkson, survive. His voice trailed off before the breath ceased entirely. 100 meters away on a rooftop, Wang Yao lowered his sniper rifle and glanced sideways at Tianyang. His hands were steady, too steady. If his eyes hadn't been glued to that cop, how could I have landed such a clean shot? Tianyang didn't even lift his eyelids. The dead deserved no critique. He turned and walked away. He knew it well. Once Habibi fell, the team had not the slightest chance of escaping the island alive. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Bao and Clarkson were eliminated, one by one, by Chun Jejun. In the end, the 3 corpses lay together atop the building. Chun Jejun crouched beside Habibi, staring silently at the 3 faces still tinged with pallor, motionless for a long while. To eradicate this squad, he had lost 5 brothers, 3 lay hospitalized. What weighed heavier upon his chest, however, was the unseen hand pulling strings from behind the curtain. He believed in neither luck nor fate, only in steel meeting flesh, blood drawn blade. Yet this time, without that hidden force anchoring him from the shadows, these men would have slipped through his fingers like smoke, leaving not even a trace. Tanshan. Situba had just set down the telephone. Hong Yijing was dead. He nodded slowly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Outwardly deferential, Hong Yijing's heart beat only to the rhythm of the Hong family's ancestral precepts and its own pride. Thus, when he was cast forth as sacrificial offering, Situba did not so much as blink. What he saw was never the collapse of Genesis, but rather the 6 great branches of the Hung Mun tearing each other apart until blood ran dry and sinews snapped. The Hung Mun belongs to the Situ clan. That sentence, he intended to carve it himself into stone. As for the mercenary unit dispatched to Hong Kong, when news of their total annihilation reached his ears, not a single ripple disturbed the surface of his teacup. From the moment they departed, they were already expendable pawns. That very afternoon, 6 sealed letters were dispatched simultaneously, summoning the patriarchs of the Hong Ma Fong Hu Kai and Li clans to an urgent assembly at the Tanshan headquarters. These 6 surnames wielded 80% of the Hung Mun's real power. Situba stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gaze fixed toward the southwest, his voice soft as a whisper. Wang Yao, the Hung Mun's thunder, is about to strike your head. The final piece of the Tiger and Wolf gambit has been set, and he always remains where light cannot reach. Hong Kong. The Peninsula Hotel conference room. Wang Yao sat at the head of the table. To his left sat the Chaozhou gang's venomous snake Bing. To his right, Big Nose Kai. Diagonally opposite sat Dedong, newly installed leader of the venomous snake gang. Dedong offered a strained smile. Brother Yao, if there's anything you need, just send word. We'd come running. Why trouble so many people? Venomous snake Bing chimed in immediately. Exactly. At Master Wang's command, I'd leap into fire or scale blades barehanded. Big Nose Kai nodded emphatically. Same here. Wang Yao's gaze swept slowly across their faces, pausing 2 seconds before he spoke. Dedong, venomous snake Bing, Big Nose Kai. Do any of you wish to sit upon Hong Kong's foremost throne? Their faces instantly drained of color. Dedong sprang to his feet, waving both hands frantically. Brother Yao, I, Dedong, dare not even dream of such a thing. My loyalty runs bone deep. I am yours body and soul. Venomous snake Bing and Big Nose Kai swore oaths on the spot, each vow dripping with blood and name, each word striking the floor like iron on stone. Wang Yao raised his right hand palm downward, then gently pressed it down. The 3 froze mid-motion, next stiffened, sweat beading thickly along their temples and tracing slow paths down their temples. Only then did he speak, measured and calm. Don't panic. Who serves wholeheartedly, and who merely bows in pretense. I hold a scale in my heart. No sooner had the words left his lips than their spines chilled anew. There is something I won't conceal from you. The Hongmun may soon move against Genesis. What? The Hongmun dare set foot in our Hong Kong. De Dong slammed his fist on the table, so hard the glass cups trembled. Master Wang, don't lift a finger. I'll have the venomous snake gang erase this problem before dusk. Wang Yao remained silent, merely lifting his eyes, his gaze sweeping over venomous snake, Bing, and Big Nose Kai. Master Wang, the Chaozhou gang stands shoulder to shoulder with Genesis. This we swear, and will uphold. Venomous snake, Bing, and Big Nose Kai spoke almost in unison, backs rigidly straight. Wang Yao drew a slow, deliberate puff from his vintage Cuban cigar, smoke curling and drifting beneath the lamplight. I remember each of your promises. The Hongmun wishes to enter Hong Kong. Not so easily. But if my sole intention were merely to block their door, why summon you all to this room? Then, you mean to let them in? Venomous snake, Bing interjected instantly. Wang Yao's lips curved faintly. Yes. When someone approaches you, claiming to represent me, ordering you to deal with me, agree without hesitation. But one condition: numbers must be large, payment thick, cruelty absolute. Understood. The three responded in unison. Wang Yao waved his hand lightly. You're dismissed. No sooner had they exited than the conference room door swung open. Jean-Mi stepped in, halted, and met Wang Yao's gaze. Brother Yao, do you truly believe the Hongmun would bribe local Hong Kong Triad heads to strike against Genesis? His frame had grown heavier, his eyes calmer. After half a year navigating docks, enforcing order, auditing ledgers, he was no longer the impetuous youth of old. Wang Yao smiled. The likelihood is extremely low. Jean-Mi opened his mouth, but Wang Yao raised a hand, halting him. After years at the top, doesn't every man carry a spark of fire inside? No one willingly bows forever, unless the master before him is so overwhelming that even thought itself becomes treason. Situ Ba is no fool. He knows precisely what binds Venomous Snake, Bing De Dong, and Big Nose Kai to me. To approach them first. He won't gamble. I summon them, not to face outsiders, but to watch their own territories closely. What I fear is betrayal from within, not invasion from without. Jean-Mi's eyes lit up. Then, Brother Yao, where do you think the Hongmun will strike? Wang Yao shook his head. If they wish war, I shall grant it. But they simply lack the capacity to act in Hong Kong right now. Of America's four great underworld powers, the Hongmun Green Gang Mafia and Skinheads, the Hongmun ranks first. Yet are the other three any less formidable? If they seek to crush Genesis, will ensure their backyard bursts into flame first. Jean-Mi caught his breath. Brother Yao, who among those three in America will we align with? The Green Gang, Wang Yao replied without hesitation. This is a matter for Chinese people alone. No outsiders need intervene. In truth, Wang Yao withheld half a sentence. Even if the Green Gang refused alliance, the Mafia held firm, and the Skinheads remained inert. He had already prepared another path. The Hongmun appears monolithic, but in reality it rests upon six great families: Hong Ma Fong, Hu Kai Li. Less a unified society than six ropes bound together, each straining to become the central strand. Who among the underworld does not covet the throne? Wang Yao was certain the other five families had long harbored private ambitions for the position of Supreme Patriarch. Yet mutual suspicion kept them frozen. None dared break the fragile truce, so they maintained the illusion of peace. But what if an external wedge were driven deep? Situ Ba's assassination of Hong Yijing could not remain buried forever. Falsehood, however artfully concealed, inevitably unravels, deceiving only the naive, never the discerning. Once that mask is stripped away, the Hongmun will tear itself apart from within. And when that day comes, Wang Yao's hand may yet reach all the way to Tanshan, America. Tanshan, the Hongmun's Grand Assembly Hall. Seated around the hall were the patriarchs of the six great families, Hong Ma Fong, Hu Kai Li, alongside Situ Ba. Situ Ba spoke, his voice low yet silencing the entire chamber. Gentlemen, I trust you've all heard of the tragic demise of Elder Hong in Hong Kong. Hong Kairan, Hong Yijing's elder cousin and current head of the Hong family, wrapped his fingertips against the armrest. Supreme Patriarch Yijing is gone. What precisely do you intend to say? The Hongmun stands as the foremost Chinese brotherhood. Let Wang Yao strike, and we shall strike back until the last man falls. Wang Yao's strength is undeniable, Supreme Patriarch. If we choose open confrontation, how many lives must we sacrifice? Is it worth it? Fong Siming, Patriarch of the Fong family, interjected. Is Hong's death insufficient? Must I myself lie slain in Hong Kong before you finally draw your swords? Situ Ba's voice dropped to a near whisper, yet it struck the floor like ice-piercing stone. His gaze swept toward Hong Kairan and Ma Zori, Elder Hong, Elder Ma. Your thoughts? Hong Yijing died in Hong Kong. Ma Ziyuan perished there too. Situ Ba knew full well these two had no choice. Ma Zori lifted his eyes, casting a cool, detached glance at Situ Ba. The Supreme Patriarch leads the Hongmun. War or peace rests solely with your decision. A pause. Then he added quietly, yet action against Genesis must originate from headquarters and be coordinated under its banner. Situ Ba suppressed a cold laugh, inwardly old fox. Headquarters was now his personal seal. Ma Zori's words made his stance unmistakable. You Situ, may kindle the fire. I'll hand you the kindling. But when battle calls, I'll stand aside. Hong Kairan smiled faintly in turn. My view aligns precisely with Elder Ma's. Situ Ba betrayed no emotion, but his eyes darkened heavy as storm-laden clouds pressing low before the deluge. He slowly rose and surveyed the heads of the 6 great families. Ladies and gentlemen, I need not elaborate on the plight of the Hongmen in M country, do I? We have been treated as nails by the M country government since birth. In recent years, why have the Black Hand Party and the Baldies become increasingly audacious in trampling over us? Because there are people behind the scenes wielding knives, turning a blind eye. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands 3 times. A Hongmen disciple brought 6 documents and placed them in front of the 6 heads. After distributing the materials, Situ Baidu declared, "This is a top-secret file I obtained from the FBI specifically targeting the Hongmen and Qin gang. Please read it for yourselves." The 6 of them bowed their heads to read. Amidst the rustling of pages, some had their throats twitch, while others turned pale at their knuckles. "Master, can you guarantee the authenticity of this information?" Hong Kairan closed the document and asked. Situ Ba shook his head, yet a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Head of the Hong family, whether it's true or false, you all know in your hearts. I must topple Wang Yao for one reason, to bring the Hongmen back to the east. The roots lie in the east. No matter how wealthy M country is, it is merely a borrowed home. I am not seeking a temporary residence. I am seeking to return home." He fixed his gaze on the 6 faces, emphasizing each word. "It is not a guest stay, it is a return home." The hall fell silent. No one responded, but the atmosphere grew heavier. Who wouldn't want to return? Who hasn't dreamt of the smoke rising from their homeland while in a foreign land? Ma Zurich finally spoke up. "Master, what do you plan to do?" "We will work from within and without," Situ Ba asserted decisively. "Genesis has grown too quickly, but its foundation hasn't hardened yet. Once the Hongmen strike, it will break its back. Wang Yao is too greedy, making moves everywhere. As long as we can make him stumble once, his divine platform will collapse." At this moment, Hong Kairan suddenly stood up. "Master, currently the Sanfan City and New York branches are firmly held down. The only places we can adjust are Oraloba and Chongyinya. But once we act on these 2 fronts, the local foundations will surely collapse." Situ Ba did not hesitate, then abandon Oraloba. "Concentrate the strength of the 2 branches to target Wang Yao's lifeline in the South Seas. I want him to fall completely there and never rise again." As his words settled, the 6 heads were taken aback in unison. Although Oraloba wasn't a main pillar, it was still a banner of the Hongmen. To say to throw it away just like that. Such decisiveness made people's molars clench. In the Hongmen headquarters conference hall, Li Jiaming regained his senses and was the first to speak. "Master, for a Wang Yao, are you really willing to sacrifice all of Oraloba? Is it worth it?" Oraloba had been the Li family's foundation for 30 years. Situ Ba looked him in the eye. "It is worth it. What Wang Yao holds is far heavier than the entire territory of Oraloba. If we defeat him, not only will we regain face, but we will also secure an ironclad base." Situ Ba knew in his heart that with the foundation and strength the Hongmen had accumulated over decades, dealing with Wang Yao would be much easier than climbing to the sky. This layer of interest was understood by all the heads of the 6 great families. Its weight could not be measured in mere currency. Situ Ba scanned the audience and said solemnly, "Gentlemen, raise your hands to vote for democratic fairness. Those in favor of declaring war on Genesis, please raise your hands." The outcome was without suspense. The 6 heads had long been swayed by his words and raised their arms in unison. "Since it has passed unanimously, effective immediately, all personnel resources and intelligence lines from the Oraloba branch will be transferred to the Chongyinya branch." He paused and slowly scanned each face. "Additionally, I propose to replace the position of the Chongyinya branch leader. Do any of you have candidates?" As soon as he finished speaking, the heads of the 6 great families brightened. Situ Ba intended to place his own person in power. What was even clearer was, the plan was set by him and the initiative was in his hands. If they resisted and refused, it would be equivalent to tearing their faces apart on the spot. Now was the time to unite and tackle the issue. Who would turn against it at such a critical moment? It would be better to go with the flow, concede this position, show sincerity, and avoid disputes. "Master, since this plan is yours, the selection of the branch leader should naturally be decided by you." Ma Zurich was the first to speak, his tone relaxed. "We will follow the arrangements of the master." The others followed suit. "Good." Situ Ba's tone was calm. "I will recommend Situ Yun as the leader of the Chongyinya branch." The room fell silent. No one questioned, no one spoke, even the breathing grew lighter. Everyone accepted it without objection. Situ Yun, the younger sister of Situ Ba, the eldest lady of the Situ family. 10 years ago, a gunshot rang out in San Francisco, and the then leader of the Hongmen, Situ Tianmei, perished. At that time, Situ Ba was only 28, just graduated from Columbia University in M country. His father intended for him to enter the political arena to secure a position as a Chinese-American congressman, or even higher. The true heir was the second son Situ Yuan. He would take the legitimate path, while the underworld would be left to the brother, ensuring a steady grip on power. Little did they know that father and son both went to San Francisco and fell into a pool of blood together. Situ Ba was forced to return to Hong Kong to take charge of the Hongmen. But a young man fresh out of school suddenly sat on the throne. How many people below were unwilling to accept it? Stepping up was the then 19-year-old Situ Yun. She publicly challenged several elder opponents, and under the blades none emerged victorious. Those who refused to fight were silently eliminated by the Situ family's dark guards during the night. In half a year, dressed in plain clothes with a long sword, she staunchly protected her elder brother, solidifying the precarious leadership position. At that time, countless people asserted in terms of qualifications, courage, and strategy, Situ Yun was more suited to lead the Hongmen than her brother. To this day, people still whisper, what if she is a woman? If she were to ascend to the position of master, the Hongmen would only be more stable. Back then, as long as she was willing to extend her hand, Situ Ba would have had no strength to resist. But she did not. She always stood by her brother's side, personally helping him rise to the top, and personally clearing the obstacles for him, until his foundation was solid and his commands were like mountains. Later, Situ Ba appointed her to head the law hall known as the West Pavilion, responsible for the laws of the Hongmen. In 10 years, the Hongmen expanded the fastest with the strictest rules and the most formidable deterrents, because above the law hall hung a sword named Situ Yun. She judged cases without favoritism and enforced the law without mercy, her prestige long rooted in the bones. The 6 great families often said in private the Situ family can suppress them not by seniority or qualifications, but by this one young lady alone. Now that Situ Ba has invited her out of seclusion, who would dare to say no among the 6 great families? Prestige, achievements, qualifications, strength, all were impeccable. Rumors had long circulated that back then she was placed in the law hall not for promotion, but to bind her power. Yet now he actively loosened the reins. This alone was enough to illustrate. He was determined to secure Chongyinya. He was intent on eliminating. Situ Ba scanned the silent heads of the 6 great families, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since there are no objections, Situ Yun, effective immediately, you are the leader of the Hongmen Chongyinya branch. With the decree of Situ Ba, the leader of the Hongmen, and the joint approval of the 6 great families, Situ Yun's appointment was finalized. As the meeting dispersed, Situ Ba drove alone towards a Taoist temple deep in Tanshan. The temple was named Heart of Heaven, devoid of incense and Taoist robes. Only a woman resided within. She had a face like a fresh peach, her brows and eyes exquisite, but the tranquility of her eyes, deep like a still pond, had long turned the passage of time into an unruffled frost. Situ Ba stepped into the temple, remaining silent as he stood beneath the eaves, gazing at her. As she bent down to sweep the floor, the broom glided across the blue bricks, making a soft rustling sound like time whispering. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice so soft it could almost be crushed by the wind. A Yun, after all these years you still refuse to forgive me. She was Situ Yun, the head of the Hongmen Law Hall known as the West Pavilion. In her youth, she was a disciple of a wandering Taoist master from the mainland, inheriting the techniques of muscles, heart, law, and martial arts from that Notre Smoke master. To honor her master's teachings, she personally built this Heart of Heaven temple in Tanshan. Upon hearing the word forgive, she did not pause her hand or stop sweeping, merely stating, "If I have never picked it up, how can I speak of letting go?" Situ Ba's throat moved slightly, and he replied slowly, "A Yun, whether you pick it up or not is up to you. I only ask you to help me once more. After this you will no longer be bound, and you can come and go as you please." She straightened up, her gaze steady upon him. "What is it?" "To take charge of the Chongyinya branch." He enunciated each word. "I want Chongyinya to become the Situ family's backyard." "But," she replied, then bent down to continue sweeping the broom, brushing against the stone steps once more. Situ Ba smiled, and turned to leave a final remark, "Depart tonight. Once we land in Jakarta, everything will be at your discretion. No need for reports, no need for questions, and no need for returns." She did not respond. Yet he knew those words had reached her ears, and deeper still her heart. He said nothing more, took a step away, his figure blending into the mountain mist. Back then at her mother's deathbed, the frail hand clutched her wrist, asking for 3 things to help Situ Ba ascend to the top, to help him stabilize the position, and afterwards, cut off all ties, and they would owe each other nothing. First, she bloodily washed away 7 hidden strongholds at Tan Mountain, forcing back 3 factions vying for power. Second, she personally severed the lifelines of 9 traitors, extinguishing the insurrection in its infancy. Now only one task remains. That evening she took a plain cloth bag and boarded a flight to Jakarta. The next noon, at the exit of Jakarta International Airport, a figure in white appeared. A plain white robe, dark hair tied with a hairpin, her form as upright as a pine, her steps quiet as snow. It was Situ Yun. 2 men in suits had long been waiting at the pickup point. Upon seeing her, they immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, their backs straight as a line. "Mr. Shiga, hello." She merely uttered a single word, "Go." The 2 immediately flanked her, their movements as swift and sharp as blades drawn from their sheaths, escorting her into a black sedan. At this time at the residence of the Chongyinya branch, the former branch leader Dexing had just received an order from headquarters to head to Tan Mountain and take over as the new head of the execution hall. He sneered and slammed the telegram onto the sandalwood desk. Dexing was different from most high-ranking members of the Hongmen. He was not a purebred Huaran. His mother was Huaran and his father was a Tagoran. Starting as a street thug in Chongyinya, he endured knives and drugs, spent 7 years in a dark prison, and gradually crawled to his current position. The branch leader of Chongyinya in a high and remote place held real power and was a person whose words truly counted in this land. Is the position of head of the execution hall high? Certainly. But the Tan Mountain headquarters is full of old-fashioned Huaran, and as a mixed blood, he would only become a decoration. How could that compare to stomping here, shaking the entire Nanyang? Before setting off, he summoned all the decision-makers overnight. Those who couldn't come were contacted by phone. Those at the casino had their games paused. Even those just released from the hospital had to come wrapped in bandages. Just one sentence: if the new branch leader dares to step into Chongyinya, make the ground beneath his feet tremble. Disrupt the branch force headquarters to bow, and then invite him back. That was his planned retreat. But just as he picked up his suitcase to leave, the driver suddenly reported in a low voice, "Brother Dexing, Mr. Shigo has already arrived." He abruptly raised his head only to see a figure in white standing at the door, cold as the moon, untouched by the dust of the world. "Mr. Shigo." His pupils constricted slightly, his voice laced with undeniable astonishment. "You are the new branch leader of Chongyinya." The earlier telegram from the Hongmen headquarters had been vague. He only knew the arrival was a specially appointed representative from headquarters, never expecting it would be her. Situ Yin did not answer, merely nodding slightly, her movements light and precise like a snowflake landing on a green tile. Dexing was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter, cupping his hands and bending at the waist, showing complete respect. "Mr. Shigu presiding over the Chongyinya branch, I, Dexing, am 100% at ease." Dexing did not say another word, turned and left, heading straight for the airport. He had not put Situ Yun's takeover of the branch in his heart. The original plan would continue, as usual. When it comes to power which man can truly let go, knowing it's poison, he still has to take a taste to feel satisfied. Situ Yun watched Dexing's figure disappear at the door without even raising her eyelids. She turned to the two men in black suits beside her and whispered, "In 2 hours, everyone from the Chongyinya branch in Jakarta, without exception, will stand before me." The two answered in unison. Mr. Shigu understood. Before the words faded, they quickly withdrew. She slowly walked to the central seat of the hall, took her seat, lowered her gaze, and her breathing gradually deepened. The world seemed separated by a thin mist, even the air had quieted. Meanwhile, while the Hongmen were busy clearing up the aftermath of the Chongyinya branch, Wang Yao had arrived at the port, meeting with the heads of the Qing gang in the Hong Kong and Macau area. The Qing gang is different from the Hongmen. It is not so tightly knit. The heads below govern independently, keeping in touch with each other, but do not belong to one another. Above the heads there are still factions, and above the factions is the gang leader. Years earlier, the Qing gang's territory in the east collapsed. During the 1950s, Oli Nianxing suffered a major setback in Xiangjiang while competing for territory, and since then they have not recovered. Now in the entire east, only the Macau area still retains one head standing alone. Macau Peninsula Hotel. "Mr. Wang, I've long admired you." Wang Yao looked up to see a round-faced man with smiling eyes, a robust stature. He was the head of the Macau faction of the Qing gang, Deco Bao, whose real name is Bao Xing. Being a native of Macau, he knew better than anyone what the name Wang Yao meant in this area. Respect was etched in his bones and flattery was instinctual. He did not dare to act rashly. Wang Yao nodded slightly. "Mr. Bao, you're too kind." Deco Bao bowed and led the way, smiling as he walked. "I heard you were coming, so I specifically invited the most traditional chef in Macau to cook." Wang Yao merely smiled lightly, not replying, and followed him into a private room decorated with golden silk nanmu on the top floor. After sitting down, Deco Bao took out a velvet box from his inner pocket and pushed it in front of Wang Yao, a pink diamond brought back by a friend from Nanfeng last month. "This is a small token of respect for Mr. Wang and for Mrs. Wang." Wang Yao knew that Mrs. Wang referred to Qiu Shuzhen. He did not lift the lid of the box, saying, "Mr. Bao, you are too generous. Just a small token, you must accept it." Deco Bao hurriedly added. Wang Yao's gaze swept over him flatly, and he cut straight to the point. "Mr. Bao, I came today to ask you for a favor." Deco Bao patted his chest. "Just say it. As long as I can do it through fire and water, I will not hesitate." Wang Yao picked up the teacup, blew on it, and said slowly, "I want to meet the leader of the Qing gang. The sooner the better." Deco Bao's smile instantly stiffened, his mouth drooping, and he forced a laugh. "Mr. Wang, I am truly ashamed. In the gang, I am just a marginal figure running errands. Even meeting the gang leader is difficult. How dare I recommend—" Wang Yao set down the teacup, his voice not loud, but every word hit home. "Mr. Bao, we are both straightforward people. Within the Qing gang, the 4 major factions are directly governed by the gang leader and are one of the 18 heads. If this word gets out, tell me, is it appropriate? The Hongmen and Qing gang are both century-old societies, deeply rooted and leafy, but they are also quite sick. The factions are intertwined. You have me, I have you. No one can eliminate the other. The Qing gang's predecessor was the Chao gang, and the four major factions of Su, Lu Jing, and Huai were once its backbone. The position of gang leader was originally rotated among the four families, later with the rise of maritime trade and the decline of the canal power, gradually centralized. The current gang leader is Ouyang Jijia. The Ouyang family was originally the head of the Qing gang in M country. Back then, when the main forces of the gang moved west, Ouyang Hui seized the opportunity and leaped over the four major factions directly to take the top position. Though the four major factions have lost their former power, they still hold 70% of the real authority. The remaining 30% belongs to the 18 heads directly governed by the Ouyang family. However, within the four major factions of the Qing gang, there are undercurrents and continuous infighting. Because of this, the Ouyang family's control over the position of gang leader has become increasingly firm, yet the overall strength of the Qing gang has been genuinely suppressed by the Hongmen. De Ko Bao felt a sudden sinking in his heart upon hearing this. Wang Yao was clear about the internal entanglements within the Qing gang, and his little cover-up could not withstand scrutiny. He simply removed his disguised grin and said, "Mr. Wang truly sees through everything. I can arrange the introduction to the gang leader, but whether he is willing to meet you, I truly cannot guarantee. Moreover, this head in Macau, aside from helping the gang earn some benefits, has almost no weight in the Qing gang. When I speak in front of gang leader Ouyang, my words barely carry any weight and can be blown away by the wind." He said this in advance, fearing that if Ouyang Jijia refused to meet Wang Yao, would vent his anger on him. Wang Yao listened, his mouth slightly curling up, and said, "Mr. Bao, just relay the message. I want to join forces against the Hongmen. Rest assured he will definitely meet me." Last year's conflict between the Hongmen and Qing gang saw the Hongmen drive the Qing gang's influence out of the M country's gambling city Las Vegas. The Qing gang lost at least $1 billion in a year, and the bloody numbers on the balance sheet could not be concealed by anyone. Wang Yao was confident if Ouyang Jijia was a sensible person, he would never miss out on this opportunity for an alliance. He would also rush to negotiate before Wang Yao reached out to the four major factions. He did not believe that the helmsman of the Qing gang would be a clueless fool. De Ko Bao nodded heavily. "Mr. Wang's words I will pass on verbatim." After the meal, Wang Yao stood up to bid farewell, not pausing for a moment. Meanwhile, things in Macau remained relatively calm, while the Hongmen Chongyunya branch in Jakarta was as cold as an ice cellar. Situ Yun sat at the head, her face as cold as frost. Beside her, a man in a suit stood with his hands down, reporting in a low voice, "Miss Yun, 17 decision-makers from the Jakarta branch have already arrived, with 2 still on the way." She nodded slightly, her gaze slowly sweeping over the 15 people beneath her, her voice not loud, but each word carved into their eardrums. "You all arrived on time. Very good. Remember this face. Henceforth, I am your new branch leader. Listen to me. Life will be more comfortable than before. Defy me, and there is only one path: death." As soon as he finished speaking, the lips of a man with a Chongyunya appearance curled into a half-smirk, clearly unimpressed by the arrival of the new leader. "What are you laughing at?" A crisp voice sliced through the silence, piercing the man's ears. He suddenly looked up, meeting the indifferent gaze of Situ Yun. Those eyes were clearly directed at him. He forced himself to calm down. "Master, you misunderstood. I wasn't laughing." Though he softened his words, he didn't truly acknowledge it, yet turning hostile at this moment would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. "What are you laughing at?" Situ Yin did not respond to him, but repeated the same question with even more emphasis. "Master, I truly wasn't laughing." His tone was already laced with irritation, unable to suppress his anger. He was someone whose stomp could shake 3 streets. How could he endure such public interrogation, almost like a child being scolded? What responded to him was not words. It was a clear and long chant, like a dragon roaring through the skies, tearing through the air. In the next instant, a figure in pure white swept in like a startled swan, landing silently beside him. A flash of silver appeared so fast that it left no afterimage. A sudden sharp pain shot through his right shoulder. He looked down to see his entire arm had fallen to the ground. Blood gushed forth, gushing like a spring. A piercing scream shattered the beams overhead. Only then did the other leaders see clearly. There was a plain white belt at Situ Yun's waist that was actually a soft sword. Usually wrapped around her waist and inconspicuous, once drawn it became a weapon capable of severing bones and flesh. One strike and his arm was severed at the shoulder. Situ Yun remained standing in place, her expression unchanged, only looking down at the person curled up in the pool of blood, and asked once more, "What are you laughing at?" The entire hall fell silent, as if frozen in fear. Everyone had anticipated that the new leader would assert her authority, but no one expected that this authority would be established through bloodshed. Only the man with the severed arm showed no shock, only fear. He stared into Situ Yun's eyes. There was no anger, no killing intent, not even emotion. Just a serene. It was as if in her eyes he was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. "Master, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have laughed." The man cried out hoarsely. What responded to him was not forgiveness, but a glint of cold light, fast enough that he could only hear the wind rushing into his mouth. In the next instant, the snake head had left its socket, rolling onto the ground. "Keeping your tongue won't let you speak human words, so it's best to cut it clean." Situ Yun's voice was as light as a breeze brushing over the snow. The man could only emit a series of broken sounds like a broken gong, ah, ah, ah. Two men in black suits stepped forward behind her, lifting the limp body and dragging it out of the hall, leaving two faint wet marks on the floor. Situ Yun scanned the entire room, speaking slowly and deliberately. When I speak, there must not be a single sound in this hall. After finishing, she turned and sat in the main seat. Still dressed in white, not a speck of dust on her, it was as if nothing had happened just moments ago. 15 minutes later, another leader hurriedly pushed the door open. As he crossed the threshold, he felt all his colleagues seated on both sides staring at him, in unison, their expressions strange, as if they were looking at a bird that had mistakenly entered a shrine. What stunned him even more was, a girl was seated in the main chair, her eyes bright and clear, at most in her early 20s, dressed in simple clothing, appearing unrealistically still. Just as he was wondering who this girl was, she lifted her gaze and stared directly at him. Late, why? He blurted out, my hall is on the outskirts of the city and there was heavy traffic this morning. Ew, I took a long detour to get here. Someone behind Situ Yun leaned in to whisper a few words. After listening, she fixed her gaze on him. 5 lashes with the water and fire stick, do you acknowledge? As he was about to respond, he caught sight of a familiar leader urgently winking, nodding, and even discreetly giving him a thumbs up. His movements were so frantic, as if afraid he'd take a wrong breath. His heart tightened, and he immediately changed his words. I acknowledge. Situ Yun nodded slightly, raising her hand. Take your seat first. We'll discuss this after the meeting. He hurriedly sat next to the familiar face, suppressing his voice to ask, hey, the new leader, is she this young? The other leaned in to whisper, finishing just a few sentences. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and his fingertips felt cold. He knew clearly in his heart, had he not said I acknowledge, he would most likely be the one lying outside now. 20 minutes later, a man in a suit rushed into the hall and whispered something to Situ Yun. She suddenly rose. The hall felt utterly silent, all eyes fixed on her. Her gaze calmly swept over everyone, her voice steady. Everyone, please wait a moment, I will be back shortly. Before her words had finished, she had turned and exited the door. Half an hour later, Situ Yun stood before a Sheraton entrance. As the car door opened, her subordinate quietly reported, Leader Yun Baoshangxing is on the 6th floor at Cloud Crane Pavilion. She nodded slightly and stepped inside. Although the name Sheraton sounded prestigious, it was actually a place filled with hidden doors, big and small money from men, all washed in here. The information she received was accurate. Baoshangxing hadn't come to the branch, but was hiding here to wash his small money. Along the way, all eyes were sharp and full of suspicion. This place never received female guests. Some thought she was the wife catching her husband cheating, while others speculated she was the sister seeking revenge, and no one believed she was here as the leader to collect debts. She maintained her usual expression and ascended the stairs. Just as she stepped onto the 6th floor, a waiter approached and respectfully said, Miss the VIP room, please show your membership card. Seeing her youthful beauty, the other casually spoke in Chinese. Situ Yun didn't even raise her eyelids, and her body swayed and her palms struck at the side of his neck. The waiter collapsed on the spot. The subordinates of Baoshangxing who were guarding the corridor immediately gathered around. However, they only felt a flash before the figure was already upon them. In less than 10 seconds, 4 burly men lay on the carpet, still breathing, but unaware of their surroundings. She pushed open the door to the private room. Inside, a man and a woman were entangled deep in the sofa, breathing heavily. Situ Yun didn't waste a word as she walked straight to the back of the man. A flash of silver appeared, and when it fell, that head was firmly cradled in her left palm. It was too fast. The man's face still bore a flush of excitement, but his body instinctively twitched a few times before crashing heavily onto the woman, causing the coffee table to tremble. A shrill scream tore through the air, deafeningly loud. Meanwhile, Situ Yun had already disappeared around the corner of the stairs. A man in a suit stood behind her, holding a small black leather case. Half an hour later, Situ Yun returned to the main seat, her gaze sweeping over the 10 or so faces below. Her voice wasn't loud, but it pressed down on the entire room. Everyone is present. I will only say this once. Listen carefully. My name is Situ Yun, the newly appointed leader of the Chongyunya branch of the Hongmen. My words are iron orders, no questioning is allowed, and you must obey. Before her words had finished, she had already risen and left the hall. The room full of leaders exchanged glances, no one daring to move. Suddenly, one person pointed at the case, his voice tightening. Why is there blood seeping from this case? The man sitting next to the case chuckled, lifting the lid. Let's open it and take a look. It's specially left by Leader Situ. It can't just be a decoration. With a loud pop, the lid flew open. He let out a short, startled ah from his throat, staggering back 3 steps, nearly knocking over a chair. What the hell? Why are you so scared? The others immediately gathered around. Inside the case lay a human head, the neck still stained with fresh blood. The old scar on the brow was precisely the unique mark of Baoshangxing. Baoshangxing, the leader who hadn't shown up today. In that instant, everyone's mind exploded with Situ Yun's earlier words. Now that everyone is here, it turned out that what was gathered were not living people, but heads. In the following days, Situ Yun didn't move a single knife or gun, and all the halls capitulated. On the other side, Ouyang Zhijia agreed to meet Wang Yao, but set the time for mid-March. The Qing gang was holding a full gang conference in early March, and he personally called Wang Yao, speaking in a calm manner, explaining everything without a flaw. That night, in a private room of an old-style Cantonese restaurant, Wang Yao sat across from Ding Yao. "Brother Yao, I heard your fiancé is Qiu Shuzhen." Ding Yao stirred the silver ear soup in her bowl and asked, raising her eyes. Wang Yao nodded. Ding Yao stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly taking a breath and putting down her spoon. "Brother Yao, what do you think of me?" Wang Yao smiled. "Yao, you are great." She shook her head, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. "Brother Yao, you are such an understanding person. Why beat around the bush with me? What I'm asking isn't this." Wang Yao raised his teacup, blowing off the foam. "Yao, you know too. I can't give you a rightful status. Even if I did, you wouldn't want it." He needed her to stabilize the Bay Island situation, so he couldn't truly elevate her. While she held real power and had ambitions beyond, she wouldn't exchange a bit of her confidence for a mere title. In other words, if they were truly together, she could only be the woman he hid in the shadows, forever unable to see. After listening, Ding Yao not only did not feel disheartened, but her eyes sparkled with an intensity that was almost blinding. She was never one to vie for a title. "Yao Go, I do not care for status. What I want is you." Her words were clear like a wedge driven into wood. Wang Yao fell silent for a moment, his gaze heavy upon her face, as if he wanted to etch every flicker of emotion from her eyes into his very bones. Ding Yao did not shy away, in her gaze returning his. There was no concealment of admiration and trust. The next morning, in the penthouse suite of the Peninsula Hotel, Wang Yao lay on his side, watching Ding Yao sleeping beside him. She curled in his arms, her hair scattered across her shoulders, her soft breaths resembling a small beast that had shed all its claws. He carefully lifted her neck and gently moved her aside. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, looking at him with a sweet and soft smile. "Yao Gu, in this lifetime, I recognize only you as the man for me." Wang Yao brushed his fingers across her forehead, his voice low. "Ding Yao, I hope you will have no regrets in the future." She did not answer immediately, but suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice light as a sigh. "Yao Gu, this has been the most exhilarating night of my life. How could I regret it?" Before she could finish, she bit her lower lip, her fingertips quietly sliding to his waist, her voice dropping even lower. "Yao Gu, give me a child, please." As her hand reached down, the air in the room shifted. They entwined several more times in the morning, and by noon, Ding Yao didn't even have the energy to move her toes. Wang Yao fastened her shirt buttons and said, "Lunch is ordered, you just lie down and rest." She tightened her legs, a muffled groan escaping her throat, and merely murmured, At that moment, the large phone on the bedside table rang abruptly. Wang Yao answered, listened for a few moments, and hung up. Ding Yao tilted her head to look at him. "Whose call was that?" Wang Yao smiled. "It was Wu Qiuyu that you bribed. He has relented. The Sanlian gang. The weather is about to change." Ding Yao's lips curled upward. "I thought I would have to wait for him to ponder for 3 to 5 days. I didn't expect him to relent overnight." Wang Yao shook his head gently, a smile on his face. "That's not surprising. Wu Qiuyu had been under pressure for too long. He was already walking on tiptoes on the edge of a knife. When I sent someone to confront him, he was left with only one path to take." He paused for a moment, his voice lowering. "Power can sometimes be more intoxicating than wine, more addictive than poison. Knowing that taking a step forward means a bottomless cliff, one still chooses to jump blindly with eyes closed." After saying this, he lifted his eyes to Ding Yao, his gaze calm yet sharp. "Yao, I do not wish for you to become like that. We must be the masters of power, not mere donkeys led by it. Do you understand?" Ding Yao did not respond immediately. She lowered her gaze for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. After a long while, she finally looked up, her tone light, yet steady. "Yao Gu, I understand." In her eyes there was a brightness that had not been there before, not the previous sharpness, but a clarity born from having gone through a fire. Old Ding Yao remained amidst the clouds beyond the airplane window, while new Ding Yao stepped onto the humid ground of the Bay Island. The next day she returned to the Bay Island carrying a black suitcase. The cost was not small, but it brought back 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash neatly piled at the bottom of the suitcase. The return of Lei Fuhong was like a death knell. The Sanlian gang was her chessboard. 10 years of cultivated connections, a tangled web of power, combined with this hard currency, was enough for her to gradually grasp the power within the gang. On the third day after Ding Yao's return to the island, the underworld of the Bay Island exploded with news. The prince of the Sanlian gang, Lei Fuhong, was ambushed. His life was saved, but his mind was ruined. The doctor shook his head, saying the chances of him waking up were smaller than being able to use an umbrella during a typhoon without getting wet. Once Lei Fuhong fell, the Sanlian gang immediately fell apart. Acting leader Wu Qiuyu, the spokesperson Huang Renfa, and the law elder Gu Junyi, the three factions vied for power, each occupying their own territory. Among them, Wu Qiuyu had been collected into Ding Yao's fold earlier, a hawk she had personally nurtured. Wang Yao personally vetted him, ensuring that he was pliable enough with a strong appetite, and kept his mouth shut before nodding to allow him to take office. A couple of days later, Wu Qiuyu was attacked and seriously injured, and was admitted to the intensive care unit. This shot directly pushed Huang Renfa and Gu Junyi to the opposite side. each accusing the other of being the mastermind behind the scenes, the tension thick enough to ignite a fire. The internal war of the Sanlian gang had thus begun. The two feared that a real fight would injure their own forces, benefiting the Wuhu gang and Tiandao gang, and simply agreed to meet at the warehouse by the dock. However, before they could even speak 3 full sentences, a loud explosion toppled the roof. Both of them and their 8 companions were buried beneath the steel and concrete. Before the news could spread, all the vice leaders and heads of various factions were already rolling up their sleeves, secretly gathering people, clearing accounts, and contacting old associates, just waiting to carve up the vacancies left by the Lei family. No one expected that on the 3rd morning of Wu Qi's coma, he would sit up still in his hospital gown, already seated at the main leader's position, making decisions. Without Lei Fuhong's suppression, without Huang Renfa's restraint, and without Gu Junyi's surveillance, there was no one left in the Sanlian gang to stop him from rising to the top. Through intimidation, bribery, cutting off retreat, and paving the way, he exhausted all means and finally secured that position, not as a shadow nurtured by the Lei family, but as the true leader with decision-making power. Wu Qi's first order upon returning to power: promote confidence. 5 spokespersons were appointed on the spot, all familiar faces from Ding Yao's early days. Ding Yao learned one crucial lesson from Wang Yao: do not put all your eggs in one basket. Even though Wu Qiuyu had already been trapped, she would not place all her hopes on him alone. The second order followed closely: a thorough investigation into the assassination cases. Lei Fuhong, Wu Qiuyu, Huang Renfa, Gu Junyi, 4 blood cases, and the masterminds behind them must be uncovered. Almost simultaneously, the Wuhu gang also fell into chaos. Both the leader and a spokesperson were killed at a private residence. The vice leader quickly took the position, and Flagmaster Gao Jinyue was promoted to the new spokesperson. With a series of murders, the leaders of various gangs on the Bay Island increased the number of people. They brought out windows covered with 3 layers of bulletproof film, even going to the restroom with their henchmen guarding the door. Everyone could smell the scent of blood and rain. The underground world was on the verge of upheaval. On March 3rd, the Sanlian gang proclaimed to the outside world the series of assassinations were all orchestrated by the Tiandao sect. From this day forth, the Sanlian gang and the Tiandao sect would be locked in a fight to the death. The Tiandao sect vehemently denied it. But denial was futile. The Sanlian gang was determined to hold on to them, launching an immediate assault on the Taijing stronghold. What chilled the Tiandao sect even more was that the next day the Wuhu gang released an investigation report. The mastermind behind the assassination of their high-ranking officials was also from the Tiandao sect. Once the news broke, the Tiandao sect no longer argued. They understood clearly this was not a frame-up, but a trap laid by 2 powerful forces working together. The net had already closed. The Tiandao sect quickly sent out news throughout the Bay Island claiming that this incident was instigated by an outside province's gang that sought to provoke local gang conflicts, calling for all local organizations to unite and stand together with the Tiandao alliance against external forces. In Wanhua district of Taijing County, the locals had long referred to this area as Mengqing. Here resided a group of local gangs that had been rooted for many years. Among them, 2 factions were the most powerful. One was Miaoko, led by Lin Junxian. The other held the Hubei Quo with the spokesperson Yi Yuanji. Although the local gangs were not as dominant as the Tiandao sect, they were numerous, and almost every community had its roots. A complete eradication would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, ultimately not worth the loss. Thus, the Sanlian gang and Wuhu gang had always focused on recruitment, rarely engaging directly. The Mengqing area, located in Wanhua district of Taijing County, was adjacent to the bustling Ximending of Taijing City, making it a prime location. Therefore, the Sanlian gang specifically dispatched one of the newly appointed 5 spokespersons, Ding Yao's confidant Baozai, to persuade the local powers. Baozai had caused a murder in the Bay Island earlier and had to flee to the East Japan. Fortunately, Ding Yao's father actively intervened, allowing him to establish himself in a foreign land. Later, it was also thanks to Ding's father secretly smoothing things over that he quietly resolved the old case. Upon his return to Taiwan, he immediately joined the Sanlian gang, thus pledging his loyalty to the Ding family without any second thoughts. This time, entrusting Baozai with the heavy responsibility of subduing Mengqing was both a show of trust and a way to cultivate him, helping him establish a reputation and expand his influence, ensuring he would secure his foothold and wield power within the gang. To ensure everything went smoothly, Ding Yao additionally allocated 50 million Taiwan dollars and sent her trusted aide de Zue to assist him. After arriving at Mengqing, Baozai did not act rashly, but instead took time to assess the situation. More than a decade of floating in the underworld had taught him the principle of before seeking victory, first seek defeat. After several days of investigation, he confirmed that Miaoko and Hubei Quo were indeed the local dual cores. As long as he stabilized these 2, the situation in Mengqing would be nearly certain. However, while sorting through the connections, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. More accurately, a woman, Wang Hongwei, his lover from 19 years ago. Reuniting after 19 years, Baozai could only utter 3 words: "I'm sorry." Wang Hongwei's eyes trembled, a surge of emotions rising momentarily before being swiftly suppressed back to the depths of her gaze. The figure she had guarded for 19 years stood vividly before her. How could she not tremble? But she quickly raised the corners of her mouth, her voice light and cheerful. It's okay as long as you're safe. After a moment of silence, Baozai lowered his voice and asked, all these years, have you been well? Wang Hongwei was about to speak when footsteps sounded from outside the door. Her son Wenzi entered carrying a school bag, heading straight for the salon counter. Mom, the teacher, said we need to pay 150 yuan for the school uniform today. Wang Hongwei was taken aback, then responded with a couple of O's, opened the drawer, counted out 150 yuan, and handed it over. Wenzi accepted the money, politely nodded to Baozai, mistaking him for an ordinary customer, and turned to leave. Once the door curtain fell back into place, Baozai looked at Wang Hongwei's slightly relieved, yet subtly pained profile, finally speaking up. Hongwei, is this your son? She nodded. Yes, his name is Wenzi. What about his father? Baozai's voice was soft, yet held a trace of barely perceptible anticipation. His father left. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. A flicker of a smile crossed Baozai's lips, but it dissipated before it could fully form. Suddenly he raised his voice. Dazue, a tall, thin man, responded as he entered, pulling out 3 stacks of brand new bills and presenting them to Wang Hongwei. Baozai watched her, his tone heavy yet calm. Hongwei, you have suffered for so long. This little gesture, please don't refuse. Wang Hongwei shook her head. Baozai, really, you don't have to. I'm living steadily, so please don't worry about me. Baozai simply replied, if you don't accept it, I won't be able to get over this hurdle myself. Hearing this, she reached out and took the money Dazue handed over. Before leaving, Baozai lowered his voice. Hongwei, I'm leaving now. Come often to get your hair cut in the future. He stepped out of the salon, paused to glance back, gently exhaling, and turned to the person beside him. Let's go. The next day, Baozai arranged to meet the 2 most powerful factions in Ming, Lin Juanxian, the leader of Miaoko, and Yi Yuanji, the head of Hubei Quo, at an old tea house. Baozai, the Sanlian gang, and our local gang have always kept their distance. Why are you suddenly making this move today? Yi Yuanji didn't even lift his eyelids while holding his teacup. Gentlemen, I, Baozai, have no other intentions. I just want to discuss a business deal with you. He smiled widely, his gaze sweeping over the 2. Sorry, we don't deal in business. Lin Junxian tapped the lid of his teacup against the rim of the bowl, producing a crisp sound. Don't be too hasty to shake your head, big brother Lin. How can you know whether it's worth nodding for if you haven't heard the whole story? Baozai leaned slightly forward. Speak. Lin Junxian uttered a single word. Big brother Lin, big brother Yi, the Tiandao sect is about to collapse. The Sanlian gang has joined forces with the Wuhu gang to pressure them. You must have caught wind of this, right? A smirk played on Baozai's lips. Oh. So what? No matter how much blood you shed in battle, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Junxian tossed it. Ha ha. Baozai suddenly laughed heartily. Yi Yuanji frowned and questioned, what are you laughing at? Lin Junxian is right, what's there to be happy about? Baozai stopped laughing and said leisurely, big brother Lin, big brother Yi, I never expected that after a lifetime in the underworld you 2 would still have such innocent faces. This battle is no longer about who fights whom. The entire structure of the underworld on Bay Island is about to be turned upside down. Do you really think that by hiding under the eaves of Ming and Hubei Quo you can escape the blade? He paused, his gaze as cold as ice shards. If you don't choose a side now, when the knife is at your throat, neither you nor your subordinates will escape. Lin Junxian slammed his hand on the table and stood up. All right. I want to see how you Baozai intend to move against me. After speaking, he turned to leave, his cloth shoes thumping loudly on the floor. Seeing this, Yi Yuanji also stood up and stared directly at Baozai. Baozai, what Lin Junxian said is my sentiment too. Want to take Ming? Want to take Hubei Quo? Come and take it yourself. I want to see if you have the teeth for it. Baozai watched the 2 figures disappear behind the door curtain, raised the now cold tea, and drank it all in one go, sneering, 2 stubborn old bones. At this moment, Dazue lifted the curtain and entered. Baozai, these 2 old fools won't bow down. Why not send them on their way early? Baozai raised a hand to stop him. Dazue, they have rooted themselves in this area for decades. Neighbors call them Uncle Lin and Uncle Yi. Even the dogs recognize them. Taking action. It's not up to us to wield the knife ourselves. Then, we know what to do. Baozai pinched his fingers, his tone light, as if blowing air. On the other side, Yi Yuanji chased after Lin Juanxian, catching up with him. Lin Juanxian, what do you think this Baozai from out of town is up to? Does he really want to get us to lift him up? Lin Junxian continued walking without stopping, simply saying, no matter his intentions, I'll guard my street and protect my people. I won't give up my ground or my people. Even if the King of Heaven comes, that's what I'll say. Yi Yuanji laughed as he added, right? We old fellows have been digging in Ming for half our lives, and we can't even speak Mandarin fluently. Why would we argue with them? It's more practical to haggle at the market. Lin Junxian nodded. Just be careful. This Baozai, though his eyes lack light, has a fire burning within. He will never let this go easily. You too. Lin Juanxian, take care. At the same time, Wenzi stepped into the territory of the Prince gang for the first time and encountered a group of young men in black jackets smoking cigarettes. The reason was very straightforward. The Prince gang had set their sights on his fists. Leading them was Li Zhilong, Lin Zhengxin's only son and the new flag bearer of Miaoko. Without a word, he took Winzy directly to the gambling den, where the paparazzi often hung out, smashing the place up to avenge him. After Winzy landed that punch, no one called him outsider anymore. He became one of the Prince gang. Meanwhile, Baozai had already boarded the night train back to Tay City, arriving at Ding Yao's office before dawn. Not for any other reason, but Ding Yao had simply said over the phone the day before, "The big boss specifically wants to hear you talk about Meng." Baozai understood clearly that Ding Yao was the one in charge on the surface, but the true figure who could make him bow down was the big boss, who never showed his face and only issued orders with his voice. When the order came, he didn't even pack his luggage before rushing to the station. At Ding Yao's villa, when Baozai took the shiny black mobile phone, his palms became slightly moist. This was his first time on the phone with Wang Yao, a figure who could shake the Hong Kong pier with a stomp. The usually fearless Baozai felt his throat tighten at this moment, lowering his voice to almost a whisper. "Mr. Wang, hello, I am Baozai." The voice that came through the receiver was deep and steady like a ballast. "Baozai, Ding Yao has mentioned you." "Not bad. It's all thanks to Miss Ding's praise." Baozai quickly added, "No need to be modest. I know who's capable and who's not. Keep a close watch on Meng Jia. Once things settle, I'll personally reward you." Wang Yao's tone was calm, yet every word pierced deep into his bones. "Thank you, Mr. Wang," Baozai replied with his head bowed. After a pause, the other side continued, "There's a person named Monk over at Meng Jia Miaoko who I want you to find a Monk." Wang Yao remembered clearly. The man from Meng who wore a gray jacket, had bright eyes, and would risk his life for his brothers. Quick-witted, tight-lipped, and loyal. The only downside, he had a bit of a temper. Other than that, one couldn't find fault with Monk. "Understood, Mr. Wang, I'll remember this." Baozai replied decisively. The call was then disconnected. The busy tone rang 3 times, and Baozai handed the mobile phone back to Ding Yao with both hands. Ding Yao looked at him, barely lifting her eyelids. Not a word of what Mr. Wang said should be missed. "Get it done. Miss Ding, don't worry, I know what's important." Baozai nodded, standing up straight. Suddenly Ding Yao changed the subject. "I heard you have an old acquaintance in Meng." Baozai was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "Yes. Looking for her after 19 years. MHM. He replied succinctly. Ding Yao did not ask further, but took out a small velvet box from her handbag and pushed it in front of him. "If you encounter her, it means that fate has not let go. Don't let go again." At the corner of Mengxia Street, the bell on the glass door of the barber shop chimed. Baozai stood in front of the mirror, staring intently at Wang Hongwei, who was cutting a customer's hair. "Wang Hongwei, you've been hiding this from me for a long time." She paused, scissors suspended in midair. "What? Shan Nan is my son." His voice suddenly rose. "Why are you holding back and refusing to say it?" Wang Hongwei lowered her eyes, silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. She was afraid that if she did, Baozai would turn and leave, leaving her and the child to suffer alone. The silence in that moment was more powerful than 1,000 words. Baozai's chest felt hot, all his doubts. He stepped forward, tightly embracing her, resting his chin on her head, his voice hoarse. "I thought the hardest part of these 19 years was for me. Turns out it was you who suffered the most. Wang Hongwei, I'm sorry. From now on, you and Shan Nan will be taken care of by me." Her shoulders trembled suddenly, and tears flooded down. 19 years. Giving birth out of wedlock, feeding and changing diapers alone, enduring cold stares and harsh words by herself, rushing to the emergency room with a feverish child in the dead of night. All the grievances left unspoken now turned into sobs, intermittently striking against his shoulder. Baozai didn't try to persuade her, he simply patted her back gently. After a long while, she slowly calmed down, looked up at him, her nose red. "I lost my composure just now." He chuckled, pulling out a small box from his inner pocket. "This is a gift from the boss for you. Keep it. Otherwise she'll scold me for not doing my job right." Wang Hongwei hesitated to take it, opened it to have a look, and quickly closed it again. "This is too precious, I can't accept it." Baozai shook his head. "Things given by the boss can only be accepted, not refused. Besides, what I owe you cannot be compensated by just a necklace." She looked down quietly for a moment, finally placing it into her handbag. She didn't wear it or make a fuss, only gently pressed her fingertip against the satin surface, as if to calm a heart that had finally settled. Wang Hongwei smiled and pushed the necklace back into Baozai's hand. "At my age, wearing this would look ridiculous. When Shan Ning gets married in the future, he'll personally hand it over to his wife." Baozai grinned. "If you like it." What he didn't say was that in this lifetime Ding Yao gave him not just money and status, but also a family, regained a beloved standing before him, a son calling him dad, even if only in his heart. He paused, his gaze turning serious as he said to Wang Hongwei, "Wang Hongwei, the Meng Jia will soon be in chaos. You should take Shan Nan and move to Taihan City. Oh, I have an apartment under my name, and I will have the keys sent over shortly. Transfer documents and school enrollment information, I will take care of all of that." Wang Hongwei opened her mouth, but Baozai raised his hand to stop her. "Wang Hongwei, I know you don't like to owe favors, but this matter is non-negotiable. Sanlian gang is about to enter Meng Jia, and in the coming months there may be gunfire clashes and even deaths. I can't let you and Shan Nan stay there. Do you understand what I mean? Brother, what about you?" Her voice tightened. "Aren't you in more danger?" Baozai chuckled lightly, the lines near his eyes deep. Those who mix in this line of work long ago lost control of their lives. Live one day at a time. She was anxious, her eyes reddening. If something happens to you, who will Shan Nan and I rely on? He shook his head. The local gangs, if it comes to a fight, not even a finger of our Somlian gang could withstand it. This time I am very stable. She still stared at him. Do you have to go in person? He let out a gentle breath. In this world, it's not that I don't want to leave, it's that I can't retreat. The boss trusts me and supports me, so I must see this through. Shan Nan should not learn from me. Don't stake your life on others, and don't trade your youth for a title of big brother. Let him study, get a lawyer's license, work in a hospital as a doctor, or run for a legislative member. I've already asked about the best high school in the Bay Island. Oh, I've also picked out a tutor. He must get into the top university in the Bay Island. Wang Hongwei lowered her head in silence for a few seconds, then softly replied, Brother, I will listen to you. I will pack up the luggage in the next few days and leave in a few days. All right. Baozai nodded. Good. He called out loudly, Big Mouth. Big Mouth entered the barbershop in response, handing over a stack of fresh bills. Wang Hongwei was taken aback. Brother, the 30,000 Taiwanese dollars you gave me last time, I didn't spend a single cent. Why are you giving me so much again? Baozai pushed the money towards her. 100,000, take it for now. You emptied your savings running this shop, and if you suddenly withdraw the rent, which of the deposit or penalty fees won't cost money. She ultimately accepted it. In her heart, she regarded this money as savings for Shan Nan. When he gets married in the future, it should be a grand affair without any debts, without losing face. Baozai turned to leave and happened to bump into Zhou Shan Nan as he pushed the glass door open. He swallowed hard, his lips slightly parted, wanting to call out Shan Nan, but he ultimately choked it back. He knew his son had a thorn in his heart, deeply embedded, and could not be pulled out. It's better to let Wang Hongwei explain slowly. But at that moment of passing by, he caught a glimpse of a fresh scabbed scratch on the young man's left brow. Baozai frowned, turning to the two behind him and whispering, Find out what happened to Shan Nan at school. Understood. The subordinates all nodded towards Wang Hongwei. Sister Wang Hongwei, we take our leave. The group turned and left. Only the mother and son were left in the barbershop. Zhou Shan Nan lifted his foot, wanting to bypass his mother to return to his room, but she called out to him. Shan Nan, wait a moment. He stopped, not turning back. Wang Hongwei looked at the back of his head and asked, Is everything going well at school lately? It's all right, he answered curtly. She bent down and pulled out a paper from her bag, slapping it onto the armrest of the shampoo chair. It was a school-validated absentee notice. I didn't force you to be first in your class, but can you not even attend class on time? Do you have to follow those people and mess around? They are not delinquents. He suddenly turned around, his voice trembling. They are my first friends. I haven't had a single one from childhood to now. She didn't respond, but calmly said, Starting the day after tomorrow, we are moving to Taihan City. I am not going. After he shouted, he spun around and rushed out of the barbershop, the doorbell ringing chaotically. Baozai walked 3 streets, turning into an alley of a tea shop, and met Chi Chung. Chi Chung was a younger brother he recognized while serving time in Green Island, who had suffered from hunger and bullying, and Baozai had protected him through those 2 years. Now Chi Chung was the right-hand man of Yi Yuanji, the leader of the Hubei Qo, a figure of real power. Baozai lit a cigarette, the smoke curling up slowly. Chi Chung helped me arrange a meeting with Yi Yuanji and Lin Junxian from Miaoko. I need to talk to them face to face within 3 days. Baozai just let it go. Those 2 old men at home can't think straight. I've talked with boss Yi Yuanji 3 or 4 times, and each time we barely get through half the conversation before it falls apart. You really shouldn't waste your energy on this. Chi Chung sighed, his tone full of fatigue. He was the one in this generation of Meng Jia who wanted to break out the most, having long been obsessed with the bright lights and nightlife outside Mengqing. But the boss stubbornly refused to budge, and no matter how anxious he was helpless. Chi Chung, some things if you don't reach out to try, you will never know if the door is ajar or locked. Baozai smiled slightly, the corner of his eyes curving up. Chi Chung stared at Baozai for a few seconds, finally nodding. All right, Baozai, wait for my news. Once Chi Chung left, Big Mouth leaned in to ask, Baozai, can we really convince Yi Yuanji and Lin Junxian this time? Baozai raised his glass, downing it in one go, the liquor sliding down his throat with a hint of a smile. Whether they agree or not isn't important. What I'm after this time has never been them. It's Chi Chung. The next day at noon, Chi Chung dialed Baozai's phone. Baozai, it's all set. Tonight at Reaching Jiuguan, both Yi Yuanji and Lin Junxian will be there. All right, thanks, Chi Chung. They'll have my brothers send you some local specialties later, don't refuse. Baozai's voice, I can't accept this. Chi Chung chuckled. Hey, Chi Chung. Baozai's tone suddenly turned serious. If you recognize me as your brother, don't be so polite, understand? Got it. Then I won't be polite. Chi Chung responded loudly. After hanging up, Baozai turned to Big Mouth and said, Go pick a golden Buddha and personally deliver it to Chi Chung. Understood. Big Mouth replied with his hands down. Baozai paused, suddenly asking, Big Mouth, do you know what I hate most about the local gangs? Big Mouth shook his head. Baozai sneered. They always choose Reaching Jiuguan to discuss matters. Why can't we sit down and talk at the Zhongta Tea House Shrine or Old Opera Stage? Why must they choose a place with a distinctly Japanese flavor? Damn it. From its very roots, Tiandao Men has always been sympathetic to Dongying. Back when Dongying occupied the island, they acted as the collaborators who ransacked homes, seized people, and crushed the common folk. So when Sanlian Bang and Wuhu Bang first unsheathed their blades, almost no one among the local gangs dared make a sound. Why? Because countless forebears who once resisted the Japanese were bound and executed by Tiandao men themselves. They did not heap abuse on the fallen. That restraint was out of consideration for being islanders themselves. You still hope to pull them onto your side. Not a chance. Later Songlin Bang and those out-of-province gangs likewise fell one after another, and Tiandao men were immediately forced into a steady retreat, losing all their northern turf and clinging by teeth and nails only to their southern lair. What was more crucial was that most of the current political heavyweights hailed from other provinces. Sanlian Wuhu and Songlin had long been slipping money and messages into the shadows. We ask nothing of you but to look on. Baozai belonged to Sanlian Bang and was himself from out of province. He could not stomach the local gangs, ingrained Dongying leaning. The anger had been simmering in him for a long time. Yet he knew the urgent matter was to take the Meng territory first. Swallow the fury for now. The reckoning could wait until the job was done. That afternoon, Yi Yuanji of Hubei Kuo was the first to step into Miaoko. Lin Juanxian's domain carried, even in the air, a lingering scent of aged oolong. Lin Junxian did not speak at once. He methodically warmed the kettle, the cups, poured the water, and distributed the tea. Only after 2 steaming cups were set steadily on the table did he look up. Yuanji, I hear you have lately been meeting with out-of-province gangs. Are you planning to join forces? Yi Yuanji hurriedly waved his hands. Of course not. I can barely speak standard Mandarin. What alliance would I be forming? People make casual remarks, and you take them seriously. He paused, lowering his voice. We did exchange a few words, but I have not given my consent. With a sharp clack, Lin Junxian slammed his teacup on the table. If you talk, your heart has already moved. Yi Yuanji hastened to explain. I already discussed this with Qiqing. Without the Lin Junxian eldest's agreement, not a finger of mine will lift. Lin Junxian produced a cigarette, lit it, and drew a deep breath as pale smoke curled up. He fixed Yi Yuanji with a measured gaze and said word by word, Yuanji, our bond goes back decades. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. When out-of-province people come calling, what kindness have they ever had? To link with them is to sleep with a tiger. Sooner or later it will clamp your throat. Yuanji, I leave the words here with you. How you walk the path you must weigh yourself. He crushed the still glowing cigarette, but hard into the ashtray. The ember jumped and died. He picked up the cold cup of tea and downed it in one draught. That night, at Niching Tavern, Baozai sat at his usual window table, fingers tapping the wood one beat after another. At 7 sharp, Lin Junxian and Yi Yuanji pushed open the door almost together, each followed by 3 or 4 sturdy young men. Baozai's gaze swept Lin Junxian's side. Zhou Shannon stood with his hands at his sides, shoulders set like a drawn bow. He felt a small tremor in his chest. The youngster had only been in Mengqing 20 days, and yet already stood behind Lin Junxian. He lingered a mere half-second on the sight, then moved his eyes away. Tonight's matters were urgent. A fatherly talk could wait until the dust settled. Mr. Lin, mister, you please sit. He rose to greet them. His voice was low but steady. They took their seats and the tea was topped up. Baozai leaned forward slightly and asked, have the 2 elders deliberated on the matter I raised last time? Lin Junxian did not answer immediately. He methodically pulled out a lighter, flicked it, and lit a cigarette. Amid the rising smoke, he said, Mengqing is ground held down by the old generation. Its rules are in the bones. There is no need for outsiders to meddle. Baozai nodded and signaled Dazue to pass him a cigarette. He brought the flame close, inhaled, and the tip flared. Understood. Then suppose this. For the first 3 months, I will not show my face. Ledger's manpower and the turf will remain under your control as before. Let us see whether we can find harmony. He paused, flicking ash with his fingertip. Moreover, the several businesses I run outside will be opened at your nod whenever you... The meaning was plain. The Sanlian Bang's rice bowl lay openly on the table, only waiting for hands to take it. Lin Junxian smiled, very faint, like a cool ripple on tea. Thanks for the brotherly concern, Baozai. We only dabble in small trades to get by. The waters outside run too deep. Ooh, we do not know how to swim. The implication was clear. We will neither touch your side, nor block your path. Each stick to his own territory. Baozai shook his head inwardly. He already had the measure of the old man's steel spine. A soft words would not bend it. He turned his face toward Yi Yuanji. Elder Yi, what do you say? Yi Yuanji did not lift his eyelids, merely tapped the teacup lid once. Whatever Brother Junxian says, I will follow. Baozai gave no further response. He glanced at Qiqing. Qiqing returned the look in silence, the corner of his mouth tugging into a bitter line. After the meeting, the 2 retreated to an old family-run Chinese restaurant. Baozai lifted his cup. The liquor sloshed. Qiqing, is your boss blind? He refuses free silver. At first glance, it looks glorious. Mengqing has dozens of tanko, and over 1,000 brothers. The profits gush. But do you want to spend your days drinking and collecting tea stall fees, squatting on a precinct, and earning pocket change? This treasure of a turf will be wasted by you yourselves sooner or later. He suddenly dropped his voice. Qiqing, do you know how much my boss is worth? Qiqing shook his head. 1 billion, not a zero missing. Baozai's voice shot up. Qiqing's pupils contracted. Baozai sneered. Speechless now. Can you guess how much my big boss keeps in his pocket? Qiqing still shook his head. I brought 500,000 in cash for you as a meeting gift. And what do? You keep selling toilet paper, collecting fees for mountain tea stalls, forcing hawkers to pay safety money, squatting a few days at a stall to change a few hundred. What for? Do you think my boss cares about a patch of Mengqing dirt? It is Baozai who wants to expand his turf. As for Mengqing, humph, they are not even worthy of one glance from my boss. Finally, he stared at Qiqing and enunciated each word. Qiqing, times have changed. If you become the Tangzhu of Atonko in Mengqing, the future underworld will be ours. Sanlian bangs. Qiqing fell silent for a moment, slowly sipping the yellow wine. His Adam's apple bobbed before he said, Baozai Mengqing now has only one hall. Oh, it is difficult. To hold the scene, there stands Hubi Kuo on one side and Miaoko on the other. Behind both are old power brokers who can back them. My side is negotiable enough. If you want this plan to succeed, Miaoko must be brought on board. To fight those backers single-handedly, your bones would be chewed to dust. Mengqing is a nail not so easily pulled. Baozai tapped the edge of the tea table twice and asked, is there a suitable candidate on the Miaoko side? Qiqing was silent for a moment, and then spat out 3 words, Hashang. Baozai's body straightened and his voice tightened. Qiqing, did you just say? Hashang. A buzzing hit his mind, Mr. Wang, the big boss, had personally instructed keep an eye on the man called Hashang. This person, Mr. Wang had specified, must be seen. Qiqing assumed Baozai was merely proposing a choice and continued to lay out Hashang's background, especially the blood debt between his father and Lin Junxian. The old contest for the power broker seat in which Lin Junxian had once set a trap and had Hashang's father's right hand cut off. The man was ruined and his position gone. Baozai listened and felt as if a hammer had fallen inside him. It was him. He revealed no trace on his face and only nodded steadily. All right, you go speak to Hashang. In secret, he had already calculated this was the perfect muddied water to test the man's mettle. If things could be smoothed over, the title of Tangzhu would be cleared out for him on the spot, and the task Mr. Wang entrusted would be neatly accomplished. Just as Sanlian Bang and Wuhu Bang closed ranks to press on Tiandao Min, the annual peaceable gentry investiture in Hong Kong quietly drew near. This year the governor's office approved only 3 slots. 2 new senior officials would be appointed as customary. The remaining 1 was left undecided. The rumor had already spread that vacancy would be reserved for a local with special merits to the governor's office. All of Hong Kong wondered who it would be. Betting shops opened overnight, and the odds flipped and climbed. Currently, the frontrunners were Liu Wanxiong, the financier who had burst onto the scene, and Su Winshan, the conglomerate leader and Hong Kong's acknowledged fashion godfather. Liu Wanxiong's odds were shorter, and many Hong Kong people were already nearly certain that gentry hat would likely rest on his head. Yet no one knew that 3 days before the investiture, Wang Yao received a call from Governor Shimisi. The governor himself extended an invitation, a yacht party limited to a very small number of guests. That evening, Wang Yao boarded the vessel punctually. The deck bustled with elegance, perfume, and silken hair shimmering beneath soft light. Every guest a pillar of Hong Kong's elite. The moment Wang Yao appeared, every gaze snapped toward him. In an instant, the heads of Hong Kong's 4 great families stepped forward in unison, shaking hands, exchanging pleasantries, their smiles warm and practiced. With them leading the way, others, whether acquainted with Wang Yao or not, crowded forward with ready smiles and casual conversation. After all, this rising figure of the underworld remained nameless to many seasoned faces. Yet upon hearing what he had accomplished within the year, some frowned, others drew sharp breaths, while most simply raised their glasses an inch higher, silent and deliberate. One thought echoed in every mind: this man must be embraced, not opposed. As formal greetings subsided, Governor Smith emerged calmly and raised his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we raise our glasses not for ceremony, but for Hong Kong's year gone by. Fill them to the brim, to the roads we've walked, and to tomorrow's sea winds. The hall responded as one cheers. Governor Smith drained his glass in one bold tilt, then laughed heartily. The party begins now. Wang Yao had barely set down his cup when a silent steward approached, bowed slightly, and murmured softly, Mr. Wang, the governor requests your presence. He nodded. The steward turned and led him down a long corridor, stopping before an ornately carved door. The steward tapped 3 times, then announced respectfully, Governor Smith, Mr. Wang has arrived. A clear voice replied from within, please ask Mr. Wang to enter. The steward pushed the door open soundlessly, inclined his head toward Wang Yao, and withdrew after he stepped across the threshold. Wang Yao lifted his eyes, and there, seated by the window, sat Governor Smith of Hong Kong. Smith gestured gracefully, Mr. Wang, please be seated. Wang Yao took his seat. Smith smiled warmly, Mr. Wang, you surely know why I've asked you here. The justice of the peace appointment. Precisely, Smith nodded. You grasp it instantly, sir. Governor Smith, conferring that title upon me would be inappropriate. Smith laughed aloud. Who said it was to be conferred? If not me, then whom, your excellency, do you wish to discuss? Should you accept the appointment, public skepticism would inevitably erode the credibility of the justice of the peace institution, a consequence the Hong Kong government cannot tolerate. He paused, a quiet smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. But should the honor be bestowed upon your wife, Miss Chiu Shuzhen, the path would be entirely unobstructed. Wang Yao stilled for a heartbeat. He had not anticipated the government's overture would pivot so deftly toward Ajahn. In contemporary Hong Kong, the title of Justice of the Peace was far more than a badge. It was lineage, stature, and tangible influence etched into society's very fabric. He would not decline this gesture of goodwill. When they offered prestige, he accepted without reservation. When resistance was required, he yielded not an inch. Governor Smith, may I ask, does my wife Miss Chiu Shuzhen meet the eligibility criteria for the Justice of the Peace appointment by the Hong Kong government? Absolutely, Smith replied, smiling. Miss Chiu was born in Hong Kong. Under local statutes, she is unquestionably a Hong Kong resident. A spark of clarity lit Wang Yao's mind. He recalled the provision indeed existed. He broke into a gentle smile. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing this welcome news. Tonight, I shall likely lie awake for hours. Overexcited. No, Wang Yao shook his head. Ajahn will be too thrilled to sleep, and insist I keep her company through the night. Ha ha ha. Governor Smith clapped his hands in delight. Mr. Wang, you are truly extraordinary. Back on the yacht's deck, having steered past the subject of the Justice of the Peace, Smith lifted his teacup and asked, smiling, Mr. Wang, how would you assess the weight of my sincerity? Wang Yao sipped lightly. Your Excellency's sincerity has never been in doubt. At that time, Hong Kong still lay beneath the twilight of British rule. Yet the institution of Justice of the Peace had taken root over a century ago, its authority deeply embedded in the city's very soul. That Smith would dangle such a title as bait spoke volumes about the governor's profound regard for Wang Yao. What he did not know was that Wang Yao and he sailed on fundamentally divergent currents. A Justice of the Peace insignia, even a knighthood personally conferred by the Queen. Neither could compel Wang Yao to renounce his bloodline and serve foreign authority as a willing instrument. Smith nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice. What follows now is known only to you, me, and my personal envoy, Mr. Wang. I trust your discretion implicitly. Wang Yao gave a slight nod. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I guard my words as precious coin. Smith continued. At present, Hong Kong's laws exist in form alone. Public opinion routinely overrides statutory decree. The governor's office is determined to reverse this course, to forge Hong Kong into Asia's most unshakable bastion of rule of law. He paused, his gaze locking firmly onto Wang Yao's. Mr. Wang, this endeavor demands Creation Century's full and decisive support. Wang Yao understood. The term support meant granting Creation Century free rein to unsettle Hong Kong. The governor's office would then attribute the ensuing chaos to systemic flaws of the old order, and seizing that momentum, introduce layer upon layer of new regulations cloaked beneath the banner of rule of law, steadily erecting its own new architecture of governance. This very mechanism had lain at the heart of Hong Kong's turbulent disorder in the 1990s. The problem was never a lack of competence among local officers, but rather the governor's office turning a blind eye deliberately and consistently. Wang Yao knew well that this maneuver concealed a meticulously interlocked sequence of steps. The first was the establishment of a legislative council. In theory, governing authority would be returned to Hong Kong's people, but in practice, even the most fundamental legislative power remained tightly clenched in the governor's fist, never loosened until the handover. The governor's office rushed to install this framework solely to cloak its self-prescribed rules in the veneer of popular mandate. Should the northern authorities assume control later and attempt to dismantle it, it would prove no simple task. The second step involved phased delegation, particularly to government departments with special vigilance over the police force. Behind the scenes, the governor's office had already cast a wide net, promoting Hua-born officers en masse into senior command positions, nearly 9 out of 10 destined for leadership tiers. Simultaneously, it engineered the extension of high court judges' terms, ensuring that the scales of justice and the keys to legal interpretation remained firmly held by British hands. So long as the levers of legal authority remained untouched, Hong Kong would forever remain their chessboard, growing ever murkier, ever more entangled, ever more difficult to resolve. The greater the northern authorities' frustration, the more securely entrenched they themselves would stand. No sooner had Smith finished speaking than Wang Yao assumed an expression of mild bewilderment. Governor Smith, Creation Century has always fully cooperated with the government. Surely the city's peace and order remain stable. Smith's brows lowered, his tone grew grave. Mr. Wang, reform is never painless. You understand that. His gaze pierced forward like 2 red-hot nails. Should Wang Yao feign further ignorance, the next lesson would arrive instantly, be it transferring the Justice of the Peace title to another or stalling some critical license mid-process. Wang Yao knew full well the hour for confrontation had not yet come. He smiled and nodded. Governor Smith, I understand your meaning completely. Only then did Smith relax his brow, turning to retrieve a bottle of red wine and 2 crystal goblets from the cabinet. He filled them both and raised his glass. Mr. Wang, this vintage is reserved solely for guests I genuinely esteem. You know what I mean. Wang Yao lifted his glass and swirled it gently. Thank you, Governor Smith. To our fruitful collaboration. To fruitful collaboration. They emptied their glasses in unison. The wine slid down smoothly, yet left only a lingering bitterness on the tongue. Smith suddenly smiled too bitter. Mr. Wang, wait just a moment. The true richness has only just begun. He paused, his voice slowing, much like the reforms ahead for the government. Initially one must swallow several mouthfuls of bitterness. Only afterward does the sweetness reveal itself, worth savoring slowly and deeply. Wang Yao stared at the empty glass, his heart cold. The sweetness Smith spoke of was Britain's honey, while what awaited Hong Kong would be an endless draught of gall. He shifted his gaze, looked up, and smiled. Governor Smith, I have committed your words to memory. Then let us rejoin the celebration tonight. Side by side they stepped out, both wearing identical smiles, matching strides. Yet within each tides surged violently in opposite directions. After the yacht's party dispersed, Wang Yao's first act upon returning ashore was to arrange a meeting with Chief Superintendent Li Wenbin of the O Division's Anti-Triad Unit. The following day at an old tea house in Haojiang, Li Wenbin entered with a middle-aged man. He walked straight to Wang Yao and introduced him sideways. Mr. Wang, this is Chief Superintendent Shen Fuxiong, commander of the Special Duties Unit, and my brother for over 30 years. Shen Fuxiong extended his hand, his smile open and sincere. Mr. Wang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Wang Yao rose and shook his hand. Chief Superintendent Shen, pleased to make your acquaintance. Cultivating key Hua-born officers within the police force had long been a strategic move jointly planned by Wang Yao and Li Wenbin. Shen Fuxiong was one of only 3 Hua-born chief superintendents in Hong Kong. The other was Lin Jinwei, director of the police secret department. If Smith truly intends to use localization as a pretext to place the Hua officers in high positions, these 3 individuals would undoubtedly be the top candidates. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Yao recounted every word Smith had said on the yacht last night verbatim to Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong. As his words fell, Wang Yao continued, gentlemen, it couldn't be clearer. The governor's office is serious about this. Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong listened in silence, each with their heads bowed, reflecting for a moment. After a few seconds, Li Wenbin spoke slowly. Mr. Wang, the governor's office is employing overt strategies clearly visible, yet even if we see through it, it's hard to resist. Shen Fuxiong nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even if Wenbin and I understand the situation, fully recognizing it as a trap set by the governor's office, what can we do about it? Currently Hong Kong is firmly in British hands. Our arms cannot outmuscle their legs. Wang Yao gently shook his head. Gentlemen, it's not that there are no options, it's just that we haven't reached that stage yet. If at this moment Li Sir were the commissioner of police and Shun Sir securely held the deputy commissioner's position with trustworthy officers under your command, would you still feel helpless? Li Wenbin smiled bitterly. Mr. Wang, even if I could ascend to a position of power, it would take at least 3 to 4 years. By then the opportunity may have passed. Wang Yao, however, chuckled. Things are not so dire. Since Smith has already relented, there must be directives from London. As long as the British government applies some pressure, he will only expedite his plans, and promotions will naturally. Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. They found it hard to believe that a businessman from Hong Kong could influence parliamentary decisions from 1,000 miles away. Wang Yao observed their expressions and understood their thoughts, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Li Sir, Shen, sir, have you heard of the term lobbyist? Li Wenbin paused. Lobbyist? Wang Yao nodded. It's an international lobbyist. I have hired a seasoned team in Washington, D.C. specifically for this matter. The objective is clear: to pressure the British Parliament to urge Smith to accelerate the liberalization of Hong Kong. Perhaps you gentlemen are unaware, but Governor Smith was the chairman of the Conservative Party 3 years ago. However, after the Conservative Party's overwhelming victory in the election, instead of taking over Downing Street, he was unexpectedly sent to Hong Kong as governor by his own party members. What does this imply? He has lost his foundation within the Conservative Party and receives no support from the Labour Party. Thus applying pressure on him in Parliament is easier than prying open a brick. Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong's eyes suddenly brightened. Hong Kong people have historically resisted through strikes and protests confronting power directly. No one had ever considered leveraging local strength to counter the governor's office. Wang Yao's gaze grew firm as he continued. The most urgent matter now is to discern which senior Hua officers can be trusted and which cannot. This is not something that can be accomplished behind closed doors by just the 3 of us. It affects the future of the entire Hong Kong. We must gather everyone we can and unite as one to dismantle the British scheme. The 2 fell silent again, their brows furrowed, already calculating potential paths and candidates. After a long pause, Shen Fuxiong finally spoke. Mr. Wang Wenbin, I have an idea, but it's a bit risky. Li Wenbin immediately replied, Xiong, if you have an idea, just say it. Whether it's feasible can be discussed later, let's put it out there for everyone to consider. Shen Fuxiong lowered his voice. The Flying Tigers are changing uniforms in 3 days. An armed vehicle will leave the armory carrying newly issued weapons back to headquarters. Aren't they trying to pin the blame on the Hua officers? Why not take advantage of this opportunity to hijack that vehicle, directly force the upper echelons of the police department to make a statement? Wang Yao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This approach vaguely overlapped with an unfinished business from the past. However, while Li Wenbin was unaware back then, today he was already informed. Li Wenbin pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Xiong, it's a ruthless idea, but there is a significant flaw. 1 armed vehicle 6 to 8 Flying Tiger team members fully equipped on the ground in Hong Kong who would dare to confront them directly. Furthermore, regarding the route, from the armory to the Flying Tigers, if anything goes wrong along the way, support will arrive within 10 minutes. And within those 10 minutes, we must allow at least 2 minutes for escape. This means we must control that armed escort vehicle within 8 minutes, which in reality is almost tantamount to a fantasy. Shen Fuqiong stared at Li Wenbin, his tone calm. Wenbin, what if there is indeed a mole within the Flying Tigers? Li Wenbin's pupils contracted as he suddenly raised his eyes. When Tai, are you suggesting? Shen Fuqiong nodded yes. Wenbin, some things can only be held on to if you are willing to let go first. He then turned to Wang Yao. Mr. Wang, what do you think? Wang Yao looked directly at Shen Fuqiong, his voice steady. Shen, sir, you are not just a machine in uniform. You are a product of Hong Kong, a police officer born from this land. What is harder than adhering to the rules is knowing that you are about to destroy something you have believed in for half your life, yet still pushing it off the cliff. Shen Fuqiong had already done so. In an old tea house in Tsim Sha Sui, Wang Yao, Li Wenbin, and Shen Fuqiong finally finalized the end. What Wang Yao did not expect was that the situation was eerily similar to that in Cold War. Li Wenbin's only son Li Jejun was sitting in that vehicle, a request made by Li Wenbin himself. As a longtime close friend, Shen Fuqiong intended to offer a word of advice, but before he could speak, Li Wenbin had already begun. When Tai, don't persuade me. On this return, I will have a frank discussion with Jejun and let him be the inside man. He understands me and should understand. Some things cannot be preserved without sacrificing something else. Wang Yao paused briefly before asking Li, sir, you are taking away your son's badge. He will no longer be able to wear that. Are you truly not reconsidering? Li Wenbin shook his head. Mr. Wang, I plan to let him follow you. In the future, I hope you can guide him more. It turns out he had long decided to have Li Jejun leave the police force and join Wang Yao. The two had known each other for a long time, and no one in Hong Kong understood Wang Yao's background, weight, and skill better than Li Wenbin. In his eyes, his son working with Wang Yao offers a better path than toiling for years in the police force. There was another layer of meaning. Li Wenbin knew very well that Wang Yao still had not fully trusted him. Thus Li Jejun was not only his son, but also the hostage he handed over, using flesh and blood as a guarantee in exchange for Wang Yao's genuine trust. Wang Yao was momentarily stunned, suddenly understanding the weight of that earnestness. This person truly had his roots embedded in these streets and the sea breeze. He nodded solemnly. Li, sir, rest assured your son will surely achieve great things in the future. Wang Yao remembered Li Jejun very well. First in his class at the police academy, excelling in firearms combat and logical reasoning. Such a person, even if he started from scratch, Wang Yao would immediately employ. Now, with Li Wenbin's endorsement, it was a done deal. Seeing Wang Yao's determined gaze, Li Wenbin smiled slightly. Then thank you very much, Mr. Wang. He turned to Shen Fuqiong. When time waits for no one, we must return to Hong Kong to deploy our plans. Shen Fuqiong replied solemnly, the entire plan must be executed flawlessly. We can only win, not lose. Once we fail, Wang Yao interjected, the hijacking will be handled by my men. Even if things go awry, you can still retreat safely. He knew very well that Shen Fuqiong and Li Wenbin were the two pieces on his board. He could not afford to lose, not allowing for any mistakes. However, Shen Fuqiong was unreserved. Mr. Wang, I must speak frankly. The vehicle is filled with top-notch Flying Tiger members, well equipped and rigorously trained. They don't fear moles, and certainly a few thugs cannot approach them. Even if it might anger Wang Yao, he needed to voice this. Wang Yao chuckled. Shen, sir, I have a team of mercenaries under my command with real combat experience and individual capabilities that are higher than the Flying Tigers, not lower. You need not worry. Seeing that Shen Fuqiong still had doubts, Wang Yao gently clapped his hands 3 times. The door curtain of the tea house lifted, and a man in a suit, expressionless, stepped in. Let me show you a demonstration, Shen, sir. Wang Yao's voice was soft. I'm afraid, Mr. Wang, I must personally assess their mettle. This matter permits no margin for error. Wang Yao nodded. Sir Shen, I fully understand. The more rigorously you scrutinize, the more reassured I feel. It means I've chosen the right man. Huh, Mr. Wang, you're truly one of a kind. Not cut from the same cloth as those so-called big shots of old. Sir Shen laughed heartily. Yet that laughter ceased abruptly after only a few seconds. He fixed Wang Yao with a steady gaze, his voice dropping to a low, grave timbre. Let me speak plainly. I align with you solely to counter the British and safeguard Hong Kong. But should I ever catch you overstepping the law, I will show no mercy. Wang Yao's expression remained unchanged. He merely offered a faint, knowing smile. Sir Li, Sir Shen, you truly are a matched pair. Even your cadences are identical. He paused, then spoke with solemn resolve. Rest assured, gentlemen, the line we draw extends only toward the British. Li Wenbin and Shen Fuqiong exchanged a glance and gave the barest nod. Moments later, the two rose and took their leave, stepping out of the tea house. The wooden door clicked softly shut behind them, leaving Wang Yao alone. His eyes lingered on the 3 celadone cups upon the table, still warm with tea, and a quiet, serene smile touched his lips. He knew well, to force the British to retreat, or to strip them of real authority, someone had to step forward and unite every unyielding force in Hong Kong into a single cohesive current. That person would inevitably become the British's most fiercely watched target, the eye of the storm. Yet should success be achieved, renowned foundation and authoritative voice would all settle upon his shoulders. Even perhaps the mantle of Hong Kong's true helmsman in the post-British era. And Wang Yao intended to be that person. The very next day after his return from Macau, the governor's office held its annual appointment ceremony for justices of the peace. This year's investiture drew extraordinary attention. For a simple reason, for decades, even in the tightest years, at least 2 JPs had always been appointed from among Hong Kong's local populace. This time, only one such position was granted. Since 1948, this marked the narrowest aperture the governor's office had ever opened for Hong Kong's civilian community. The ceremony, as tradition dictated, took place at the Golden Bohemia Square in Hong Kong. Hundreds of newspaper, magazine, and television crews had secured their vantage points before dawn. To ensure absolute security, the governor's office deployed nearly 600 police officers for perimeter control and added 500 British soldiers for on-site security. The closer the ceremony drew to commencement, the more eminent the attendees became. Of the 166 justices of the peace appointed by the governor's office over the years, nearly all were present today. Shutters clicked incessantly. Any one of these figures could command front-page headlines. Now assembled together journalists could barely contain their excitement. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. At that moment, a rookie reporter leaned toward his senior colleague and whispered, "Brother Feng, do even celebrities attend the JP investiture?" Celebrities? Of course there are some, but they enter through staff corridors. Would they ever stand idly here? The veteran chuckled and shook his head. The newcomer suddenly pointed. "What about those two? Aren't they celebrities?" He was pointing directly at Wang Yao and Xiao Shuzhen. Wang Yao wore an impeccably tailored pure white suit, his posture erect, his bearing calm and commanding. Xiao Shuzhen appeared in a deep emerald cheongsam, its collar slightly upright, sleeves delicately rolled, graceful yet quietly resolute. Standing side by side, their silhouettes alone were magnetic. Being mistaken for stars was hardly surprising. The veteran reporter's gaze swept toward them, his expression tightening instantly. He seized the novice's sleeve, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "Take my word. Unless you wish to vanish from Hong Kong's media scene, do not photograph." His face heated. The rookie, crouching to adjust his angle, froze mid-motion. "Why?" he asked, bewildered. "Wang Yao," the elder replied. 2 words, terse and weighty. The newcomer's hand jerked, his camera nearly slipped from his grip. He whirled around, stunned. "Wang Yao. The Wang Yao of Genesis Group." The veteran said nothing, only gave a slow, deliberate nod. An unwritten rule long prevailed in Hong Kong's press corps. Without his explicit consent, anyone who photographed Wang Yao's full face forfeited their livelihood. The logic was plain. Reporters feared little, but Triads commanded genuine dread. Even the government, however powerful, operated within bounds of protocol and public perception. Triads bore no such constraints. They struck without warning and without restraint. As for avoiding Wang Yao's frontal portrait, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. Over time, this evolved into an unspoken iron law across the industry. With a single nod, the elder signaled the rookie to reluctantly stow his camera. Still, the novice couldn't resist asking, "Is the lady beside Mr. Wang his wife?" The veteran nodded again. "Indeed. Surely you've read yesterday's coverage." At the entrance to the venue, just as Wang Yao escorted Xiao Shuzhen across the threshold, a voice called out from the side, "Mr. Wang." It belonged to Su Qianduo, a Hong Kong tycoon. His eyes lit up as he regarded Wang Yao. "Mr. Wang, you are truly a prodigy. Years ago, I never imagined you to ascend to such heights." Wang Yao's stature in Hong Kong now far surpassed Su's. The latter ranked merely near the lower tier of first-rate magnates, while Wang Yao stood firmly alongside the 4 great families, occupying a realm altogether beyond Su's own. Wang Yao smiled faintly. "Mr. Su, if you've sought me out, you must have something pressing to discuss." He knew well no one visited without purpose. Su Qianduo laughed heartily. "Are you free tonight? A modest dinner awaits at my humble abode. In several matters of utmost importance, I wish to consult with you in person." Wang Yao inclined his head. "Very well, I shall arrive punctually." Su exhaled, deeply, visibly relieved. The stakes involved were nothing less than the Su family's fate for the next decade. No wonder his palms were slick with sweat. He bowed respectfully to Wang Yao and Xiao Shuzhen. "Then I won't disturb Mr. Yao and Miss Qiu further." With that, he turned and returned to his seat. An usher guided Wang Yao and Xiao Shuzhen to seats precisely centered in the front row. The governor's office made no attempt to conceal this mark of distinction. JP investitures traditionally seated guests by seniority, and this year Wang Yao sat to the left of the shipping tycoon, while Xiao Shuzhen sat to the right of Ho Tung's King Hiexian. As Governor Smith entered, the entire hall fell silent and poised. The investiture ceremony formally commenced, a moment destined for inclusion in Hong Kong's official annals. Governor Smith delivered his customary opening address, then conferred the first 2 justices of the peace insignias. Their selection caused no surprise. Only a ripple of subdued murmurs beneath the audience. Once both recipients accepted their medals and certificates, every gaze in the hall tightened perceptibly. Beyond the seasoned faces in the front row, unmoved by precedent, The rest sat rigid, breath held, each awaiting the final name. At last Governor Smith spoke slowly, each syllable resonant and clear. This year's Justice of the Peace honor is conferred upon Ms. Qiu Shuzhen. The three characters, Qiu Shuzhen, hung in the air, and silence descended, absolute and profound. Faces turned in mutual bewilderment. Who is she? In that instant Qiu Shuzhen rose with effortless poise, the hem of her dress swaying gently, as she walked steadily, unhurried, toward the podium. The dignitaries in the front row were the first to raise their hands in applause. That applause cascaded downward like a tide, breaching its banks. Only then did others snap from their trance and join in. Yet many clapped while glancing sideways, eyes wide with astonishment. That elegant woman who had stood moments earlier beside Wang Yao was in fact this year's sole civilian appointee to the rank of Justice of the Peace. Outside the venue, the rookie reporter had just squeezed inside, his camera frozen midair. He had never imagined that the graceful figure in his lens would be the governor's office's unprecedented singular choice for this honor. What tightened his throat even more was this stark realization: since the governor's office first bestowed the title upon civilians in 1948, Qiu Shuzhen was the very first woman ever appointed. On the other side, Su Qianduo grasped the armrest of the chair, staring blankly at Wang Yao, his face still pale. He knew all too well that the name Qiu Shuzhen appearing on this list was only pushed by a pair of hands behind the scenes. With a shift in thought, his resolve to cooperate grew threefold compared to before. The two candidates most favored before the meeting, Lu Xinxiong and Gu Junyi, now looked ashen, their lips tightly pressed. As they secretly calculated how to manage this sudden, unexpected event, they heard Li Juzha at the neighboring table lean in and whisper, "Big Lu, just a reminder from a fellow brother. This lady is Wang Yao's wife. Swallow your anger for now. We can talk about it next time." Lu Xinxiong felt a chill at his temples, cold sweat silently trickling down. His heart raced. Thankfully, he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, it would have been only him who fell. Without exception, Wang Yao, over the past 12 months, the most sought-after figure in Xinjiang. In the underworld, he was referred to as the underground port governor. Those in the criminal world would either bow their heads or take a detour upon encountering him. Anyone who provoked him would face severe consequences, from broken bones to a life hanging by a thread. Lu Xinxiong thought of this and felt a chill run down his back, cold sweat almost surfacing. He let out a deep breath and turned to Li Juzha, sincerely saying, "Juzha, I will remember this kindness. I will treat you to a nice meal another day." Li Juzha waved his hand, his tone light. "It's just a small matter, Big Lu, you are too courteous." Lu Xinxiong nodded, but when he shifted his gaze, he saw Gu Junyi's face was pale, her lips tightly pressed, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He suddenly understood Qiu Shuzhen's identity must have been quietly leaked to her as well. On stage, Smith followed the formal proceedings. Due to gender differences, the medal was worn by Qiu Shuzhen herself. He only placed the Justice of the Peace hat steadily on her head and handed her the certificate. He looked at Qiu Shuzhen with a warm smile. "Miss Qiu, may you dedicate your efforts to the stability and prosperity of Xinjiang." Qiu Shuzhen smiled lightly, her voice clear. "It is my honor." As her words fell, she turned and descended the stage, walking gracefully with her skirt slightly swaying. The award ceremony thus came to an end. The two gentlemen from the political world had long been forgotten by the crowd. What everyone remembered was only the first female Justice of the Peace in Xinjiang in a century. As the ceremony concluded, the celebratory dinner at the governor's residence had already begun. This banquet, specially held for the newly appointed Justice of the Peace, gathered almost all the prominent figures in Hong Kong. Guests surrounded Wang Yao and Qiu Shuzhen, raising their glasses in greetings and exchanging pleasantries. Everyone knew Qiu Shuzhen's ability to wear this hat was not due to her qualifications or background, but simply because she was by Wang Yao's side. As the banquet ended, the two drove back to the villa. Wang Yao immediately dialed Tian Yangsheng's number upon entering. The other side replied, arriving in Hong Kong at 11 o'clock tonight on time. After hanging up, he did not pause and drove directly to Su Qianduo's residence. He never went back on his promises. Su Qianduo had been waiting in the living room, and upon hearing the doorman announce Mr. Wang has arrived, he immediately stood up to greet him at the door. Once seated, Su Qianduo got straight to the point. "Mr. Wang, I've heard that your foundation in Nanyang is solid. I intend to relocate my pharmaceutical factory there entirely. May I ask if you are convenient?" Wang Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. This was clearly a benefit presented to him, yet Su Qianduo was lowering his stance to this extent. He remained nonchalant and simply asked, "Mr. Su, there must be more to this, right?" Su Qianduo laughed heartily. "To be honest, I have long wanted to leave Xinjiang, but I haven't found a secure place. Now that the opportunity has come, how could I let it go?" He paused, his smile deepening. "Mr. Wang, you won't let me down, will you? Wuyan Island has long been lacking in medicine. Even commonly used antibiotics must be shipped in." Su Qianduo's relocation was akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. Wang Yao's lips curled slightly. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will fully support your factory in Nanyang." After finalizing the details, Wang Yao took out a checkbook from his suit pocket, tore off a sheet, wrote a line of numbers on the back, and handed it over. "This is the satellite phone number of the administrative chief of Wuyan Island, LV Juzhing. For follow-up negotiations, contact him directly." Su Qianduo accepted the check, glanced down, and solemnly tucked it away, lowering his voice. Mr. Wang, I will remember this kindness. Wang Yao chuckled lightly. Mr. Su, this is not a favor, but a mutual benefit. Su Qianduo repeatedly invited him to dinner, but Wang Yao declined. I have other important matters tonight. At 11:23 in the evening at Saikang Pier. The sea breeze was salty, and the sound of waves was low. Wang Yao stood alone at the end of the pier, gazing at the dark ocean ahead. 10 minutes later, a speedboat sliced through the waves, its engine breaking the silence. A dozen agile figures leaped off the boat, and leading them was Tian Yangxing, whom he had not seen for several months. They were all elite soldiers personally trained by Wang Jianjun. Tian Yangxing quickly stepped forward, bowing. Mr. Wang. The others behind him simultaneously knelt on one knee, their voices booming. Subordinates, pay their respects to Mr. Wang. Wang Jianjun was extremely strict in his military training, emphasizing both brainwashing and drills. At this moment, the gazes directed at Wang Yao were as fiery as flames, reverent like that of worshippers. Wang Yao reached out to lift Tian Yangxing, smiling. Ah Sheng, when did you learn to be so formal with these kneeling ceremonies? He suddenly raised his voice, enunciating clearly. Remember, there's no kneeling in my presence. The people I lead must stand tall. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Wang. Tian Yangxing and the others replied in unison. Wang Yao's gaze swept over Tian Yangxing's wet shirt, which clung to his back. What happened here? Tian Yangxing grinned, seemingly unbothered. It was too stuffy on the boat. My bones felt stiff. I led them to swim the last 5 kilometers. Wang Yao nodded, and then pointed to the minibus parked by the pier. The vehicle immediately started heading towards the Genesis training base deep in the new territories. Upon arrival, a middle-aged man was already standing on the playground, commander of the Flying Tiger Team Chief, Superintendent Shen Fuxiu. After receiving Wang Yao's call, he had driven through the night to the new territories and was smoothly brought into the base with the help of Genesis members. This training base was strategically located, nestled on the hillside at the border between the new territories and the north. The only access road passed through a village. The villagers had long been stabilized by Genesis, and as soon as any outsider appeared, the news would immediately reach the base. The Xiangjiang police had actually investigated several times, but each time they came up empty-handed. On the surface, the base looked like a slightly larger martial arts school, fully equipped and compliant with regulations, with not a single violation to be found. As soon as Wang Yao got out of the car, he reached out his hand to greet Shen Fuxiu. Before he could finish his words, Shen Fuxiang's gaze was already fixed on the 16 individuals disembarking from the minibus. With just one glance, he concluded, this group was not mere martial artists. They had been forged with real weapons and true combat. The heavy, smoke-laden aura of danger was something that could not be faked. But he still needed to verify. Mr. Wang. He turned to Wang Yao. Let them show their skills. Wang Yao nodded slightly at Tian Yangxing. Tian Yangxing immediately led the battle hall members to conduct a full set of special operations basic training. At that time, the Marine Corps was recognized worldwide as the hardest-hitting force, with the special forces training materials from the US, Europe, and Japan all revolving around it. The battle hall used this authentic method. Yet the more Shen Fuxiu looked, the more stunned he became. The flying tigers, which he had personally honed, appeared to him as the sharpest blade among blades. But the 16 individuals before him, physiques taut like bowstrings, movements swift and without a trace rhythm, perfectly synchronized, eyes harboring an unyielding tenacity. In comparison, the flying tigers seemed like fresh recruits just out of training. In 40 minutes, the entire set of maneuvers concluded with ironclad precision. At this moment, a dozen large iron boxes had been stacked in the center of the playground. Upon opening the lids, they revealed hardwares from various national arsenals, American-made, German-manufactured, Russian systems, all of which were automatic firepower. The members of the combat team stepped forward, disassembling, inspecting, and assembling, completing the checks within 3 seconds, and then immediately lined up for live-fire shooting. 30 minutes later, Shen Fuxiu stared at Wang Yao, his voice dropping a few notches. Mr. Wang, I am starting to feel a bit afraid of collaborating with you. If you truly intend to take action in Hong Kong, no one will be able to stop you. Wang Yao smiled lightly. Sir, Hong Kong is too small to contain me. Shen Fuxiu gazed at him quietly. Mr. Wang, I hope these words are true. Having witnessed this team with his own eyes, he fully understood Wang Yao and those past leaders who merely occupied Hong Kong and crossed into Macau were in entirely different leagues. The former's vision was confined to the streets and piers, while the latter, just by looking at the foundation of these 16 individuals, had deep roots overseas. At least in Hong Kong, if Wang Yao aimed to achieve something, no one could obstruct him. As a police officer, a trace of alertness naturally surfaced in his heart. However, Wang Yao smiled openly. Sir, you can rest assured. I understand the boundaries and I know what you want to protect. But you must trust me on this. I cherish this land even more and care for its people more than you do. Shen Fuxiu remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Then he said, Mr. Wang, your personnel exceed my expectations in quality. I will leave the actions for the day after tomorrow entirely to them. The future remained uncertain. But at this moment, they were partners in the same boat. The most urgent task at hand was to join forces and completely overturn the British's plans. The worries in his heart had not dissipated, but more importantly, there was a sense of reassurance. This mercenary team's caliber was sufficient to bear everything he needed. Mr. Wang, by tomorrow at the latest, I will provide you with the armed cash transport vehicle's travel route, departure time, list of accompanying personnel, and weapon configurations, all together. Shen Fuxiong said to Wang Yao. Wang Yao raised his hand to signal him, then called out loudly, "Ah Sheng, come here for a moment." He turned sideways and pointed to the man beside him, Tian Yangxing, saying to Shen Fuxiong, "Shen, sir, I have always believed in one principle. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. For all subsequent details, you can directly coordinate with Tian Yangxing." Shen Fuxiong nodded, then solemnly added, "Mr. Wang, unless absolutely necessary, please ensure to control the situation and avoid using lethal force." He was more aware than anyone else in such actions. No one could guarantee zero casualties. But the 7 members of the Flying Tigers on that vehicle were soldiers he had personally trained. Wang Yao quietly watched him for a few seconds, then firmly pressed down on his shoulder. "Shen, sir, you can rest assured, I will personally relay the orders." Shen Fuxiong's throat moved slightly, and he replied softly, "Thank you." Before his words fell, Tian Yangsheng had already stood firmly beside Wang Yao. Wang Yao raised his hand to introduce, "Ah Sheng, this is Mr. Shen. In the coming days you will follow his instructions." Tian Yangsheng lowered his eyes and answered, "Mr. Wang." Understood. When he turned to look at Shen Fuxiong, he slightly inclined his body and said, "Mr. Shen, hello." Shen Fuxiong scrutinized the young man for a moment, nodded, and smiled. "Mr. Tian, a pleasure to meet you. Shall we find another place to discuss in detail?" Since Wang Yao had already initiated the tone, Shen Fuxiong naturally would not discuss the deployment in front of him. He made a slight gesture to Tian Yangxing, and the two moved to a corner by the window. Before leaving, Tian Yangxing cast a glance at Wang Yao. Wang Yao smiled and nodded. "Ah Sheng, I told you for these 2 days all your actions will be based on Mr. Shen's instructions." Only then did Tian Yangxing turn around to catch up. Wang Yao's gaze swept over the combat team members who remained standing still, not moving a muscle, and he discreetly nodded. He knew that this team had truly established itself. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Since the combat team had become the blade, then the chess game at Jinshan Jiao awaited only a moment of gust to make its move. The next day Hong Kong was calm, the markets were as usual, and even the sea breeze was languid. No one noticed that a storm loomed beneath the clouds ready to tear apart the sky. Until the third day at 10:17 a.m., a Flying Tigers armored cash transport vehicle went missing at the intersection of Pak Fu Lam Road and Yao Mati Road. All 7 people on the vehicle, including the driver, were taken hostage. The vehicle thus completely evaporated from surveillance, from radio transmissions, and from all known tracks. Perry immediately overturned his desk. He ordered the Major Crimes Unit to deploy, fully conducting a thorough search for the vehicle's whereabouts. 2 hours later, the police department received an encrypted satellite phone call. The caller claimed to be the hijacker, their voice altered. On the phone, they presented their demands: 7 police officers, 10 million Hong Kong dollars each, all equipment on the vehicle, an additional 30 million, totaling 100 million. In the police commissioner's office, Perry listened to the report and angrily slammed a steel pen he grabbed from the table onto the ground. In a century, Hong Kong had never faced such a blatant provocation. Once his anger subsided, he leaned back in his chair, his voice low, yet clear. "Notify all superintendents and above. Gather in the conference room in 40 minutes. Additionally, have the communications department decipher the source location of that satellite phone call immediately. I want to know from which rock crevice this call emerged." Subordinates stood at attention. "Yes, sir." After the door closed, Perry closed his eyes for a few seconds. The only thing left to do now was indeed investigation, tracking, and technical tracing. But as a police commissioner from Britain, he understood another route better: spreading the responsibility and letting the entire system bear the burden. He held no old ties with the local Hong Kong police. This position to him was merely a respectable job. An hour later, in the conference room on the top floor of the Hong Kong police headquarters, all superintendents and above from the entire Hong Kong police force were present. At this level, there were only 31 individuals in all of Hong Kong. Aside from the 3 heads of the department, there were 4 senior assistant police commissioners, 3 assistant police commissioners. The remaining 11 included commanders from 6 major police districts, the director of the Flying Tigers, the director of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, the director of the Mobile Unit, the head of the Secretariat, and the director of the Witness Protection Group. Among these 31 senior officers, only 3 were locals from Hong Kong. Perry raised his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I assume you are all aware of this morning's heinous kidnapping case. The Flying Tigers' armed escort vehicle was forcibly taken over by bandits." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a piercing glance at Shen Fuxiong. "Shen, sir, the vehicle is entirely your subordinate's responsibility. Don't you have anything to say?" Shen Fuxiong knew this was an attempt to shift the burden onto himself. He stood up abruptly, his voice crisp and decisive. "Commissioner Perry, the escort vehicle is under the jurisdiction of the PTU. The driving route was determined by the operations department. Now, with 7 comrades missing, I am about to seek an explanation from them." The PTU commander and the assistant commissioner of the operations department were just about to rise and speak, but were stopped by Perry's hand. Let us set aside responsibilities for the moment and discuss one matter. He slowly surveyed the room and paused before asking everyone should the Hong Kong police force pay this ransom of 100 million Hong Kong dollars demanded by the kidnappers. The meeting room fell silent, the hum of the air conditioning audible. No one was willing to be the first to speak. To say pay would leave them vulnerable to criticism from the South China Morning Post and accountability from the governor's office. To say not to pay would mean being responsible if 7 lives were lost at the hands of the kidnappers. Perry fixed his gaze on the silent faces around him, a flame of frustration igniting within him. He understood their calculations all too well, having weighed the same thoughts himself. But if no one spoke up, would he bear the entire burden alone? He turned to the deputy commissioner on his left, saying, "Deputy Commissioner Bayham, you go first." Bayham, who oversaw operations and was the first deputy of the police force, cursed internally, but maintained a calm demeanor. "Commissioner Perry, the situation is serious. The final decision must rest with you." The administrator Snoo quickly added, "Deputy Commissioner Bayham is right. Such matters cannot be decided without the commissioner's approval." Perry's expression tightened as he replied gravely, "The severity of this case is unprecedented in the history of the Hong Kong police force. Today's resolution must be an anonymous vote by all officers of the rank of inspector and above." He pointed to a stack of plain white papers on the table, 31 of you, 1 sheet each. Right A, to initiate negotiations and pay the ransom. Right B, to opt for a forceful confrontation, refusing to yield. He instructed, "Come to me to collect the paper and respond on the spot. One more thing, if even one vote is missing, the entire vote will be nullified." 31 votes, not one less. The room full of officers silently cursed Perry's ancestors. This man was indeed resolute and impenetrable. But what could they do? The police force followed military protocol, and orders were absolute. Unless one submitted their resignation, there was no other path. One by one the officers approached to take the paper and make their marks. Li Wenbin and Shen Fuqiong exchanged a brief glance, each picking up their pens to write their letters on the paper. Perry collected the 31 sheets, opening them one by one. The results were unexpected: 28 votes for A and only 3 for B. He let out a long breath and announced, "The outcome is clear. I will report to Mr. Smith immediately. The Operations Division will lead the negotiations with Deputy Commissioner Bayham as the commanding officer, ensuring the safe return of the hostage in the shortest time possible." Before he finished speaking, Li Wenbin stood up. "Commissioner Perry, although the case is under confidentiality, we all know how keen the Hong Kong reporters' noses are. If any news leaks, like the Flying Tiger's transport vehicle being hijacked or the police being forced to pay a ransom, we will have lost all ground to fight back. No word from the Hong Kong media is to be tolerated. This case is classified as top secret, and anyone who leaks information will be dismissed on the spot. Do you understand?" In unison, all the sirs in the room responded, "Yes, sir." He understood well. Once the news hit the papers, he would immediately bear the label of dereliction of duty, and it would only be a matter of time before he lost his position. Thus he firmly held onto this line, not loosening his grip. He would rather follow the kidnappers' lead than risk losing the hostage officer. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Wenbin's eyes as he subtly pressed down the corner of his mouth. As soon as he spoke, Perry had already stepped into the trap. But Perry remained oblivious, turning to survey the entire room, his tone resolute. "All police officers in Hong Kong are to report for duty as usual. All responses will be coordinated by the Major Crimes Unit and Operations Division. The meeting is adjourned." Before his words had even settled, he had already strode out the door, evidently hurrying to report to Governor Smith. Deputy Commissioner Bayham, the one overseeing operations, kept several assistant commissioners from the Operations Division behind and led them straight to his office. Li Wenbin and Shen Fuqiong exchanged glances before moving to the side of the chief of the Secretarial Division, Zheng Jiming, and quietly asked, "Chief, Zheng, what is your take on this matter?" Zheng Jiming looked up at him, his tone flat. "The Secretarial Division is not involved in this case. I have nothing to offer." Li Wenbin slightly furrowed his brow, then smiled. "So do you think we can really keep the Hong Kong media at bay?" Zheng Jiming halted, looking directly at him. "Inspector Li, the commissioner has given orders. We will execute them. As for the media, no need to think about it." Li Wenbin laughed heartily. "You are right, Chief Zheng. I was overthinking it." He slowed his pace, waiting for Shen Fuqiong to catch up, leaning in to whisper, "This path won't work." Inside the police force, Bayham quickly assembled a negotiation team and initiated the first formal contact. The technical team attempted to return the call to the satellite number previously dialed by the kidnappers, but the line was constantly busy. On the other end, they had already changed frequency and number. Just as everyone was growing anxious, the phone rang again. "Have you made up your mind? Let someone with authority come to listen." A man's voice came through the receiver, calm and unhurried. The technical team simultaneously locked onto the signal source. On the other end, the police force's urgently assigned negotiation expert had already picked up the phone. "Hello, I am Deputy Commissioner Bayham of the Hong Kong Police Force. I can take full responsibility for all decisions." His voice was steady as usual. "Deputy Commissioner Bayham. Good. Pay up, or we'll collect the bodies." The other party was straightforward. Bayham nodded to the expert, who immediately responded, "First, we need to confirm whether the officers are safe. Until then, we cannot provide any response." "Oh, do you still believe you have room to negotiate?" The expert's tone remained unchanged, each word clear. Don't underestimate the bottom line of the police force. If you play with fire, you'll burn yourselves. Alright, I won't waste my breath. Next time I want to speak with the real Bayam. Otherwise I will really get angry. What you want to know you will find out soon. With a click the call was disconnected. Bayam furrowed his brows tightly, turning to the technical personnel. Have you located the signal source? The other party paused. The results show, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. What? Bayam blurted out. It is indeed. His expression darkened. A transnational case involved too much. He immediately ordered lock the coordinates. I will contact the Malaysian police and ask them to assist in the capture. He had acquaintances in the Kuala Lumpur police force, and he could rely on them to handle the situation. Within 10 minutes a call came into the negotiation team's office. An officer hung up the phone and quickly walked up to Bayam. Sir, a call from Mary Hospital. They found an unconscious officer at the front entrance. After emergency treatment, the individual identified himself as the driver of the armed transport vehicle that was hijacked. Bring him to the police station immediately. I want to question him in person. Bayam spoke decisively without hesitation. At the same time, Wang Yao sat in his office pressing the encryption key on his satellite phone. Mr. Green, things in London can be set in motion. I will soon have significant movements here, allowing you to take advantage of the situation. He smiled slightly, his voice steady. A male voice came through the receiver, slightly hoarse, but assured. Mr. Wang, I have arrived in London. The company has assigned half of its elite to focus on this project. You can rest assured we will take care of it. Then please keep an eye on the local news in Hong Kong in the coming days. There will be a spectacular show soon. I await. Good. Green chuckled as well. As the phone call ended, Wang Yao swiftly dialed a second number, asking, how is the media arrangement going? The voice on the other end was deep and concise. Wang Yao said nothing more and abruptly hung up. The Hong Kong police had no idea that the hijacked armed transport vehicle was merely the first piece in Wang Yao's grand chess game. The real trump card was silently poised on the edge of a knife. Once it fell, the police would have no room to breathe. At that moment, Bayham stood behind the one-way glass, his gaze heavy, watching every move in the interrogation room. Wang Yong, did you only see a few masked individuals? They knocked you out, and when you woke up you were at the entrance of Mary Hospital, right? The deputy team leader of the Major Crimes Unit flipped through the interrogation records, speaking steadily. Report, sir, yes. Wang Yong straightened his back and nodded. He was the driver of that transport vehicle, and his knowledge ended there. The 6 fully armed members of the Flying Tigers had no gunfire exchanges with the hijackers throughout the incident. The deputy leader probed further. Report, sir, I didn't hear any gunfire. I really don't know if there was any confrontation. All right. You should rest and sort out the details again. If needed, I will find you later. The deputy leader intended to ask further, but a command suddenly came through his earpiece, and he immediately fell silent. Yes, sir, he responded crisply, standing at attention. As he exited the interrogation room, he shook his head at Bayham, saying, Sir, this person truly knows nothing. This was already within his expectations. Calling Wang Yong was more than just a formality, it was also about keeping the lid on. Fewer people who know, the harder it is for information to leak. At that moment, a police officer rushed over, saying, Sir, the hijackers called again and specifically requested you to answer. Bayham turned and hurried away, taking 2 steps at a time into the negotiation team's office, grabbing the phone. I am Bayham, Deputy Director of the Hong Kong Police. Deputy Director Bayham, now it's time to confirm whether the lives of your subordinates are still at stake, right? The voice on the other end was playful, like a dull knife scraping slowly against the eardrum. 100 million in ransom the police can pay. But how will the transaction proceed? Bayham cut straight to the point. Before 6 o'clock tonight, the money-laden vehicle will drive up to Tai Mo Shan. We will inspect the goods and leave, and the deal will be done. Don't try to play tricks. We can't be beaten. Before his words finished, the line went dead. Bayham looked up at the head of the technical team, whose face was pale. Sir, the signal source is located right inside our police building. At this moment, even a blind person could understand the previous so-called Kuala Lumpur signal source was all a ruse. The hijackers had prepared a means to conceal their actual location while fabricating a satellite signal landing point. In other words, from start to finish, the police had been led around in circles. Bayham slammed down the satellite phone and immediately picked up the desk phone, dialing the direct line to Police Commissioner Perry. Commissioner Perry, the hijackers just called. He spoke rapidly, clearly relaying the conversation details, signal anomalies, and subsequent demands, finally asking, how did the ransom matter go with Governor Smith? What did he say? Perry lowered his voice, saying, Governor Smith's stance is completely aligned with ours. This matter must be kept tight and must not escalate. Otherwise, we will be constrained at every turn. So he specially approved the use of the police department's contingency funds as ransom. I'm currently heading to the Independent Commission Against Corruption to file the paperwork. You must immediately notify the Assistant Director of the Finance Department to prepare 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Once the ICAC approval arrives, transport it to Tai Mo Shan right away. Understood. Bayham replied. After the call ended, Bayham quickly dialed the direct line to the Assistant Director of the Finance Department, relaying Perry's instructions verbatim. 100 million Hong Kong dollars, not a cent less, must be neatly arranged in the cash transport box by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Time slipped away, and it was already 4 o'clock. However, Perry's next directive was delayed in coming. Without the ICAC stamp of approval and the commissioner's personal signature, Bayham dared not touch the money. Meanwhile, the 6 o'clock deadline set by the hijackers loomed ever closer. He was sweating at his temples. If they truly turned hostile, the hostages' lives would be at risk, and the reputation of the police would be thoroughly tarnished. At 4:20, the phone finally rang. Perry asked through the receiver, "The 100 million Hong Kong dollars, is it ready?" Bayham turned to the assistant director beside him, his throat moving slightly, confirming softly, "Is the money ready?" The other party nodded, his gaze calm. "It's ready," Bayham answered succinctly. "Good. I just returned from the governor." The ICAC director refused to relent, "So I had to meet with Governor Smith in person to bring back a special authorization order stamped with the governor's seal. This money is now legal." Perry spoke quickly and steadily. The ICAC is the sword hanging over all public departments in Hong Kong. Even if Perry, as the police commissioner, wanted to use the department's contingency funds, he had to go through the ICAC, who any misuse of authority would lead to disciplinary action or even criminal charges. However, this time the ICAC stubbornly refused to approve the police should not pay the ransom for the kidnappers. Pushed to a dead end, Perry had no choice but to barge into the governor's office. Only after Smith signed the special order was the lock on this money pried open. After hearing this, Bayham's shoulders relaxed slightly. His greatest fear was that the governor would stand idly by. Fortunately, the upper echelons did not falter. If they were truly put on the hot seat, they would only have one path left: forceful assault, exchanging lives for lives with no room for negotiation. As soon as the phone hung up, the assistant director of the finance department spoke up. "Commissioner Perry has returned with the governor's order. You must quickly arrange for the cash to be withdrawn." However, the person shook his head, saying, "Sir, I must see the original copy of the governor's order before I can open the vault. I can't bear the responsibility for even a cent short." Everyone knew the old saying, self-preservation. A word from the king is not as good as black and white on paper. Without seeing the red seal, he would rather take the blame than touch a penny. This was his post and his life. Bayham was left speechless, letting out a soft sigh. He truly had no authority to force the other party to make an exception. At this moment, all he could do was keep an eye on the clock and wait patiently. After enduring nearly 20 more minutes of anxiety, the hour hand approached 4:45, and Perry finally burst through the doors of the police station. The assistant director meticulously verified the signature, seal, and number on the governor's order, and after repeatedly confirming there were no mistakes, he turned and returned to the finance department to personally order the vault opened. When the entire 100 million Hong Kong dollars was counted and loaded, it was already nearly 5:30. At a command from Perry and Bam, police cars blared their sirens, and the cash truck sped toward Wu Yen Mountain. At the same time, the Hong Kong police had long completed their deployments. All the roads, paths, and forks leading in and out of Wu Yen Mountain were sealed off. Not a single bird could escape. Departing from the Hong Kong headquarters, it took only 33 minutes to reach Wu Yen Mountain in the northern part of Yuen Long. The cash truck came to a stop next to the 16-kilometer mark on Wu Yen Mountain Road, and the driver immediately reported the location to headquarters. Bayham received the message and immediately tapped into the hijacker's designated satellite frequency. This time the other party picked up the call instantly. "The money has been unloaded at the 16-kilometer mark on Wu Yen Mountain Road. We have already shown our sincerity. Shouldn't we release a few police officers first?" Director Bayham, "Rest assured. Once our people leave Hong Kong, your people will naturally appear safely." As soon as the hijacker finished speaking, the screen went black. The computer was completely disconnected. Perry immediately turned his head. What did he say? Bayham's throat moved slightly. "They have to withdraw from Xinjiang first, then they will release the hostages." Perry clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "As soon as the defenses of Wu Yen Mountain are completed, everyone must withdraw immediately. Money, give it to them. People, we need to get them back first. We will settle the rest later." "Understood." Bam responded promptly, immediately ordering through the intercom all officers at Wu Yen Mountain evacuate at once. Inside the armored truck, nearly 10 trackers had already been secretly installed, waiting for the robbers to board and start the engine. But no one expected that the truck remained motionless throughout the night. Instead, another incident triggered a massive upheaval in Xinjiang. The next morning, outside a police station under the West Kowloon Police District, reporters had gathered in droves. A piece of news spread like wildfire. The Kwai Tsing police station was attacked last night. 7 on-duty officers were taken hostage by the robbers, including a deputy team leader. Even more eye-catching was the graffiti on the police station's front door: "Same place, same price, happy cooperation." Perry smashed the coffee cup in his hand, sending porcelain fragments flying. According to this, the police department would have to pay another 70 million Hong Kong dollars to retrieve the hostages. This matter could not be kept under wraps. The whole city knew the police were kidnapped from their own station. The credibility of the police force plummeted overnight. Major newspapers and television stations took turns attacking, directly pointing fingers at the new regulations jointly implemented by the governor's office and the police department. 3 months ago, on-duty officers were not allowed to carry firearms. "Without guns, how can we fend off knives? How can we stop vehicles?" Critics relentlessly condemned. What truly shook the entire police department was another joint report that morning. The same group had hijacked an armed escort vehicle in Xiangjiang that morning. 7 people were on board, including 6 fully armed members of the Flying Tigers, all of whom were missing. The report also revealed explosive information. The police department had privately agreed to pay a ransom of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The news spread like a bombshell, shocking the entire city. Citizens angrily criticized the upper management for negligence. Wealthy individuals continuously sent letters to the governor's office questioning, if even police officers cannot be protected, who will protect us? Governor Smith summoned 3 individuals to his office that morning, Perry, Bam, and Snoo. This matter was too serious. The police force was funded by taxpayers and was responsible for maintaining peace and order. Now if they couldn't even protect their own, it was more than just a scandal. This was a fundamental crisis. Smith knew that if not handled properly, his position as governor could be in jeopardy. The governor's order authorizing the 100 million earmarked for ransom was personally signed by him. Inside the governor's office, Smith stared at the 3 men, his voice low, but every word like a hammer. Directors Perry, Baum, and Snoo. Is this your explanation to the British government? The 3 bowed their heads. No one spoke. There was no point in justifying themselves. Such a large hole had to be filled by someone. This heavy responsibility could not be evaded. Are you mute? Or have you lost your ability to speak? Smith slammed the table, shaking the teacups. Perry raised his head, his voice deep and steady. Your Excellency, I take full responsibility for this matter. I will formally submit my resignation and bear all consequences. He knew that he couldn't escape this blame. Resigning was now the most dignified way out. If this drags on, if the Independent Commission Against Corruption investigates, it may not just be a loss of position. Smith stared at him for 3 seconds, and finally spoke. Perry, now is not the time to discuss who should step down. Tell me, what are we going to do next? Perry managed a wry smile. Governor Smith, someone must step up to take this responsibility. It can only be me. The remaining matters will depend entirely on directors Bem and Snoo. Before leaving, he still used his knack of avoiding responsibility to the fullest. Once he submitted his resignation letter, the collapse of the world was no longer his concern. Whether it was wind or rain, chaos or peace, it would all fall to Smith, Bem, and Snoo to bear. Smith had just felt a little warmth in his heart at Perry's taking responsibility, but that warmth quickly turned cold. He never expected that this taking the blame was actually to more smoothly shift the blame. His face darkened, his voice low. Perry, you go do what you need to do. With those words, it was a dismissal. After Perry left, Smith glanced at the other 2 gentlemen. Do you have any good plans? Bam was already marginalized and sent away from Hong Kong. Asking him was equivalent to asking nothing. Since stepping into this office, he had been sitting quietly with his head down, not uttering a word. After a moment of silence, he approached Smith, leaning in to whisper, Governor Smith, since Director Perry has resigned, then all the responsibility for the entire incident can fall entirely on him. We will immediately declare an all-out war against the robbers. Regardless of victory or defeat, we must show full force and establish authority. Only in this way can we regain the confidence of the citizens of Xiangjiang in the police force. Smith furrowed his brow. What about the officers who have been kidnapped? Bam's voice was even lighter, but every word was clear. Governor Smith, on the day they put on this uniform, they should understand what sacrifice means. Governor Smith, at this point there is no way out. Smith stared at him for a long time, slowly nodding. Good. From this day on you will serve as acting director. After this matter is settled, you will be the new director of the Xiangjiang Police Department. Bam slightly clenched his knuckles, then straightened his back, raising his right hand to his hat brim. Yes, sir. Smith waved his hand at the 2, his tone stern. Remember, you are now in a guilty position. If this matter goes wrong, no one will escape. Accomplishments must be paid for with lives. Do you understand? Understood. The 2 answered in unison. Once they exited the office, Smith sat alone in his chair, letting out a long breath. The tension in his heart remained taut. This matter was too smooth, too coincidental, too much like a web that had been woven in advance. It would not simply end like this. The news of Perry's resignation spread across the front pages of major newspapers in Xiangjiang the next day, remaining hotly discussed. After all, the police department chief was one of the few key figures in the Hong Kong government. The deputy chief in charge of operations, Bam, was now the acting chief. Upon returning to the police department, he immediately changed Perry's usual evasive style and held a press conference that day. The entire Hong Kong would immediately initiate a level 1 alert. All officers would cancel their leave, 2/3 would be on duty, and 1/3 would remain on standby. He further issued an order in the name of the chief. All on-duty officers, whether on the front lines or in administrative roles, must carry firearms while on duty. Bam was very aware. If the robbers kidnapped a few more of his comrades, the police force would truly lose face. He even offered a reward of 10 million Hong Kong dollars for information leading to the capture of the involved robbers. Anyone providing useful leads would receive generous rewards. Meanwhile, the Flying Tigers and PTU were fully mobilized, with 15 members forming a team to systematically clear Wuyan Mountain. As there were no suspicious individuals seen entering or leaving the various checkpoints in the mountain pass, Bam concluded the people were still on the mountain. Once the deployment was complete, he solemnly promised to the cameras, within 3 days, we will capture the criminals. Just after the press conference ended, a satellite phone call came directly to the police department switchboard. The caller was the robber himself, requesting only Bam to answer. 6 minutes later, Bam picked up the receiver. "This is Bam. I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will only have regrets for the rest of your life." On the other end of the line came a light laugh. "Director Bam, you should thank us. If it weren't for us taking action, how would you have this acting director's hat?" The other party's tone was relaxed, even mocking. Clearly Bam's warning was just an empty sound in his ear. "Humph." Bei Hanmu huffed coldly through his nostrils. "Speak up, what exactly do you want?" "It's quite straightforward. We're after money. Let me be clear from the start, we still need 70 million. As long as the police department transfers this amount to the designated account, we will immediately withdraw from Xinjiang." The robber spoke in a light-hearted tone, as if discussing the weather. "Humph. The Xinjiang Police Department has long declared total war on you. We will not retreat an inch." Bei Hanmu's voice was low, each word pressed with simmering anger. "Ah, that is truly unfortunate. Our last collaboration went so smoothly." The robber laughed, the end of his words hanging lazily. After hearing this, Bei Hanmu's temples pulsed. He remained silent and simply nodded towards all the officers in the room. Once they had cleared out, he lowered his voice. "Stop beating around the bush. You're not here for money at all. So what do you truly want?" The robber hesitated briefly. "Director Bei, you've guessed wrong this time. We really are. Since your department is unwilling to negotiate, then we won't be responsible for what happens next. I warn you, the Xinjiang police will not bow to any threats." Bei Hanmu's voice suddenly rose. "Director, don't repeat that. I have good news and bad news here. The good news is, your flying tigers along with that armed transport vehicle will appear in a certain location in Xinjiang soon. We keep our promises. The bad news is, since you believe that 7 lives aren't worth 70 million, wait until the day you realize the chips in your hands are truly worth that much before you call again." The call was abruptly cut off. Bei Hanmu clenched the receiver, his knuckles turning white. In his 30-plus years of police service, he had never encountered such audacious robbers. He took a deep breath and shouted towards the door, "Everyone come in." Officers filed in, and he recounted the conversation verbatim, asking, "What do you all think?" A police inspector immediately spoke up, "Sir, better to believe it than not. I suggest we initiate level readiness across the entire city, concentrating all police forces at the precinct on standby." Bei Hanmu shook his head. "No. Doing so would mean telling all the citizens of the city, we're afraid. The police's credibility would collapse overnight." Another police inspector stood up. "Sir, how about an internal emergency order for level readiness? Everyone on duty, and in case of unexpected situations, they can report directly to the police department without following the chain of command." Bei Hanmu nodded. "For now, that's the only way." Before he finished speaking, an officer knocked and entered. "Sir, the Mongkok police station just called. They discovered an armed transport vehicle on the streets of Mongkok with 6 members of the Flying Tigers inside." Bei Hanmu's face showed no sign of relaxation. The more precise and composed the other party was, the more it indicated that they did not take the police department seriously at all. The more relaxed they were, the more troublesome it became. He immediately ordered, "Issue a notice to all police stations, suspend all street patrols, all external tasks must be executed by teams of 7 or more." Someone was taken aback. "Sir, does even a regular report need to be in teams of 7? "Yes," Bei Hanmu answered decisively. At the same time, Li Wenbin and Shin Fuqiong were sitting together in the O office. Outside the window was the familiar gray light of the police department building. Li Wenbin stared at Shin Fuqiong. "Did you arrange all this?" Shin Fuqiong slowly shook his head. "Apart from stealing that transport vehicle, the rest was not in my plan." Li Wenbin frowned. His meaning was clear. The situation had already slipped out of their control. At this moment, the two of them were merely pawns in Wang Yao's hands. He reached for the satellite phone on the table and pressed the direct dial button. That device was only connected to one person. "Mr. Wang, I want to know, what does every move you make right now actually mean? Why has even Sir Shin lost control?" Li Wenbin got straight to the point. On the other end of the line, Wang Yao chuckled lightly. "Li, sir, this is not a loss of control. It is precisely the key move in the entire game. Sir Shun is very clear about this. Don't believe it? You can ask him right now." After hearing Wang Yao's words, Li Wenbin turned his gaze to Shin Fuqiong, his voice deepening. "Are you clear about Wang Yao's plan?" Shin Fuqiong nodded. "I have a rough idea." Li Wenbin's heart tightened. He indeed acted impulsively. He turned to Wang Yao, speaking sincerely. "Mr. Wang, I lost my composure earlier, though I apologize." "It's nothing." Wang Yao spoke in a calm tone. "Li, sir, I have mentioned that trust is the foundation of our cooperation. Therefore, please allow me a little more trustworthy space." Wang Yao articulated each word slowly over the phone. "Certainly," Li Wenbin replied, and immediately hung up. He turned to Shin Fuqiong, frowning. "Ah, Xiong, what do you mean by leaving half your words unspoken?" Shin Fuqiong sighed and shook his head. "It's only because your actions were too swift. Besides, I really have no idea how Wang Yao will move next. He also mentioned inviting international lobbyists to persuade the British Parliament. Do you remember?" Li Wenbin nodded. "I remember. They have already landed in London. Right now, all the movements here in Xinjiang are paving the way and creating momentum for that side." Shin Fuqiong added. After a pause, he continued, "Wenbin, don't worry too much. Wang Yao personally promised me that as long as there are no accidents, he would never be hard on the Xinjiang police. Li Wenbin also forced a smile. Xiong, is Wang Yao a reliable person? Are we really on the right path by joining forces with him? Shin Fuqiong was taken aback for a moment, then slowly spoke. Right now, there is only one thing in front of us: to drive the British out. Li Wenbin remained silent for a moment, lowering his voice. It seems we have no choice but to do this. Meanwhile, in the Wuyan Mountain area, nearly 500 members of the Flying Tigers and PTU were fully armed, conducting a sweeping search. The entire night passed, and they didn't find a single trace. Just then, major media outlets in Xinjiang broke shocking news. Last night, the residences of the 3 top officers of the police department were raided by armed thugs, including Perry. As soon as the news broke, the entire city was in an uproar. The public anger that had just been suppressed flared up again. If even the director's home could not be protected, who would stand against the knife under the citizens' eaves? A new round of large-scale protests erupted immediately with demands that were straightforward. The senior police officials of the police department should all resign in disgrace. As the protests intensified, the media dropped another bombshell. The 100 million Hong Kong dollar ransom had not gone through the Independent Commission Against Corruption, but was directly approved for disbursement by Governor Smith. The target of the public's ire quickly shifted to Smith. 100 million was the hard-earned money of the citizens of Xinjiang. Why should he have the authority to approve it? Smith held a press conference late into the night. He first cited legal statutes, emphasizing that the governor indeed had the right to approve financial expenditures. Then he shifted the blame to Perry, claiming it was all due to trusting that person too much. However, the citizens of Xinjiang did not buy this explanation at all. Legal professionals immediately questioned, does the governor's power have any boundaries? Should the flow of funds be subject to oversight? In fact, Wang Yao knew from his past life that the last governor insisted on building a second international airport, depleting the government's coffers, leaving them defenseless against Sarah's quantum fund in '89, ultimately relying on support from the north to avoid collapse. If Smith were to reveal this privileged hat under the sunlight at this moment, this irrational old rule would undoubtedly be attacked by all sides. And this was precisely the deepest piece on Wang Yao's chessboard. Smith was pressed by public opinion to the brink, and could only issue a strict order to the police department: capture the criminal within 3 days and divert public attention. Little did he know that at this very moment, thousands of miles away in the capital of Great Britain, London, a storm targeting the governor's office had already taken shape, waiting for a thunderous sound to explode. At this moment, news from the East Fragrant Harbor had not stirred much of a ripple. Most officials, apart from a few directly involved with Fragrant Harbor affairs, were still unaware of what had transpired there. In the eyes of the political world of Great Britain, Fragrant Harbor was far from being a special existence. It was merely an ordinary entry on a long list of colonies, and moreover, it was a territory of dubious legitimacy, neither inherited nor won through bloodshed. Without any shocking upheaval, London would usually not bother to cast a glance. But this time the news was delivered directly into the ears of the upper echelons by several international brokers. In the study of the Home Secretary Retworth's residence in London's West End, there sat an unexpected guest. Such individuals were adept at knocking on the doors of power, and Retworth's was the one they were most familiar with. The two talked privately for nearly an hour, with the doors and windows tightly shut, even sending away the servants. As soon as the guest left, Retworth donned his coat and headed straight for 10 Downing Street. At the same time, in another community of the same city, opposition leader Jack Danny also received a visitor of similar status at his home. This time the conversation dragged on even longer. Jack Danny hosted the guest for lunch, followed by afternoon tea, until dusk painted the window frames before the guest finally took his leave. 2 days later, in the House of Commons, Jack Danny was the first to launch an attack. He pointed directly at the ruling party's perfunctory policies regarding Fragrant Harbor, which had led to Great Britain's increasingly passive position there. The Conservative Party leader Williams immediately refuted him, with verbal sparring back and forth. When the tension eased, Jack Danny proposed a powerful motion to immediately dismiss Governor Smith and appoint a new governor. Williams outright rejected it. The outcome of the vote was predictable. Smith would remain in office. However, this heavy blow made Williams feel a chill down his spine. Had it not been for Retworth's advance report, he would have almost been caught off guard in the Parliament. After the meeting, Williams promptly called Smith his tone, leaving no room for doubt. The liberalization plan Smith had originally planned to proceed gradually over 5 years, but the voice on the other end made him understand the cabinet no longer wished to wait. After hanging up the phone, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he dialed the number of Acting Chief of Police Bam and requested him to come to the governor's office immediately. An hour later, in the governor's office. Governor, aren't we acting a bit hastily? Replacing half of the officers above the constitutional level with local personnel, all at once. Bam frowned after hearing this. Smith shook his head. This is not just my decision, it is the cabinet's resolution. Bam immediately fell silent. Within half a month, submit a list. Select those local personnel who are reliable and trustworthy and prioritize their promotion. Smith spoke in a calm tone, yet each word landed heavily. Understood. Bam replied decisively. From today onwards, you will officially serve as the chief of police. Sinu will be promoted to first deputy chief. I plan to assign another deputy chief position to a local personnel. But at present, local personnel can only reach the rank of chief inspector. Jumping directly to deputy chief might not be feasible. Bam hesitated. No worries. This promotion is for local officers. We are voluntarily relinquishing power, and they will surely support it wholeheartedly. Moreover, I haven't said they'll be granted the position immediately. First, we'll establish a special task force led by this local officer. If he can effectively handle the current situation, the position of deputy chief will naturally be his. Bam nodded. In that case, the promotion will be a matter of course. He paused and asked, but what if this local officer fails to accomplish it? As soon as Bam finished speaking, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Smith's mouth, and he spoke slowly. Bam, the key is not whether the case is resolved, but rather, who will bear the responsibility. It's been 4 days. The police department has made no breakthroughs so far. The burden on you is heavy, but the one on the governor's office is even heavier. It's time to let the people of Fragrant Harbor bear some of it. Do you understand my meaning? After hearing this, Bam also chuckled softly, his tone steady. Governor Smith, I fully comprehend. Upon returning, I will promptly establish a special task force and appoint a local chief inspector as its leader. Smith nodded. Get to work. At your command, sir. Bam stood at attention and saluted before turning to leave. After he departed, Smith leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. He was well aware that what Prime Minister Williams and the Cabinet of Great Britain had entrusted him with was far more than just a mess in the police department. The entire governance structure of the Fragrant Harbor was at stake. According to his calculations, apart from the Department of Justice, the other powers would gradually be transferred to the local personnel. The establishment of the Legislative Council was also part of it. But all of this required time to pave the way, and what he lacked the most was time. He immediately summoned his aides and the governor's special envoy, getting straight to the point: how to establish the Legislative Council. Bam returned to the police department without pause, immediately convening a meeting with chief inspectors and above. During the meeting, he read out the governor's decree. Effective immediately, he would formally take over as chief of police. Shun Fuqiong would be promoted from the deputy chief in charge of management to the first deputy chief in charge of operations. He then announced the establishment of the Armed Kidnapping Case Special Task Force led by Chief Inspector Li Wenbin. Chief Inspector Shin Fuqiong would serve as deputy leader, fully in charge of the investigation into the robbery. The group would be directly commanded by both the chief and the governor. After issuing the directives, the meeting was adjourned. Bam kept Li Wenbin and Shin Fuqiong behind to accompany him to the chief's office. As he stepped into the room, Bam paused briefly. In the past, he was only acting in the role, but now the plaque had changed and the chair was stable. Yet he also knew that this seat would not be occupied for long. It ultimately had to be returned to the locals. Just like this land, it would ultimately have to be managed by the locals themselves. He looked at the two men and said in a calm tone, Mr. Shin, please sit down. After the three were seated, he continued, this special task force has been personally approved by the governor. I won't beat around the bush. If this case is solved, you will be among the first local chief inspectors promoted to the rank of deputy chief in the history of the Fragrant Harbor Police Force. Li Wenbin and Shin Fuqiong exchanged glances. Li Wenbin was the first to speak. Chief Bam, safeguarding the peace of Fragrant Harbor is our duty. Rest assured I will do my utmost. Shin Fuqiong immediately echoed, Mr. Li and I share the same thoughts. We will cooperate fully with no risk. Bam smiled. Unity is the foundation of success. Moreover, I suspect that this group of robbers is likely to come from local forces. Therefore, you need to investigate both externally and internally. The police department must not have any leaks. Bai Hanmu waved his hand and said, this incident has severely damaged the credibility of the police force. I will give you 7 days. This week, all resources, manpower, and authority are at your disposal, but all I want is results. Li Wenbin and Shin Fuqiong suddenly stood up and replied in unison, yes, sir. Bai Hanmu raised his hand to signal, and the two immediately exited. As they stepped out of the office, Li Wenbin turned with a smile and said, Deputy Team Leader Shin, would you like to sit in my office? Let's discuss the next steps for the special task force. Shin Fuqiong smiled warmly and nodded. Team Leader Li, I was just thinking of suggesting that. As soon as they entered Li Wenbin's office and took their seats, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. After about 20 seconds, he turned to Shin Fuqiong and said loudly, I didn't expect the governor's office to concede. Shin Fuqiong shook his head lightly and replied, I guess it was the foreign lobbyist brought in by Wang Yao who convinced the parliament or cabinet of country why pressuring the governor to change his mind. Li Wenbin nodded. Indeed. I really didn't expect that Bai Hanmu would let us both. One as the team leader and the other as the deputy team leader. Shin Fuqiong added, it seems the governor's office is preparing to promote many local officials, which is why they sent 2 of us to lead this operation. Li Wenbin responded, how is the preparation for the operation going? All personnel are in place, and Wang Yao has prepared everything in advance. The time is set for 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. The scene must be impressive, enough to shock and dazzle. Li Wenbin instructed solemnly. Shin Fuqiong smiled. Don't worry, we'll make sure those Britons are left speechless. Li Wenbin listened and nodded slightly, then suddenly frowned. Xiong, do you think? Are we moving too quickly? Should we delay it by 2 days? Shen Fuxiong decisively shook his head. Tomorrow is the best. The longer we wait, the more it will highlight their flustered state. Actually, everything had already been prepared on Wang Yao's side. Once Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong gave the order, the hostages would be rescued, and once the signal was given, what would it mean? It would signify a change in leadership at the police department, and the outcome would naturally be different. Even if no one thought about it, Wang Yao would subtly give a push. By the time the media reacted, the various newspapers in Hong Kong would naturally elevate Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong, helping them rise quickly to high positions in the police department. The next morning, all the newspapers in Hong Kong indeed printed the same headline as Wang Yao had predicted. At 4 o'clock this morning, at the intersection of West Kowloon and the New Territories at Wu Yin Mountain, a fierce gunfight erupted between the Hong Kong police and the perpetrators of the 3/22 kidnapping case, with nearly 1,000 shots exchanged. Ultimately, the criminals retreated, and all 7 police officers who had been kidnapped 4 days earlier were rescued. Due to the shortage of police forces at the scene and the need to fully escort the rescued hostages away, the police could not pursue. Once the news was published, Hong Kong was shaken. By this time, the area outside the police headquarters was already flooded with people, with reporters crowding the corridors, stairs, and hall. The police department immediately issued a notice. A press conference would be held at 8:30 a.m., attended by Li Wenbin, the team leader of the 3/22 kidnapping case, and Shen Fuxiong, the deputy team leader, to respond to questions from all sectors. The reporters quickly moved to the conference hall, as directed, waiting for the opening amidst the clamor of cameras and recording devices. At exactly 8:29, Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong entered the venue side by side and took their seats on time. Li Wenbin was the first to speak. Thank you to all the journalist friends for your long-standing attention to the work of the Hong Kong police. Now I would like to ask Chief Superintendent Shen Fuxiong to report the latest case developments to everyone. Shen Fuxiong, adhering to the carefully crafted narrative the two had rehearsed, clearly recounted the sequence of events, adding at the end, in this gunfight 7 kidnappers were injured, which is a significant blow. We have dispatched personnel to track their movements and confirmed that they boarded a boat in Tuen Mun intending to flee the port. The water police have launched a pursuit, and clear progress is expected today. As soon as he finished speaking, spontaneous applause erupted in the hall. This statement signified that the sword hanging over the heads of the people of Hong Kong for many days had finally come down. A reporter immediately stood up and asked, "Sir Shen, what is the casualty situation on the police side?" Shen Fuxiong replied, "The enemy's firepower was fierce, and a total of 11 of our officers were injured in the gunfight." Another person stood up to ask, "Sir Li, was this operation jointly planned and commanded by you and Sir Shen?" Li Wenbin smiled and responded, "Director Bai Hanmu clearly stated when he appointed me as team leader that I could deploy all available resources. With his strong support, we achieved today's results." The third reporter quickly followed up with a question, "Then why was there no breakthrough in the case previously?" Li Wenbin's expression changed and he slowly shook his head. "I'm not aware of the internal details. I never make unfounded statements about matters I do not understand." The next reporter stood up and asked, "Sir Li, I heard that the police department is going to promote a batch of local officials. You and Sir Shun have just solved a major kidnapping case and your achievements are remarkable. Have you secured the positions of the 2 police department directors? Personnel arrangements are the responsibility of the governor's office. Right now, Sir Shun and I only have one thing to do: bring the culprits to justice and hold the kidnappers accountable." As soon as Li Wenbin finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Shen Fuxiong. Shen Fuxiong then spoke, "Everyone, this press conference is over for today." The two then left their seats, walking steadily through a side door without pausing at all. That afternoon, many newspapers urgently printed extra editions, all headlining this press conference. Local police reveal the truth. Are the British brothers struggling to adapt? What local police lack is not ability, but a solid backing from the police department. Sir Li, Sir Shun, the twin jewels of the Hong Kong Police Academy, 2 shining pearls in the local police. These headlines either subtly mocked the inadequacies of the British detectives or excessively praised Li and Shen, ultimately serving one purpose: to elevate the locals while suppressing the foreigners. An impromptu press conference at noon pushed this wave to its peak. The official announcement stated the kidnappers attempted to escape on a fishing boat and were intercepted and sunk by the water police in the waters of Macau. All 16 armed individuals on board were killed. Once the news broke, Li Wenbin and Shen Fuxiong were instantly hailed as heroes. Newspapers across Hong Kong were filled with articles, and the Governor Smith even made an exception to award the two with the Gold Bauhinia Star. Following that, personnel orders were quickly issued. Li Wenbin was promoted 3 levels from Chief Superintendent to Deputy Commissioner of the Police Department responsible for management affairs. Shen Fuxiong was promoted 2 levels from Commander of the Flying Tiger Team to Senior Assistant Commissioner of the Police Department, 51, overseeing personnel and training. Thus, they became the only 2 local officers in the history of the Hong Kong police, which had been established for over 140 years, to rise to the level of commissioner. Wang Yao's first step in his plan had already taken root. Li Wenbin sighed inwardly. This person played chess, as if reading palm lines, each move precisely placed from the opening to the conclusion, without a single error. Almost as if it was not strategy, but a restatement of a pre-written ending. The 15 bodies floating on the sea, those robbers were indeed well-prepared foreshadowing. They were Vietnamese pirates boarding the ship only to transport a batch of goods to Lantau Island. Having been paid up front and receiving 50 sets of individual equipment, this group of Vietnamese was overjoyed. However, waiting in the waters of Macau was not the recipient, but the water police speedboat that had been lying in wait. This trip was indeed their fatal voyage. With this link concluded, the first phase was a complete success. However, Wang Yao had no time to celebrate. He had just received a phone call, a long-distance call from the polar bear. Just one day before Li and Shun's promotion, his advisor Su had called his number from the polar bear. After Su arrived, he made it a point to communicate with Wang Yao once a week, providing detailed reports on local political situations, connections, and subsequent plans. He formed close friendships with many high-ranking officials. Following Wang Yao's directions, he not only procured military supplies, but also managed the ruble exchange rate. Leveraging his connections with political figures, he also dealt in furs and timber from neighboring countries, yielding substantial profits. Everything was progressing slowly according to the roadmap laid out by Wang Yao years ago. However, this time only 2 days had passed since their last call. Wang Yao sensed something was amiss as soon as the phone. Indeed, the voice of his advisor Su came through the receiver, sounding unusually low. Brother Yao, something big has happened. Kafuk has been arrested by the government upon returning to the country. I just received insider news. The authorities intend to charge him with treason and sentence him to death. Wang Yao was momentarily stunned. According to his previous analysis, Kafuk's imprisonment upon return was a foregone conclusion, and he might even be exiled to the Far East, but that was merely a necessary path to build influence. As Kafuk himself had stated, spending a few years in a cold prison is essential to gaining weight in the political sphere. When the massive structure collapses next year, he would surely ascend like a comet across the night sky, reaching the pinnacle of the polar bear's political arena. But Wang Yao never expected that the government would actually sentence Kafuk to death over such a matter. This was completely beyond his expectations. He did not doubt the authenticity of advisor Su's news. Over the past year, Su had become someone who no longer needed guidance. He had grown rapidly and was now capable of carrying significant responsibilities. His initiative to call indicated that Kafuk's death sentence was already a certainty. As soon as Su finished speaking, Wang Yao immediately asked, "What is the attitude of Kafuk's uncle Kafka, the Deputy Minister of Defense?" Wang Yao had only interacted with this deputy minister a few times, but was very clear Kafka had staked all his political future on Kafuk. Unless utterly desperate, he would never abandon the situation. Su replied, "Kafka left 3 days ago for a visit to Shenyang with the Minister of Defense. But now, with unrest breaking out in Shenyang, they had completely lost contact and could not be reached." Wang Yao felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The polar bear's precarious days were already drawing close, and those leftist countries in Eastern Europe were collapsing one after another. Shenyang was indeed the most glaring example. Now that both the Minister and Deputy Minister of Defense were trapped in chaos, they could no longer be relied upon. Saving Kafuk would have to depend on himself. He immediately spoke up, "Su, money is not an issue. As long as he is not sentenced to death, I will spend whatever." Advisor Su said, "Brother Yao, I heard this is a decision from the Supreme Court. My connections here don't reach that level. Unless Kafka is in Moscow, there might be a slim chance." Wang Yao sighed lightly. "Su, you must continue to look for options. I will think of a way too. When will the decision be officially delivered?" "The internal ruling has been made, and a group has already been concluded. In 2 days the death sentence will be executed." Wang Yao's voice lowered a few notches. "You should first try to find someone outside." The call ended. This situation was indeed sudden. It was he, Wang Yao, who initially proposed making Kafuk a fighter. Now that Kafuk was truly facing execution by the government, he had to do everything in his power to help. After putting down the receiver, he immediately dialed another number. "Mr. York, this is Wang Yao." "Mr. Wang, hello? Please let me know what you need." York was the chairman of the KST lobbying firm Wang Yao had previously engaged. The last commission was to persuade the British Parliament to increase pressure on Hong Kong. The matter was simple and almost cost-free, yet Wang Yao paid a full $10 million. In York's eyes, Wang Yao was just a generous Eastern financier. This call naturally indicated a new business opportunity. "Mr. York, are you currently able to operate in Shanghai?" "Mr. Wang, our business covers the globe. Wherever there are people, we provide our services." York responded with, "Good, I have a commission. A friend of mine has just been sentenced to death by the Supreme Court, with execution set for April 1st. I need you to facilitate a modification of the Supreme Court's ruling before April 1st. As long as he is not sentenced to death, I will accept any other outcome." "All right, we will take this job. However, Mr. Wang, the usual rule applies. I still cannot guarantee 100% success. This is an industry norm." "Mr. York, I understand this." Wang Yao replied. "Then please send your lawyer to Washington to sign the commission as soon as possible. Given the tight timeline and being an old client, I will make an exception. Business first, payment later." York said lightly. Okay, thank you, Mr. York. The details of the commission will be the same as last time. My personal lawyer will go to Washington to sign the contract with you. After finishing, Wang Yao hung up the phone and let out a deep breath. Turning to the lobbying firm was truly a last resort and merely an attempt. The personal lawyer mentioned by Wang Yao was a senior legal professional he had hired at great expense while conducting business in Country M specifically to handle local affairs. In Country M, a reliable lawyer is more effective than any talisman. After contacting the lobby firm, Wang Yao immediately informed Bao Yao booked the earliest flight to Moscow. He ultimately decided to undertake this journey personally. Success or failure, he must give it his all. To this end, he politely declined the invitations from the new deputy director of the police department Li Wenbin and senior assistant director Shen Fuxiong, and caught a direct flight to Istanbul, the capital of Turkey, at 1 p.m. that afternoon, and then transferred to Moscow. By 5 p.m. the next day, after nearly 30 hours of travel, Wang Yao arrived in Moscow. Advisors Su Chengdajiang and Cheng Dahai had been waiting at the airport exit and rushed forward as soon as they saw him. Once in the car, Wang Yao immediately asked, "Advisor Su, any news here?" Su shook his head. "Not yet. After the Supreme Court's ruling came down, all the contacts I reached out to shook their heads, saying they couldn't intervene." Wang Yao nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. To influence the Supreme Court's decision at the governmental level, one must be at least a committee member, and Kafuk's uncle happened to be just that. Unfortunately, this uncle had been unreachable up to now. He paused before asking, "What about the deputy minister?" After all, Wang Yao had invested quite a bit in Shenyang, and if something happened to him, the entire layout would suffer a heavy blow. Advisor Su replied, "The government has already dispatched troops to rescue him. The diplomatic corps currently has no safety issues, but contact remains disrupted." Wang Yao fell silent, leaning back against the seat with his eyes closed. Being in Moscow felt like being bound, and he could only seek other ways to break the deadlock. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, "Advisor Su, can you arrange for me to meet Kafuk?" Su nodded. "Brother Yao, I can make that happen." Before he finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and quickly negotiated in not so fluent, but sufficiently clear Russian. 2 minutes later, the call ended. "Brother Yao, a half-hour meeting has been arranged." "That's enough," Wang Yao replied. The car immediately turned around, heading towards a secluded area on the outskirts of Moscow. 2 hours later, the vehicle stopped beside a solitary little cabin. Another black sedan was already waiting there. Master Su got out of the car, and a young man also jumped out from the other vehicle. The two embraced tightly, and Master Su took the opportunity to stuff a thick stack of cash into the young man's pocket. The young man weighed the money in his hand, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then Master Su invited Wang Yao to get out of the car. The young man glanced at Wang Yao and asked, "Is he the one going in to see the prisoner?" "Yes," Master Su replied. The young man turned to Wang Yao saying, "Come with me to the car. Shauna, my friend, you stay here and wait. Taking 2 people in at once is too conspicuous." He leaned closer to Wang Yao and whispered, "Brother Yao, he is the son of the warden of Klob prison. He is the only one who can take you inside now." Wang Yao nodded gently and followed him into the car. After about an hour's drive, they stopped. The young man turned back and asked, "Do you understand Russian?" "I do," Wang Yao replied. "That's good. I'm not fluent in English, so change into this outfit next to you, and then we'll go in." After Wang Yao changed clothes and got out of the car, he found himself in front of an ancient castle made of gray stone. The two men walked through corridors for nearly 20 minutes and stopped at the entrance of a prison area. The young man pointed to Wang Yao and said to the duty guard, "Let him into room 5. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a small stack of cash into the guard's pocket. The guard didn't even raise his eyelids, silently pushing open the iron door and stepping aside to let them through. The guard stopped in front of a prison cell and quietly said to Wang Yao, "You have 20 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron door creaked open and he raised his chin toward the inside. Wang Yao stepped inside, and there sat Kafuku on the edge of the bed looking up. His face was as familiar as if they had just shared vodka together yesterday. The heavy door closed behind him with a thud, shaking the plaster off the walls. Kafuku snapped back to reality when he heard the dull sound of the lock engaging. He looked up, frozen in place. "Wang Yao," he blurted out, his voice dry like sandpaper rubbing against rusted iron. "Kafuku, my brother." Wang Yao grinned. "It's good to see you again. But this place isn't exactly suitable for old friends to catch up, is it?" Kafuku looked haggard, his uniform wrinkled, yet his eyes were bright, and his back straight, clearly not having been beaten or starved. "How did you get in here?" He still hadn't fully come to terms with the situation. "There are always ways," Wang Yao waved his hand dismissively. "What's more pressing is not how I got here, but how you ended up in this place." Kafuku swallowed hard, sighed deeply, and recounted the entire story from the day he returned from Xianzhong a month ago and landed in Moscow. After Wang Yao listened, he furrowed his brow. "So you mean to say, your uncle's political enemies took action?" "Yes," Kafuku nodded, his nails digging into his palm. "My uncle just left Moscow 9 days ago. Less than 24 hours after he left, Klob's men had me pinned down in an interrogation room. They accused me of treason, claiming I had defected to the West to overthrow the government. More critically, they want to pry open my mouth and drag my uncle down with me. They didn't care whether I had actually committed treason. They just wanted a piece of evidence to prove that my uncle was the real Wang Yao remained silent for a long time, his fingers unconsciously tracing the seams of his pants. He understood that this was a precarious situation. This was not an ordinary case, it was a deadly political struggle. Kafka and his opponent were entangled in the shadows, with Kafuku merely being a piece of firewood thrown into the flames, burned, and then scattered. Kafuku, Wang Yao suddenly spoke, his voice growing serious. Do you know that your uncle has gone missing in Shinmania? Kafuku's face turned pale. What? Missing? When did this happen? Wang Yao explained the whole situation, clearly adding at the end, your uncle's enemies probably never expected this turn of events. Their original plan was to use you as bait to force your uncle to walk into the trap. Kafuku smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unfortunately, they overlooked one step. My uncle is in Shinmania, completely out of contact. Their scheme has collapsed like this, and I have become the first one buried in the rubble. Wang Yao said nothing, only nodded slightly. It was harsh to hear, but it was the truth. Kafuku had never been the main character. He was merely a pawn on the chessboard that could be erased at any moment. But Kafuku suddenly smiled, patting Wang Yao's shoulder. Regardless, Wang Yao, my brother, just being able to see you send me off for the last time is enough to make me feel at peace. Wang Yao looked at his calm face, feeling heavy in his heart. With Kafuku's qualifications, connections, and skills, he should have been the sharpest blade in the new Russian government. Yet now he was trapped in this dilapidated cell, almost sentenced to death. As long as one is alive, there is talk of potential. Once dead, even the greatest abilities turn to ash. He looked directly into Kafuku's eyes. The first thing we need to do is ensure you stay alive. Even if they sentence you to exile in Siberia, as long as you can breathe, there is still hope. Do you have any clues about who set this up? Kafuku pondered for a moment. I'm not certain, but it is likely another deputy minister from the Ministry of Defense, Kafka. 7 years ago, he competed with my uncle for this position and lost. He just got promoted last year, and he's in charge of intelligence now. Wang Yao nodded. Only someone of such stature could pin Kafuku down with a death sentence in just a few days. To do this is a life-or-death gamble, and the price naturally skyrockets. The young man turned to glance at Wang Yao, lowering his voice. This person is personally monitored from above. Do you want to take action against him? That's easier said than done. Wang Yao's voice was calm. $5 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the car suddenly slammed to a halt, tires screeching against the pavement. The young man turned his face, his pupils constricting. Could you repeat that? $5 million. Wang Yao reiterated, not dragging out a single word. I'll see what I can do. He released the brakes and pressed down on the gas pedal again. Money can move rusted gears. $5 million is enough to make anyone's heart race. Currently, the exchange of dollars had long been frozen, and to raise such a large sum could only be done through the black market. But there, the ruble's exchange rate to the dollar had already exceeded double the official rate. $5 million at this moment was not just a number, it was a hot brick of gold, a bargaining chip for survival. But this was also a last resort. If Kafuku could truly walk this path, it would mean burying his old identity with his own hands. Before the political situation stabilizes, he could only wear a new face and breathe in the shadows. The car stopped back where it started. Wang Yao tossed a bundle of cash onto the passenger seat, $10,000, brand new and crisp. He extended his hand to the young man. Brother, a welcome gift, no offense intended. My name is Wang Yao, I hope we meet again. Wang Yao, the other, laughed as he shook hands. Wang Dorkovsky, pleasure to meet you, a true friend. Wang Yao climbed into Master Su's old Volga and immediately said, Master Su, let's head back to the hotel. I need some time to think. Master Su didn't ask further and nodded, starting the car towards the city of Moscow. Along the way, Wang Yao closed his eyes against the seat back, his brow slightly furrowed. Kafuku's situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. The connections from Guiji and the line with Wang Dorkovsky seemed like double insurance, but in reality, they were both precariously hanging by a thread. He needed to find another way. When arriving at the hotel in Moscow, the night was already deep. Master Su Zhao had arranged a presidential suite on the top floor for him. The door was tightly shut, and Wang Yao casually turned on the television, where a breaking news report suddenly caught his eye. Boris Nikolaevich has been elected as the Supreme Chairman of the Russian Federation Socialist Republic. Wang Yao paused with his fingertip. The name of the last Supreme Chairman etched in textbooks was Yeltsin, yet the name before him was Boris. He raised his hand and pointed to the screen. Master Su, have you ever met this Boris Nikolaevich? Master Su glanced at the image and shook his head. Never encountered him. Check. Gather all information, the more comprehensive the better. Wang Yao's tone was unequivocal. Master Su immediately took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and after a brief conversation hung up. Brother Yao, in an hour the materials will be delivered to you. Wang Yao nodded, but his gaze remained glued to the television. The silver-haired, stern-looking Russian stood at the podium, and the audience erupted in applause. He lowered his eyes, gently tapping his knee with his fingers. A thought was silently taking shape. Exactly 50 minutes later, the phone rang. Master Su stepped out for a moment, and when he returned, he was holding a thick manila envelope. He handed it over. Brother Yao, everything is here. Wang Yao pulled out the first page, quickly scanned 2 lines of the resume, and his heart settled. This person was indeed Yeltsin. The true turning point of his life began in 1987. He publicly denounced Gorbachev for his improper reforms and was subsequently expelled from the center of power. This meant he was completely ousted from the government system. It was also for this reason that Yeltsin drifted further away from the polar bear, ultimately pushing for its division. After finishing Boris' resume, Wang Yao turned to Master Su and said, Master Su, I want to meet Mr. Wang Yao was aware that Boris was in need of support at this moment, and this support was precisely the starting point for their cooperation. After hearing this, Master Su immediately made a few calls. After hanging up, he said to Wang Yao, Brother Yao, at 9:30 tonight, after the celebration banquet, Boris can spare some time to meet you. Wang Yao gently nodded. He then said to Master Su, Su, prepare a present that is presentable. They'll take a 20-minute nap, and at 8 o'clock, we'll go meet Chairman Boris together. Yes, Brother Yao. Master Su replied, and withdrew to prepare the gift. At 8 o'clock sharp, Wang Yao sat in Master Su's Lamborghini and headed towards Boris' office. As it approached 9:35, Boris finally pushed the door open. He welcomed Wang Yao into the inner room, casually opened a box of Cuban Cohiba Havana cigars, took one out, and smiled as he offered care for one. Authentic Cohiba Havana. Wang Yao waved his hand, signaling that he did not smoke. Boris did not press further, cut the cigar himself, lit it, took a deep puff, and finally looked up to ask, So what brings you here? Wang Yao smiled. Mr. Boris, hello, I am Wang Yao. I came today to ask you for a favor. Something you can. Boris did not respond, merely observing him, quietly waiting for the rest, and also for the price. Wang Yao continued, Last year I predicted something, it will disintegrate. Boris' eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Wang Yao went on, I know what you intend to do and understand what you are most lacking at the moment. Thus I have come with sincerity. Just as he finished speaking, he took out a check from his inner pocket and presented it with both hands. Boris glanced at the amount, his brow raised, and finally spoke, Mr. Wang, what do you want? The check clearly stated $10 million, an amount sufficient to bend many people's spines, especially for Boris at this moment. Wang Yao lowered his voice, Mr. Boris, I want to save a person's life. He then spoke openly about the entire situation regarding Kafuku without reservation. As his words settled, Boris asked with profound meaning, Mr. Wang, if it is the Deputy Minister of Defense Gua who ordered to deal with your friend, the member of the Central Committee, why do you think I can intervene? This time it was Wang Yao's turn to smile without answering. Seeing this, Boris got to the point, Mr. Wang, you are smart, but $10 million is still insufficient for me to make an exception. Wang Yao nodded, Mr. Boris, this $50 million is just a meeting gift. What I truly need is a word of advice from you. Boris laughed heartily, Mr. Wang, there is an old saying in high circles. The higher-ups are ruthless, they have big appetites. As long as the chips are in place, they recognize money, not people. Wang Yao's eyes were bright, Mr. Boris, I have chips, but I don't know how to deliver them. My secretary Peilafu will tell you the way. After Boris finished speaking, he dialed an extension. Peilafu, come in. The door opened, and he pointed at Wang Yao. This Mr. Wang is my esteemed guest. Make sure to take good care of him. Understood, Mr. Boris. Peilafu bowed in acknowledgement. Wang Yao then left the office with Peilafu. Boris remembered this young Oriental man who had casually offered $10 million, appearing calm, yet with sharp eyes. After stepping out, Peilafu slightly inclined his body and respectfully asked, Mr. Wang, what do you need? Wang Yao answered succinctly, I want to save a person who has been sentenced to death by the highest court. Peilafu, upon hearing Wang Yao's words, raised the corner of his mouth. Mr. Wang, coincidentally, I know a contact of the Grim Reaper. Perhaps we can make a connection. Wang Yao then detailed the situation regarding Kafuku to Peilafu. In the end, Peilafu asked, Mr. Wang, how should I contact you? Wang Yao gave the number of Master Su's mobile phone, speaking calmly, Mr. Peilafu, my friend, is to be executed the day after tomorrow. Only the real Grim Reaper can bring him out from the execution ground. Please make sure to hurry. Peilafu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, by tomorrow noon at the latest there will definitely be news. Wang Yao nodded, slightly turned, and exited the building where Boris' office was located. As soon as he left, Peilafu returned to Boris' office. Boris looked up and asked, has he left? Yes, Peilafu. Boris leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. I cannot directly appear. You should interact with him more. We need... Mr. Boris, forgive my boldness. Why don't you just say that you can help with this matter? Why go around in circles? Peilafu couldn't help but ask. He dared to speak this way not only because he was Boris' personal secretary, but also because he was Boris' son-in-law, a truly trustworthy person. This young Oriental man, loyal or deceitful, who can say for sure? Boris' lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of a faint cold smile. After a pause, he asked again, has the Shenyang diplomatic team confirmed their safety? Returning on April 1st. Yes, Peilafu replied. Does Turks know that his nephew has been sentenced to death? Boris asked with a smile. He probably doesn't know yet. The case is under secret detention and secret trial. Then let him know. Also inform Vyacheslav discreetly. Allow Kofek to live a few more days. Texas favor plus $1 million is sufficient for me to act personally. Boris spoke calmly, as if discussing the weather. Understood. Pavlov replied, and turned to leave. Just as Pavlov reached the door, Boris called him back. Pavlov, investigate two matters thoroughly. First, the background of this young Easterner. Second, Kofek's complete dossier. I want to know, how exactly did these two connect? As you command, Mr. Boris. 19 minutes later, the files arrived in his office. Boris read each page meticulously for nearly an hour before looking up. Pavlov Wang Yao is no ordinary man. I grow increasingly intrigued by him. And Kofek, his name sounds rigid, yet he is undeniably formidable. He paused briefly, then asked, he commands vast capital and deep-rooted influence in Hong Kong. Tell me, what could possibly draw him halfway across the world to this place? Pavlov shook his head, offering no reply. Boris sighed inwardly. His son-in-law was unwaveringly loyal and impeccably efficient, but his vision remained narrow. Precisely for that reason, Pavlov could only remain at his side as eyes and ears, never as a successor in the political arena. A thought crossed his mind, and he said, when you speak with Wang Yao tomorrow, subtly probe whether he'd be open to joining forces with us. At that moment, Boris was already certain Wang Yao would stand firmly with him. As for why Wang Yao had declared the system's imminent collapse, Boris chose not to dwell on it. Yet the liquidity flowing into his accounts was precisely the lifeline he desperately needed. That above all was why Wang Yao truly mattered to him. Understood. Pavlov bowed deeply. Boris waved dismissively, signaling him to withdraw. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Wang Yao's phone rang. Mr. Wang, the Reaper has agreed to rescue him, but demands a fee of $2 million. Pavlov cut straight to the point. The full sum was transferred to Vyacheslav. Pavlov retained not a single ruble. The funds will clear by noon. $2,200,000. The extra $200,000 is my personal token of gratitude. Wang Yao spoke with unshakable candor. To him, $200,000 was negligible, a gesture intended to secure the goodwill of Pavlov, the rising star close to Russia's future power broker. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Pavlov paused, then added, also, Mr. Boris has scheduled a round of golf this afternoon and needs a playing partner. Might you be available? Wang Yao's lips curved faintly upon hearing Pavlov's words. Though phrased casually, the invitation carried unmistakable weight. We are inviting you into our inner circle. Boris held no official authority yet, but Wang Yao knew with quiet certainty that this land would one day belong to him. Establishing goodwill early carried immense strategic value for the path he was forging. Having extended the olive branch, Wang Yao accepted it without hesitation. At 1240 p.m., outside the Moscow hotel, Wang Yao stepped into a Volga sedan, the driver none other than Boris's secretary Pavlov. Mr. Wang, your friend's name has been removed from the Reaper's list. You may rest assured. The moment the car door clicked shut, Pavlov spoke. My thanks to the Reaper and to you, Mr. Pavlov. Above all, please convey my deepest respect to Mr. Boris. Wang Yao smiled warmly. Pavlov's brows relaxed instantly. He understood. Wang Yao attributed the favor not to him, but squarely to his father-in-law. However, he cannot be released just yet. But rest easy, Deputy Minister. Texas diplomatic delegation departs for home on April 3rd. Once he leaves, your friend's matter will face no further complications. Pavlov's tone was resolute. Hearing the precise date of Tex's departure, the taut string coiled inside Wang Yao's chest quietly loosened. With such a heavy weight, withdrawing Kofek's life was now truly secured. The Volga swiftly left the city and halted before a sanatorium on the outskirts of Moscow. Though named as sanatorium, it served as a discreet retreat for high-ranking officials. The lawn was manicured like velvet, the greens rolled with elegant undulation, pine and cypress stood sentinel along the fairways. Even the breeze seemed hushed and reverent. Pavlov guided Wang Yao down a shaded path. Far ahead, Boris stood beside the first tee, swinging his club. Sweat glistened along his temples, lending him a vigorous, commanding presence. As Wang Yao approached, Boris lowered his club and smiled. Wang Yao? Last night's revelry blurred my memory. But today I must say plainly, you are the most dignified man I've ever met in the East. Your kindness honors me, Mr. Boris. Wang Yao bowed slightly, his smile warm and composed. Pavlov retrieved 2 clubs from the cart and handed one to him. Boris asked, do you play golf? Never touched one, but I'd be glad to try. Wang Yao accepted the club, fingertips lightly tapping its shaft. His first few shots were disastrous. Some thudded dully into the turf and bounced twice. Others soared wildly off course, missing with utter indifference. Huh. Boris laughed heartily. This game doesn't yield mastery on first swing. Patience and practice. Wang Yao crouched, positioned the ball, rose, drew back, and swung. Flip. A clean low arc traced across the air, and the white sphere dropped cleanly into the cup 26 meters away. Boris blinked, then smiled indulgently. Mere luck. Yet the next shot, and the next, 6 balls in total, each landing precisely within the cup, one after another. The closest was 30 meters out, the farthest 68.7. Each drop was decisive, unwavering, flawless. Wang Yao, have you truly never played before? Pavlov blurted out. First time. Wang Yao rested the club across his shoulders, voice unruffled. That defies logic. Even genius couldn't achieve this. Pavlov shook his head. Wang Yao's gaze remained serene. Golf at its core demands millimeter-perfect control of force. To be frank, I have cultivated traditional Chinese martial arts for decades. My body, it is my oldest, most intimate companion. Traditional Chinese martial arts. Boris's eyes gleamed. No wonder you grasp it so instantly. Yet deep down he cared little for physical prowess. To him, no individual strength could rival the precision of a nation's machinery. His life's ambition was to sit at its heart, to become the very pulse issuing commands. That he believed was the sole legitimate path. Turning to Wang Yao, his voice softened. Mr. Wang Yao, would you walk with this old man through the woods? It would be my honor. Wang Yao inclined his head. Boris handed his club to Pavlov. Wait for us in the lounge. As you command, Mr. Boris. Pavlov accepted the club with both hands, then smoothly took Wang Yao's club as well, guiding the cart silently into the forest path. Boris studied Wang Yao intently, his tone probing. Wang Yao, on what grounds are you so certain? Wang Yao replied, Mr. Boris, this cause warrants my entire stake. Boris's gaze darkened. Wang Yao, dare you raise the stakes further? Wang Yao knew instantly this was recruitment, not mere testing. Before him stood Boris, the man destined to emerge triumphant from the coming storm of dissolution. In any high-stakes game, the surest strategy has always been to watch the winner closely and cling tightly to his side. So he asked, Mr. Boris, what do you require? The moment the words left his lips, Boris halted mid-step and turned, locking eyes with Wang Yao. Wang Yao, more. As much as possible. Wang Yao paused briefly, then said, $200 million. He asked for no return, stipulated no conditions. Political contributions once made yielded returns far beyond ordinary imagination. Once the golf negotiation concluded, the two parted ways. Wang Yao returned to the Moscow hotel and immediately summoned his senior advisors Su Chengdajiang and Cheng Dahai. Master Su, how much is left in the account? Wang Yao got straight to the point. Just over $300 million in US dollars, Master Su replied, without hesitation. Within 3 days, transfer the full amount to the account of Monovic Trading Company. Understood. From today onwards, all arms purchases are to be suspended. I will find another $100 million to compensate. Next, focus on establishing connections in the political sphere. Wang Yao paused for a moment and continued. The official exchange rate is 1.66 rubles to $1, but the black market has plummeted to 12 to 1, and they only accept rubles, not dollars. There's a price, but no market. However, rubles can still buy food, oil, and equipment. So now the US dollars in our hands are hard currency. Our 200 million used wisely is equivalent to 20 billion in operations. Master Su, this year the burden is entirely on your shoulders, but it will only be for a year. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao. He raised his hand and patted Master Su heavily on the shoulder. Master Su grinned. Brother Yao, to be honest, after a while I've really gotten used to it. This place is actually quite exciting. Cheng Dajiang glanced sideways. Oh, is it because you've gotten used to those girls with their big waists and hips? Get lost. Master Su immediately turned hostile. Wang Yao looked at him and said softly, Master Su, if you were willing, I would like to keep you here to take charge. But that would be unfair to you. Master Su waved his hand. Brother Yao, let's not even mention that you are my elder brother. I've said I'll listen to you just talking about this place. I have several $100 million in hand, and the people sitting at the dining table are all figures I couldn't even invite before. Women, I'm already bored with them. This kind of life isn't hard at all. He paused, and then added softly, if I could return to Xianjiang once a year, that would be even more perfect. Wang Yao did not respond, but patted his shoulder again, his voice low and serious. Master Su, thank you. Master Su was about to say some polite words, but Wang Yao raised his hand to stop him. No need for any extra words. I remember. He then turned to him. Get in touch with your old acquaintance in Clorber prison. Tomorrow I want to see Kowloon again. Okay. Wang Yao waved his hand, and the three of them left. He walked to the window and gazed at the cityscape of Moscow. The setting sun was sinking, dyeing the entire city in a shade of dark gold. This country, once burning the world like a blazing sun, was now slowly descending into twilight. The next day, Wang Yao walked into Keifa's cell as promised. Kowloon, congratulations, you've gained a few more years of life, Wang Yao said with a smile. Kowloon smiled lightly. Thank you, Mr. Wang Yao. Wang Yao leaned against the iron bars. I'm afraid you'll have to stay here a little longer. Right now I can't touch you, but your uncle is coming back soon. He has his own methods. Kowloon lowered his gaze for a moment and replied calmly, it's fine. I've realized this over the past few days. To gain something, you must lose something. Perhaps this is the tuition one must pay to grow up. Seeing his calm demeanor, Wang Yao felt relieved. When the time was up, he stood up and left Clorber prison. On the way back, Wang Dalkovsky, the son of the warden of Clorber prison, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Wang, is the deal we discussed still on? Wang Yao smiled. Sorry, Mr. Wang Dalkovsky, I've found another way. The other party was slightly taken aback, but then, congratulations, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your kind words, Wang Yao replied calmly. To thank you for your 2 acts of assistance, I will have Shanha pay you $100,000 as a token of appreciation. Before he finished speaking, Wang Dalkovsky suddenly sat up straight. Mr. Wang, are you interested in teaming up with me for a real big deal? His eyes shone brightly like 2 flames burning with eager anticipation. The car stopped abruptly halfway. The rearview mirror reflected his taut jawline while his gaze was fixed firmly on Wang Yao. The government is loosening financial controls, allowing private banks to set up. This opportunity is unprecedented in a century. You are not a local, so you may not realize how loose, chaotic, and fragile the current market is. But I can assure you, as long as you are willing to invest with me, the returns will be at least 10 times with no upper limit. Wang Yao remained silent for a moment and asked, "How much do you want?" $3 million. He spoke faster. The Moscow Executive Committee is auctioning off the HT Tama Center with a starting bid of only $2 million. With just $3 million, I can definitely secure it. Based on this, the bank will see immediate results. Once the bank is established, the money will flow and endlessly. At this point, his throat moved slightly, his voice turning hoarse with eagerness. But Wang Yao only stared at him. "Why should I trust you? And why should I partner with you? Can't I do it myself?" "Of course you," Wang Dalkovsky replied without hesitation, "but besides me, no one can stabilize the HT Tama Center in this murky water. Not a single person." Wang Yao lightly tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingertips. "You have two options. Either follow my lead from now on, or you can venture on your own, and I won't accompany you." "Then, what's my reward?" $5 million to be credited immediately, specifically for the acquisition of the HT Tama Center. Wang Yao maintained his tone. "After the bank is established, you will own 40% of the shares." Wang Dalkovsky took a deep breath. "Good. From today on, you are my chairman." To him, this was a desperate comeback. Once he secured the center, his wealth would skyrocket. For Wang Yao, it was merely betting a piece on the chessboard. If he won, it would be a pleasant surprise. If he lost, it would just be a meal's worth of money. The car started moving again, and Wang Dalkovsky drove Wang Yao back to the original spot. Before Wang Yao got out of the car, he turned to the side and said, "The funds and subsequent cooperation will be fully handled by ASU. When I'm not around, what he says is my intention." "Understood, Chairman." Wang Dalkovsky immediately responded, placing his hands on his knees, watching Wang Yao's figure disappear around the corner. Back in Master Su's car, Wang Yao succinctly recounted the events, concluding with, "This person is not simple. Let him work freely, but with one bottom line. He must be under our control. As long as he is willing to work hard, he will naturally get his share." "Don't worry, Brother Yao, I understand." Master Su nodded. With Khufu's matter settled, Wang Yao boarded a flight back to Hong Kong that night. He left in such a hurry solely for one reason: the governor's office had secretly ordered the initiation of legislative council reforms. Meanwhile, as Wang Yao was rescuing Khufu in Moscow, a sudden upheaval was quietly shattering the long-held local power dynamics in Bay Island. Mengqing's Hobiku leader Yuanji was shot dead in a narrow alley. The whole of Meng was buzzing. The assailant was Miaoko under Zhong, and behind the orders was Miaoko's spokesperson Lin Junxian, just to swallow Hobiku and unify Mengqing. Lin Junxian denied it on the spot, asserting that this was a frame-up. He vowed to personally unearth the true culprit and seek justice for Yi Yuanji. He had been in Meng for decades with considerable prestige, and many still believed in his innocence. However, just a few days later, Lin Junxian himself was found dead in the Mazu temple, stabbed multiple times. This incident was like a boulder dropped into still water, stirring up the entire Mengqing. Without Lin Junxian to hold the fort, the people of Hobiku pointed at Miaoko and cursed, "You killed our boss." The people of Miaoko fired back, "You were the ones who killed our boss." A violent conflict immediately erupted, unprecedented in scale, burning for a full 7 days. What no one noticed was that during the chaos, loyalists to Yi Yuanji and Lin Junxian were either severely injured or sent to prison. As the conflict reached its climax, Hobi Court was entirely seized by Qiqing. Meanwhile, a subordinate known as Monk suddenly emerged from Miaoko, and named the one in charge was still Lin Junxian's only son, Lin Saigao. Yet everyone knew that the true commander was Monk. Thus, Hobi Court and Miaoko found themselves at the negotiation table. On the eve of the official talks, Baozai, Qiqing, and Monk sat quietly in an old tea house sipping tea. Baozai was brimming with confidence. The entire Mengqing was nearly within his grasp. Mengqing was adjacent to Ximending, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Securing this place would immediately elevate his standing within the Sanlian gang. Even more remarkably, he had found his first love, Zhou Shannon, in Mengjia, along with his long-lost biological son. Though they had yet to recognize each other, he was certain that reuniting with Zhou Shannon and his son was only a matter of time. Currently, Zhou Shannon and Wang Hongwei had been safely settled in an apartment in Taikan City. At Wang Hongwei's insistence, Zhou Shannon agreed to leave Mengqing. However, upon hearing Baozai's arrangement, Monk furrowed his brow. "Baozai, are you saying you want me to be the leader of Miaoko?" "Not Zhizhong. Zhizhong is my closest brother. How could I bear to take his position?" Qiqing interjected. "Monk, this position originally belonged to your father. Many years ago, Lin Junxian set a trap to bring your father down and seize control. Now it is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you." Monk shook his head. "But Zhizhong is my sworn brother. If I step on him to rise, he would never forgive me in this lifetime." He turned to Baozai. "Baozai, how about this? Zhizhong retains the title of leader, and I hold the real power. Everything in Miaoko will be under your command. Is that acceptable?" Baozai slowly shook his head. No. His tone was calm, yet as heavy as iron. "Monk, is the position of leader a child's play? You can sit if you want and relinquish it if you choose. Besides, don't you know what Lin Saigao is capable of? Can he? Monk lowered his head, his voice softening, but Zhizhong is my best brother. I can't harm him. Damn. Qi slammed the table. You dared to kill Lin Junxian, but now you fear hurting his son. Killing Lin Junxian was because he caused my father's death. He owes my family a blood debt. Monk raised his head, his eyes reddening, but Lin Saigao has not provoked me. I will never lay a hand on him. Baozai lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, signaling the two to be silent. He stared at Monk and slowly spoke. Monk, have you ever considered? What if one day Lin Saigao finds out that it was you who killed his father? Monk's face turned pale in an instant. He had been evading this question for too long. He knew the answer better than anyone else, but dared not confront it or respond. I will never let him know. His voice was soft yet resolute. Ashang, there are two paths. Either you become the leader of Miaoko, and it stays the same, allowing Lin Saigao to live, or if Lin Saigao takes this position, he'll be dead on the spot. You decide. Baozai laid the statement on the table, leaving no room for negotiation. Ashang lowered his eyes for a moment, then nodded. Baozai, I accept. But there is one thing I wish to request your approval on. Speak. Baozai lifted his chin. After Ashang finished speaking, Baozai's brows jumped, staring at him for a full 3 seconds before finally uttering a single word, fine. That night a shadow broke through the door, and Lin Saigao was battered, blood streaming, with broken ribs collapsing in a pool of blood, gasping for air. Fortunately, Ashang burst through the door, forcing the assailant back with a knife, pulling Lin Saigao back from the brink of death. Lin Saigao, whose childhood name was Lin Zhizhong. He trembled all over, tears and snot smeared across his face, clutching Ashang's clothes, crying out, Ashang, I just want to live a peaceful life. Ashang pulled him into an embrace, pressing his hand against the back of his head, his voice heavy, as if pressing down on a 1,000-pound stone. I will protect you. As long as I am here, no one can lay a finger on you. Lin Saigao gradually relaxed, his breathing slowed finally, closing his eyes on Ashang's chest, sleeping like a child exhausted of all energy. Ashang gazed down at the person in his arms, his throat moving slightly, whispering, I'm sorry. I had no choice, if otherwise I couldn't keep you safe. The next day, Qi and Ashang stood side by side at the entrances of Hubi Court, and Miaoko publicly declaring allegiance to the Sanlian gang. Qi took over Hubi Court, while Ashang assumed Miaoko. The remaining forces under Mengqing, seeing both major leaders bowing down, had no further hesitation and consecutively pledged their allegiance. This wave also swept through the northern part of Bay Island. Over 90% of local gangs, either coerced or tempted, all fell under the banners of the Sanlian gang and Wuhu gang. The Tiandao sect, however, was helpless. They were being besieged from 3 sides by the Sanlian gang, Wuhu gang, and Songlin gang. Among them, the Songlin gang was the most ruthless, with Zhou Chao having long bought off nearly all the officials in the southern part of Bay Island. The territory originally held by the Tiandao sect had lost 60% to the Songlin gang. Now only Kaohsiung and a few surrounding counties were barely surviving. Yet everyone knew if this dragged on, the Tiandao sect would disband. It was only a matter of time. The upper echelons held an all-night meeting, finally gritting their teeth to decide. There must be a counterattack. If they didn't inflict pain on the outside province gangs, the sect would be finished. In this urgent moment, the gang leader Wu Jinting dialed a phone number to Japan, connecting to the leader of the Senko Group, Tanaka Koichi. Senko Group, the largest Yakuza organization in Japan. The Zhandong Association and Yamaguchi Group were merely pieces cut from its flesh. The Zhandong Association was originally the Zhandong Group of Senko Group, while the Yamaguchi Group couldn't even be bothered to change its name. It was merely a faction within Senko Group. When the two factions split, the surface reason was internal strife, but in reality, it was a political maneuver in Japan. At its peak, Senko Group had over 100,000 official members, with local elections largely under its control. The political world could no longer endure it, plotting for 5 years, first forcing the Zhandong Association to become independent, then taking advantage of the conflict between the two factions to allow the Yamaguchi Group to establish its own base. After this calamity, Senko Group was severely weakened. Yet a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. To this day, it remains the hardest bone in Japan, its strength still overshadowing the Zhandong Association and Yamaguchi Group. It's all right. You sit first, I'll pour you a cup of water. Lin Xiaodong reached for the teapot on the desk and filled a cup of hot water for Wang Yao. He held the cup and took a few sips, warmth gradually returning, and his complexion improved slightly. He looked up and asked, did you sleep well last night? She nodded. It's been so long since I returned home. My parents and younger brother must be worried sick. Wang Yao's voice was soft. Lin Xiaodong's eyes turned red instantly, her eyelashes trembling, tears glistening within. Wang Yao gently sighed, reached out to pat her shoulder. Don't cry. You've held on for too long these days. Once this matter of mine is settled, we'll go back together. Back to our little county town, see Mom and Dad, and accompany my brother for a game of soccer. She tilted her face up, looking at him, slowly nodding. Wang Yao gazed at the way she nodded, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Many years ago, how had Lin Xiaodong ever bowed her head? How had she ever furrowed her brow? How had she let anyone see her red-rimmed eyes? It had only been a little over a decade. She had long shed her youthful innocence, becoming a gentle and serene woman, her temperament quietly changing, becoming more contemplative and increasingly cautious in her actions. The most pressing matter now was to minimize losses. Wang Yao knew in his heart once the issue with the Sanlian gang was resolved, no one would be able to threaten him while standing on the back of the Sanha society. As he stepped into the office, the secretary rushed in like a gust of wind, sweat beading on her forehead, her face pale. She leaned against the door frame, panting, her voice tight. "Mr. Wang, it's bad. Some people from downstairs are insisting on seeing you. I couldn't stop them." Wang Yao's brows lifted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Let them come up." "Yes." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and dashed out. In less than half a minute, 7 or 8 men in black suits streamed in. Wang Yao recognized 2 of them. Huang Yong, the leader of the Triad. Huang Ming, his younger brother. "Mr. Wang, I am Huang Yao." Huang Yong wore a broad smile, cupping his hands towards Wang Yao. "These are all brothers from the Triad here to ask you to show some mercy." Wang Yao's lips curled slightly, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He rose from the sofa, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through. "Are you here to provoke me?" "How dare we?" Huang Yong waved his hands repeatedly, sweating profusely. "How could we Triad members do?" He had witnessed how Wang Yao dealt with people, and the thought made his bones shiver. "Since you're not here to provoke me, then please leave," Wang Yao said in a straight tone. "Don't waste my time." Huang Yong swallowed hard, feeling uneasy in his chest, and hurriedly nodded. "All right, well, leave. Right away. You can rest assured." He then pulled his dazed subordinates and quickly exited. Just as the door closed, Huang Ming stopped, turned back, and looked at Wang Yao with a sly tone. "Mr. Wang, what kind of hospitality is this? We are members of the Triad. Do you really dare to treat us this way?" Wang Yao fixed his gaze on him, a chill swirling deep in his pupils. "Huang Ming," he began, each word like ice. "Whether you are from the Triad or just scraping by on the streets, listen well. Stay away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for the gruesome consequences." Huang Ming shivered, his throat dry. "Mr. Wang, are you threatening?" Wang Yao laughed coldly, fixing his gaze on his face, speaking slowly. "Just a reminder. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." "I believe you." Huang Ming's body stiffened as that gaze swept over him, his fingertips tingling as if frozen at the mouth of a well in midwinter, an ominous wind swirling above, the cold penetrating to the bone. "Get lost." Wang Yao uttered a single word. Huang Ming didn't dare to respond, grabbing the still-dazed Huang Yong and hurriedly exiting. Huang Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Where did this kid get his courage? But then he thought, life is more precious than face. If you can't afford to offend, then you can't afford to offend. This news spread that night. Is it true that the Triad and the Sanlian gang have had a fallout because of this young man? Indeed. I saw them forced to retreat with their tails between their legs after a few words from Wang Yao. Some gasped while others applauded. Those useless people deserve it. "Boss, is the Huang group really going to sell?" "What's it to you? Whether we sell or not is our business. The Triad can't hold this money and won't swallow this piece of meat. But this is a major issue. I think I should report it to you, and you can make a decision. Didn't I say earlier? I leave everything to you, you decide." "All right." Wang Yao was about to open the documents when a letter suddenly fell onto the table. Inside the envelope was just a newspaper prominently printed on the front page. Wang Yao involved in gang conflict, severely injured. He frowned and opened it. The inner page read, "Huang Yong and Huang Ming of the Triad died last night due to a murder case." The following text detailed how several senior members of the Triad were eliminated due to corruption scandals. Wang Yao skimmed through a few lines and pushed the newspaper to the corner of the table. "The Triad completely wiped out. Boss, we just received confirmation. It's true." "I understand." After Wang Yao replied, he lowered his head to continue reviewing the documents. Yet he was weighing in his mind, should he directly take action against the Triad? If he truly acted against them, the Triad would surely hold a grudge and would never let it go. But he was not afraid of that. Wang Yao pondered for a moment and then directly took out his phone to dial. "Hello, Uncle Lee, it's Wang Yao." "Oh, young Wang. I know. Are you planning to take over the Huang group?" "Let me give you a heads up, the Triad has already disbanded. Oh, everyone is gone, and the few leaders are all flat out. Huang Ming and Huang Yong, not a single one left." The words from the other end of the line fell, and Wang Yao fell silent for a few seconds. Uncle Lee was not wrong. From the top to the backbone, the Triad indeed had no survivors. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." He paused before expressing his gratitude. Uncle Lee chuckled a couple of times before hanging up. Huang Group in the boardroom. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is clear. The Huang Group is on the decline. And what has triggered all this is a 20-year-old young man, Wang Yao. I want to ask everyone, what does this Wang Yao have to rely on?" Huang Zhenghua scanned the room. "Our reputation in Jiangcheng has never been good, and if we don't grasp the chance to change our image, future development will only slow down further." When he finished speaking, the room fell silent. No one spoke up, nor did anyone contradict him. "I've also heard that this kid has a chaotic private life, constantly surrounded by women, and even has a steady girlfriend." An elderly man in his 50s suddenly stood up, his face pale, staring fixedly at Huang Zhenghua. "Someone like this shouldn't enter the Huang group, even less, so should we push him to the forefront. Isn't this self-destructive?" Uncle Zhang, I completely understand your concerns about the company's future. Huang Zhenguo remained calm. But to be honest, this young man truly carries weight. Everyone knows how Huang Ming and Huang Yong died. He could take them down, and he could just as easily make the Huang group collapse overnight. So my point is, I believe everyone understands. Mr. Huang, I oppose. Before his voice fell, a man in a gray suit stepped into the conference room, his voice booming and every word crystal clear. I also oppose. He stood firm, his gaze piercing. Mr. Huang, you must not let personal considerations drag the entire company into the abyss. We are equally saddened by the death of Huang Ming and Huang Yao. Yet this matter cannot be blamed on others. It is solely the fruit of their own sowing. The current state of the Huang group is built brick by us, and we cannot simply hand it over to an outsider. Indeed, such people cannot be spared. Listening to the back and forth in the room, Huang Zingguo's expression darkened, a chill emanating from his eyes. Uncle Zhang, I understand what the Huang group means to us, but I truly do not want to see it fall. Moreover, merging with the Huang group would only benefit us, not harm us. Think about it now. In Jiangzhou, no one can match the Huang family. Our company is already strong enough to support the entire province. Using the Huang name to expand outward, establishing a foothold in the province is only a matter of time, and in the future breaking into the international market is not impossible at all. If this acquisition succeeds, we will take on the roots, veins, and power of the Huang family. Not only will it double our scale, but it will also broaden our horizons. Thus, I insist, this matter is beneficial and harmless. I am confident I can persuade the shareholders. After hearing this, Uncle Zhang and the others fell silent for a moment. They understood that the Huang family had indeed monopolized the situation. But once the acquisition was finalized, wouldn't everything ultimately belong to Huang Zhenguo? Who would be willing to take a step back? I support Zhenguo. I agree as well. Count me in. We all agree. Before his voice fell, dozens of hands in the conference room shot up in unison. Huang Zingguo's lips curled slightly, scanning the faces around him. Good, since everyone is in agreement, starting today the Huang group will be under the full authority of the newly appointed president Wang Yao. The room immediately buzzed with noise. No one expected him to hand the Huang family over to a boy in his 20s. Too hasty, too risky, too unreasonable. But the words had already left his mouth, the ship had sailed, and no one spoke up to stop it. Who exactly is this Wang Yao? Huang Zhenguo leaned back in his chair, his voice low, yet piercing. What he mentioned about the deaths of Huang Ming and Huang Yong being related to Wang Yao was not empty talk. But he also couldn't be certain. Was the newly parachuted president really that young man stirring up the storm? After all, most of what he had heard about that person were fragments difficult to discern between truth and falsehood. How capable is this new president really? He tapped his fingers on the armrest and murmured, I hope he doesn't disappoint. Otherwise our ship might run aground. Knock, knock, knock. 3 heavy knocks on the door. Come in. Huang Zingguo's voice was low. The door opened, and the secretary hurried in. Mr. Huang, a few guests outside specifically want to see you. Looking for me. His brow furrowed. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Who would come knocking at this time? Please let them in. Yes. With a whoosh, the door opened again, and several figures walked in. Leading the way was Wang Yao. What a stroke of luck. I never expected to run into President Wang here. Upon seeing Wang Yao, Uncle Zhang laughed. Oh, Uncle Zhang. Wang Yao laughed as well, nodding slightly to the elder. Hello, I am the newly appointed. I hope to have your guidance in the future. Ha ha ha, guidance. I wouldn't dare. However, I truly want to see how tough President Wang's skills are. Several people then took their seats next to Huang Zhenguo. President Wang, we are discussing the acquisition plan of the Huang group and hope for your full cooperation. No problem, I will cooperate fully. Wang Yao maintained his smile. Then, let's commence the acquisition. Huang Zhenguo turned to Uncle Zhang, his tone steady. Uncle Zhang, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. The longer we wait, the more dreams we may have, and I fear changes may arise. Alright, I support Zingguo's opinion. The media release will be initiated immediately, and the official announcement will be made within half a month. We will also prepare the financial reports of the Huang group in sync. Also, I think we should promptly hold a board meeting for the directors of the Huang group to finalize the subsequent arrangements. After all, the actual control of the group is now in Wang Yao's hands. If we continue to obstruct, we have no legitimate reason to do so. I will handle this matter right away. Huang Zhenguo spoke with a smile, his tone calm, yet resolute. Then I will thank Zhenguo in advance. Uncle Zhang spoke as he patted Huang Zingguo's shoulder with force, his smile warm, as if his own junior had achieved great merit. Uncle Zhang, you are being too formal. Huang Zhenguo smiled, nodding in response. Finally, the dust had settled. What he truly sought was never just the Huang group, but as long as he secured it, the position of chairman would be nailed down. The Huang group. He was determined to have it. Those who had once mocked him to his face and sneered behind his back would not get to stand and watch him take the stage. Alright, this meeting is adjourned. By the way, Uncle Zhang, could you please ask the new finance manager to come in? I have a few words to convey to him in person. Huang Zhenguo nodded to the directors present and then stood up to leave. The others also gradually got up and hurriedly exited the conference room. Dad, that Wang Yao is really something. Even so many old shareholders are willing to side with him. Huang Zhenghai remarked softly following Huang Jinghua. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. Huang Jinghua chuckled lightly, a smirk on his lips, but unfortunately he is still far from being ready. He is simply not qualified to match wits with me. In the Huang Ming office on the first floor of the Huang Group, Wang Yao sat calmly at his desk, his gaze tranquil, a hint of a barely perceptible smile lingering on his lips, fixated on Huang Ming's face. Huang Ming, I remember you. Huang Ming's pupils contracted suddenly, his face darkened, and clouds of gloom gathered between his brows. Kid, what do you mean by that? I am well aware of the holes in the Huang family's accounts. Wang Yao's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a nail. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Huang Ming's voice turned cold, and his fingers had quietly tightened on the armrest. Every transaction in those clean accounts under your name has been recorded by me. Thinking of shirking responsibility? Save your effort. Huang Ming's body stiffened suddenly, the veins on his forehead twitching slightly. He thought his layout was meticulous. Unless a top hacker intervened, it would be impossible to find a trace. Let alone the biometric information he had personally entered into those accounts. Even the security guard's phone card had been tampered with, leaving no room for investigation. But this person in front of him had seen right through it. Who exactly are you? He stared hard at Wang Yao, his throat bobbing. Who I am is not important. Wang Yao slowly stood up, his tone icy. What matters is, I want your life. You think you can? Huang Ming stood up abruptly, his eyes fierce. Can you even touch a hair on my head? He knew that if he didn't escape today, he might never have another chance, and he could only hope to buy time until help arrived. Kill you. Wang Yao smiled as he looked down, his eyes devoid of warmth. It's no different from crushing an ant. Before the words fell, that gaze had already sliced through Huang Ming's neck like a blade, the coldness piercing to the bone. Don't force me. Hand over your shares, or he'll make you wish you were dead. I want to see how you'll make my life worse than death. 1,000 methods plenty for you to savor slowly. After Wang Yao finished speaking, he turned and pushed the door open, his footsteps steady and decisive. Oomph. Huang Ming slammed a fist on the table, grabbed the phone, and dialed. Hello, find someone for me immediately. I want Wang Yao living or dead. After hanging up the phone, he leaned back against the chair, his knuckles turning white, and a serpentine glint surged in his gaze. Since Wang Yao had touched the edge, he would not hold back. He had to sever this blade before the opponent made a move. It's just a Huang Group, why provoke so many wolves? He narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his pupils. I, Huang Ming, swear. Wang Yao, you will have to kneel and watch me walk for the rest of your life. Before his words fell, he had already pressed the second number heavily with his fingertip. On the other side, Wang Yao stepped out of the Huang Group's main entrance, sunlight slanting down on his shoulder. President Huang, rest assured, everything I needed to handle has been taken care of. Uncle Zhang greeted him quickly, a broad smile on his face. All the assets under Huang Ming's name have been transferred to me. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Huang Jinghua nodded slightly, a warm smile on his face. It's nothing. Uncle Zhang waved his hand, cheerfully continuing, the Huang family was built by us together. Naturally, we should perform together. Oh, by the way, now the group has been renamed to Wang Group. It sounds pleasant and fits this grandeur. Indeed, it's Huang Jinghua nodded, his tone steady. From now on, Wang Group belongs to us. You must make adequate preparation. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist. By the way, President Huang, your successful acquisition of the Huang Group this time is entirely thanks to our Wang Group's strong support behind the scenes. Uncle Zhang spoke with a cheerful tone. Ha ha ha. Huang Jinghua laughed heartily, his brow filled with relief and delight. At the same time, in an old factory long abandoned on the outskirts of the capital, 7 or 8 men in black formed a circle, their hats pulled low, masks covering half their faces, revealing only pairs of emotionless eyes. In the center lay a man, his feet bound with thick iron chains, explosives strapped to his chest, struggling and convulsing desperately, a stifled whimper escaping his throat. You crazy bunch. What do you want? Do you really dare to kill me? Who sent you? Why are you touching me? Money. I can give it. Whatever amount you want. Just name a number. He shouted, his voice muffled by the cloth in his mouth reduced to intermittent gasps. These people were the desperate thugs personally sought by Huang Ming. They had already infiltrated the Huang Group headquarters, pried open Huang Ming's most secret financial accounts, and smashed the ledger's keys and backup hard drives to bits. We are after money, not your life. One of them squatted down, speaking flatly. What you offer we don't want, what you plead we can't be bothered to listen to. But right now, you are indeed hanging by a thread. No, please don't ignite it. I will give you everything. All shares of the Huang family. I will sign the transfer documents. I will be your servant. Really, please. I beg you. Tears streaming down his face, he clawed at the cracks in the concrete, his shoulders clattering against the iron chains. No one responded. That group had already lost their patience. Only one thought remained in their minds: kill him. Crack. The fuse ignited. Boom. The explosion ripped through the air. The scream barely emerged before it was shattered to pieces. The man flew out like a marionette, with its strings cut, crashing into a rusty steel beam, and then falling again, his bones breaking inch by inch beneath his flesh. He lay on the ground, convulsing, blood foam continuously bubbling from the corners of his mouth, his fingers nervously scratching the ground, repeatedly squeezing out a few words. My hand. My hand. Help. Help me. His voice was as piercing as scraping porcelain, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Stop. Don't mess around. A young man beside him hurriedly reached out. Humph. The man in black cast a cold glance, then forcefully threw an igniter at the young man's shoulder. Boom. Blood mist erupted. The entire arm along with half of the chest vanished without a trace. I told you, do not interfere. Just as two others rushed forward, he swung his arm fiercely, sending them crashing to the ground, their ribs striking the broken bricks with a dull thud. Don't throw your life away for nothing. The third man shook his head and whispered, he is not someone you can touch. The man in black turned abruptly, his gaze fixed on the fallen body, his eyes burning with crimson fire. That was his trusted aide for 10 years, his most reliable left and right arms. Now they lay scattered on the ground. And the instigator stood right before him unscathed. I told you, he must pay back. He gritted his teeth, each word as if crushed from his teeth. You few keep a close watch on him. Understood. The remaining 3 responded in unison, quickly retreating to the corner of the wall. At this moment, Huang Ming sat in an old swivel chair on the other side of the factory, the phone screen still glowing. News headlines scrolling glaringly eye-catching. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, but the smile did not reach his eyes, leaving only a chilling coldness. He knew the Huang family had completely collapsed. He casually tossed his phone at his feet, his gaze slowly sweeping around. For bodyguards stood silently on either side, as mute as wooden stakes. You have followed me for so many years, I have always regarded you as my own. Huang Ming's voice was light, devoid of anger or warmth. But now, you have sold me out. President Huang, we really didn't intend to betray you. We called my dad, my brother, my uncle. All of them. No one answered. No one cared. They just urged us to leave immediately. We know we were wrong. But if we don't leave now, our lives will be left here. We just wanted a stable life, but in the end we are left with only $1 million. $1 million. Huang Ming gently shook his head. Is this money enough for you to stay here? He paused, raising his eyes to glance over. The 4 men's lips moved, but they eventually lowered their heads, and no one spoke again. Tonight, I will give you a sum of money. Leave the country immediately. Never set foot in Huaxiao again for the rest of your lives. Huang Ming's voice was deep, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The several men halted in their breaths, then their eyes brightened. Really? President Huang. Thank you. President Huang, thank you so much. Their voices trembled, almost kneeling down. At the same time, Wang Dadong and Lin Shiyan sat side by side on the sofa in the hotel living room, the fragrance of tea wafting. Is Huang Ming really going to fight you to the end? I heard he carries a knife. You need to be careful. Lin Shiyan placed her teacup on the low table, her fingers tightening slightly. Wang Dadong nodded. He had indeed made tremendous progress in strength, but he had only just entered the 3rd stage of martial arts. His foundation was not yet stable. He was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. However, a ruthless character like Huang Ming, who had immersed himself in practical combat for many years, could not be subdued by just 1 or 2 moves. By the way, have you taken care of your side's matters? Lin Shiyan changed her sitting posture, asking softly. Almost done. He smiled slightly. He won't be bouncing around for many days. Huang Ming wants to act against him. That would be like using an egg to smash an iron anvil. Just as his words fell, the phone rang abruptly. Huang Qing's anxious voice came through the receiver. Dadong. Huang Ming has made a move. You need to leave the hotel immediately. Don't wait for him to block the door. Understood. Wang Dadong hung up, his fingertip pausing on the screen for 2 seconds before dialing another number. Wife, guess where I am? He spoke in a cheerful tone. Lin Shiyan frowned slightly. If he didn't say it, she would never guess. Don't tell me you sneaked out again. She forced a casual smile. You really guessed right. Oh, but, he paused, his voice sinking. I need to talk to you properly about today's matter. What a... She sat up straight suddenly. Could he really do such a thing? She never expected that Huang Ming would resort to such despicable means. So dirty, she bit her lip. This time he will truly understand what it means to be hurt to the bone. Wang Dadong lowered his gaze, a cold light flickering in his eyes. I will go with you, she said, grasping his wrist tightly. Let's go. He stood up swiftly, grabbing his coat. As the two stepped out of the door, 2 black cars silently glided to a stop below. The car door opened, and Huang Ming stepped out slowly. He wore a smile that hinted at determination, but his gaze was like a poisoned hook firmly fixed on Wang Dadong's face. Wang Dadong and Lin Shiyan paused in their steps. Uncle Huang. Wang Dadong looked at Huang Qing, who was accompanying them, slightly astonished. President Huang is worried about you, and sent me to pick you up. Hurry up. The Huang family cannot lose you. Uncle Huang, you don't need to worry about the Huang family, Wang Dadong replied calmly. I can cure your illness. I've already invited specialists, and they are at the provincial hospital. But today you have offended the entire Huang family. Do you think they will just turn a blind eye? He raised his eyes, a smile that didn't reach his eyes forming on his lips. In this world there is nothing that Wang Dadong cannot handle. I hope you aren't just putting on a brave front, Huang Ming sneered. After all, you have saved our Huang family. This kindness we acknowledge. Since we are friends, helping out is simply part of the deal. Dadong, don't waste time with him, Lin Shiyan urged, wrapping her arm around his. Her voice was extremely low. No, Huang Ming interjected abruptly. Huang Ming. Wang Dadong's voice suddenly turned cold and hard. Don't push your luck. Huang Ming's face turned instantly pale. Push my luck. You humiliated me in public. If you step out of this door today, henceforth you are not allowed to show your face in Huaxiao. The doors of the Huang family will be forever closed to you. Your mother will never see you again. Wang Dadong's pupils constricted, his knuckles tightening audibly. Not convinced, Huang Ming scoffed and stepped forward half a pace. You have two choices: kneel down now and apologize, or I will immediately have someone take your mother to the police station for public trial, so you can understand what humiliation feels like. Wang Dadong narrowed his eyes, a tide of killing intent surging forth. For these past few days the other side had sent people to stalk and disturb him, and he had endured again and again, not out of fear, but out of consideration for the Huang family's intricate power dynamics. But now the other side had actually reached out to his mother. He would not allow that line to be crossed. Wang Dadong would never permit anyone to lay a finger on his mother. What surprised him even more was that Huang Ming dared to commit such acts in front of so many people. His audacity knew no bounds. If Huang Ming truly succeeded, he would never set foot in Huaxiao again. With you, do you think you can cripple me? Tired of living? Huang Ming snorted coldly, his voice dark. Come on, take him down. Huang Qing immediately waved his hand, and several bodyguards rushed forward. But in that instant Wang Dadong's form suddenly blurred, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. When he reappeared, all the bodyguards Huang Ming had brought were sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Yue. Huang Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't even see how his opponent had made a move. This speed was terrifying. Today, if I don't kill you, consider yourself lucky. If there's a next time you want to see the sunrise again. Wang Dadong's tone was icy as he turned to take Lin Shiyin and walked toward the hotel entrance. On the ground lay Huang Ming, bruised and battered, while the surrounding guests stepped back half a pace, no one coming forward to help. Each one was of high status and prominent identity, who would be willing to bend down to assist a fallen young master of the Huang family. They could only watch helplessly as Wang Dadong and Lin Shiyin strode away. Wang Dadong. This isn't over. Huang Ming squeezed this phrase out between his teeth, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Why don't you go back to the room and wait for me? They'll handle this matter. Once it's done, we can discuss it in detail. Wang Dadong said softly as he took Lin Shiyin up the elevator. Lin Shiyin nodded, gently saying nothing. Once in the room, she didn't leave. With Huang Ming just gone, the danger was not averted. She had to stay here to protect Wang Dadong, not giving the Huang family a second chance to strike. Don't worry, I'm fine. But the Huang family's power. I have my arrangements. Lin Shiyin wanted to speak further, but was gently stopped by Wang Dadong raising his hand. In the next second, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Big brother. Huang Qing was waiting anxiously outside the door. Boss, are you alright? It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. I'm going out for a bit. You stay at the hotel and be on standby, Wang Dadong said. Alright. Before he finished speaking, Wang Dadong had already hailed a taxi and left swiftly. Huang Qing stood at the hotel entrance watching the retreating taxi, his expression calm, yet with turbulent undercurrents. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. In the top office of the Huang group, Huang Ming stared at his swollen left cheek in the mirror, gripping his fingers, and Wang Dadong, you just publicly slapped me in the face. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this in the history of the Huang family. He punched the wooden table, making the pen holder jump. Dadong, is the Huang family really that terrifying? Lin Shiyin's voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tremor. Not just domestically, they have people in over a dozen key cities nationwide. Their overseas assets span 3 continents. Wang Dadong shook his head. While I'm not afraid of them, they are not a local power. If we push the Huang family to a dead, and it will be a lose-lose situation for everyone. Then, what do we do next? Her face turned slightly pale. Without the Huang family backing her, she had no strength to protect herself. Leave it to me. He patted her shoulder, his smile faint yet resolute. But, wife, I promise you, before long the Huang family will be completely erased from this world. At that time, all accounts will be settled one by one. Lin Shiyin nodded silently, saying no more. She believed in him. The words he spoke had always taken root and flourished. Since that was the case, she only needed to wait quietly. After leaving the hotel, Wang Dadong did not turn back, but directly got into a taxi heading straight for the Huang family's headquarters. Huang family headquarters. At this moment, Huang Ming had been personally helped back by Huang Qing, his entire face swollen and misshapen, his mouth bleeding, and his right eye nearly shut. He looked just like someone who had been brutally beaten. Upon seeing Huang Qing enter, Huang Ming shouted hoarsely, Dad, why didn't you stop him earlier? Just take him out, wouldn't that solve everything? Huang Qing frowned tightly. I couldn't stop him, his strength is beyond my grasp. Also, you were too reckless. How dare you threaten him? After a pause, he looked sharply at Huang Ming. Don't forget your father, Huang Yong, is my lifesaver. Huang Ming's face stiffened, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face, and he then fell silent. Deep down, however, he gritted his teeth. No matter how hard I try, he'll never compare to my dad. One day I will surpass everyone. I will wait here for your news. If there is any movement, notify me immediately. Wang Dadong stated the address clearly. The driver nodded and stepped on the gas. This was a landscape of rolling mountains surrounded by serene and beautiful scenery. Wang Dadong stood alone at the foot of the mountain, a cigarette held between his fingers, the blue and white smoke slowly rising, while he remained motionless, quietly waiting. This person truly knows how to be patient. I don't believe he isn't anxious. Huang Ming is the only legitimate heir of the Huang group. Indeed, he is likely afraid of implicating his entire family, which is why he is putting on a brave front. I actually believe he has some confidence. After all, the 4 masters from the Dragon team were defeated by him. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful he is still alone. How can he compete against the entire Huang family? I think the same. As the smoke burned low, 2 men and a woman, all young, emerged from the thicket. The 2 were dressed in loose casual clothes, wearing caps, their faces pale, and their steps unsteady, as if they had just recovered from illness. One of the boys whispered, "Boss, is Wang Dadong really willing to help us avenge the past?" The other boy snickered coldly. "Did you forget what happened last time we were kidnapped?" The 2 stiffened their faces. "Of course I remember. Last time we were abducted, we nearly faced a dire fate. If it weren't for Wang Dadong arriving just in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." They were already deeply grateful to him. Moreover, they knew about Wang Dadong's relationship with Lin Shiyan. Now that he was taking the initiative, how could they not be excited? "Don't worry, we will follow the boss lead." At that moment, one boy suddenly interjected, "By the way, boss, I just saw someone from Huang Ming looking for you." Huang Ming. Huang Qing's eyes narrowed, his pupils tightening suddenly. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He said he wanted to invite you for a meal." How eager he is. Huang Qing's lips curled into a slight cold smile. He thinks that as long as Wang Dadong steps through the Huang family headquarters door, it means he is throwing himself into a trap. Then, "Boss, what should we do next?" Huang Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Proceed according to the original plan." The 2 immediately broke into smiles. This time, with Huang Ming entering the Huang family headquarters, I want to see if he dares to jump. Huang Qing's eyes surged with fierce intent, dark and chilling. The Huang family is a top-tier aristocracy in the capital, their power and influence drawing attention. Their foundation is firmly rooted in the international financial sphere. The so-called financial undercurrents refer to the power of overseas capital. Only by controlling vast offshore assets can one truly stand on the world stage. The Huang family is just that. Hence it spans both political and business circles. Domestically, even the usually arrogantly family has always yielded 3 points in front of the Huang family. Huang Ming going to the Huang family headquarters was purely a test. He couldn't be sure whether Wang Dadong would show up. If the other party refused, he would naturally not take the risk. But once he agrees, then it becomes a legitimate reason to eliminate him. After all, Wang Dadong had already killed his people. Even if Huang Ming did not act, Wang Dadong would have no chance of survival. "Boss, this is the invitation Wang Dadong sent, asking you to meet at the Huang family." Huang Ming handed a crimson card with gold embossing to Huang Qing. Wang Dadong. He really thinks highly of himself. Huang Qing scoffed, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Does he know who he is messing with? A kid who hasn't even matured, yet what's there to be afraid of? Huang Ming, however, waved his hand dismissively. He was a true favored child of heaven, having been adored since childhood. Who had he ever regarded? But just as he turned to leave, his phone rang. "Hello. Who is this?" Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression suddenly turned serious and his voice dropped to a low tone. "It's me." Just 3 words, and Huang Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was too familiar with this voice. It was his father, Huang Qing. "Dad, you called. Do you have a plan?" His tone revealed a hint of tension. "There is a plan. You need to come home." Father's voice was cold and heavy, leaving no room for discussion. "Yes, Dad." Huang Ming did not dare to hesitate and hurried away. Back at the Huang residence, he immediately reported everything about Wang Dadong to Huang Qing. After listening, Huang Qing paused for a moment and slowly spoke. "All right, I want to gauge how much he weighs." Wang Dadong sat in the villa for half an hour, stood up to tidy his belongings, and pushed the door out. "Brother-in-law, are you leaving just like this?" Lin Shiyan looked at the old cloth bag on Wang Dadong's shoulder. Wang Dadong raised his hand and gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, his tone solemn and slow. "Shiyan, I have an urgent matter to attend to. It's a long way, and I might take a while to come back. By the way," he paused, "I hope you can take good care of my friend in the future." "Don't worry, brother-in-law." She smiled playfully, giving him a wink. "As long as you come back safely, I will definitely protect." He gently pinched her nose with his fingertip and laughed. "Little smart aleck, don't let me catch you with any weaknesses. Hurry." He waved his hand at her, turned, and stepped out the door. Just as he stepped down the stairs, Huang Ming pushed the door in. Upon seeing Wang Dadong's back, his face instantly turned ashen. He had thought it would be an easy target to crush. Who knew it was a piece of red-hot iron, burning hot, painful, and only getting harder under pressure. He had tried threats and he had offered incentives, but Wang Dadong didn't even lift an eyelid. What made him feel even more suffocated was that not only did the other party refuse the invitation to meet, but he also dared to knock down his bodyguard. He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palm. If Huang Qing weren't sitting in the living room, he would have wanted to tear Wang Dadong apart on the spot. But for now he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Wang Dadong naturally sensed the gaze behind him. He did not stop his steps, merely glancing back at Huang Ming. His gaze was so indifferent it was as if it passed through a wall. This person really dared to come to the door. Was he truly fearless, or was he certain that Wang Dadong wouldn't dare to touch him? What are you here for? Wang Dadong halted, his voice cold and void of emotion. Though he held the title of a guest elder of the Huang family, he never regarded the Huang family members seriously. After all, those thugs who had attacked his sister were personally chosen by Huang Ming. Huang Ming sneered, "You think I want to come? If it weren't for you, what right do you have to step through the doors of the Huang family?" Wang Dadong raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" He scoffed. "Do you think you are worthy to negotiate terms with me? Oh, you want to kill me?" Wang Dadong suddenly chuckled. "Come on." Huang Ming swallowed hard. The color drained. "Minger, step outside for a moment." Huang Qing remained seated, his tone as flat as still water. "I need to have a word with Mr. Wang privately." "Yes." Huang Ming bowed his head and retreated, not daring to linger for even a second. Once the door closed behind him, the arrogance on his face shattered cleanly, his back straightened, and he even lightened his breathing. "Wang Dadong, don't be too arrogant. I know I can't beat you, but you should know who is standing behind me." Huang Qing raised his eyes, his gaze cutting like a knife across Wang Dadong's face. "If you want to kill him, come at me. If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will ruin your dantian and sever your meridians. Nothing I say will be empty words." Huang Ming's body trembled violently. He believed it. Huang Qing could really do it. Even if Huang Hong could manipulate the business world, in Huang Qing's eyes, he was merely an insignificant businessman. "Dad, are you really going to do this?" His voice tightened. "I know what you are afraid of." Huang Qing fixed his gaze on him, articulating each word. "Afraid that I will harm his daughter. Rest assured, even if it costs my life, I will ensure her safety." The gaze suddenly turned icy, chilling to the bone. That was the treasure he held dear to his heart. Not even he had the right to touch it. Huang Ming's lips moved, yet he ultimately remained silent. However, he did not leave. Standing outside the door, his fingers gripping the door frame, motionless. He wanted to see for himself whether Wang Dadong's life was tougher or Huang Ming's hand was faster. "Dad, wait for me." A slender arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luck isn't always on his side. He won't live much longer. Huang Qing merely scoffed, coldly not responding. Wang Dadong drove away from the Huang family's villa, heading towards the outskirts. The engine roared steadily as his knuckles tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. Huang Qing's words still echoed in his ears. Is he really going to make a move? He was not afraid of the Huang family, but he had always despised being manipulated from the shadows. This matter needed clarification. With a determined thought, he dialed a number. "Investigate Huang Qing. All movements in the past 3 months, especially those related to me. Master, you have finally returned." When Wang Dadong pushed open the door of the Mountain River Spirit Spring Villa, Qin Shui was sitting on the living room sofa, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her eyes slightly shadowed. She had been waiting here for 7 or 8 hours. Seeing her brow furrowed with anxiety, Wang Dadong paused in his steps. "Xiaoxue, you haven't left these past few days." I was just waiting for you here." Qin Shui's voice lowered, sounding like crumpled paper in the wind. "You really don't remember?" She counted the rising and setting of the sun and moon gazing out of every window, yet Wang Dadong's figure never appeared at the end of the driveway. Suddenly she leaned in closer, her hair brushing against his sleeve. "Master, I miss you. Why don't we stay here in the Mountain River Spirit Spring Villa?" Wang Dadong's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he finally nodded. "All right." As they stepped back into the villa, the wall clock had just chimed 9. The door creaked open, and a chill rushed straight to the nape of his neck. "Who?" Wang Dadong's spine tensed, his gaze slicing through the hallway, the stairs, and the shadows behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. Creak, creak, creak. Like dry branches dragging across stone slabs, or decayed bones grinding. A hunched silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness, the hem of her dress sweeping across the floor, making a rustling sound. An old face lined with deep creases, lifted up, eyelids drooping, but with 2 piercing glimmers of light fixated on Wang Dadong's face. "Who are you?" Wang Dadong's voice sank. The old woman did not respond, instead inching closer, her shoes scraping against the tiles, moving slowly enough to send chills down his spine. Wang Dadong's knuckles quietly tightened. This figure was unnaturally short and hunched, yet it resembled a tightly drawn bow. "Huang Qing is your father. You must have heard my name." Suddenly the old woman reached out, her 5 fingers curling like claws, aiming for his throat. Wang Dadong's gaze suddenly turned cold. The murderous intent surged towards him, thick and suffocating. He didn't even take a step back. "Is your master Huang Qing?" Before the words fell, his right hand met the withered claw. Bang! The palms collided, creating a muffled sound. The old woman stumbled back 2 steps, her cloth shoes scraping 2 white marks on the marble. Wang Dadong's heels remained unyielding, not even the hem of his clothes trembled. "You are much stronger than Huang Qing. But can you take me down?" His tone was as flat as discussing the weather. "You are still far from it." The old woman's face instantly turned gray and white, and with a dry laugh she said, "Since you are here, why not sit with this old woman a while longer?" Before her words fell, she flicked her sleeve, and black mist surged like a torrent, the stench enveloped in coldness, crashing down towards Wang Dadong. "Huh. Wang Dadong growled lowly, his fists crashing together. Boom. A shockwave sent the curtains flailing wildly, and the old woman was forced back 3 steps, her lower back crashing into a display cabinet, causing a porcelain vase to topple. You bet you do have some skills. You're much tougher than Huang Qing. She licked her gums with her tongue, a cold smile dripping with venom. But you will never surpass him. Oh. Wang Dadong's gaze turned icy. Huang Qing's son has long since turned to dust. How could a mere earth immortal dare to speak his name in front of me? He knew in his heart Huang Qing was protective to a fault. If he learned that his son had died, he would surely tear the heavens apart to seek revenge. The old woman stared at him for 3 seconds before suddenly turning around, her figure merging into the darkness at the end of the corridor, leaving behind a drifting remark. I can't kill you, and am not afraid of him. Wang Dadong stood in place, gazing at the empty darkness, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Huang Qing. Is he really planning to make a move against him? Huh. With his current cultivation, wanting to take his life. It's like trying to pluck the moon. The next morning he picked up his coat and stepped out. On the evening of the 3rd day, a black sedan screeched to a halt in front of the Mountain River Spirit Spring Villa. The car door swung open and a neatly dressed middle-aged man hurried forward. General Wang, President Huang requests your presence. Lead the way. Wang Dadong nodded. The car stopped in front of a European-style villa. The man led him to the entrance and then withdrew. President Huang is waiting in the living room. Please make yourself comfortable. Wang Dadong pushed the door and entered. There were 3 people in the living room, 2 unfamiliar faces, and 1 seated in the center. That person was nearly 185 meters tall, with sharp shoulders, impeccably buttoned suit, and a gold watch on his wrist reflecting a cold light. Yet his aura crushed any hint of nobility into a sense of hostility, like a Tang Dao sheathed in sharkskin. Still, but once drawn it would draw blood. Especially that pair of eyes, unsettlingly calm, seemed capable of piercing flesh and reaching into the very bones. President Huang, are you looking for me? Wang Dadong halted 3 steps away. Mr. Wang. The middle-aged man squinted slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. Haven't we crossed paths before? His face showed no sign of disturbance, but Wang Dadong felt the air suddenly grow thick, weighing heavily on his chest. Mr. Huang must be mistaken. Wang Dadong's voice was straight, measured. I have never met you. How is that so? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, slowly shaking his head, his gaze shifting to another man sitting quietly beside him, his tone calm. Mr. Lin, we meet again. Could I trouble you to take Mr. Wang inside for some tea and a chat? No problem. The man called Mr. Lin nodded in agreement. Wang Dadong furrowed his brow. He recognized this middle-aged man. Lin Jun, the chairman of Lin Enterprises, also named Lin Jun. This man harbored great ambitions. In his early years, he had colluded with Huang Qing to monopolize the Lin family business, becoming each other's right-hand men. If Huang Qing had his eyes on him, it was highly likely that he had been instigated by Lin Jun. What Huang Qing truly wanted to eliminate was never Wang Dadong, but Huang Ming, Huang Qing's biological son. Mr. Wang, please. Lin Jun slightly lifted his chin, his gesture polite, yet waited. Wang Dadong had no choice but to follow him inside. Once settled in, Lin Jun smiled warmly. Mr. Wang, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Wang Dadong's gaze darkened. He could hear that this was both a test and a prelude. I appreciate Mr. Lin's goodwill, but I do not plan to join any company, nor am I interested in working for anyone. He replied crisply, not dragging his feet. Lin Jun's expression remained unchanged, still composed. Believe it or not, Huang Qing sent me this time with the intention of assisting you in countering him. Mr. Wang, are you willing to join forces? Join forces? Wang Dadong's brows tightened. Huang Qing sent you to deal with me. This matter must be kept confidential. Lin Jun lowered his voice, his expression turning solemn. If my opponent senses anything, I might have to take action against you. After all, he is an Earth Immortal level figure. Your opponent? Wang Dadong's gaze fixed. Lin Jun nodded. Who exactly is it? To speak frankly, it's the Qin family. They are our lifelong enemies. They sent me precisely because they calculated one thing: even if I truly kill you, the Qin family will ensure you return alive. Oh, so it was the Qin family that sent you. Indeed. You want to kill me, and I also wish to take your life. Wang Dadong's voice was as cold as a blade. Ha ha ha. Lin Jun laughed loudly, then turned to look outside at Huang Qing. Mr. Huang, I advise you to think it over. Wang Dadong is not an ordinary character. Lin Jun, who do you think you are? Huang Qing scoffed. Mr. Huang, I need to discuss this matter with Mr. Wang face to face. If it weren't for my intervention, you'd have become a cold corpse long ago. I do not require your help. Mr. Wang, you seem to be misunderstanding me. Lin Jun's face showed a hint of regret. I do harbor intentions to kill, but I am even less willing for our two families to completely tear apart. Lin Jun, you couldn't withstand even a finger from my father. Wang Dadong's tone was nearly indifferent. He did not understand why Lin Jun suddenly showed weakness, but instinct was more reliable than words. Given Lin Jun's limited capabilities, he would never dare to play tricks under Huang Qing's watch. Mr. Wang, you are truly mistaken. I bear no hostility, I just... No need to say more, Wang Dadong interrupted directly. Trust you. Impossible. To discuss cooperation, I'm open. To use a knife to kill someone, that's off the table. If you want to act, feel free to try. Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Jun's expression slightly stiffened. I truly seek cooperation. Your strength is evident. If you were to die, it would bring me no benefit. I understand your meaning, Wang Dadong interrupted again. Do you take me for a fool? You want to strike me, and I should just close my eyes and extend my neck waiting for you to stab. I merely wish to offer you some real benefits. Benefits? Wang Dadong sneered. Money, I have no lack of that. Then what do you want? Let me join Lin's group. Spare me. With your family's meager assets, you can't even gather 100 billion. How could you invite me to join? His lips curled into a clear expression of disdain. Lin Jun's face instantly turned dark. Since you wish to join the Lin family, I will grant you this. If you nod, I will immediately allocate 5% of the shares. His tone was calm, yet each word was solid. Hearing 5%, Wang Dadong's pupils constricted slightly. This share was worth at least 50 million. According to market trends, a single share of a company is valued at 1 million. The entire valuation has surpassed 1 billion. If a share could fetch a price in the tens of millions, the total assets would be at least 10 billion. 100 million is enough to buy a dozen top-tier residences or even build an extravagant private estate. Wang Dadong's eyes brightened as if two flames had ignited. If he could truly take over the Lin family, it would be equivalent to holding a hard pass to the upper echelons. Although Lin Jun was the sworn enemy of the Qin family, Wang Dadong secretly recognized him. This man had a strong will and dared to gamble. Yet he harbored a deep disdain for the Lin family. No one in the Lin family was clean. Mr. Lin, do you truly intend to let me into your company? Wang Dadong suddenly smiled, his laughter reaching his eyes. Lin Jun nodded. However, do not be overly optimistic. I can make the Lin family soar like a rocket, but the risks behind it could easily consume 10 ordinary people. Then, what if I truly want to join? Upon hearing this, Lin Jun's brows slightly twitched. He had expected Wang Dadong to weigh the options and hesitate, but he did not anticipate the other party's immediate affirmative response. He was half convinced, lowering his voice. Mr. Wang, this condition puts you at a great advantage. I believe you should understand my worth. I understand, but you do not understand. I can't even be bothered to lift my eyelids in front of you. Wang Dadong's voice was calm, each word like ice. Lin Jun's face suddenly changed. Wang Dadong, you are too presumptuous. Before his words fell, he swiftly drew a dark desert eagle, the gun's muzzle firmly aimed at Wang Dadong's brow. Wang Dadong did not even flinch. Bang, bang, bang. The three explosive sounds crashed against the glass curtain wall, resonating with a hum. Huh, I said you are worthless. Do you believe it now? Lin Jun laughed maniacally as if victory was already in his grasp. Wang Dadong slowly curled his lips. Just you. How dare you point a gun at me? Who gave you the courage to treat me like a 3-year-old child? Lin Jun's face instantly turned ashen, seeking death. Slap. The slap tore through the air, crisp and explosive. Lin Jun flew sideways 2 meters, his left cheek swelling high and his eye socket quickly turning purple. Wang Dadong, if I do not pin you down here today, I will write my name Lin Jun backward. He squeezed these words out through clenched teeth, his Adam's apple rolling. Lin Jun, do you truly think you can touch even a hair on me? Wang Dadong shook his head as if looking at an expired old object. I know that with my capabilities I cannot do anything to you. Lin Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering, but do not forget, this is M country. The Lin family is a giant that can shake 3 provinces with a stomp here. Do you dare to truly fire? Do you dare? He came from a military background, trained by a combat instructor, and was a first-class merit soldier from the special forces. In this land where veterans outnumbered taxis, he did not believe anyone would dare to cross the line. Want to try? Wang Dadong lifted the corner of his lips, kicking out without warning. Lin Jun hurriedly retreated, stumbling back several steps. But Wang Dadong stopped without pursuing. Mr. Lin, if you leave now, it will still be somewhat dignified. He put his hands in his pockets, his tone as calm as saying the weather is nice today. Lin Jun stared at him, his knuckles turning white. He had never anticipated that the other party would truly dare to act, and even less that he would have no ability to retaliate. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight back, but he simply couldn't make it in time. Wang Dadong's status was far above his own. Lin Jun's background was thin, while Wang Dadong hailed from Huaxia. Lin Jun could not fathom the depths of his opponent, yet from those eyes he read a weight akin to mountains. Mr. Wang, take care of yourself. He threw down this line, turned, and left with large strides, his back rigid and awkward. Wang Dadong watched him disappear around the corner, a hint of mockery rising in his eyes, an arrogant fool, still hoping to recruit him. Lin Jun's figure completely blended into the end of the corridor, and Wang Dadong turned and walked straight into the depths of the estate. Not long after he stepped into the Lin family estate. The entire estate covered over 1,000 acres, occupying nearly 1/3 of the valley. Those who lived here were either rich or noble, all from old prestigious families that had been passed down for generations. At the pinnacle was Lin Jinyu, the head of the Lin family, one of the most powerful figures in Huaxia, and the day-to-day management of the estate was overseen by Lin Jun, the chairman of Lin's group. When the Lin family was just starting out, it was merely a small company on the street, It was entirely thanks to Lin Jinyu's support and strategic planning that it took root in M country, growing into a colossal commercial tree that overshadowed the skies. All the foundation rests in the hands of Lin Jinyu alone. This place is also a hub for international top capital, the true core lifeline of Lin's group. As long as Lin Jinyu nods, acquiring Lin's group is merely a matter of paperwork. Mr. Wang, this way please. The welcoming servant of the Lin family had long been waiting at the door specially to receive Wang Dadong. He followed the person through the corridor around the fountain and finally stopped in front of a carved wooden door. Inside, the golden line reliefs, crystal chandeliers, and the entire wall of antique bookshelves exuded an overwhelming opulence. Mr. Wang, the items you requested are ready. The servant presented a document sealed in a brown paper envelope with both hands. Wang Dadong opened it and only scanned 3 lines. On the white paper in black ink it read, all financial dispatch authority of Lin's group is to be immediately transferred to Wang Dadong. Money he could leave to Lin Qingcheng, but for himself not a single cent. Because his thoughts were never confined to the Lin family's purse, but rather to the person of Lin Qingcheng. Lin Zhun invited him over, of course not for a reunion. A generous gift was the foundation of this meeting. The Lin Group sounds like a top consortium in Country M, but if you peel back the layers it is nothing more than a somewhat respectable medium-sized company. The so-called vast assets were merely a facade shouted to the outside world. The Lin family's actual liquid and controllable assets amounted to around $200 billion. $200 billion to Lin Zhun was like pulling out change to buy a cup of coffee, but for an ordinary person it was enough to make several generations dream without waking up. He personally handed this sum to Wang Dadong. The sincerity of the gesture was clearly visible. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Jin smiled with slightly squinted eyes. You are too polite, Mr. Wang. A smooth cooperation is what we look forward to the most. Pleasure to cooperate. Wang Dadong paused. I also hope Mr. Lin can quickly find the person I asked for. With that there were no further words between them. Wang Dadong stood up to leave and Lin Zhun personally accompanied him out of the main building all the way to the wrought iron gate of the estate. Mr. Wang, I still have personal matters to attend to, so I won't see you off any further. I wish for a successful cooperation. Lin Zhun extended his hand. Wang Dadong raised his arm, his fingertips brushing against Lin Zhun's hand before pulling back. Lin Zhun turned back to the residence, his silhouette disappearing into the dense shade of the phoenix trees. Inside the car, the maid spoke softly. Brother Lin, aren't you afraid that Wang Dadong will turn against you for doing this? Humph. Lin Zhun tapped the window ledge with his knuckles. No matter how formidable he is, he must weigh the consequences, daring to touch the Lin family. The maid fell silent. She understood in her heart, if Wang Dadong truly had no scruples, why would he travel so far? What stood behind the Lin family was something that even the White House would treat with caution. In the rearview mirror, Wang Dadong quietly gazed at the slowly closing vermilion gate. His eyes were cold like a blade that had yet to be unsheathed. No matter how grand the Lin family estate was, it was merely a map laid out in his eyes. The wheels turned again, stopping in front of another estate. The iron gate bore the words Lin Family Estate, carved boldly. This was Lin Zhun's residence. Is this him? As soon as Wang Dadong steadied himself on the ground, he was stopped. A man and a woman stood at the steps. The man was young, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, sunglasses covering half his face with a bright smile. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26, clad in a fitted black dress, her waistline sharp with a neck as long and elegant as a crane. Both of them were staring at Wang Dadong, a hint of doubt visible between their brows. The Lin family had heavy security. How could they allow a stranger to enter alone? It's him. The man nodded. Are you Mr. Wang? The woman asked in English, her pronunciation clear and precise. Wang Dadong frowned slightly. He had always been impatient with people speaking to him in a mix of Chinese and English. Yeah. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my God. This is the first time I've met a foreigner whose English is better than their mother tongue. Emilian, my husband, is Mr. Kairisi. She stepped closer. And you? Wang Dadong. Wang Dadong. She exclaimed softly. What a nice name. Are you Chinese? No. He answered succinctly. Millie's smile faded slightly as her lips turned down. After a moment, she raised her voice again. By the way, Mr. Wang, I've heard that Lin Zhun has entrusted all the shares to you. How much do you hold now? $100 million. She gasped, her fingers instinctively digging into her palm. 100 million. Just saying that amount feels scorching hot. Lin Zhun actually dared to put all his life's work in your hands. But Millie only paused for a moment before smiling. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, you truly deserve it. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Dadong already scoffed. 100 million. Huh. That old man Lin must have forgotten. This amount of money isn't even worthy of a shoe-shining cloth in my eyes. $100 million to Lin Zhun was merely a line that lightly crossed over in the accounts. Yet to Wang Dadong, it was like a few grains of salt tossed into the sea, barely distinguishable. He earned $50 million a month, 100 million. Just a snap of his fingers. But Millie's reaction surprised him. After all, he had just taken control of the Lin Group. His actions were decisive without any hesitation. If it were anyone else, they would have been eager for him to quickly swallow this piece of fat meat. Now he was the fourth largest shareholder of the Lin family. This identity, who wouldn't be envious upon seeing it? Yet this woman didn't even raise her eyelids, as if looking at him for another second was a waste of time. Oh, Millie simply responded, nodding slightly, without further comment. She was merely a maid. No matter how grand the Lin family estate was with golden domes and jade pillars and cascading fountains, to her, it was just a place to work. Wang Yao did not pay her any further attention and walked straight through the estate's main entrance. In the courtyard stood a giant stone tablet engraved with the words Wang Yao, the ink thick and powerful, penetrating the stone's back. As he looked down, his brows slightly furrowed. The characters seemed familiar, yet he couldn't grasp where he had seen them before. He shook his head slightly and continued walking inside. Before him, the wide open space unfolded, surrounded by flourishing flowers and trees lush and vibrant. An artificial lake spread out like a mirror, the swimming pool shimmering with scattered silver light. The entire estate resembled a scene pulled straight from a fairy tale. No wonder it was the top private residence in Country M, its grandeur perfectly measured. As he walked, Wang Yao's steps suddenly halted. His gaze was fixed on an old osmanthus tree. It was the same one he had seen before. He suddenly looked up at the tree crown. At the very tip of the branches, a tender bud was slowly unfurling, looking ordinary and unremarkable. But looking further down, the entire tree's osmanthus leaves were dyed a deep red. Could it be that this tree was fake? A thought stirred in his mind. Regardless of its authenticity, it was certainly suspicious. He stared at it for a long while, lightly tapping the trunk with his fingertips, finally determining that this tree was made from some rare medicinal material. He needed to find a reason to obtain some materials. He squinted his eyes, his expression darkening. "Mr. Wang, please wait." Millie's voice came from behind. She was chasing after him a bit urgently, a thin layer of embarrassment evident on her face. Wang Yao turned to the side, giving her a faint glance without speaking. Millie bit her lip. "Mr. Wang, may I ask you to step aside for a few words?" He nodded. The two of them entered the Lin family villa, one in front and the other behind. The backyard was even more spacious than expected, covering over 5 acres. To his surprise, there was even a fish pond dug out in the open space with several live fish swimming inside. The water was murky, but the fish were joyfully splashing around, their tails flicking through the water, making a continuous splashing sound. "Mr. Wang, look, these fish are all ones I personally fed." They look quite robust," Wang Yao nodded. Although they were fish from a farm, he felt inexplicably pleased, his heart softening. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang." Millie lowered her head, her ears turning red internally, cursing. This person is truly infuriating. Asking him to come inside to discuss serious matters, and he instead fixes his eyes on the fish, not engaging in any serious conversation. But in the end, she said nothing. Wang Yao sat down on the sofa. Millie stood to the side, her hands hanging down, her voice very low. "Mr. Wang, our company has encountered some issues." "What issues?" He frowned. The Lin family was one of the top tycoons in Country M, and he had unresolved grievances with Lin Jun. Lin Jun wanting to move against him came as no surprise. But why had a powerless maid been drawn into this? Did Lin Jun truly believe the flames would not leap back and consume him? "Mr. Wang, actually, there's no need for you to concern yourself with our company." Millie paused slightly. "As of yesterday, President Lin has transferred all his equity holdings into your name." Wang Yao blinked in astonishment, then smiled. "So the transfer agreement has already been signed. President Lin instructed that this sum be used to sponsor underprivileged children in mountainous regions." Millie withdrew a bank card from her handbag and extended it forward. "This is Lin Group's expression of gratitude. Please accept it without hesitation." This card had been delivered to her personally by President Lin's secretary. The stated reason was clear: gratitude for saving Lin family's young master. Those words left Wang Yao momentarily silent. Logically, Lin Jun's hatred toward him should have been so profound he'd wish to kill him with his own hands. So why now offer thanks? Yet Wang Yao held no interest in the money and immediately pushed the card back across the table. "Your President Lin is renowned for his shrewdness. Every move he makes carries layered intent. I'm not short of funds. Moreover, I still owe Lin Jun 1 million yuan. This sum I cannot accept." "Mr. Wang, are you declining President Lin's gesture?" Mi Li's expression darkened. "Miss Mi Li, you've always been perceptive. I trust my meaning is clear to you." Wang Yao replied, his tone calm and measured. "Mr. Wang, your medical mastery is peerless. You are truly a man of virtue. If you would lend your aid to guide Lin Group through this crisis, I vow to give everything I possess." Mi Li clenched her teeth, enunciating each word with deliberate force. "Oh, so you mean, if I save your company, you'll marry me?" A faint smile curved Wang Yao's lips, but it did not reach his eyes. Mi Li flushed crimson, utterly unprepared for such bluntness, such unyielding candor. She was President Lin's personal secretary. Were he to formally propose, she could not refuse him outright. Yet deep within her heart, she felt no willingness. She was no domestic servant hired by Lin Jun, not some desperate soul selling herself to survive. She was a professional bodyguard, a disciplined careerist, not an appendage. "I'm sorry, I cannot make that decision." Her voice was soft yet unwavering. Though she had indeed developed quiet affection for Wang Yao, she would never betray Lin Jun on its account. After all, Lin Zhen's compensation far surpassed industry standards, more than enough to sustain her life with independence and dignity. Then I won't intrude further. Wang Yao rose and walked toward the door. He never forced another's hand. Once her stance was declared, he would not linger. Yet after 2 steps, Mi Li's voice halted him. Wait. She paused, throat subtly tightening, then uttered 3 words, I agree. Agree to what? Wang Yao stopped and turned halfway, glancing back. He'd expected protracted negotiation. Instead, she'd accepted instantly, leaving him faintly surprised. Mi Li's gaze was layered with complexity as she regarded him quietly. Mr. Wang, surely you don't imagine I've fallen in love with you. Wang Yao fell momentarily speechless. Was he truly perceived as some frivolous charmer who seduced women with charm alone? He was in fact a man of principle and restraint. I truly have fallen in love with you. Her fingers lightly pressed her lower lip, her voice low yet crystalline. Not only for your medical brilliance, but because from the depths of my heart I admire you as a person. Humph. Many have admired me, yet all eventually drifted away. Wang Yao shrugged, offering a wry detached smile. It's different, Mr. Wang. She shook her head gently. You're the only one who's overturned the old order entirely. The old order. Wang Yao frowned. Which rule, eh? His face registered genuine confusion. Why did this woman speak in riddles veiled and elliptical? Never mind. It's natural you wouldn't understand. After all, even if you reject me today, my interest in you won't diminish by even a fraction. She winked, her eyes sparkling with sudden vivacity. Wang Yao remained silent for 3 seconds, then offered no reply. No more jesting, she said, her expression shifting to solemnity. I am here today to formally inform you Lin Group has decided to invest in your company, Huaxia's new project. A new project? Lin Group intends to enter Huaxia's initiative. Wang Yao raised an eyebrow, mildly startled. Huaxia technology had surged in recent years. Their smart terminals and next-generation chips already saturated national markets. But precisely what was this new project Mi Li referred to? Indeed, we've confirmed our partner, and they have sincerely invited Lin Group to join the project team. Therefore, we formally invite you, Mr. Wang, to participate personally. Mi Li answered without hesitation. Oh, who is the partner? You may not yet know. What we're establishing is a world-class film production company. This initiative is government-led by Huaxia, with Lin Group overseeing film development and production coordination. What's the budget for building such a company? Wang Yao's interest quickened. $30 billion. $30 billion. Even Wang Yao, who'd weathered countless high-stakes scenarios, narrowed his eyes slightly. The figure was staggering. He himself had long envisioned such a platform, but envisioned it rooted domestically, built step by step. Its launch would inevitably reshape the entire cinematic landscape across Tier 1 to emerging Tier 1 cities. Moreover, infrastructure of this scale in the cultural entertainment sector could never rely solely on foreign capital. Very well, I accept. However, I must first review all project documentation, financial pathways, and investor registries. He possessed the capability to rescue Lin Group, but investing $30 billion into an entertainment conglomerate demanded scrutiny before commitment, however generous the gesture. After all, Huaxia's cultural entertainment industry had never lacked funding, only clear-sighted, principled leadership. I can certainly provide those materials. Mi Li paused briefly, then spoke softly. However, Mr. Wang, the condition you've set, I cannot comply. Why not? Wang Yao's brow furrowed, his voice dropped heavy with gravity. Because I serve as CEO of Lin Group, a position appointed directly by President Lin Zhen, and I am expressly forbidden from disclosing any detail of this initiative to anyone. Otherwise what? She left the sentence unfinished, yet its unspoken weight settled over the air like glacial ice. She steered Lin Group, but Lin Zhen was its true linchpin. His orders were law. Not a single syllable would be extracted from her. Are you absolutely certain? Wang Yao's eyes narrowed, his voice slicing coldly, as if a blade dragged across glass. I am certain, Mi Li affirmed, crisp and decisive. Wang Yao said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the door, his pace unhurried, his posture unbent. Mi Li watched his straight-backed silhouette recede, a shadow of sorrow flickering across her eyes. She had investigated Wang Yao exhaustively. His precise unit affiliation remained classified, yet his military medical credentials, laced with the unmistakable scent of gunpowder, bore irrefutable authenticity. Men from such units rarely drew their blades. Yet here he stood at this critical juncture, not for wealth, not for fame, but solely to pull Lin Zhen back from death's threshold. Had ill intent guided his hand, Lin Zhen would already be gone, yet he hadn't laid a finger upon him. Instead, he'd sutured arteries and stabilized respiration with his own hands. Could such a man truly be evil? Add to that his needlework, precise as divine artistry, mending shattered bones and sealing severed vessels in blinding speed, and repelling him now left her chest tight with regret. It wasn't mere reluctance. Wang Yao's face was admittedly striking, yet even that arresting beauty couldn't obscure the bullet scar beneath his cuff. She dared not gamble. The car idled outside Lin Tower, its engine humming like a sigh. Liang rolled down the window, eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Brother Yao, I knew you'd say yes. When exactly did I agree? Wang Yao's mouth twitched wryly. Oh, stop pretending. Li Ying laughed. Everyone in Lin Tower's lobby saw you and me arguing right outside the conference room. Wang Yao stiffened. His temple pulsed faintly. Yes, he had indeed been seen. How can I explain this later? Just say it was a business discussion. Yet the atmosphere was so heavy that even the cleaning lady slowed her pace while mopping the floor. But he couldn't be bothered. Those young people fresh in their jobs, still brimming with enthusiasm, were surprisingly tight-lipped. They were discussing it only because they had witnessed Wang Yao carrying Lin Jun out of a pool of blood, performing chest compressions with his forehead pressed against Lin's chest, sweat dripping onto his tie, without him lifting his head. Leave this to me, I'll take care of it. Then, Yaoge, how do you plan to handle it? Li Ying's smile faded as her fingers unconsciously tapped on the steering wheel. Acquire the Lin family business. Wang Yao grinned, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. Huh. Li Ying nearly choked. Are you crazy? No amount of funding from Huaxia could change the fact that they would only operate domestically. Lin Jun held all the shares the accounts monitored daily. What could you use to pry him away? Can't pry him away. Wang Yao turned his face, his gaze calm. With your cooperation we can. Li Ying's lips moved, hesitating to speak. Wang Yao reached out gently, placing a finger on her lips, applying no force, yet carrying undeniable weight. Don't ask. I know what you're afraid of. Rest assured, this game not only will I win, but I will win cleanly. All right, Yaoge, I trust you. Li Ying looked at him for 3 seconds, suddenly smiled, her shoulders relaxing. Let's go, we'll take you back to school. He took her to the school gate, then turned back to the hotel. Lin Shiyan was still asleep, her eyelashes lowered, breathing steady. Wang Yao sat on the edge of the bed, having not slept a wink all night. As dawn broke, he woke up. Her sleeping face was quiet like an old painting. He gazed for a long time, feeling something in his chest quietly loosen. Aren't you sleeping? She opened her eyes, discovering him leaning by the bed, momentarily stunned. Not tired. He smiled. Staying awake all night had long since become a habit for his body. Then, shall we take a shower together? She propped herself up, her eyes bright and slightly mischievous. Sure, he answered decisively. As the steam dissipated, she wrapped herself in a bath towel, her ponytail high, barefoot, heading to the bathroom. Time to change clothes. Just 2 steps in, she felt a tightening around her waist as she was pulled into a warm embrace, her back pressed against the cool wall. She trembled in surprise, her ears instantly burning. Yaoge, you. Today I'm taking you away. His voice was low and hoarse, yet every word was clear. But, no buts. He interrupted her, his hand cradling her neck, his gaze burning. Trust me once. Just consider me your friend. Okay. She lowered her eyes after a few seconds of silence, nodded gently. In front of him, she was never anyone's subordinate, but a star that had finally found its orbit. Wang Yao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he released her hand and took her wrist, leading her to the mirror. She raised her eyes, the mirror reflecting 2 faces close together. She stared blankly at the vibrant and lively face in the mirror. Her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. I look beautiful. Lin Shiyan's voice trembled, almost unable to recognize herself. Having to deal with a pile of business affairs during the day and feeling anxious at night, fearing the door might be knocked on at any moment. She had long cursed Su Yin in her heart, but not a single accent dared to slip from her lips. He had warned her not. Su Yin only responded with a sound, heading straight to the living room. Lin Shiyan hurriedly followed. Go, your room is ready, go take a shower. You go to sleep. His tone was neutral, not a word more. Her heart sank. She understood. He didn't want to She quickly changed her tone. Go, you must be tired, why not rest first? We can discuss other things tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'm busy. Su Yin frowned. She paused, tentatively asking then. Do you really plan to attend tonight's banquet? Of course. He nodded firmly without a hint of hesitation. Then you must dress nicely, don't embarrass Uncle Lin. She reminded. Su Yin frowned. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ascended the stairs, pushing open the door to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Bang! With a dull thud, the door slammed shut. Lin Shiyan stood frozen at the door, her jaw clenched tightly. Xiao Rao's name rolled on her tongue like swallowing a blade. Su Yin, just wait for me. She forced out a cold sentence through her teeth. She couldn't swallow this anger. That woman, how dare she win against her? Suddenly her phone vibrated. She answered the call. A low male voice came through the receiver. Miss Lin, the matter you wanted to investigate has some leads. What? She asked anxiously. The girl who appeared at your hotel that night is named Lin Ruashi. Currently she is living with a man named Su Yin. Su Yin. She was taken aback. The 3rd young master of the Su family. The other party added. What? The 3rd young master of the Su family. Her breath caught. Miss Lin, do you want to continue the investigation? No need, thanks. She quickly hung up, grabbed her bag, and rushed out of the apartment. Back in her room, she locked the door, dashed to her desk, and pulled out all the clippings and data about Su Yin, the 3rd young master of the Su family. After flipping through the pages, she was completely stunned. The information only printed his age, while the rest was blank. Miss Lin, we found the background you wanted. The housekeeper stood quietly beside her. She looked up. His name is Su Yin, the 3rd young master of the Su family in the capital. The housekeeper nodded yes, but his mother passed away early and he has been studying in an orphanage for years. An orphanage. She was taken aback. How could he have orphanage documents? The housekeeper hesitated for a moment, then whispered that card was actually issued by the Lin family group in the capital. This. He paused. We are also unclear about the origins. Would you like to ask him personally? All right. Su Yin entered the bathroom, and the sound of water splashed. When he came out, he was dressed in new clothes with slightly damp hair. She picked up the perfume on the coffee table and sprayed it twice, opened the drawer, and took out a pink lipstick, gently applying it. She usually didn't touch these. Going for a bare face was her norm. But today she made an exception. Her skin was already fair, and with makeup on she looked like she was illuminated by light, dazzlingly bright. She admired herself in the mirror for a moment, the corners of her lips lifting slightly satisfied as she turned and headed straight to the kitchen. Her stomach was already feeling empty. Before long, 2 Western-style meals were laid out on the dining table. She glanced at the plate, and her brows suddenly furrowed. She hated onions the most. Where was he? Last night. Did he truly get what he wanted? Lin Shiyan bit her lower lip, hard frustration surging. But her body was so honest. There was a faint warmth rising. This feeling sent chills down her spine. She had always cherished her reputation, kept herself clean. How could she have done such a thing with a stranger? But that thrill couldn't be deceived. Her body had indeed changed. This transformation was indescribable, yet real enough to send shivers down her spine. Lin Shiyan propped herself up slowly, putting on her clothes, feeling constricted in her chest. How did it end up like this? It was too absurd. After buttoning the last button, she reached for the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, a figure stood outside. Shiyan Jie, you're awake. Wang Yao looked up with a smile, his lips curving naturally. You? Lin Shiyan was taken aback, instinctively tightening her grip on the hem of her clothes. He was just standing there at the door without even knocking. Shiyan Jie, I know you're a bit uncomfortable, but don't worry, I really didn't peek inside. Wang Yao's tone was light, as if chatting about the weather. He indeed hadn't peeked. After all, he wasn't some inexperienced kid. But not knocking was an undeniable He didn't peek, yet she was convinced that he had. Who allowed you to look? As the words left her mouth, her ears turned. Hey, I'm leaving now. You should rest a bit. He turned to leave. Wait. She suddenly spoke up. Is there something else? He turned back, his eyebrows slightly raised. She hesitated, lowering her voice. Are you really all right? What could be wrong? If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. He smiled, extending his arm forward. She suddenly sidestepped to avoid him and promptly closed the door with a bang. This person truly leaves one perplexed. Wang Yao shook his head, mumbling. After returning to the room, she didn't rush to wash up. Her fingers brushed over the fabric damp. She didn't know if it was the lingering smell of alcohol from the night before or the moisture from where he had touched. She didn't dare to take a shower. Fearing that the sound of water would stop, followed by the sound of the door opening, she had no choice but to grab her phone and dial the number of the housekeeper, asking her to bring clean clothes directly to her apartment. Then she plunged into the bathroom, locking the door with a click. Wang Yao didn't remember at all what had happened last night. He only felt that this morning Lin Shiyan looked at him with softer eyes, and her tone was warmer. He was utterly confused. He knew Lin Shiyan too well. If it were anyone else, she would have pinned them in place with a cold remark and kicked them out. But when it came to him, she not only didn't turn hostile, but even took the initiative to collect his discarded shirt to wash, carefully rolling the cuffs up to her forearms. Could it be? Something really happened last night. As soon as the thought arose, her cheeks flushed suddenly, and her heart felt like someone was gripping it, pounding fiercely. Wang Yao finished washing the dishes, yawned, and returned to his room for a nap. Lin Shiyan sat alone on the sofa, lightly pounding her fist on the cushion again and again, unable to stop. She was very clear that between her and Wang Yao, they were quietly crossing a certain line. That sweetness felt like honey melting on the tip of her tongue, slow and hot. But it couldn't continue. She had never been someone willing to risk everything for love, especially when the object was him. Her identity was there. She had a fiancé who was also a doctor. She had never acknowledged that relationship, but it was indeed there, looming. Wang Yao, however, clearly sensed the change. The way she looked at him always lingered a moment longer, as if confirming something that had been lost and found again. He guessed that perhaps something really did happen, but there was no evidence. In the past, he always felt that he lacked romantic luck. Now he understood that it wasn't that there was none, but rather that it had just sprouted and was blown askew by the wind with no chance to bloom. But Lin Shiyan was different this time. That difference was the first crack in the flower bud opening. He decided to wait. To wait for an opportunity that wasn't abrupt or rushed to express his feelings. He could afford to wait. On the third morning, Lin Shiyan left with her bag. Wang Yao was taken aback. Sister Shiyan, why are you leaving so early today? My parents urged me to come back for something, said there's something to discuss. She replied succinctly. Oh, be careful on the road, call me if you need anything. I know, thanks. She nodded, not stopping her steps. He watched her figure disappear at the elevator, suddenly feeling empty in his hands. Such a wonderful girl, yet he couldn't pursue her. Son, he sighed, raising his hand to scratch the back of his neck. Little Shiyan, where have you been recently? Not even a phone call. Do you really think your brother doesn't exist? A black Mercedes-Benz business car came to a steady stop under Lin Shiyan's building. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Su Yan's chiseled face, slightly weathered, yet still handsome. He was Lin Shiyan's fiancé and the current chairman of the Su Group. I went to M Country, my tasks piled up like mountains, I didn't have time to contact you. Lin Shiyan's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Su Yan frowned slightly. Is it because of Wang Yao? I heard he came to your house last night. She felt her ears grow warm, lowering her gaze to avoid his eyes. I'm here to tell you. Your pursuit mission, Su Yan, I'm not joking when I say this. She raised her eyes to meet his, her tone like the last inch of ice before it cracks. If you are here to persuade me to give up on Wang Yao, spare me your breath. But you've already developed feelings. Are you really not considering my proposal at all? His voice deepened. She gazed quietly at him. Mister. So you have a prominent background managing the Su Group and are the nominal partner of the Lin Corporation. Yet I am not worthy of you. With a bang, he slammed his palm against the steering wheel. This girl was stubborn, not even leaving him a way out. Mr. Su, if there's nothing urgent, please leave. Her tone was as cold as a corridor without heating. Do you really dislike me this much? Yes, I dislike you. Then what about Wang Yao? Isn't he always holding you in his palm? That was in the past, she answered crisply. Wang Yao was her man. Don't forget you are still drawing a salary from the Su Group. He scoffed. Starting today I quit. You, he paused. Fine then. Since the mask is torn, the cooperation is immediately terminated. You are fired. No way. She shook her head. I haven't left yet. I'm still an employee of the Su Group. Besides, I'm one of the bosses. Who can fire whom? Do you really think you can give orders? If I really left, how would I survive? Don't forget the assets my parents left me are enough for me to live comfortably for 3 generations. I won't starve. Su Yan instead laughed, anger turning into a smile. This girl for Wang Yao was willing to gamble her family inheritance. Completely crazy. Fine, stay if you want. But remember, this matter is not over. He threw down this line, stepped on the gas, and the car vanished around the corner. Lin Shiyan stood there, her fingertips turning white. She knew refusing was the right thing to do. Without a signed agreement, leaving rashly was equivalent to cutting off all retreat. But being tied to a person like that felt worse than swallowing glass. Her phone suddenly vibrated. An unknown number. She hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. A low, hoarse voice with a metallic, rasping tone came through the receiver. Lin Shiyan, you have been removed from the Su Group. What are you pretending to be high and mighty for? What? I was fired. Nonsense. I just submitted my resignation yesterday, and it was approved today. On what grounds can they fire me? Her voice tightened. Pretending. Your account in M Country has been frozen. Every cent of liquid funds has been cut off. Who do you think made the first move? The other party chuckled. They had done their homework well. Her account had indeed been frozen. The villa she bought in M Country with her private money priced at tens of millions of Chinese yuan was no longer under her name. All assets overnight reduced to 0. It was Su Yan. I want to see your senior management. She shouted. Ha, senior management. What are you? If you have something to say, I can pass on your message. The other party hung up decisively. The call ended. She clutched her phone, her knuckles turning pale. Her bank card was frozen, her credit was frozen, even her Alipay balance showed 0. She suddenly became a blank sheet of paper, weighing the coins to buy a bowl of noodles. The Lin Shiyan, who wanted to stand on the Paris Fashion Week stage, could barely afford instant noodles now. Su Yan, she clenched her back teeth, pronouncing each word clearly. I will get this debt back with interest, every single cent. She couldn't wait. She had to find a job. She had to make money. She had to nail back the dignity she lost along with all those humiliations back to his face. Su Group. Su Yan stood in front of the main entrance of the Su Group, building his back straight, chin slightly raised, his eyes filled with a condescending arrogance. As the esteemed leader of the Su Group, he had personally stepped into the doors of the Lin Corporation only to seek the woman he had once derided as down to earth. After all, it was merely to regain the face he had lost inch by inch. Mr. Su, this way please. Upon seeing him, the receptionist quickly approached, her voice bright and clear. Su Yan merely nodded slightly, striding directly inside. Mr. Su, this way please. He passed through the lobby, the skirts, swaying high heels clicking. Many female employees secretly glanced over, their eyes following him. However, he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed ahead, heading straight for the exclusive elevator for the president. The elevator door slid open, and a dark figure stepped out first. With sunglasses masking his face and clad in a finely tailored black suit, the matte leather shoes on his feet exuded a low-key, yet ostentatious luxury. He walked with steady strides, his shoulders squared, heading straight to his office, without even casting a glance at anyone else. Su Yan, you are forcing my hand now. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, as sharp as a blade gliding across ice. Lin Shiyan returned to her dormitory, lying on her back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her pockets were empty, her assets wiped clean, and her position lost. All that remained was a suburban villa, an old BMW, 2 younger sisters still in school, and a chronically ill mother. She was the only one holding everything together. A woman with no background or support, suddenly thrust into despair, felt as if even breathing was like swallowing sand. Su Yan, I will make you pay for this. You are unkind. Do not blame me for being unjust. Your invitation I refuse. The schemes you've plotted in secret I will expose. I want to see you fall from grace with no chance of rising again. She clenched the edge of the blanket, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Though she was unclear about the details, she understood perfectly well he must be colluding with capital to forcibly swallow her shares then kick her out of the board. Hatred coiled around her heart, like a vine tightening with each moment. The next morning Lin Shiyin completed her resignation procedures, and all her liquid assets had quietly been transferred to an overseas account. Even if Su Yin set up a net to ensnare her, he would never touch a single cent of hers. She would make the Su family pay in blood for their debts. The cold stares, humiliations, and veiled mockery she had endured over the years had turned her patience to ashes. This time it was her turn to draw her knife. President Su Lin Shiyin has officially resigned. However, she did not take all her assets. Some stocks and funds remain on the books. How shall we handle this part? The finance manager bowed and spoke cautiously. A few sesame seeds hardly qualify as assets. Su Yin sneered. No matter who she is, as long as it won't bring in real money, don't expect to take a single cent from the company. He had already frozen all her domestic accounts. Lin Shiyin had indeed established a clothing brand domestically, but the start was tough and the funding chain was always stretched. The scale of her company was less than one division of the Su family. What was referred to as assets were merely numbers on paper scattered with a gust of wind. The company had long been on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Su Yin was discreetly acquiring shares of the Lin Group, chip by chip, silently falling into his hand. However, the Lin Group was too large for him to swallow whole. Too aggressive an action would raise suspicions among the Su family. The Su family had also sent someone to closely monitor Lin Shiyin. Should she make any move, they would immediately intervene and conduct a secret interrogation. She was completely unaware. Su Yin's scheme had already been set in motion. Xiao Rou, there is an important dinner tonight. I might be home late. Su Yin suddenly spoke. For the past few days he had been staying at an apartment in the east of the city, not returning to the Su residence. Okay, got it. Remember to eat on time, don't let yourself go hungry. Understood, come back early when you're done. He acknowledged and hung up the phone. These days you should spend some quality time. I won't interfere, but do not overstep your boundaries. On the other end of the line, Su's mother spoke steadily, every word sharp. Su Yan's lips tightened. Mom, I'm going to negotiate a merger, not to steal. You're overthinking it. In any case, you must attend the dinner tonight, and you must adhere to the rules. Su's mother's tone turned stern. He furrowed his brow, his handsome face suddenly clouded with frost. Understood, I will definitely return tonight. It better be so. With a cold snort the call was cut off. Only the busy tone remained in the receiver. His expression darkened, remaining still for a long time. Damn woman. If you dare to lay a finger on Xiao Rou, I will make you wish you were dead. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. For days Lin Shiyin's whereabouts had been elusive, her news non-existent. But her gaze remained fixed on Su Yin. That afternoon she received the message. Su Yin had returned to the Imperial City International and was about to attend it. Lin Shiyin immediately called Xiao Rou, her tone lively, yet commanding. There is an important dinner tonight. You must make yourself presentable. Wear the dress that suits you best, and put on the brightest earrings, ensuring he remembers you at first sight. Su Yin was a prominent figure in the imperial capital. Those around him were either affluent or noble, and his female companions were all from prestigious backgrounds, composed and eloquent, truly one of the hottest eligible bachelors in the capital. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou's fingertips turned cold, her throat tightening. Though she had a tangible relationship with Su Yin, her heart still hung in the balance. Could she truly stand by his side, becoming his legitimate wife amongst those distinguished young ladies? She was unsure. During these days, she had secretly wondered more than once if she truly ended up with him, would he cherish her like an ordinary person? She had even repeatedly envisioned many scenarios. Him leading her through the front door, him parting the crowd for her, him formally introducing her to elders as this is my wife. But as this moment truly approached, she felt her footing falter, as if walking on thin ice. In the apartment, she tried on clothes, touched up her makeup, and changed her accessories repeatedly, the reflection in the mirror both strange and familiar. She did not know if her appearance could open the door to his heart. Ding-ling-ling. The phone suddenly rang sharp enough. Hello, this is. She answered hurriedly. Hello, may I ask if this is Miss Su? A clear and warm female voice came from the receiver. Yes, I am Su Yin. May I ask who you are? She instinctively replied. Miss Su, I am Lin Shiyin, the wife of the chairman of the Lin Group. Xiao Rou paused, her breathing, her pupils suddenly constricting. She never expected the other party would call personally. Oh, hello. Her voice tightened, sounding somewhat rushed. I am downstairs, could you please come down? Oh, okay. I won't disturb you any longer, goodbye. Goodbye. Su Yin and Lin Shiyin shared an apartment in the imperial capital. It was a place Su Yin had bought for Xiao Rou, where she had previously lived. Now, however, she had moved into the Su family's old residence. Half an hour later, Su Yin arrived at the apartment building. As soon as he pushed open the unit door, Lin Shiyin came to greet him, softly calling out, Brother Yin, you're back. These past few days she had not been faring well in the capital. Her stomach had been unsettled and greasy food made her feel nauseous. But today she was so hungry that she forced herself to eat a piece of steak. Prepared in the French style, the meat was juicy and aromatic. Su Yin cut off a small piece and put it in his mouth, unable to help but nod. It's cooked perfectly. His gaze unintentionally swept to the other side of the dining table. There lay a black pepper steak. He paused for a moment. Recently, he had indeed been ordering this dish often. But in that instant, he suddenly thought of another person. The one who had kept him awake at night, lingering in his thoughts. That person was an excellent cook when it came to steak. Though she didn't often cook, whenever she did, even the simplest frying was filled with warmth and precision, each bite rich and flavorful, the aftertaste lingering on the tongue for a long time. It had been a long time since he had tasted her cooking. Perhaps he had even forgotten how profound that flavor truly was. Su Yan. A gentle call from behind pulled him back to reality. He quickly composed himself, picking up the tray and walking toward the dining room, his steps steady as usual. Lin Shiyan was already seated at the table, looking up at him with a beaming smile. You look really good today. Did you secretly apply sunscreen? Your skin looks exceptionally radiant. Su Yan's skin was already fair and delicate. No, it's natural, he replied flatly. Heh, is that so? Her lips curled into a slight smile, but the warmth didn't reach her eyes as she directly gazed at him. I want to ask you something. He nodded. You and your mother share a close bond, she asked suddenly. Fair enough, he replied tersely. Lin Shiyan exhaled inwardly. Indeed, it was Lin Ruoshi. Her gaze softened as she gently pressed further. May I meet her? No. His refusal was swift and unyielding. A faint shadow dimmed her eyes, not with anger but with quiet persistence, as she smoothly continued, Then, may I at least know what she looks like? I'd like to pay her a visit. The photo is on your phone. Go ahead and look for yourself, he said, voice cool and detached. Very well. She immediately unlocked her phone, opened the gallery, and scrolled to that long-saved photograph. In the photograph, Lin Ruoshi stood tall and poised, her features delicately refined. High, elegant nose, clean, sculpted jawline. A face unforgettable even in silence. Lin Ruoshi was an exceptionally distinguished lady, her brow imbued with serene composure, every gesture measured and graceful, unassuming yet indelibly etched into memory. Thank you, Su Yan. Lin Shiyan smiled warmly. You're welcome. Su Yan gave a slight nod, acknowledging her gratitude, then rose and strode toward the door. Just as she took her first step, a voice called out behind her, Su Yan. She paused, turned back, voice calm. Miss Lin, is there something else? Lin Shiyan fell silent for a moment, her gaze locked steadily upon her face. I'd like to ask you to be my model. Would that be possible? No. Su Yan replied without hesitation. Miss Lin, if I may speak frankly, you're still honing your craft. Are you truly selecting models based solely on appearance? Are you planning to break into the entertainment industry relying only on that face? My acting ability isn't yours to judge, young Master Su. Lin Shiyan lifted the corner of her lips, a smile that never reached her eyes. She had every right to say so. Is that so? Su Yan let out a soft laugh. I'm merely stating facts. Then let's make a wager. Should you win, I'll serve as your model. Should you lose, you'll be my assistant for 3 months. Dare you accept? Su Yan regarded her quietly for several seconds, then shook his head. No thank you. Such childish bets aren't worth either of us wasting time, and certainly not our dignity. Afraid? Lin Shiyan arched a brow. If you're so certain, why drag me into this? Because you're backing down. Ha ha ha. She threw her head back and laughed, bright, crystalline, yet grating like shards of glass scraping against the eardrum. Since you hold such unwavering faith in yourself, I dare not presume to accompany you. Miss Lin, please find someone more qualified, Su Yan said, casting her a brief, indifferent glance before turning toward the stairwell. Wait, Lin Shiyan commanded. Su Yan halted, glancing over his shoulder. Has Miss Lin changed her mind? A dark flicker crossed Lin Shiyan's eyes, her jaw tightened, her gaze sharpening like a blade. Fine. I accept. Su Yan blinked, momentarily taken aback, then curved his lips upward. Then tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the office. Lin Shiyan's chest constricted, she nearly ground her molars to dust. That accursed Su Yan. How dare he humiliate her so? Yet for now she had no choice but to endure, for once she married into the Su family, that wretched woman would surely be cast out. She could not allow that woman to gain footing first. Su Yan pushed open the door and stepped inside, the lock clicking shut behind him. She sat on the edge of the bed, fingertips unconsciously tracing her knees. Lin Ruoshi's image surfaced again. Words from that night pierced her bones, each syllable hammered deep. Su Yan, you'll never understand how plain your mother truly is. My mother is the most beautiful person in this world. You'll never measure up to her. She is the kindest soul who ever loved me. This lifetime you'll never steal my mother away. Without my consent, you're not even permitted to cast a shadow upon the Su family's gate. Not one step. Those words churned endlessly in her mind, grinding over and over. She told herself she was unworthy. The Su family, Lin Ruoshi's tenderness, that effortless, unconditional love. Su Yan blinked, and a single tear slid silently down her cheek. She wiped it away, burying her face in the quilt, shoulders trembling faintly. She knew it all too well. Her fate had been written long ago. She was nothing more than a servant bound by contract. Lin Ruoshi treated her with warmth, even regarded her as her sole confidant. Yet in Lin Ruoshi's heart, she was merely a stand-in, a shadow, a disposable piece on the board. She had never truly belonged there. She was merely an object purchased by the Su family, kept when convenient, discarded without a sound when no longer useful. The next morning light slanted through the window cracks, spilling a band of pale gold across the floor. Suyin opened her eyes. The night before felt like another lifetime. She pressed her temples, cold sweat dampening her forehead. She had wrestled through dreams all night. In them she was cornered in a narrow alley, below Sneer's hands tearing at her, each torment devised with cruel ingenuity. Finally she collapsed onto the ground, battered and bruised, lips split open, blood dripping from her chin, soaking the white sheet beneath her. Her face was smeared with grime and blood, impossible to tell where mud ended and tears began. Her chest ached heavy and suffocating. If only she could have woken sooner. If only she'd awakened earlier, she wouldn't have had to relive that agony. That image flashed across Su Yan's mind. Her chest compressed as if weighted by a searing iron bar, hatred surging straight to the crown of her skull. Lin Ruashi, remember this well. One day, I will demand repayment, principal and interest alike. She didn't utter the words aloud, only ground them silently between her teeth. He finished washing his face, dried his hands, and descended the stairs. Lin Shiyan stood beside the dining table sipping coffee. Seeing him descend, she released her grip. The porcelain cup settled softly onto its saucer as she stepped forward. Did you sleep well last night? She asked, lifting her gaze. Quite well, Su Yan replied with a nod. I know you must. Her lips curved, but the smile never touched her eyes. I understand your purpose, he said, voice level as still water. I have none. Oh, a faint lift of his brow. Then why do I recall you being the one who invited me here? I agreed to it, not you to me. She delivered the retort with crisp finality, like laying down a card. He said nothing more, walking straight toward the dining table. She stepped swiftly before him, blocking his path entirely. Su Yan, if you refuse me once more, my father will have you dismissed by tomorrow. He stopped mid-step, locking eyes with her. Miss Lin, shall we make a wager? Her pupils flickered. She suppressed the surge of excitement. What kind of wager? I'll speak plainly with Mr. Lin. The duties stipulated in the contract I'll fulfill to the letter. You anything beyond that falls under your purview. What do you say? Who gave you the authority to draw such boundaries? You're merely a servant. Your place isn't to dictate my affairs. Don't overstep. That's coercion, plain and simple, isn't it? I've simply stated everything clearly, he answered, tone utterly unruffled. That's coercion, plain and simple, isn't it? I've simply stated everything clearly, he answered, tone utterly unruffled. Her throat tightened, words catching before they could fully form. A doorbell rang. Lin Shiyan frowned, turned, and opened the door. The household manager stood outside, extending a card. Miss, your father requests your presence in his study. Here is the card. The password is on the reverse. With that he bowed slightly, and withdrew. She stared at the card, exhaling a quiet, dismissive snort. Just a bank card after all. Who cared? Yet a moment later she reconsidered. Father rarely dispensed money so freely. Could this card be something more? She flicked the card with her fingertips, slipped it into her pocket, and turned to climb up to the second floor. Mommy, do you have time today? She leaned over and affectionately linked her arm with the other. Great. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then softly said, I want to see Dad, is that okay? Got it. She smiled, her eyes crinkling. She really just wanted to see the eldest brother, but the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She could only use this card as an excuse to test whether he would be willing to lend her a hand. At that moment Ding Yao pushed open the study door. Jiang Tianxing sat behind the desk, his back stiff, stubble, messy dark circles under his eyes like a clay sculpture stripped of its soul. Dad, can I talk to you? She stood in front of him, her voice tense. No. He didn't even lift his eyelids. If there's nothing, go back to your room. Don't bother Wang Yao again. She was stunned, her eyes suddenly burning. When have I ever bothered her? She's a servant. Why do you have to reprimand me for it? It's too much. Before she finished speaking, tears brimmed in her eyes. She had been in the Lin family for over a decade. When had she ever been scolded like this? Let alone for Wang Yao. That bastard's illegitimate child, what was she worth? She abruptly turned around, the sound of her high heels pounding the ground, storming out the door. Wang Yao finished her meal and returned to her bedroom. She sat in front of the vanity, meticulously drawing her eyebrows, applying powder, changing into a dark gray suit dress, and then stood up, heading straight for the study. The door wasn't closed tightly. Jiang Tianxing was sunk into the sofa, eyes closed in silent meditation, a deep furrow creasing his brow. Bang! The door was slammed open, causing the door frame to vibrate. The moment the sound pierced his ears, Jiang Tianxing's face instantly darkened like a water-soaked iron plate. Wang Yao. He suddenly looked up, two flames of anger burning in his eyes, fixed on Wang Yao. Wang Yao didn't look at him, just stepped forward, stopping in front of the desk, her tone flat as a ruler. Mr. Lin, you really don't need to use Ding Yao as a knife anymore. If it weren't for your tacit approval, how would she have the audacity to act so recklessly? To put it bluntly, she's riding on your coattails to pressure me. I indulge her. Jiang Tianxing slammed his hand on the table, his throat rolling, his voice cutting through the air. You remember this clearly. You're a servant of the Lin family. Don't dream of climbing the social ladder. I understand my identity better than anyone else. Wang Yao raised her eyes, her gaze steady as she met his. Mr. Lin, I'm not trying to step on you, it's just that Ding Yao is pushing too hard. I have nowhere to retreat. Heh. Jiang Tianxing squeezed out a cold laugh from his nostrils, protecting interests. What interest do you have left to protect? Wang Yao was momentarily speechless. Indeed. Now she had nothing under her name, only the nominal identity of the Lin family, not even worth a blade of grass. But no matter what, I am ultimately your person, right? Wang Yao said softly. Jiang Tianxing snorted again, coldly. Wang Yao, let me make this clear. If this matter gets out, your reputation will be ruined. I'm reminding you. Jiang Tianxing's brow twitched, his gaze sharp as a knife's edge. I know, but I also hope you can differentiate between public and private. This is the most reasonable path. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Tianxing's face suddenly tightened, his gaze piercing like ice picks. Wang Yao stood motionless, not blinking, quietly looking back. After a long time, he let out a long sigh, his voice hoarse. Do as you wish. But there is one thing, you must be safe. Thank you for your concern, I will. Wang Yao turned and left the door, closing with a soft click. Lin Ruoxi looked at the firmly closed door, her gaze flickering slightly. She hadn't expected that Jiang Tianxing would truly allow Ding Yao into the study. That was good. It saved Wang Yao from blocking her door every day, which she was already tired of. Wang Yao, wait for me. Ding Yao came out of the study, her heels clacking on the floor as she hurried straight to Wang Yao. She barged in with a push. Stepping inside, her chin slightly raised, her footsteps brisk. Wang Yao frowned. What do you want? Looking for you. Ding Yao walked straight to the edge of the bed and plopped down. What do you want from me? What did the eldest brother talk to you about? Why did he suddenly speak for me? Wang Yao tugged at the corner of her mouth. He told you to find me, didn't he? Doesn't he want me to avoid you? Do you think I... So, are you moving out? Do you think I want to leave? Wang Yao shot her a sidelong glance. Since you're here, sat down and talked. Feel free. As she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. She had no intention of moving out. She was well aware. If she left, Ding Yao would immediately stir up trouble. Stop. Ding Yao shot up, her voice taut. Wang Yao paused, turned her face, her gaze calm. I don't want to see you, not even for a second. Move out tomorrow. Am I that annoying to you? Annoying to the core. You're the illegitimate child of a lowly woman. Wang Yao was silent for a moment. Her heart felt like it was being ground with coarse sandpaper. She was not Jiang Tianxing's biological child. She had never avoided this fact. But how could Ding Yao throw that out like a weapon? Though she was a servant, she was raised by Jiang Tianxing himself, fed and taught manners. That affection she remembered. She wasn't afraid of rumors, but she couldn't stand being trampled into the mud like this by Ding Yao. Say that again. Wang Yao spoke, her voice not raised but taut as a drawn bowstring. Did you say something wrong? Ding Yao scoffed. An illegitimate child is still an illegitimate child. It can't be changed. You'll never wash it clean in this lifetime. Enough. Wang Yao suddenly raised her voice, each word pronounced clearly. Get out. I will never forgive you. Ding Yao was taken aback, then immediately coldly laughed. An illegitimate child dares to yell at me. You are just a nameless maida. Do you really think you can stir up waves? Fool. Wang Yao suddenly laughed outright, crisp and decisive. She pulled out her phone, thumb pressing down, dialing 110. Hello, is this the police station? There's a girl named Ding Yao here who openly calls me a nameless, illegitimate child. Please send someone to handle this immediately. As soon as she spoke, she froze. Who else could it be at this hour but Jiang Tianxing? Boss. It's me, she called out, her voice brightening. Jiang Tianxing paused outside for half a second. He had thought she was sulking, avoiding him, but that single word, boss, rang out clearly in his ears. He pushed the door open, the hem of his trench coat still damp with the night dew. Why the sudden? Before he could finish, Wang Yao had leaped into his arms, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his chest, her voice choked. Boss. I thought you weren't coming. Silly girl. His palm was warm as he gently stroked the back of her neck. You are my daughter with my blood running through your veins. How could I abandon you? She lifted her face, her eyes red, staring at the weathered face before her. This was her father, the only man in the world who protected her like his life depended on it. A lump formed in her throat, and she suddenly felt a surge of self-hatred. If only the woman who gave birth to her had been willing to embrace her like this. Where on earth was that woman? Seeing her lost in thought, Jiang Tianxing gently asked, Yao, is something wrong today? She blinked rapidly and smiled. Boss, I'm doing just fine. He nodded, not probing further. All these years it was you who raised me. Nonsense. He raised his hand to touzle her bangs. Between a father and daughter, we don't talk about this kind of thing. It feels distant. She smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, pure like the water from a mountain stream. Jiang Tianxing was momentarily taken aback. He was reminded of his own reflection from 20 years ago. Unconsciously, he lifted the corners of his mouth, a smile sinking into the creases of his eyes. Boss, I want to eat the Yangchun noodles you make, she urged, shaking his arm, her tone soft and lingering. All right, wait for me. He turned towards the kitchen. They'll help you prepare the ingredients, she said, jogging to catch up. His steps faltered slightly. They'll just stand by and watch, I promise. I won't touch the spatula. She raised 2 fingers, a serious look on her face. He shook his head and smiled, stepping aside. The stove flared up, the chopped scallions sizzling in the oil. Wow, this smells amazing, she inhaled deeply, smacking her lips. Jiang Tianxing lowered his head to knead the dough, feeling a bit warm in his ears. In his life, he had only ever cooked takeout meals. His so-called skills were merely tricks to get by at social gatherings. But hearing her genuine praise at this moment felt like someone had slipped a piece of candy into his heart. If it tastes good, eat more. She nodded vigorously, the tips of her chopsticks still dripping with soup. Boss, you're really the best. You are my daughter. If I'm not good to you, who else can I be good to? She smiled with her lips pressed together, bowing her head to slurp her noodles, the steam from the hot soup misting her eyelashes. After dinner, the two squatted by the sink, washing dishes, the clinking of plates echoing lightly. After dinner, they sat side by side on the living room sofa, the television's sound low. Jiang Tianxing held a coarse ceramic teacup, the tea leaves floating and sinking. Boss, tomorrow is the weekend. She tilted her head to look at him. A couple of days off. Shall we go to the Kingsongling Resort? Sure. Then, shall we leave tomorrow morning? Her eyes sparkled brightly. He laughed heartily. All right, boss, we'll book the room right now. That's great, thank you, boss. Wang Yao's eyes brightened, her lips curling almost to her ears. Silly girl. Boss, you're the best. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Wang Yao awakened. After a hasty wash-up, she grabbed the sleeve of her pajamas and dashed towards Lin Shiyu's room. Standing outside the bedroom door, she gently tapped 3 times, her voice soft, as if afraid to disturb the morning light. The door opened with a click. Lin Shiyu had just put on her outer shirt, the collar not yet fastened, her hair still damp. Seeing Wang Yao, she paused momentarily, then raised an eyebrow. Yao, is there something urgent this early? Boss, I want to go on vacation. Wang Yao stated directly. Lin Shiyu froze her hand, paused on the button. What made you think of that suddenly? Boss, let me in first to talk. She insisted, placing a hand on Lin Shiyu's arm and gently pulling her in. Yao, what is so important that it must be discussed right now? Lin Shiyu was tugged forward a half step, her heel bumping against the threshold. Wang Yao took the opportunity to push her down onto the bed's edge, squatting down to look up at her. I want to go out and have some fun. How long has it been since we went out together? Please promise me. Lin Shiyu stared at her for a few seconds, her brows slightly furrowed, as if weighing the gravity of her words. After a moment, she finally spoke. Is it really just for vacation? Wang Yao was taken aback and quickly nodded. All right, it's approved. Lin Shiyu sighed, her tone softening. She bounced up, her laughter bright, like the wind chimes at the eaves. Lin Shiyu watched her joyful figure, her heart warming slightly. You? I can never find a way to handle you, she shook her head, adding. Then we'll leave tomorrow. I've arranged the car, just get in when the time comes. Thank you, boss. The next morning, as Wang Yao dragged her suitcase out of the hall, a black sedan was quietly parked by the roadside. The car window silently lowered. She recognized this car. It was the dedicated vehicle provided by the Lin family. She opened the passenger door and gracefully took a seat inside. Yao, did you enjoy this trip? Xin Yumei turned slightly, smilingly asking. I had a great time. Boss said she wanted to take me out for some fresh. Wang Yao replied cheerfully. Xin Yumei's eyes flashed, promptly responding, great. Of course it's great. How could I stop something arranged by the old man? It's for your own good, don't you think? I understand boss' intentions. Wang Yao lowered her gaze, gently nodding. Then it's settled. Once you and the old man finalize everything, let me know at any time. Xin Yumei's smile remained, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes spreading out like ripples. Got it, Wang Yao replied calmly. The car wheels silently rolled over the asphalt road. While speaking, the company gate came into view. Wang Yao pushed the door open to get out, and Jiang Tianxing was already standing at the steps, reaching out his hand. I came to pick you up. All right, she nodded slightly. Boss, there's no need for that. I can just take a taxi. No way I'm driving you, he said. She no longer insisted, allowing him to lead her inside. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, gazes poured in like a tide. Some envious, some sour, and some purely curious. A female employee finally couldn't hold back, exclaiming, Wang Yao, did you marry Director Lin? Not really a surprise. Wang Yao stood still, her voice calm. We were engaged long ago. What a... The girl's mouth fell open. Her Jiang Tianxing also turned his head in shock, his face full of astonishment. It's true. Wang Yao turned to him, saying calmly, we just hadn't held a ceremony due to some delays. A nearby young female employee had already smiled and moved closer. Congratulations, President Lin. Jiang Tianxing was momentarily stunned, then came to his senses, looking at Wang Yao, his pupils filled with lingering disbelief. At that moment, a steady footstep approached. A man in a dark gray suit slightly bowed respectfully, greeting Jiang Tianxing. Congratulations, President Lin. Jiang Tianxing quickly held the other person's arm. Manager Li, thank you for your hard work. He'll treat you to lunch. He was the leader of the company. Li Ziqing was the backbone of the finance department. President Lin is being too kind, Li Ziqing replied with a humble smile. It is my duty to keep your accounts in order. Regardless, I can't let thanks go unspoken. Jiang Tianxing patted his shoulder. It's my responsibility. Li Ziqing laughed heartily. Jiang Tianxing nodded, then walked side by side with Wang Yao towards the elevator. Boss, where are we going next? Wang Yao asked, tilting her head. First we'll do some shopping, then head to the mountaintop. Wait for the sunrise. Oh great, she replied promptly. The three of them entered the mall together and soon stopped in front of a jewelry store. The display windows sparkled with brilliance as Wang Yao's gaze swept over rows of rings and pendants, a hint of brightness quietly surfacing in her eyes. Boss, what do you think of this one? They all look splendid, Yao. Pick a pair if you like, after all your boss has plenty of spare cash in his pocket. Jiang Tianxing said. Thanks boss, I won't refuse. Wang Yao replied. They selected a pair of diamond bracelets and also picked out a set of platinum earrings adorned with diamonds. Yao, try these two on, they complement your skin tone beautifully. Jiang Tianxing handed her the two sets of rings. Wang Yao nodded, took them, and first put on the bracelet before fastening the earrings onto her earlobes. Once she was all set, she turned around to face the mirror. The reflection in the mirror startled her, and she blurted out, so beautiful. For the first time in her life, she saw herself looking so radiant in the mirror. She had never imagined that one day she could be dressed so exquisitely and vibrantly. Gazing at her reflection, the corners of her lips unconsciously lifted, forming a soft and gentle curve. Boss, what do you think? Jiang Tianxing examined her from head to toe and nodded. Perfect. It suits you. Let's go. All right. By the time they reached the mountain top, the sky was completely dark. A full moon hung overhead, its light casting a serene glow. In the distance, stars began to twinkle, appearing one by one, delicate and tranquil. Boss, there are so many stars tonight. Do you see that lake over there? Let's rest there tonight, all right? Sure. The father and daughter walked side by side towards the lake. Jiang Tianxing took Wang Yao's hand, walking slowly. Once they reached the water's edge, he squatted down and extended his hand to her. Come on, Yao, I'll carry you ashore. He steadied her and gently set her down, then took off his shoes and socks. He bent down to help Wang Yao take off her sandals, carefully putting on her shoes and socks before placing her empty sandals on a crooked branch by the shore. Only then did he take her hand again, slowly walking to the lakeside. Come on, Yao, let's lie down for a while together, he said softly. Wang Yao nodded. The two of them lay side by side on the grass by the lake. She rested her head on his leg, and he wrapped one arm around her shoulders, holding her tightly. Boss, I want to sit in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Will you accompany me? Wang Yao asked. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment and replied, sure, he'll drive the car down first, you go wait for me in the pavilion. All right. He'll be sitting there obediently, not running off anywhere, Wang Yao promised promptly. Jiang Tianxing stood up and walked towards the garage. Take care, boss, she called out. Once he was a distance away, Wang Yao sat up straight and walked towards the lakeshore. The evening breeze was slightly cool as she reached out to dip her hand into the water. The water was bone-chillingly cold, but her heart felt as if it were being roasted by fire, warm and burning. Leaning against the railing, she stood still, her gaze floating on the water's surface, her thoughts drifting far away, entwining with the half a lifetime of memories shared with Jiang Tianxing. Suddenly a scene floated into her mind. Jiang Tianxing in a plain white long gown, his back serene. She stood quietly behind him in a floor-length white dress, the two of them shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the stars. At this thought, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. Her laughter caught the attention of others. Oh dear, what are you laughing at, child? Jiang Tianxing hurried over from a distance. Hearing her mother's voice, Wang Yao quickly covered her mouth and pretended to be focused on fiddling with the hem of her clothes, maintaining a calm expression. Yao, did something good happen? Tell the boss about it. Jiang Tianxing approached, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, his tone affectionate. Wang Yao quickly glanced at her mother's face and then looked around. Seeing that no one was watching, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. No, boss, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. She declined. Though she was young, she had already grasped the intricacies of human relationships. Just now her mother's gaze and tone had clearly shown her satisfaction with Jiang Tianxing. If she were to suddenly reveal her feelings, she feared she would be kicked out on the spot, never to set foot in the Lin family home again. At this moment, she absolutely could not let go of the Lin family support. Yao, don't hide it from me. There must be good news. Your lips are almost curling up to your ears. Jiang Tianxing teased with a smile. Wang Yao's face flushed, but she did not respond, quickly changing the subject. By the way, boss, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Of course. Tomorrow is your birthday. We have to celebrate it properly. But you need to stay home and behave, understand? Wang Yao paused. Boss, I have something to do tomorrow, and I might not make it to the birthday party. What could be so important today? Is there action at the hall? No. A friend of mine is having a celebration, and I need to deliver a gift. All right, be careful on the way. Safety first. Yes, I'll be careful. Boss, I'm heading back to my room to lie down. Good rest early. Wang Yao closed her bedroom door, leaned against the door for a few seconds, and then slowly walked to the bed, lying on her back, her gaze fixed on the grayish-white sky outside the window. The incident of attending the banquet with Jiang Tianxing had already spread rumors in their circle, and Jiang Tianxing's unabashed concern had made Wang Yao's heart tighten. What if he truly had feelings for her? What should she do? No, the family must not fall apart. No one should disrupt this situation. She had to think of a safe way. She bit her lower lip, silently gripping the corner of the blanket. The next day at dawn, Jiang Tianxing woke up. He didn't disturb anyone, quietly got up and went straight to the kitchen. He wanted to prepare a proper breakfast for Wang Yao to help her regain her color. You're awake. Come have breakfast, he called out towards the staircase. Before long, Jiang Tianxing came down from upstairs and stood at the dining table, glancing over. The fried eggs were golden and slightly runny, the congee shimmered with fine oil droplets, and the side dishes looked fresh and crisp. He nodded with a smile, picked up a piece of egg, and put it in his mouth. This fried egg is cooked just right, tender, yet not falling apart, so fragrant. Before he finished speaking, Aunt Lin popped her head out of the kitchen, smiling as she chimed in. Oh dear Tian Sheng, did you really take my compliment to heart? How could I dare? It's all thanks to your good teaching. Jiang Tiansheng quickly put down his chopsticks, his tone sincere. What are you being so polite for, child? Aunt Lin waved her hand, and then asked, where's a Yao? She's waiting for me in the pavilion in the backyard. You shall be over soon. A Yao, come eat. Wang Yao responded as she arrived, sitting down at the table. She picked up the congee and took a few shallow sips, then looked up and said, Boss, I'm not very hungry. You go ahead and eat first. Oh, still the same as when you were little, getting all formal when it comes to serious matters. Jiang Tianxing laughed, pushing a plate of steamed dumplings towards her. Come try one. Really don't need to. I have class later, so better not eat at all. All right, as you wish. Seeing her insist on not eating, Jiang Tianxing stood up. Boss, I'll help you serve some soup. All right, thanks, Mr. Jiang. Aunt Lin, your words flatter me. It's really I who should be thanking you. He smiled slightly, then looked at Wang Yao again. I remember everything about what a Yao likes to eat, what she dislikes, and even how many spoons of sugar she wants in her congee. Doesn't that show thoughtfulness? Wang Yao's ears suddenly turned warm, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palm. This was no lie. Jiang Tianxing truly understood her. She disliked the spiciness of scallions, but loved ginger strips. She had to drink dried tangerine peel tea after staying up late. Even that year she injured her knee, he brought over a jar of old ointment the next day. But what about her? The initial flutter of emotions had long faded, leaving only a habitual closeness that couldn't be called infatuation nor annoyance. She was just clear that between them lay a chasm that couldn't be crossed. She already had a boyfriend, steady, respectable, and from a reputable family. As she stood side by side with Jiang Tianxing, the rumors swirled around them like the humid air before a storm. Jiang Tianxing suddenly ceased his smile, his voice growing heavy. Yao, you must think this through. If you truly wish to follow him, mere intent is not enough. You need solid confidence to stand your ground. Outside people are gossiping. Standing together, your words will be harsh. You need to be clear-minded. Wang Yao lowered his gaze, his voice soft, yet resolute. Boss, my decision is made, and it will not change. Jiang Tianxing felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew she had agreed. But moments later he slowly shook his head. Having you in Hongxing is truly a stroke of luck. Wang Yao is capable of making money, has extensive connections, and possesses formidable skills. Against other factions in Xianjiang, he has always maintained the upper hand. Such a person is a prized asset anywhere. If she truly joins Hongxing, the entire landscape may change within 3 years. Think it over again. He fixed his gaze on her. This path could lead to mountains of gold and silver, but it could also cost you everything you've earned over the past decade. He was referring to Zhou Shui, Wang Yao's ex-wife and the second-in-command of Hongxing. Wang Yao suddenly smiled. I am not afraid of offending her. I have already crossed her too many times. Adding this to the tally does not matter. What I fear is that you might misplace your trust. That you might present me with an opportunity one cannot grasp. Opportunities never fall from the sky. One must reach out, stand on tiptoe, and exert every effort to seize them. This I believe more than anyone. Jiang Tianxing paused, then finally nodded. Since you are determined, I will not stand in your way. But the current chess game is such that pulling one string could affect the entire board. I cannot guarantee that you will definitely win. I understand. I will only say that I will do my best. Good. He rose and firmly shook Wang Yao's hand before turning to leave. The door closed gently behind him. Wang Yao sat alone on the sofa in the dark, without moving. After a long while he let out a quiet sigh. The situation was indeed chaotic. But she was unafraid. She trusted her own hands, her own feet, and believed that even if she walked slowly, she would never stop. Wang Yao grabbed the bottle of liquor from the table, pouring himself a glass with a satisfying sound, then tilted his head back to drink. His gaze was calm, yet it burned like two flames. He had always despised the gambling game, but for the thought that had lingered in his heart for years this time, he had to stay. 3 years swiftly passed. In a deep, secluded mansion in the west district of the city, the lights burned brightly throughout the night. This was the headquarters of Hongxing, the very root of its deep-seated influence. The reception room was filled with people all clad in black trench coats and sunglasses, their breaths barely audible. Jiang Tianxing, Wang Yao, Zhang Wei, and several seasoned veterans all sat upright in their seats. In the corner of the hall stood 2 men in black, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, standing like blades. When their eyes swept over the air, felt taut. The room was so silent that one could hear the ticking of the clock. Wang Laodi, have you thought it through? An elderly man with silver hair was the first to speak. He was Jiang Tianxing's grandfather. Jiang's father had passed away early, and Jiang's mother, frail after childbirth, also left this world within 2 years. In this large family, only this old man had raised Jiang Tianxing to adulthood. Wang Laodi, while Hongxing may not be a prestigious name, we pride ourselves on trust. If you are willing to join, we will surely elevate you to a prominent position. A man of average build spoke, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable weight. The others nodded in agreement, their tones low but harmonious, as if rehearsed. Wang Yao curled the corners of his mouth. Thank you all for your kindness. However, I as a junior am rather dull-witted and have no plans to align myself with any faction at this time. That statement is rather out of touch with reality. The man frowned. In our Huaxiao we value human connections and interactions, going it alone. You won't get far. The unexpected interruption came from a corner. Everyone turned in unison. There stood a tall, thin young man and the unexpected interruption came from a corner. Everyone turned in unison. There stood a tall, thin young man in a black trench coat and a duckbill cap slowly walking towards Wang Yao. No one had ever heard him speak. Even more unexpected was that he would involve himself in this matter. Who is he? Wang Gu. Wang Yao calls him Wang Gu. Could it be? He is Wang Yao's real brother. This matter is not for you to speak on. Jiang Tianxing snorted through his nose. Young Master Jiang, I am only anxious for Wang Laodi. The man spoke calmly. The path of Hongxing is solid. Shut up. Jiang Tianxing slammed down on the armrest. The man's face paled slightly, but he did not take a step back. I am speaking the truth. Wang Laodi, you really should reconsider this matter. Wang Yao raised his hand, gently pressing down. Jiang Tianxing's anger was immediately quelled. This man was Wang Yao's elder brother-in-law. Wang Haifeng, Wang Yao's actual elder brother. Elder brother, let me say a few words. Please do not take offense. Wang Yao smiled as he spoke. Wang Haifeng nodded. Speak. Actually, I do not enjoy mingling in the underworld. His tone was as light as discussing what he had for lunch. But Wang Haifeng felt a jolt in his eardrums, as if his heart had been tightly gripped. He understood. This was a refusal as well as a conclusion. I know you want nothing to do with the underworld, but reality is not something you can simply avoid. Wang Haifeng's voice grew serious. Hongxing is not an ordinary gang. Once you enter, you are family. They treat you well, and they will treat us well too. Wang Yao shook his head. Elder brother, I understand your affection for me, but I cannot live that kind of life. I just want to hold on to a job and live a stable life. But unfortunately, I must move forward for that dream. You are ruining your future. Wang Haifeng frowned. It is not self-destruction, it is a willing choice. Wang Yao smiled lightly. I truly do not like it. Wang Haifeng stared at him for a few seconds, then let out a long breath. Fine. I accept it. After a pause, he added, I only hope that you will be grounded in the future and act with a clear conscience. He understood Wang Yao's character, seemingly gentle yet hard as iron. Having said that, Wang Haifeng stood up and left. The others also gradually got up and quietly took their leave. Wang Gu, I will see you off. Wang Yao's young subordinate immediately followed. As the two pushed open the door, they bumped into Chen Haonan. Wang Yao looked up and smiled. Chen Haonan's eyes brightened as he laughed. Wang Laodi, welcome back. I thought you had forgotten where this place was. Wang Yao said. How could I forget? This is my territory. Chen Haonan laughed heartily. The two then entered the elevator, heading straight to the top floor. Inside, the lights were dim, and Chen Haonan turned his face, his gaze steady. Wang Laodi, have you encountered some difficulties? Do not worry, I will handle this matter. Wang Yao's lips curled slightly. No need to trouble yourself. How can I not help? Chen Haonan slapped his chest. You are my brother, not an outsider. If he dares to touch a single finger of yours, I will make him pay back with interest. Wang Yao gently shook his head. I will bear my own burdens. Seeing his determined tone, Chen Haonan could only let out a long sigh. All right. I just hope you do not force yourself. If you really need money, you can always add your name to Hongxing's accounts. I'm aware you are struggling right now, and I came specifically to check on you, so think it through carefully. Thank you, Wang Yao replied. For what? Chen Haonan laughed again. We are brothers, why should it be so clear-cut? After a pause, he patted Wang Yao on the shoulder. By the way, have you eaten yet? Come, I will treat you. After a few casual words, Wang Yao bid farewell and returned home. On the way, he sent a message to Lin Xiaoyan. I have left Hongxing and will rest at home today. Don't stay up too late, take care of yourself. She replied with an mm. She understood in her heart that Wang Yao had likely refused Hongxing this time for her sake. Thinking of this, warmth surged within her as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Only with him could her days feel secure. After returning home, Wang Yao washed up and lay down on the bed. His phone screen lit up, and he opened Weibo, scrolling through the comments from netizens. Wang Yao is truly strong. Not bowing down, not joining forces, this kind of spirit is rare. Not only is this man handsome, but he also has brains. Why choose the hardest path to walk? Sigh, how many girls are waiting for him to nod? Don't worry, hold on. Yes, we trust him. He watched silently, his fingertips pausing for a moment. In truth, it wasn't that he was unwilling to join Hongxing. Initially, he did have prejudices against this name, but after more collaboration and first-hand experiences, he truly saw. This was a group of people who valued loyalty and adhered to their principles. Their loyalty was unwavering and their actions were decisive. Not to mention, after his efforts, Hongxing had shed years of old debts and chaos. Although he had invested a lot, the current Hongxing had a solid structure with its veins running smoothly, and its momentum was much stronger than before. Some changes even surprised him. Are you really planning to leave? Lin Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. This step, I take it firmly, Wang Yao replied. She bit her lip and asked. He was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Then that's it. No. Her voice suddenly rose. You must join Hongxing. Wang Yao shrugged. Alright, I agree. But you have to promise me one thing. Be a bit more sincere towards Hongxing from now on. Lin Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Of course. After all, I am the current president of Hongxing. Only then did Wang Yao relax his brows. Alright, sleep now. We still have to go to the hospital tomorrow morning. Oh. She lowered her eyes and softly responded. He closed his eyes and lay down, his breathing gradually evening out, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning Wang Yao got up, washed up, and prepared for the health checkup. Last night he had discussed with Lin Xiaoyan after the checkup she would officially hand over the reins, and he would just be a figurehead for peace. But she insisted on not letting go, wanting to see him bring a new atmosphere to Hongxing before she could feel at ease. He couldn't argue, and could only nod. What? You want to join Hongxing? Just as Wang Yao pushed open the office door, Chen Haonan grabbed him by the collar, his voice tense. Yes, is that a problem? Wang Yao replied calmly. Chen Haonan's chest heaved, a breath stuck in his throat. He had thought Wang Yao would be awkward, hesitant, or even afraid. He couldn't handle this mess. Who knew he would come knocking willingly? Of course, but are you aware of the current situation of Hongxing? I am aware, Wang Yao smiled. I know exactly what it is. As long as my surname is Wang, Hongxing is my root. Chen Haonan took a deep breath and released his grip. If you want to do it quickly and clean up any loose ends. For now, stay at our place. You don't have anywhere else to settle down. All right. Wang Yao replied, adding, I need to sort out a few things first. Sure. Chen Haonan nodded. Wang Yao left the office, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the hospital in the suburbs. The next day, he met Jiang Tiansheng at a street corner cafe. Jiang Tiansheng was in his 40s, slim with fair skin, yet his gaze was piercing. It was not a sickly pallor, but rather a sharpness that emanated from his very core. He was sitting in a window seat, leisurely sipping coffee, his expression distant, as if waiting for an inconsequential formality. Hello, President Jiang. Wang Yao, hello. Jiang Tiansheng looked up, lightly tapping the edge of his cup with his fingertip. You called me out so late. Is there something on your mind? Wang Yao pulled out a chair and sat down. I heard you're not planning to join Hongxing. Jiang Tiansheng asked, his tone flat and without inflection. That's right. Wang Yao replied succinctly. Then today don't blame me for being unkind. Jiang Tiansheng sneered. Wang Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. You made a move on the street yesterday, creating a huge mess for us at Hongxing. Wang Yao paused for half a second, then shook his head and smiled. Yes, I did. He admitted frankly. This is clearly stepping on our bottom line. Jiang Tiansheng's voice turned somber. I was indeed provoking Hongxing. Wang Yao leaned slightly forward, his gaze unflinching, but that person isn't worth my killing. Hongxing isn't at a point where I need to resort to violence. I was merely protecting what I should have. Jiang Tiansheng stared at him, suddenly chuckling. President Wang, don't underestimate. You know who calls the shots in Hongxing now? Who? Wang Yingjie. Wang Yingjie. Wang Yao repeated softly. I advise you don't confront Hongxing Heathen. The current Hongxing is no longer the old brand that merely guarded Jiangxing. Yes, I understand. Wang Yao nodded. You have spread your influence too wide, even establishing roots outside the province. So what you need to think about is how to survive, not to charge headfirst into danger. I'm well aware that I'm not suited for the underworld and do not wish to dabble in dark paths. Wang Yao paused, but some things taking a step back is not retreating, it's admitting defeat. Jiang Tiansheng's brow suddenly tightened. Let me remind you one last time, don't be foolish. I'm not being foolish. Wang Yao sighed. I just chose a path that I believe I should take. Good, very good. Jiang Tiansheng lifted his cup and drank it down. I'll be waiting to see how you drag yourself down, scatter yourself, and make it impossible to stay in Jiangxing. Then I will certainly not let President Jiang be disappointed. Wang Yao smiled and stood up, pushing the door open and exiting. He'll be watching closely. Jiang Tiansheng also stood up. The two stepped out of the cafe one after the other. Just as Wang Yao crossed the threshold, Chen Haonan emerged from a Hongqi sedan, silently blocking his way. Get in the car. What do you want me to get in your car for? Wang Yao frowned. I'm taking you somewhere. No time, he replied. Chen Haonan didn't argue. He merely took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, President Jiang, it's me. Wang Yao is in my car heading your way. Don't worry, everything is as usual. After hanging up, he put his phone back in his pocket and said 2 words, get in the car. Wang Yao stared at him for 3 seconds, then turned and walked towards another car by the roadside. Chen Haonan immediately circled around his own car, the engine roaring as he sped up to catch up. The entire journey was silent. On the highway, the wind whistled past the windows and neither spoke. The car finally stopped as it rolled over the gravel road through the woods. A 3-story small building stood quietly at the forest's edge, its exterior clean, and the door light was on. President Wang, we have arrived. Jiang Tiansheng's voice came from the passenger seat. Wang Yao pushed the door open and got out. Come in, the big shot. He stepped in first. Wang Yao stepped over the threshold. The interior was spacious, at least several hundred square meters, with exquisite decorations that were not extravagant, but rather displayed a sense of stability. In the center of the living room was a set of dark leather sofas with a tea table lined up on one side, holding a bottle of unopened Maodai alongside neatly arranged wine jugs, pouring vessels, and goblets. Everything you wanted is here. Big Shot B raised his hand to indicate check for yourself. Wang Yao acknowledged with a nod. He opened the liquor cabinet, took out a bottle of Wulianya, measured out 3 taels, placed it steadily on the tea table, and filled 2 glass cups one by one. Wang Yao, this is Wulianya, acquired just 2 days ago from Boss B. And Wang Yao gave a slight nod. Thank you. And between us such formalities are unnecessary. He lifted a glass, tilted his wrist gently. The liquor shimmered, and took a small, deliberate sip. Boss B watched his composure with narrowed eyes. I warned you long ago, looming over you isn't just the Hongxing Syndicate, but also the police, even the military. Refuse to cooperate, and there's only one outcome: handcuffs and a cell. And Wang Yao merely smiled, not a word in reply, as his fingertips traced the rim of the glass, then sipped again. Wang Yao, you're forcing my hand. And, as you wish, he replied flatly, not even lifting his eyelids. In Boss B's Adam's apple twitched, fury surged hot and raw. He was the helmsman of the Hongxing Syndicate, the kind of man whose name alone made the underworld tremble across the entire province. No one had ever dared feign deafness before him. Yet this young man sat utterly silent, like water-soaked hardwood, unyielding, grating against the teeth. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the churning rage, his voice dropping low and hoarse. Fine. Final ultimatum. Stay far away from my younger brother. My younger brother. Wang Yao paused, faintly startled. In Jiang Tianhu, a minor enforcer beneath Hongxing, a spoiled scion of the Jiang family. And yes, Jiang Tianhu. Boss B locked eyes with him. From this day forward, all past debts between us are erased. In Wang Yao remained still for half a breath, then let out a soft, hollow laugh. Ha, how amusing. He raised his gaze, the smile never reached his eyes. Do you truly believe I fear you? And better if you don't. Though I must ask, one question, should that statement even be spoken, and speak it. In, why do you intervene for Hongxing against me? Because you've drawn their ire, pierced their peace so deeply they cannot sleep. In, oh. Wang Yao's lips curled higher. And do you yourself believe that? Belief is yours to hold, or discard. And he pressed further, precisely what offense have I committed against Hongxing? So grave they'd bury me alive in prison, then hunt me down to kill me. Your parents killed my younger brother. In Wang Yao's expression darkened instantly. So you mean, the grudge my father incurred is his grudge too? Exactly. They were the ones who struck. And, then why not say so sooner? Wang Yao's voice turned glacial. And, would you have believed me then? Boss B countered. That single fact is enough to bind your parents' guilt beyond doubt. I seek only an account. Humph. Wang Yao scoffed, cold and dry. Excellent. Truly excellent. And though he had never met his parents, he knew, intuitively, irrevocably, that they were no ordinary virtuous souls. Boss B continued, now that you know it's not too late. Tonight your family of 3 shall finally reunite. Wang Yao ignored the remark, sitting quietly on the sofa, glass in one hand, remote control resting in the other, while the television flickered soundlessly. Boss B said nothing, simply stood and watched, waiting to see how long this young man could maintain his steely facade. And Mr. Jiang, you manage countless affairs daily. Please attend to them first. Wang Yao set down his glass. Once I've decided, I'll call you. And agreed. Boss B nodded and strode out. After the door clicked shut, Wang Yao rose, returned the bottle of Wulianya to its place in the cabinet, and dialed Jiang Chang's number. And Director Jiang, it's me. Dr. Wang. The voice on the line tightened. How is your recovery progressing? And fully healed. However, Boss B has just declared face-to-face that he intends to take my life. I'm currently inside his residence. And what? Jiang Chang gasped aloud. And that Boss B would dare move against Wang Yao was tantamount to walking straight into gunfire. Don't rush. This intelligence has only just landed. I haven't yet reported it to you. Wang Yao's tone remained steady. Rest assured, I have a plan. I ask only one thing: assist me in securing safe passage out of the country. Consider it done, without hesitation, and thank you. And it's my duty, no more no less. A pause, then softly added, at your command. I'll give everything I have. For now, no need. I'll contact you after crossing the border. And, understood, and then, thank you for your trouble. And after the call ended, Wang Yao walked to the window and gazed into the distance. Long silent, his eyes sharp and unshaken. Minutes passed before he left the bedroom. In downstairs, Boss B sat smoking in the living room, wreathed in slow drifting smoke. Seeing Wang Yao descend, he crushed his cigarette and rose. Wang Yao, how do you intend to resolve this? And what do you think? And I won't presume. But I'll say this plainly: Hongxing is no mountain you can strike hidden. Distance is your safest path. Boss B's voice lowered, heavy with warning. And Wang Yao shook his head, quiet yet each word carved with precision. I am no heir born to privilege, no scion cradled by power or wealth. You may stride arrogantly crush the common people, but dare you deceive them? Whose children are they? You may bully the weak, but twist your schemes against the people. Then sleep, if you ever can. The color drained from Boss B's face, his pupils contracted, throat bobbing once. You know, and I know enough. Wang Yao nodded. Don't wield this as leverage against me. You understand Hongxing's weight better than anyone, so keep your hands where they belong. A beat of silence. Then Boss B laughed, sharp and barbed. Wang Yao, do you imagine yourself some divine physician, believing mere words can cow me? Hongxing answers to no one, not least to you. And try it. Wang Yao replied calm as still water, no ripple, no tremor. You'll regret those words for the rest of your life. Boss B snorted, coldly spun on his heel, and strode out of the villa. Back at his ancestral estate, he dialed a number. Father, I've confirmed Wang Yao's background. He's likely the heir to some major conglomerate, or backed by a wealthy patriarch. He's already sensed my intent. Flight is highly probable. I'll deploy men to apprehend him. Please dispatch security personnel to safeguard me and investigate that conglomerate's origins. A single grunt. Then the line went dead. Boss B stared at the blackened screen, a cruel, venomous smile twisting his lips. Wang Yao, your time is nearly up. Wang Yao boarded Boss B's car and rode westward to a secluded walled compound. The vehicle halted. 7 or 8 men rushed forward, bowing deeply, opening the rear door with reverent haste to escort Boss B out. Wang Yao followed behind him through the wrought iron gate. Inside the parlor, Boss B suddenly thrust a finger toward Wang Yao's forehead and barked, "Kneel. You order me to kneel, and I must obey." Humph. You murdered my elder brother Jiang Tianyu. Dare you expect to walk away without prostrating yourself in penance? Do you truly believe you're worthy of standing opposite me? Wang Yao smiled, icy, devoid of warmth, brimming only with contempt. Boss B's face contorted, then hardened into grim resolve. You truly feared death? Not at all. I wish to die. Wang Yao spread his hands, palms up, just not at the barrel of a police rifle. Then you've chosen your own end. Boss B sneered and slashed his hand downward. Seize him. 2 black-clad men lunged forward, gripping Wang Yao's arms and forcing him down with brutal pressure. Release me. Do you even know who I am? I am the mayor of Huahai City. Lay one finger on me today, and you'll never leave Yinjing alive. Neither moved an inch, not even a flicker of their eyelids. Senior brother B sneered. Wang Yao, be sensible. Don't force me to act. Who do you think you are? Wang Yao's voice remained calm. One last chance. Kneel now, and I might spare your life. He gazed at him as though listening to a poorly told joke. Senior brother B, you're terribly naive. Naive? He scoffed contemptuously. If you seek death, I'll oblige you. Brothers, move in. Before the words had fully left his lips, Wang Yao dropped his shoulders, coiled his waist and abdomen, and erupted free from their grip. His right leg whipped out like a whirlwind, striking the black-clad man square in the abdomen. The man grunted, flew backward, crashed into a low table, curled onto the floor, gasping, twitched feebly, then staggered upright, clutching the wall as he limped out of the living room. The other man's face paled. He whirled and shouted, "Young Master Jiang, run. We can't hold him. Run." Wang Yao stepped forward. His fist was already upon him. Thud. The man collapsed backward, his skull cracking against the marble floor. His scream choked off mid-throat, and he lay paralyzed, utterly incapable of rising. Wang Yao, you're ruthless. Senior brother B stared, eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. None of you stand a chance against me. Did you truly believe you could subdue me? Wang Yao's voice remained tranquil, yet it pressed down like suffocating weight. Not necessarily. A cold snort escaped Senior brother B's nostrils. He turned sharply and barked, "Move in. Break that arrogant little brat." Before the echo faded, 3 burly men simultaneously drew short clubs and lunged toward Wang Yao with roaring fury. A faint smirk curled Wang Yao's lips. He didn't retreat, but surged forward, his right fist launching like artillery fire, shattering the lead man's left zygomatic bone. Crack. Blood and broken teeth sprayed midair as the man reeled backward, toppling the low table, scattering porcelain cups across the floor in a cascade of shards. Thump. Thump. The other 2 had barely closed half the distance when their legs buckled, knees collapsing beneath them, bodies slamming hard onto the ground, unable even to crawl. Senior brother B's pupils contracted violently, the veins pulsed fiercely along his temples. In a single move, utter collapse. Not even a moment to parry. Believe it now. You truly aren't my match. Wang Yao smiled faintly. Despicable. You cheated. Senior brother B's voice cracked with strain. So did you, Wang Yao replied coolly. You lost long before this. Yet twist the truth, casting blame upon me. His jaw clenched until his teeth ground audibly. Hatred burned so fiercely in his eyes it seemed ready to ignite. Yet he couldn't raise a hand, dared not even twitch. Not only had he been defeated by Wang Yao, he'd forfeited 30 million coins. Now even the courage to retaliate had evaporated. His chest heaved violently, his nails dug deep into his palms. Humiliation carved itself into his mind like a wound that would never scab over. What must I do for you to release my elder brother? The words forced themselves through clenched teeth. Will you agree to whatever I ask? Wang Yao countered. Agreed. Senior brother B blurted instantly. Release him, and the Jiang family will bear full responsibility. Money, land, my submission. I accept all. Wang Yao's brow lifted slightly. The Jiang family indeed wielded influence, but he held no fear of them. Still, driving them to utter ruin would bring him no advantage. Only entanglement and trouble. Enough. He waved carelessly. Relief flooded Senior brother B's heart, then froze mid-expression. He'd expected exorbitant demands, yet Wang Yao dismissed the matter with a flick of his wrist, so swiftly it left him unsettled, almost unnerved. What do you require, and where shall I take you? Wang Yao said. To meet our family head. Senior brother B blinked, suspicion sharpening in his gaze. Wang Yao, what exactly are you after? What am I after? Wang Yao chuckled low and dark. Why? To kill your elder brother, of course. Absolutely impossible. Senior brother B shook his head violently. My brother is guarded by elite cultivators. You'll never get near him. Oh. Wang Yao tilted his head. How many? Bring them all. I'll dismantle each one, individually. You. Senior brother B's face turned ashen, his fists clenched until knuckles bleached white. I advise you to kneel and beg. Perhaps you'll suffer fewer blows. Wang Yao's nonchalance pierced deeper than any insult. Do you truly believe you can stride unchallenged? Senior brother B gritted his teeth. Don't forget, I'm the second young master of the Jiang family. If you provoke me further, you'll never show your face in Jiangzhou again. Then I want. Wang Yao shrugged. But consider this carefully. If this escalates, you'll lose not only your inheritance, you may well lose your life. Never. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Wang Yao shook his head and turned to leave. Wait. Senior brother B cried out, voice cracking. Anything else? This has nothing to do with my elder brother. It was my decision alone. Hold your grudge against me. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice tightened with strain. Wang Yao paused, turned his profile, and swept a heavy, penetrating gaze across him. If I truly meant to deal with you, where do you imagine you could hide? I know you have ways. Please, spare my elder brother. Name your price. I'll pay it. His words tumbled out fast, sweat beading on his forehead. Truly so compliant. Will you surrender Jiangshi Group? Wang Yao held his gaze steadily. Yes. Senior brother B declared without hesitation. I'll sign the transfer documents immediately. Very well. Wang Yao nodded, his smile softening slightly. Since your sincerity is genuine, I'll spare your elder brother. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Senior brother B bowed deeply, voice trembling. But this matter, I beg you to keep it sealed. Not a single word will escape. Wang Yao inclined his head. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Tears welled in Senior brother B's eyes, his voice thick with emotion. Now, please let my elder brother appear. Wang Yao raised a hand and gestured briskly for Senior brother B to fetch him. Moments later, 2 black sedans glided silently through the courtyard gate. Doors opened. 8 men descended in unison, impeccably tailored dark suits, sharp shoulder lines, measured strides, and an aura of cold, seasoned authority etched into every line of their faces. They were the Jiang family's current patriarch, second elder, third elder, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, sixth uncle, seventh uncle, and several senior clan elders from collateral branches. Their collective presence signaled only one purpose: retrieving Senior brother B's detained elder brother. Wang Yao narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze across them slowly before speaking with quiet amusement. Ah, Patriarch Jiang's second elder, and all esteemed uncles and elders. How gracious of you to gather in full. Wang Yao, what do you want? Speak plainly. The patriarch's voice was low, taut as drawn steel. He saw clearly. The young man before him, played by no rules, struck with lethal precision. His own son, Senior brother B, had been beaten to the brink of death. Only swift medical intervention had spared him a final farewell. Thus the patriarch watched Wang Yao, not just with vigilance, but with an unmistakable undercurrent of dread. As soon as the words settled, Wang Yao smiled and scanned the assembly. I hear the Jiang family holds considerable enterprises. Indeed, the patriarch nodded. You find them intriguing? Wang Yao gave a slow, deliberate nod. Then take them. The patriarch slapped his thigh, decisive, unhesitating. In that case, I'll accept without protest. However, there is a condition. At these words, the brows of every Jiang family member tightened in unison. None had anticipated he would dare demand a price. Yet the arrow was already knocked. Retreat was impossible. What condition? Asked the clan patriarch. All Jiang family assets, transferred into my name. Also, Wang Yao added calmly, I require 50% equity in Jiang Group. What a... Faces paled in shock, stunned silence fell as all eyes locked onto Wang Yao, as if seeing his face for the first time. My brother's life for all Jiang wealth. I beg you, spare him. De Lao Bi suddenly stepped forward, voice trembling. He is the only kin I have left in this world. If harm comes to him, I will die before you this very instant. Wang Yao let out a faint, icy laugh. You are so eager to die for him. It makes me wonder whether I even care enough to negotiate with you. De Lao Bi choked, his face flushing crimson, then draining white. Having bowed himself to dust, he found not even a shred of dignity granted in return. If it's money you want, the Jiang family has more than enough, said the patriarch, stepping half a pace forward, his voice dropping low and grave. This matter has nothing to do with Anan. He knows nothing of it. Come for me instead. Exactly. Anan's misdeeds, we bear them. Several uncles immediately echoed, exchanging glances. A silent pact already sealed. The main branch would shoulder the burden, our collateral lines would remain untouched. After all, though De Lao Bi bore the Jiang surname, his name had never appeared on the Jiang genealogical register. By blood, he remained an outsider. Step aside. Wang Yao cast a cool, indifferent glance over them and strode directly toward the wheelchair. Seated there was the man who was De Lao B's elder brother, Shanji. He now sat poised at the threshold, spine, slightly hunched face, pale left hand gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles whitened. Shanji, are you all right? Ainen, hold your brother steady. Instantly several uncles rushed forward. De Lao B lunged ahead, arms cradling his brother's arms, bracing his swaying frame with desperate strength. Shanji, the Zhang family has failed you, sighed the patriarch, voice thick with sorrow. All these years, we failed to protect you, allowed you to suffer unjustly. Shanji tugged at his lips in a bitter smile. Father, don't say that. I know, you've always acted for my good. The courtyard fell utterly still. Only wind whispered through the silence. No one dared speak. Wang Yao suddenly turned, gaze sharp as a nail driven straight into the patriarch's eyes. Leave the money. Take your people, and leave. The patriarch's pupils contracted as faces around him froze. Disbelief etched deep upon every countenance. Could this youth truly utter such words before 7 Zhang elders? Little bastard, you've grown tired of living, sneered the third elder, sleeve flicking, cold steel flashing into view. Who the hell are you to interfere in Zhang affairs? Pay up and walk away. Or else. Several elders' voices dropped low and venomous tails of their sentences drawn out like frozen blades. I won't hesitate to send you to your grave myself. Wang Yao arched a brow, smiling. Oh, send me to my grave. Go on then. Before the final syllable faded, he raised his hand and struck. Bang! A shock wave erupted, brutal iron-hard, slamming into De Lao B's chest like a warhammer. He flew backward, crashing violently against the brick wall, mouth flooding with coppery blood. Oh! Shanji cried out, twisting sharply toward De Lao B, his face bleached bone white, eyes wide with raw terror. De Lao B curled on the ground, one hand clamped over his heart, shoulders shuddering with each violent cough. Blood seeped between his fingers. You wretch, daring to lay hands on Ainen. Shanji roared, surging upright and lunging at Wang Yao. Get back! A fist blurred through air, crackling with explosive force. Yet Shanji hadn't even registered the motion before he was hurled sideways, crashing headlong into the center of a wooden table. Crack! Table legs snapped, splinters scattered. He lay sprawled amid shattered timber, forehead veins throbbing, jaw clenched against agony, cold sweat glistening on his brow. You. The remaining Zhang members stood paralyzed. Lips bloodless, knees trembling, breath held so shallow it barely stirred the air. Only the patriarch and senior elders remained rooted. Faces ashen, eyes like sharpened daggers burning with murderous intent to pin Wang Yao to the wall where he stood. Yet the patriarch remained the patriarch. In a heartbeat, he suppressed the storm within, voice colder than hoarfrost. Very well. Excellent. Young man, you possess audacity and arrogance. Let us settle this, man to man. Prove your mettle with your fists. Hearing this, others shook their heads. This was the Jiang clan, a venerable, entrenched aristocratic house, not some roadside brawler's den. How could he possibly accept? It was pure suicide. Fine. Unknown it is. Wang Yao's lips curved faintly, yet his eyes held not a trace of warmth. Let me test just how hard your bones truly are. The patriarch's second uncle and De Lao B's own father all froze in place. Madness. To publicly challenge the Jiang patriarch to single combat. And worse, the three were seasoned martial cultivators, each honing their arts for decades. While Wang Yao's cultivation level far surpassed theirs, by more than one tier. Ha! A shrill mocking laugh tore through the heavy silence without warning. A black-robed youth strode through the doorway, flanked by 6 towering black-clad guards, each exuding profound aura, soul light flickering subtly beneath their skin. All were soul refinement realm experts. These men were De Lao B's personally trained elite guard, tasked solely with protecting him, his elder brother, close kin, and trusted confidants. At their arrival, every Zhang clansman instantly bowed low, retreating to either side, backs bent deeply, breath held tight. Since terms are settled, leave swiftly. Don't linger here obstructing my sight. Zhang faces twitched, but not a word dared rise. Teeth gritted, they turned silently and shuffled toward the exit. Wang Yao neither barred nor watched them. Only when the last silhouette vanished beyond the doorframe did he exhale slowly, glancing once at the bloodstain on the floor, before turning and walking away. Seeing this, Wang Yao broke into a sprint after them, shouting, "Wait!" The black-robed youth paused mid-step, brows lifting slightly as he turned his profile. Voice clear and cool, something else. My Uncle Hai respectfully invites you to visit our ancestral estate. Would you honor us with your presence? Third uncle beamed, bowing profusely, toned syrup sweet. I've already stated your son isn't worthy of my presence, nor is my time spent performing theater for your sake. Third uncle's smile froze, then hardened into a mask of ashen fury. Ungrateful wretch. Not even sprouted a whisker, and dares refuse the Jiang family's face. Has death lost its sting? Nearby clansmen snickered in chorus, smirks stretched wide, eyes gleaming with anticipation of spectacle. Patriarch, let's go. Let him play monkey here alone. Indeed. Loud talk, but his hands likely can't withstand even 3 of my strikes. Those barbs pierced ears, Shanji's father's expression flickered with ire, yet it dissolved into a long, weary sigh. He stepped forward, voice softened to silk. Earlier my son behaved disgracefully, making a scene most unseemly. But at root it was merely a misunderstanding. Please do not dwell upon it. I fully recognize. The Jiang family cannot afford to cross a figure such as yourself. As he spoke, he took out a check from his pocket and handed it over with both hands, saying, "This is a small token from the Jiang family to compensate for the damages. I hope you will accept it." He felt aggrieved, but was even more afraid of losing control of the situation. He just wanted to cut through the chaos quickly and minimize the losses. The other members of the Jiang family hurriedly smiled and nodded in agreement. Wang Yao scanned the room and suddenly raised his hand, casually tossing the piece of paper into the air. It fell to the ground, not even worthy of a step on. "This little bit of money from the Jiang family," he said in a flat voice, "has dirtied the soles of my shoes." "You brat. What kind of attitude is that? You dare to taste the bitter fruit of disrespect after being offered wine. You are asking for your own demise." The members of the Jiang family all shouted in unison, their faces as stern as iron, their gazes sharp as blades. Wang Yao's eyes narrowed, a cold light, flashing murderous intent, like a double-edged sword piercing the heart. "I had given you a way out, yet you let it slip away yourself." As these words left his mouth, the Jiang family members froze in place, their faces turning ashen, lips pale. What did you say? You dare to lay a hand on a member of the Jiang family? Are you out of your mind?" Their faces twisted in anger, their eyes burning with furious fire, almost ready to spark. "The Jiang family is not made of clay. If you dare to act today, tomorrow it will be a bloodbath, leaving not a single soul alive." "Ha ha." Wang Yao threw his head back and laughed, his laughter shaking the dust from the eaves, as if he had heard the most absurd play in the world. "This is Tianfeng City, not your Jiang family's ancestral hall. In this territory, do you think I need your permission to lift a finger? Today not only will I kill Wang Yao, but I will also wash away the entire Jiang clan in blood. Even if the Heavenly King comes, he will have to kneel and collect the corpses." Before the words fell, the Jiang family members were all stunned. You, are you insane? Destroy my entire Jiang family." A Jiang family henchman pointed at the mountain chicken, his neck veins bulging, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Who do you think you are?" Everyone's face turned red, their temples throbbing. This young man was formidable, but did he really think the Jiang family was made of paper? A delusional fool. Ha ha ha. Wang Yao laughed again, bending over as he held his belly, tears collecting at the corners of his eyes, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "Do you think I was raised in fear?" The Jiang family members laughed uproariously, their laughter filled with mockery. "Do you know who our boss is? He is the young master of the Jiang family. What you just said is tantamount to digging up the Jiang family's ancestral grave. This is an unspeakable humiliation. Humiliate your Jiang family." Ha ha ha. The mountain chicken suddenly burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, gasping for air, cold sweat trickling down into his collar. "This bunch of fools must have been born with a screw loose. Laugh, go ahead, laugh it out. Later you won't even find the right pitch to cry." Wang Yao stopped laughing, his voice cold as ice scraping against stone. "Now let me show you with your own eyes how much your few words are worth in lives. How big of a mess did I create for the Jiang family? Heh, I've truly never seen such a foolish hothead." The mountain chicken was still laughing, trembling with mirth, beads of sweat rolling down like rain. "I'll give you two options. 1, kneel down, knock your head 3 times, swallow today's events back into your stomach as if they 2, continue to walk arrogantly. Then bear the consequences yourself. Oh, by the way, if you want to die quickly, you can also commit suicide, but then you can't blame anyone else for it." Wang Yao finished speaking with a smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, yet his gaze was as cold as a deep well. The mountain chicken's face was full of disdain. In his eyes, this Jiang family lackey was nothing more than a barking mad dog. Just a pack of mad dogs, really. As soon as his words faded, the henchman began to shout. "Kid, 10 seconds. Think it through. 3, 2, 1. As the last word exploded, Wang Yao flipped his wrist, and a short gun was already in his hand. Bang! The gun's muzzle pressed against the mountain chicken's forehead, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet penetrated, shattering the skull, blood splattering everywhere, and the mountain chicken fell straight to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. "Huh!" All the Jiang family henchmen screamed in shock, their throats raw as if torn apart. No one expected him to actually pull the trigger. Even fewer expected the mountain chicken to die so suddenly, and in such a bloody manner right before their eyes. Mountain chicken! Mountain chicken! Old Wang! Hurry, save him!" Jiang Tiansheng and Jiang Tianyang screamed beside him, their voices breaking, their faces drained of color, pupils dilated, filled with horror. "No! Impossible! I don't believe it. My brother won't die. Absolutely not." The two completely lost control, screaming. Their eyes were heavy with sorrow, the grief too thick to dissolve. Silent tears slipped down, leaving 2 wet trails on their cheeks. The mountain chicken was how could they watch their only loyal brother be pushed into the fire pit? Jiang Tiansheng's eyes turned blood red. He threw his head back and howled, a beast-like wail erupting from his throat, as if trying to tear apart the pain rolling in his chest, and fling it towards the sky. He fixed his gaze on the mountain chicken's lifeless body, blood vessels and his pupils densely covered. His entire body felt as if ignited, burning so hot that his bones felt like they were on fire. I want revenge. I will slaughter your entire family. In his eyes, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent surged, cold enough to chill the bone. At the same time, in another detached villa, an old man with white beard sitting in the center of the sofa, wearing a faint smile, calm and composed. Good. Finally couldn't hold back any longer and took action. This person was none other than Jiang Jun, the leader of the Hongxing gang. A burly man, Che Baoshan, stood beside him. Jiang Jun held a transcendent status. Even the governor of Hong Kong had to bow and address him as Master Jiang. Standing beside him were two men dressed in black. These two were the mainstays of the Hongxing faction, their status slightly inferior to Hong Jinyu, yet they had held power longer than Jiang Tianxing and Jiang Tianyang, gaining deeper trust from the older generation. Jiang Jun had a thick tome spread across his knees, the cover boldly embossed with the words, detailed information on the Jiang family. They're coming. Wang Yao had already led his subordinates out of the estate, gate, the corners of his lips slightly raised, revealing unabashed disdain. The Jiang family. Too weak. They are not worthy of being my opponents. He scoffed, just a ridiculous clown jumping around. In Wang Yao's eyes, the Jiang family was not even worth as much as ants. Even in Jiangnan City, they were merely a small clan struggling to survive in the cracks, while he, Wang Yao, was a figure of real power. A mere Jiang family was not even worth his attention. Return, he ordered succinctly. Without stopping his steps, he walked straight out of the estate. Bang! The gunshot suddenly erupted. He turned around sharply to see a man collapsing to the ground, 7 or 8 bullet holes embedded in his. On the man's chest, a rough, inked character Jiang was scrawled. Was this one of the Jiang family's people? He recognized this man. They had been old acquaintances. The other party had entrusted him. Who would have thought to encounter him here today? Had just a jumping clown. He sneered, his voice cold and hard. Offending me, Wang Yao, is akin to seeking death. With that, he turned and strode away, his steps decisive and brisk. He was headed to the East Sea to find the mastermind behind it all and settle the blood debt for the Mountain Rooster. Just as he walked away, a black business vehicle silently glided to where he had just stood. A low hoarse sneer came from inside the car. Wang Yao. Quite bold, aren't you? Daring to kill in front of me. Heh. When I catch the opportunity, one knife won't suffice. It will be 1,000 cuts. The car door swung open and a man in his 40s stepped out. Dressed in a sharp suit, the brim of his hat was pulled low, obscuring his features. In his hand was a black gun, its muzzle steadily aimed at the direction where Wang Yao had vanished. Behind him stood 6 men in black, all wearing sunglasses and black suits, their faces hidden in the shadows, showing only the taut lines of their jaws and their cold, rigid postures. They were all members of the Jiang family. Beside Jiang Jun stood a tall young man who was gazing into the distance, his eyes like the dark currents beneath a frozen lake, eerily still yet sharp as ice. That gaze seemed capable of slicing through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Young master, what are your plans next? The young man's voice was low. What are my plans? A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, each word deliberate. Let Wang Yao understand what it means to provoke Jiang Jun. I want him to kneel before me, trembling and begging for mercy. Ha ha ha. That would be satisfying. Jiang Jun threw his head back and laughed. Yet there was no trace of delight in that laughter, only a chilling aura of menace. His face was rigid, muscles twitching, veins bulging. He looked every bit the embodiment of a vengeful spirit. Bang! Outside the Jiang family's villa, a sudden muffled explosion echoed like something heavy crashing against the metal doorframe. Jiang Jun frowned. A thin layer of annoyance surfaced in his eyes. He turned to glance at Che Baoshan and the other 3, his voice cold and hard. Something's happened outside. You all go take a look. Yes. Before his words faded, the 4 had already pushed the car door open and dashed out. Jiang Jun remained seated, leaning back against the leather seat, fingers resting on his knee, waiting for news. Creak. Just as the car door opened a crack, an arm shot out, first thick and muscular with prominent wrist bones. Following that, a figure scrambled out of the car using both hands and feet. Clad in camouflage, his face was smeared with paint, even his eyes concealed in shadows, making it impossible to discern his features. Bang! Just as his toes touched the ground, a straight punch slammed into his abdomen like a hammer. The impact sent him flying, his back crashing against the gravel road, sending dust flying. It was a middle-aged man. Crouching on the ground, he felt a sweetness in his throat, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. He struggled to push himself up with his elbow, but it was as if his spine had broken, rendering him limp. His face was drenched in cold sweat mixed with blood, the pain causing his eyelids to quiver. Seeing his man fall, Jiang Jun's expression darkened, as if ink could drip from it. He stepped out of the car, the sound of his heels crunching on the gravel echoed as he glared at the fallen man, his voice slicing through the air. Get up. The man slowly raised his head. On his left cheek, a stark black Jiang character stood out. Jiang Tianming. You bastard. How dare you betray the ancestor? Jiang Jun raised his hand to slap the blow, accompanied by a gust of wind. Slap. But his wrist was firmly gripped by Jiang Tianming's outstretched arm. He stood unmoving, his gaze calm as a dry well, staring directly at Jiang Zhen, and spoke. Ancestor, I did not betray you. It's just that you are unaware that behind me stands another force. Without this force to back me, I would not have been able to move my plans at all. So I had to pull Wang Yao into the fray, making him fall into darkness to become the sharpest knife in my hand. Jiang Zhen's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he grinned. Good. Then let's take him down. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, murderous intent, as sharp as a knife. Jiang Tianming nodded, saying no more. He closed his eyes, and beneath his eyelids a thin thread of golden light quietly flickered. On the return journey to Donghu Manor, Wang Yao sat by the window. His gaze was devoid of warmth, only an icy mockery remained. I want to see just how thick the Wang family's tiger skin truly is. A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He was not afraid of the Wang family. He had long since paved the way for a fallout. He was never the type to let others strike without retaliation. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Yao did not pause, heading straight upstairs and pushing open the bedroom door. Sitting on the edge of the bed was a middle-aged man. The person as you wished has been brought to you. Jiang Zhen stood with his hands at his sides, speaking respectfully. The man before him was the head of the Wang family and the future pillar of the Wang family, one to not be slighted. The middle-aged man responded, not even lifting his eyelids. You may leave while I wish to rest. Jiang Zhen was taken aback, but did not ask, further bowing as he retreated. As soon as the door closed, all traces of respect vanished from his face, leaving only coldness. Jiang Tianming, you managed to escape from the Wang family, quite impressive. But how could you dare to provoke me? If you acknowledge me as your father, then immediately return to Huaxia. If you pretend to be deaf and mute, I will personally lead people to chase you to the ends of the earth. Wang Yao dashed out 100 meters, suddenly stopping in his tracks. Moi. He halted, raising an eyebrow. Right where he had just stood, a dark red shadow began to emerge slowly from the wall, shadow like fog, yet resembling blood. On the ground, a wine jar lay shattered into pieces. Wang Yao glanced over, a hint of suspicion crossing his eyes. He had not expected that there was still someone lurking in the shadows. Damn. So there's another helper. He sneered, his voice hoarse. Since you refuse to show your face, don't blame me for being ruthless. Otherwise you will regret it. The person opposite him was clearly intimidated by Wang Yao's imposing presence, his throat tightening coldly, snorting, though he could not hide the surging anger in his eyes. Is that so? Wang Yao's lips curled slightly, his voice low, yet slicing through like a blade against iron. I, Wang Yao, have lived to this day without ever knowing what regret feels like. Before his words fell, his right palm had already thrust out violently. A shadow of his palm tore through the air, swift as thunder striking down. Bastard! How dare you ambush me? The assailant was caught off guard, realizing too late that something was wrong as the palm strike, accompanied by the sound of wind, slammed into his face. Damn bastard! He howled, retreating desperately, but ultimately was a moment too slow. Boom! The force of the palm struck solidly against his chest, exploding him into pieces. Golden light erupted from his body, shooting straight toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the golden light coalesced, forming a dagger. Its entire body shimmering with a sinister blood light, the blade twisted, as if alive, chilling to the bone. Whoosh! The blood dagger sliced through the air, aiming directly for Wang Yao's throat. Hoochie! The dagger embedded deep into the wall, leaving only its tail vibrating ominously. Wang Yao had already sidestepped to avoid it, not even grazing his clothes. What a... The assassin's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could withdraw, a tremendous force erupted from his abdomen. He was sent flying, crashing hard into the floor, debris scattering his back, sinking deep into the muddy ground. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up with his elbow, but just as his knee left the ground, a foot came crashing down from above. Bang! He was like a kite with a severed string, flying several meters, crashing through half a load-bearing wall, bricks and dust raining down. Yet he somehow managed to shake off the impact and crawl out, fingers digging into the cement crevices, nails cracking and bleeding. At that moment, Wang Yao had already closed in on him. A heavy punch, without any fancy moves, landed squarely on the crown of his head. After a muffled thud, he collapsed motionless. Wang Yao withdrew his fist, dusted off the floating dust from his sleeves, turned back to the living room, and sat cross-legged in silence, his breathing gradually calming. The next morning, Wang Yao finished breakfast, drove away from the villa, and headed straight to the Wang group. At this moment, in the conference room on the top floor of the headquarters, Jiang Tianxing sat at the main seat, pressing his fingertips forcefully against the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white. His brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze was so heavy it seemed to drip with water. He never expected that the young man, named Chun Haonan, would dare to seek outside help, and his methods were ruthless and formidable, far beyond his predictions. The people from all the branches in Causeway Bay were sent out for 3 days without a trace. The situation was completely out of control. The Wang family's trump cards were all revealed, only to be seen through by the opponent first. If this dragged on for another day, even the dark stakes in Hong Kong's underground would be uprooted. What lies before us now is a life and death game. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against rusty iron. The executives below bowed their heads in silence. Only the low hum of the air conditioning could be heard. Jiang Tianxing stared at the report material, where a line read, "No such person found," and his temples throbbed. Could it be? The century-old foundation of the Wang family is truly about to fall into the hands of a young upstart in his 20s. He clenched his fist abruptly, the joints cracking, causing the teacup on the table to tremble slightly. The assassin he had hired for a hefty sum last night hadn't even touched Wang Yao's clothing before turning into a corpse shining with gold. At that moment, a black-clothed dark guard entered silently and knelt on one knee. "Chairman Chun Haonan has come." He did not take action, but merely left a message, demanding that we hand over all our dock storage and logistics chains and withdraw from all business in Causeway Bay. He dares to do such a thing. Jiang Tianxing's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if electric sparks shot forth and the veins on his forehead bulged. But as he spoke half a sentence, he abruptly stopped. His throat rolled, and he suddenly fell silent. "This matter. We indeed broke the rules first." He slowly uttered this statement, his voice barely audible. "Then, do we hand over the goods or not?" The dark guard raised his head, cold sweat already trickling to his temples. Jiang Tianxing did not answer. He simply fixed his gaze on the guard's face, unmoving. The dark guard's throat tightened, the hairs on his neck standing on end. "You may withdraw for now, or I need to think this over." "Yes." The dark guard's figure flickered and disappeared behind the door, but the gloom on Jiang Tianxing's face only deepened. He knew better than anyone that handing over those things would be equivalent to putting a noose around his own neck. Yet the Wang family was already hanging by a thread. Any misstep would lead to total loss. With his parents and sister far abroad, and unable to help, the only one he could bet on was this young man named Chun Haonan. He had to confront him head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his fingertips swiftly dialed a number. The call was picked up quickly. "Hello, are you a member of the Wang family? I am Jiang Tianxing. The Wang family is in trouble and urgently needs assistance." "What's the situation?" The voice on the other end was deep and slightly hoarse. Jiang Tianxing got straight to the point. "I want to know if you have the confidence to deal with Chun Haonan. The reward will not disappoint you." The other side fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. "The Wang family has actually reached the point of needing to find outsiders for help." "Yes." He did not beat around the bush and answered straightforwardly. "If I truly make a move, the Wang family will have no way back." "Have you thought this through?" "I've thought it through." Jiang Tianxing's voice was steady. "I believe in your abilities. As long as you can stabilize the situation, the Wang family is willing to repay you generously." There was another silence on the line. After a long while, the voice finally spoke again. "I want one of your mines, and an entire mine vein." Jiang Tianxing's throat moved slightly, and his temples throbbed twice. What an appetite he has. But at this moment, he didn't even dare to frown. This person was his only hope now. As long as the other party nodded, the Wang family would still have a chance to breathe. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had regained his calm. "All right, we can discuss cooperation. I can only hope you act quickly to help the Wang family through this tribulation." "No problem," the other party replied decisively. In a cave hidden deep within the dense forest of Tsimsha-Sui, Chun Haonan leaned casually against a wooden chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Holding a blue and white porcelain teacup slightly tilted, he took a sip and spoke leisurely. "Jiang Tianxing is still alive. That's no surprise. I had long anticipated he wouldn't die." A cold female voice came from the shadows, clad in black and masked, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. "That is his younger brother, and also his only son. Raised in the palm of his hand since childhood, how could he stand by when the Wang family is in danger?" Chun Haonan set down the teacup and lightly tapped the rim with his fingertip. "He's not foolish, he knows how to choose. We just need to wait." The woman scoffed. "Those old fogies in the Wang family are probably busy mobilizing troops. By the time they all lie down, Jiang Tianxing will be nothing but a shell." Chun Haonan's gaze darkened slightly, and he suddenly laughed softly. "Do you think they really believe we are easy to bully?" The woman shook her head, her tone filled with mockery. "How would they know? The land of Huaxia is home to hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with many ancient martial arts families lying low for years without revealing their strength. The Lin family's foundations," he paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, "are merely the tip of the iceberg." At the same time, in a coastal mansion in Hong Kong, Jiang Tianxing stood alone on the balcony, overlooking the endless stream of car lights below. His brows were locked in an unshakable gloom, unable to advance or retreat. "Dad, don't worry." A clear male voice sounded from behind. A young man in a white shirt walked over calmly, placing a hand on his shoulder, his tone relaxed yet resolute. Jiang Tianxing turned around and looked at his son's young, yet steady face, deeply sighing. "The Wang family is now in turmoil, and as the head of the family, I cannot absolve myself of blame. But we are the Wang family." The young man's gaze was steadfast. "The blood of the Wang family cannot be trampled on by anyone. I will buy us some time," Jiang Tianxing said quietly. Wang Yao frowned slightly, his tone heavy. "Dad, there's no need to say that. No matter how difficult it gets for the Wang family, we are not clay that anyone can manipulate. If they dare to come, we We'll accompany them to the end. Dad, just take it easy. Just reflect on the time when you gave the order and changed the tides. Wang Yao's lips curled slightly, his words laced with barbs, yet his eyes seemed to conceal two clusters of cold fire. Yao, you don't understand. Dad, there's no need to say more. Wang Yao directly interrupted Jiang Tiancheng. Leave this matter to us. You just need to keep your heart steady. Not a single one of those people will leave unscathed. When the dust settles, the Wang family will still be the Wang family of the past. Jiang Tiancheng looked at his son straight back and suddenly burst into laughter. Yao is right. The Wang family will inevitably return to its former glory. As soon as these words fell, Wang Yao's blood surged to his head. This time he was determined to personally strangle that person from the Lin family, grind him into the mud, and turn him into dust. As the thoughts surged, the malice in his brows deepened. Jiang Tiancheng was unaware of any unusual signs, only furrowing his brow and saying, "What I am most worried about now is whether Chun Haonan will retaliate. He has a deadly enmity with us. If it comes to blows, we can only passively defend ourselves." But the Lin family, they wouldn't dare touch a single hair of the Wang family. Wang Yao nodded, his eyes momentarily clouded with murderous intent. "Rest assured, I will personally tear apart the Lin family members." However, he paused, lowering his voice slightly. "That Lin's resilience is much stronger than expected. We may have underestimated him." "No matter." Jiang Tiancheng waved his hand. "The Lin family is currently too occupied with their own troubles. Moreover, we hold even stronger trump cards in our hands. As long as we weather this storm, the revival of the Wang family is just a matter of time. I have already ordered all the scattered members of the Wang family to return to Huaxia." His voice was resonant, exuding undeniable pride. Jiang Tiancheng felt his eyes grow warm, nodding repeatedly. Good. Good. The Wang family can finally hold their heads high." Before his words fell, his expression suddenly stiffened, the smile vanishing in an instant. He turned his gaze heavy upon Wang Yao's face, asking word by word, "Yao, tell me, has your injury healed?" After asking, he stared unblinking at his son, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Wang Yao grinned. "Dad, you can rest assured. I healed a long time ago. I will personally take care of Chun Haonan." Jiang Tiancheng slapped his thigh, his face filled with joy. "But the operation must be discreet. We cannot alert the Lin family." "You can rest assured," Wang Yao said with certainty. "Your orders have been conveyed to the several old generals. They are ready to move at any time." Jiang Tiancheng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yao, you did a great job. You have not only removed a poisonous tooth from the Wang family, but also cleared a larger space." Wang Yao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Dad, don't forget. Chun Haonan has fallen under our Wang family's watchful eyes more than once. This time I will make him repay the debt in full and with interest." Jiang Tiancheng nodded slowly. "I trust you on this matter." He paused for a moment, his voice thick and earnest. "Yao, you will always be Dad's pride. You are the one I, Jiang Tiancheng, have the highest hopes for. In the future, all matters of the Wang group will be entrusted to you as long as you are capable of bearing them." Wang Yao's pupils constricted, his breath stilled. He truly had the opportunity to take charge of the Wang family business. In an instant, the light in his eyes was blazing, filled with uncontainable excitement and fervor. In the president's office of the Wang group, Jiang Tiancheng sat upright, his back straight as a pine, his expression solemn. Wang Yao leaned casually on the sofa, legs crossed, his fingers idly tapping the armrest. "Jiang Tiancheng, I will remember this debt you owe me. Chun Haonan, this time I want your blood to stain 3 feet and your bones to vanish." He raised his eyes to look out the window, his gaze sharp as a knife. His knuckles cracked, veins on the back of his hands standing out sharply. "Yao, go rest for a while. You have been pushing yourself too hard these days," Jiang Tiancheng said as he took a black card from the drawer and pushed it towards him. Wang Yao reached out to press down on the card, smiling as he shook his head. "Dad, I truly don't lack for money. I just hope the Wang family can regain its former glory. You don't need to worry about anything else." Jiang Tiancheng sighed with a smile. "Silly child, why are you being polite with me? All right then, if you insist, I won't stop you. But over the years, the company will still need you to shoulder more responsibility." Jiang Tiancheng said, "Your grandfather and the others have always valued you highly. As long as you maintain this sense of humility and restraint, those beneath you will naturally come to trust and support you more and more. This current mess is now in your hands. I am waiting for your good news." Wang Yao's expression was steady, his gaze filled with an undeniable determination. He nodded, his voice steady and clear. "Dad, you can rest assured I will not disappoint you." Jiang Tiancheng nodded. "Go take a rest." Wang Yao stood up to leave, his hand just touching the doorknob when he suddenly paused and turned to the side. "Dad, I will handle Chun Haonan as soon as possible. You should also take care of your health." "All right, I know. You take care too." Jiang Tiancheng's lips curled slightly, a warm smile appearing with a genuine sense of relief and solidity in his eyes. The next day, a Hongqi sedan silently drove into the busiest commercial district of Tsimsha. The car did not slow down, making a direct turn into the Lin family villa area. The car came to a stop and both doors opened simultaneously as 2 men in black stepped out briskly. They walked to the door, raised their hands to knock 3 short knocks, neither too heavy nor too light. The door opened. It was the elder butler of the Lin family who opened the door. Upon seeing the guests, a familiar smile immediately appeared on his face. Uncle Jean, you are here. Mr. Lin and his wife instructed me to bring the two young ladies and the young master home. Please follow me. The butler led the way, and the three silently followed, passing through the corridor and entering the main residence. In the dining room of the Lin family's grand residence, Chun Haonan and Li Xinxin were accompanying the Lin family's elders for dinner. A row of servants stood to the side with arms at their sides, impeccably dressed in suits, their expressions solemn, their gazes fixed on Chun Haonan and Li Xinxin, seemingly indifferent, yet closely following their every move. Li Xinxin lowered her head to eat her chopsticks, barely making a sound as they picked up her food. She was acutely aware of her current status. Chun Haonan's woman, the Lin family's nominal daughter-in-law. Even though the Lin family had never publicly acknowledged her, yet she was unwilling to retreat. Only by staying here could she hold tightly to that fleeting sense of security. Young master, young lady. The butler suddenly spoke, his tone calm. The old master asked me to inform you today is your wedding date. Please prepare early. The Lin family has prepared a grand wedding, and you must attend. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. Li Xinxin watched his retreating figure, her lips curling slightly, that arc cold and thin like a blade slicing through the water's surface. The Lin family was wealthy and extravagant, never lacking in grandeur. Yet this grand wedding was never meant to lay a red carpet for her. It was destined for the person she detested from the bottom of her heart. She only hoped that this day would pass quickly, and then she would leave without looking back, forever shaking off this shackle. Xinxin. Xinxin. Chun Haonan noticed her daze and called her name twice. Moi. She came back to her senses, her voice calm. It's nothing. I just thought of something else. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking? Her fingertips curled slightly as she looked up at him, her speech slow and gentle. Haonan, do you think it's really appropriate for us to be together like this? If you meet someone you truly like in the future, I will sincerely bless you. After saying that, she lowered her eyelashes again, staring intently at a grain of rice in her bowl. These words pierced Wang Yao's heart like a fine needle. He had married her with a sense of guilt, and now he was being pushed to tear apart this relationship with his own hands. He looked at her and asked in a low voice, are you worried about me? She nodded. You are the heir of the Lin family, the future helmsman of the Lin family. If we truly become husband and wife, once the news leaks, the Lin family's reputation will be hard to maintain. I understand all of this. He frowned slightly, his voice lowering. But right now, I am also being forced into a corner. My father's instructions I can only obey, marrying someone I do not love. This isn't fair to me. Li Xinxin felt a tightness in her throat and a heaviness in her heart. She understood. Between her and Wang Yao there was no love at all. All there was the dependency of power and the binding of interests. What she had to do was to grit her teeth and swallow all the humiliation, obediently playing the role of his hidden woman. She also had to keep this matter tightly under wraps, to make others unable to discern her true situation. Just pretend that Wang Yao acted impulsively and made a mistake. But deep down she understood very well. She could not swallow this grievance for a lifetime. She wanted to reclaim what was hers. She wanted everyone to regret their choice made today. Li Xinxin closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had suppressed all her emotions. She raised her gaze towards Wang Yao, her voice clear and steady. Wang Yao, don't be upset. Once you truly stand firm, I will leave immediately. I know these words should not have been spoken. As long as you ensure my mother's well-being for the rest of her life, I will comply with whatever you ask. I really have had enough. Wang Yao remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. All right, let's eat first, we can discuss the rest later. Li Xinxin said no more, lowering her gaze to pick up her knife and fork, eating one bite after another. At exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, a private plane quietly glided onto the runway, slowly coming to a stop in the night. The cabin door opened and figures began to descend one after another. As the leader touched the ground, his gaze swept across the crowd, waiting to receive him, his steps momentarily pausing. A frown appeared on his brow and a cloud of suspicion rose. Something felt off. He paused for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. In less than 2 minutes, a man in black hurried over, sweat glistening on his forehead. Boss, what happened? It was Jiang Tiansheng who sent Yao go back. Jiang Tiansheng. The man in black nodded. Why does he have the right to interfere? It was Wang Yao's father's intention. I remember clearly saying, Hongxing is not to touch Wang Yao with a single finger. But, the man in black swallowed hard, whispering, Jiang Tiansheng seems particularly lenient. This time he probably nodded in agreement. What does he want? The man in black shook his head. I don't know. I will investigate immediately and find out for sure. As he turned around, he caught sight of someone standing before him, unmoving. Who? It was Jiang Tiansheng. His gaze was sharp, piercing right through, his voice cold and devoid of any fluctuations. What did you just say? The man in black stiffened, blurting out, Yao Go is your younger brother. Are you not afraid of Wang Yao turning against you if you move against him? Jiang Tiansheng's lips curled slightly, his smile failing to reach his eyes. What face will he turn? He can scheme in the dark, but on the surface, we are already on the same boat. Now Wang Yao and I are brothers. What can he do to me? The man in black was stunned for a moment, then bowed under. I will carry this debt for Yao Go. With that he turned and walked out briskly, heading straight towards Wang Yao. Jiang Tianxing watched his back, a slight smile on his lips. I keep my promises. The man in black did not stop, only raised his hand and waved. I trust you. Sim Sha Sui Tian Yao Group Headquarters. Wang Yao was currently interviewing secretaries. At present there were already 3 female secretaries, but documents piled up like mountains and meetings were scheduled back-to-back, leaving him hardly any time to breathe. He had no choice but to recruit another. The only requirement was decent appearance. After all, he was aiming for the financial tycoons of Hong Kong. If he couldn't even pick out a decent secretary, how could he command respect? Xiao Zhang responded and left. Moments later, 3 young women dressed in professional attire entered the room side by side, walking steadily. Xiao Zhang responded and left. Moments later, 3 young women dressed in professional attire entered the room side by side, walking steadily, their makeup well done. Wang Yao raised his eyes to appraise them. The one on the left was in her early 20s with fair and radiant skin, as if cultivated from years of care. The other 2 also appeared youthful and vibrant. He leaned back slightly, his tone straight, yet waited. You are the new secretaries. I won't look at your backgrounds, only your abilities. Salary will be top of the industry. But if you don't perform well, pack your things and leave at any time. The 3 women exchanged glances, their eyes shining brightly. Though they did not know who this person was, just based on his terms, demeanor, and the conditions he laid out, it was clear he was no. To establish oneself in such a place meant that for the next 10 years they wouldn't have to worry. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The girls all bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, voices clear. Wang Yao nodded slightly. These 3 girls had bright eyes and agile movements, clearly intelligent and diligent. What was even rarer was the sincerity that radiated from them. Trustworthy. What's your name? Which department are you from? He asked. Ding Yao, sales department. One girl stepped forwards. Ding Yao. Wang Yao raised an eyebrow, his tone light. What a catchy name, I like it. Starting tomorrow you're hired. Great. Ding Yao's throat tightened, her heart skipping a beat. Was the sky really dropping pies? In this day and age, was there really such a good opportunity, without any barriers? What about you? What's your name? Ding Yao asked the person beside her. Wu Yaya. Wu Yaya, chairwoman of the Wu Group, the largest shareholder. In the entire group, her signature was the only one that counted. She was known as the Ice Mountain Guanyin, detached from the mundane, yet extremely generous towards her subordinates. Female employees regarded her as a benchmark, while male employees dreamed of her. Ding Yao was taken aback, her lips moving. This. Wait, you are Wu Yaya? Wu Yaya nodded. Yes, that's me. You've heard of me. Ding Yao quickly waved her hands. How could I? I'm not worthy to know you. Wu Yaya chuckled. I saw your video online. At first glance I thought, this girl has plenty of spirit. What does your company do? How did they invite you to be a secretary? Ding Yao smiled calmly. The company is facing difficulties and urgently needs a capable secretary who understands the business to help out. I have enough qualifications and availability, so I came. Oh, now I see. Wu Yaya nodded and suddenly sized up her attire, her gaze flashing. Looking at your outfit, is it all designer brands? Is your company doing well? It's manageable. Ding Yao smiled faintly, but it is indeed tight right now. I'm in a bit of a pinch, so I came to help. Once the company stabilizes, I will bow out gracefully. Don't think so much. Wu Yaya's tone was firm. I can support you. No. Ding Yao hurriedly shook her head. The company doesn't lack people. It lacks people who can get things done. I believe I have that capability. Ding Yao was momentarily stunned, her eyes slightly warm. Secretary, Wu, thank you so much. No need for thanks. Wu Yaya smiled. Doing the job well is better than anything else. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. For voices echoed in the office. Wang Yao looked up, and before him the room was filled with bright, cheerful faces, all of whom had bright eyes and white teeth. He secretly sighed. They truly looked like they had walked out of a painting, yet the steadiness in their brows and eyes clearly indicated they were not naive. But how could that young master be here? He shook his head and pushed the door into the private room. Inside there were 4 or 5 young ladies sitting. One of them had particularly striking features. Oh, Mr. Wang, you finally came back. That's great. I was really worried you wouldn't come. Mr. Wang, you kept us waiting. Several of them gathered around. You promised to sing and dance with us tonight. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? That's right. Mr. Wang, your word must count. They all chimed in, their voices overlapping. Wang Yao scanned them with his gaze. I'm really tied up tonight. Let's reschedule for another day. The girls' faces instantly fell. You can't just change your mind. We booked this place a week in advance. Mr. Wang, we know you're busy. We'll accommodate your schedule anytime. Yes. We can even introduce you to some popular stars. Our place is filled with top-tier beauties, supermodels, and emerging talents alike. Just name your pick and we'll arrange the most outstanding one right away. Everyone's eyes sparkled as if they believed that if he refused, it would be a betrayal of fate. Wang Yao merely smiled. If I truly have matters to attend to, I will definitely make it next time. Everyone's faces were filled with disappointment, yet they were still reluctant to give up. This was the first time encountering a genuine wealthy patron. If they didn't seize this opportunity to showcase their talents, wouldn't it be a waste? Xiao Mianhu parked the car right at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion and then drove straight up to the top floor. His mother was an old-school artist, once a hot actress on screen with a good reputation in the industry. His father was a talented cultural figure skilled in both calligraphy and painting. Xiao Mianhu had always regarded his father as a model and saw himself as the irreplaceable successor of the Wu Group. His childhood dream was not to do business, but to become an artist and a star like his father. Therefore, every time he appeared, he always wore sunglasses, both to guard against paparazzi and to protect the dignity that had not been dulled by the clamor. He had always been low-key, but today was different. He wanted to use Wang Yao as a springboard to establish a firm footing before the camera, allowing the other party to see him, remember him, and ultimately be willing to extend a hand. The car quickly slid into the underground parking lot. As soon as he turned off the engine, he quickly walked toward the elevator. Just as he stood still, a Bentley slowly entered his line of sight. He glanced up, his heart sinking sharply. That was Wang Yao's car. He came to. A wave of bitterness surged in his throat. Why should he? What right did he have? In terms of family background, upbringing, and sense of propriety, in what way was he inferior? His face instantly clouded over. Since you've entered this door, don't blame me for making you uncomfortable. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Lee, this is Sean G. Could you please call a few trustworthy media friends? Just as Wang Yao settled into the private room, the waiter handed him the menu, and he casually ordered a few dishes. Long time no see. Brother Wang, you finally came back. We thought our eyes would dry up from waiting, and today we finally got you through the door. Sean Jia's eyes lit up upon seeing Wang Yao, and his voice rose an octave. Wang Yao smiled. You brat, it hasn't been long since we last saw each other, yet your tongue has become so smooth. Sean Ji scratched the back of his head, chuckling away. He knew well that in just a few years Wang Yao was no longer the boy who wore faded school uniforms and rode second-hand bicycles. Between them it felt like there was an invisible deep river. Brother Wang, I really miss you. All right, you only know how to say nice things. Wang Yao shook his head, laughing. The drinks were soon served, all lined up on the table: imported wine, beer, chilled soda, and a small pot of warm Huaiyao wine. Wang Yao glanced over and said, slightly surprised, Aren't you all usually too busy to even take a step outside? Today you actually have time to sit down. Sean Ji scratched his head again. Recently I've had some free time and wanted to get out for a breather. Oh, so are you planning to stay long in Xiangjiang? Yes, for a few more years. My dad and sister are here. It's lively at home, which is great. After a pause his eyes brightened, and he lowered his voice. By the way, Brother Wang, I heard you're preparing to start a company. Our fates are not as coincidental as they seem. Collaboration. He leaned forward, a determined smile on his face. In the future, I'll buy a house in Xiangjiang, and we'll team up. You steer the ship, and I'll run errands. How about it? Haha, that's a good idea. You settle down in Xiangjiang, and we can look out for each other, saving us from each going at it alone. Deal? Rest assured, Brother Wang, this matter is in my hands, guaranteed to be flawless. Sean Ji patted his chest in agreement. Before he finished speaking, he pulled out his phone and dialed a few numbers. In less than 15 minutes, several young people from Xiangjiang were arranged to meet. Each of them owned a business. Some were involved in import and export, some managed real estate funds, and others handled family trusts. Their connections were deep, carrying weight in both the business world and social circles. Although not direct affiliates of the Wu Group, they often had interactions and were quite familiar with each other. The other end of the line was very straightforward. Sean Ji, we can take care of this. Don't worry, I'll reply to you shortly and ensure everything is done without a hitch. Sean Ji hung up the phone, raised his glass towards Wang Yao, grinned widely, and downed the drink. Wang Yao also raised his glass and drank it all at once. Dishes were served one after another: abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fresh crab. Every item was exquisite, but to Wang Yao they were just ordinary meals. His family background was not particularly affluent, but his father Wang Zhengwo was indeed a true tycoon in Xiangjiang. Wang Yao had always worn used and lived in top-tier luxury. Over the years, Wang Zhengwo had successively acquired luxury homes in Xiangjiang, 3 luxury cars, and a grade-A office building. While it couldn't compare to the top-tier aristocracy, it was already a level of wealth that most ordinary people couldn't reach. Brother Wang, I toast you. Good cheers. Cheers. The glasses clinked together with a clear sound. After a satisfying meal, Sean Ji stood up to bid farewell. Wang Yao didn't leave. He called the waiter and ordered a bottle of Feitian Matai, pouring it for himself and downing it in one go. He squinted, slowly rubbing the rim of the glass with his fingers, a calm and sharp light flickering in his eyes. I am fully recovered. This time I will stay in Xiangjiang for a few more days, strolling and taking a good look around. Just as this thought settled, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The door was gently pushed open, and a young man in a white shirt and black trousers stood at the door, tall and upright. Are you Zhao Yu? Wang Yao asked directly. Zhao Yu's pupils constricted, and he froze in place. He never expected that Wang Yao would be able to call his name directly. Mr. Wang, you know me. Wang Yao's lips curled slightly. Not really. But I've heard your name and casually checked it out. So you enjoy playing these Zhao Yu chuckled, twice, his ears slightly warm. He had a background in finance and loved reading financial reports, so he naturally knew about Wang Yao. Starting from scratch, breaking through within 3 years, his reputation was already widespread in the industry. But he never thought that his name would actually reach Wang Yao's ears. Actually, He cleared his throat. I've been chasing a girl these days. She seems to have some interest in me too. I want to stay in Xinjiang for a few more days and give it a good try. Once I win her over, I won't let her suffer a bit of grievance. Zhao Yu added with a grin. Wang Yao nodded lightly. I see. A hint of understanding appeared on his face, and he then raised his eyes and said, I wish you success. Thank you. Thank you. Zhao Yu hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. During the few days that Wang Yao stayed in Xinjiang, he also quietly started preparing for the company's establishment. He hardly stepped outside, spending all day in his residence, only pausing slightly during meals and rest. The reason was simple. He was gathering strength. The old injuries on his body had long since healed, and he moved freely. During these days, he had thoroughly reviewed the 9E manual from start to finish and took time to ponder the energy techniques of the Dragon Elephant Prajnapam. Though the two martial arts were vastly different, they both belonged to top-tier martial arts. One was soft and long, while the other was fierce and unmatched. However, he was still far from the great vehicle realm with the 9E manual. He estimated that he still needed at least another year of hard training to hope for significant progress. Every moment now, he was putting more pressure and intensity onto himself. Shanji, where have you been these days? At 4:30 in the afternoon, the door to the private room was pushed open and a man in his 40s walked in. Dressed in a tailored Armani suit with sunglasses perched on his nose, he exuded an unrefined swagger with every gesture. This man was none other than the well-known young master of Xinjiang, the Tian heir. Brother Wang, a few old friends insisted on gathering, claiming it's thanks to your blessings, so I can't refuse. Shanji replied with a smile. Go ahead then. The Tian heir nodded slightly and asked, are these friends of some stature? They are all prominent figures in Xinjiang, and naturally their companions are not ordinary people either. Oh, the Tian heir raised his brow and smiled. I truly want to meet them. Shanji nodded, then suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Brother Wang, is there anything you need my help with during your visit to Xinjiang? No need. Then I'll take my leave. There's another gathering tonight. All right, go ahead. The Tian heir waved his hand. As soon as Shanji left, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this President Liu? This is the Tian heir. I just met with Wang Yao. Wang Yao had been living quite leisurely these past few days. His body had fully recovered. He had been staying at this hotel for 3 days, using the time to get a better grasp of the connections in Xinjiang. Indeed, it was as renowned as rumored. The streets were filled with multinational corporation signs, and tea houses and bars. Celebrities and socialites frequently came and went. His luck was certainly good. Shanji had taken him to many places, and they had bumped into several popular artists. Among them, a few actresses were indeed strikingly beautiful. However, he knew well that behind these faces were mostly built by connections and transactions, with their singing and dancing skills being mediocre at best. The reason they kept encountering them was because Shanji was like a living map. He was well acquainted with the routes, specifically targeting places where celebrities often appeared. This person Wang Yao could not afford to let go. He was clearly a walking money tree. More importantly, Shanji had promised him in person, as long as Wang Yao could help him achieve his goals, he would support him wholeheartedly when he returned to establish a company in Huaxia. This opportunity, once missed, would be hard to come by again. Ding dong. Hidden task detected. Pursue a beauty. Reward gold coins 1. Failure penalty. The reward will become permanently invalid. Please confirm whether to accept the task. Accept. Ding dong. Task chain activated. Please choose a specific branch. Ding dong. Option pursue a beauty. Complete to receive gold coins 5. Task rating excellent. Additional reward gold coins 5. Wang Yao stared at the words that appeared in his mind, pausing for half a second. Was this actually a task? The difficulty was not high. However, the task's content left him momentarily speechless. Task description: assist Shanji in pursuing a certain female star and make her willingly become his lover. He twitched the corner of his mouth, silently chuckling bitterly. Why did this task have to involve Shanji? Is there really someone in this world who treats deceiving women as a legitimate business? It seemed Shanji had been planning this from the very beginning. He suddenly recalled when he first arrived in Xinjiang. Shanji had used the same strategy to block the newly popular flower in the backstage corridor, smilingly handing out business cards, slipping in his phone number, and inviting her for afternoon tea. At that time, Wang Yao only felt that this person was slick, but looking back now, it seemed that there was some calculation mixed in with the slickness. For any man, being publicly teased and forcibly kissed by another man was an unbearable humiliation. If it weren't for helping Shanji clean up afterwards, he wouldn't have stepped into that KTV even half a step. This matter could not be ignored, and it couldn't be allowed to fester. He had to head to Emerald City immediately. Wang Yao stared out the window for a moment, having made up his mind. He had a bank card in his hand with 6 million Huaxia coins lying in the account. This money was wisely obtained from that old man. In other words, it was all hard-earned money. But he didn't expect to get rich from it. What he needed most now was cash. On the way back, as the car left Emerald City, Shanji casually asked after dinner, "Brother Wang, should we invite a few more brothers to go to Emerald City together?" "No need." Wang Yao shook his head. "The waters there are too deep. Having too many people would attract attention. You probably won't let me lose face this time." "Brother Wang, please don't say that. Shanji will remember your kindness for a lifetime." Shanji quickly replied, his tone sincere. All right, less flattery. I've accepted your goodwill. Wang Yao smiled. Shanji's face immediately brightened. Really accepted. That's great. From now on, just let me know if you need anything anytime. I appreciate it. Wang Yao nodded, paused, and then said, by the way, there's still something I want to ask you to do. He had just thought of this matter, and it had to be Shanji. In the past few days, he had been staying at the hotel to recuperate, not going anywhere. Although his injury had healed, the doctor advised him to take it easy for a while longer. Shanji, how is the progress on the matter I asked you to handle a few days ago? Brother Wang, which matter? Shanji scratched his head, looking bewildered. The actress you recommended to me. Oh. He slapped his forehead and laughed immediately. Don't worry. I've picked the best one for you in terms of popularity, qualifications, and reputation. She is not inferior to first-tier stars. She is currently the leading lady of Emerald TV, shining brightly on the channel. Send me a copy of her information. Sure. Also arrange for me to meet her. Just say I want to invite her for a cup of coffee. Wang Yao's tone was relaxed. Brother Wang, you wouldn't have taken a liking to her, would you? Shanji blinked, smiling mischievously. Stop the nonsense and hurry up with it. Wang Yao feigned anger and shot him a look. Yes. I'll get right on it. I guarantee it will be done. Good. After Shanji left, Wang Yao lay down and waited for news. Not long after, his phone vibrated and a document popped up. Hello, here is her information. He clicked on the file. When the photo came into view, his eyes flickered slightly. It was indeed Su Yuhan, the hottest host at Emerald TV right now. After scanning the summary, he gently lifted the corner of his mouth. This girl was indeed as Shanji had described. Her features were striking, her figure was tall, and her temperament was a blend of aloofness and sharpness, the kind of cool, memorable woman. Moreover, she wasn't a meek sister. She was the type who dared to approach Heaton. He'll sleep for a while and talk later. He closed the screen and rested his eyes. The next morning, Wang Yao stood at the foot of the Emerald TV building. He walked straight to Su Yuhan's office door and raised his hand to knock. The door opened. President Wang. She clearly seemed startled. Wang Yao nodded with a smile. Miss Su, Shanji sent an invitation yesterday, wanting to invite you to the cocktail party tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. She frowned slightly. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I'm fully booked this year and won't be in Emerald City. A hint of just the right amount of regret flashed across Wang Yao's face. However, this reaction indicated that she still hadn't understood where the problem lay and was responding with her usual excuses. It was time to give her a nudge. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you further. He turned to leave. Wait. At this moment, Su Yuhan suddenly called out to stop him. President Wang, could you leave the invitation with me? After the cocktail party tomorrow night, I'll return it to you. After hearing this, Wang Yao's lips slightly curved up, revealing a trace of an almost imperceptible smile. Su Yuhan, after all, was beginning to budge. But he also understood clearly. This was still a polite rejection. The Emerald Pearl Wine Party was always bustling with guests. If it weren't for his poor health, she would have already packed up and rushed to the banquet. All right. He decisively handed over the invitation. Thank you. Su Yuhan accepted it with both hands, bowing deeply to him. No need to be polite. Wang Yao waved his hand lightly and turned to leave. In the Emerald Television, the director's office, a middle-aged man in a dark gray suit pushed the door and entered. Director Lin, hello, I am Shanji. Director Lin looked up, his gaze landing on the newcomer, and smiled as he nodded. Hello, please have a seat. I wouldn't dare to trouble you. I'm just here to check in and report on the situation. Shanji quickly waved his hand, his back slightly bent with a humble attitude. He was a newly signed actor at the Emerald Television with the stage name Shanji. To get close to Wang Yao, he had to pull strings, slip red envelopes, and accompany dining events, expending considerable effort and money to finally break through. Wang Yao indeed had a good impression of him. Then during this time it will be hard on you. Director Lin smiled warmly, his tone filled with praise. He genuinely appreciated Shanji. After all, Wang Yao was a capable person, and even more rare was his protective nature. As long as he could use Shanji's connection to stabilize Wang Yao, he was willing to invest more resources and provide more opportunities. What he never expected was that this favor had long made Shanji secretly gnash his teeth. Shanji, you are still young. You need to settle down and learn about scriptwriting, directing, and acting skills. Currently, the station was preparing a commercial blockbuster, a romantic comedy well-produced and visually stunning. If you can secure the leading role, you must give it your all. Ultimately, the path must be walked by yourself. Understood, Director Lin. Good, go ahead. Director Lin nodded, indicating he could leave. Wang Yao had been at Emerald Television for a full month. During this time, he had encountered many faces, station leaders, producers, and senior directors. All of them greeted him actively, their words warm. Yet he appeared calm and composed before everyone, not putting on airs or seeming distant, which instead surprised others and even left them feeling somewhat flattered. At Emerald Television, connections weren't just a bonus, they were the foundation of one's existence. Wang Yao had managed to master this skill without leaving a trace, becoming the industry's recognized benchmark for relationships. Mr. Wang, someone is looking for you, claiming to be your friend. Before he finished speaking, Shan-ji rushed into the office like a gust of wind. Friend? Who? Wang Yao looked up. I haven't seen him, but he looks quite young. A young person? Could it be a professor from Emerald University? Wang Yao pondered for a moment. It's possible. Then, will you meet him? Yes, let him in. All right. Shanji immediately stepped back. Moments later he brought in a young man. The person was about 1 meter 80 tall, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, looking fresh and sharp with a hint of competence in his demeanor. Mr. Wang, hello. The young man quickly approached, extending his hand with a broad smile. Wang Yao was taken aback. Wasn't this the director Chun Haonan from before? What brought him here? Hello. Wang Yao quickly regained his composure and extended his hand as well. I heard from Shanji that you are his friend, so I hope it's not too presumptuous to call you Mr. Wang directly. Of course it's fine. Wang Yao smiled and motioned for him to sit on the sofa. I am Chun Haonan, currently the deputy director of Emerald Television. I came to Emerald to prepare for a new play and wanted to see if there was an opportunity to collaborate with you. Oh, Wang Yao raised an eyebrow. This Chun Haonan was indeed interesting. He had come to get to know him under the guise of his position. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Mr. Want to be honest, I came today because Boss Lu mentioned that you are quite interested in this script, which is why I made a special trip here. Oh, how does he know I'm interested in this script? Wang Yao responded with a smile. He remembered clearly when Boss Lu approached him, it was clearly about the project docking between the investors and the screenwriters. This, Chun Haonan's expression slightly changed. But only for an instant he steadied his expression and put on a calm smile again. Boss Lu is related to me, and he told me this in person. Mr. Wang, I see you are quite invested in this play, and I've heard you have a close personal relationship with director Lin, so I boldly asked for your help. Wang Yao smiled lightly. This Chun Haonan truly knew how to pick the right person to approach. Although director Lin held the title of station director, his influence in the company wasn't as significant as outsiders thought. His position relied entirely on connections, and without the line to Wang Yao he would probably struggle to even keep his seat. Teacher Chin, I've read the script twice, and am indeed tempted. I admire the style, rhythm, and quality of the dramas your station produces. But to speak frankly, my position is limited. I'm just a producer. Filming is one thing, but project initiation, funding, and determining the main creators are beyond my authority. You just need to nod, and I will do my utmost. Extensive promotion, optimal timing, and finely tuned arrangements to push the ratings to the maximum. How do you feel about that? Chun Haonan's mouth curled slightly, his back straightening, exuding an air of confidence. Wang Yao, on the other hand, became intrigued. Who was this person? Did he have some strong backing behind him? Rest assured, as long as you give the green light, we will be on the same side. In the future, if there's anything, Chun Haonan will never be vague. Chun Haonan smiled confidently. Wang Yao didn't pick up on this line, but merely nodded slightly and changed the subject. By the way, Teacher Chin, I heard you just returned from abroad. What did you study? Harvard's directing department, he replied straightforwardly. I'm not unfamiliar with this area of television dramas. However, to be honest, working here feels a bit like great talent in a small role. Great talent in a small role. Wang Yao chuckled. You are being a bit too modest. Teacher Chin, I don't think you are being wronged. The dramas from your station are closely watched within the industry. You yourself are also a well-known name in the domestic directing circle. How about this? Come be my assistant. Assistant? Chun Haonan was clearly taken aback. Mr. Wang, you are the director of a film and television company. How could I dare to overstep? You are well aware of our station's situation. We have a thin foundation and shallow resources. Our daily advertising revenue is only a few million yuan. The market is just this size. This time I came to Emerald for a way out. Chun Haonan smiled, his tone soft, but he didn't dare to openly stab at Wang Yao, but in his eyes he had already regarded the other party as a stepping stone. So are you saying that I cannot provide you with a platform? Or have you already planned to step on me to climb to the position of chief director at Emerald Television? Wang Yao narrowed his eyes, his smile unchanged. Well, then I must thank Mr. Wang for yielding. Chun Haonan immediately replied half seriously. Hey, if Teacher Chin truly has that ability, I would really like to see it for myself. Chun Haonan fell momentarily silent. He had originally come for this play aiming to make a name for himself. But the more he talked, the more he realized. The water was deeper than he had anticipated. Mr. Want to be honest, this play is really hard to push. Emerald Television is essentially a county-level station with not much liquid cash on the books. Without your nod, it's difficult to even start filming. Oh, that's how it is. He paused slightly, his voice becoming heavier. I returned from M country specifically to settle at Emerald just for this. This is an adaptation of an old IP that the station has been heavily investing in. Just the preliminary preparations have consumed a large amount of manpower, music, art, and copyright. Every cent is real money. It's a huge investment, and the risks are equally great. We can't afford to lose. Wang Yao nodded upon hearing this. So what you mean is, want to use my name? Exactly. With your name we can launch the first strike for the Jadeite broadcast. However, a funding party has already approached us with very pragmatic conditions. They want a share of the investment and to have a say in the broadcast schedule. I understand. Chun Haonan looked him directly in the eyes. Someone like you never plays a supporting role. So Teacher Chin, you should now realize what you've missed out on, right? Is that so? Isn't my ambition to make the Jadeite TV station even more prosperous? Wang Yao lightly countered with a smile. Of course, if you truly want to build your own television station, then this drama is just the beginning. What truly holds value is the prestige, the influence it brings you, and the way the entire industry will redefine you. Yet your investment is simply too meager. Chun Haonan shook his head. This was no exaggeration. The Jadeite TV station was not a wealthy production company, its budget was always tight. But Wang Yao's ambitions extended far beyond a local station. He was eyeing the entire entertainment circle of Huaxiao, even aiming to spread the flame of Chinese entertainment worldwide. At this moment when Chun Haonan mentioned investment, he happened to hit that critical point. Wang Yao's investment was indeed not much. However, he held the prestigious brand of Fast and Furious, using it to generate momentum to draw in traffic, and once the drama aired to pour the entire operational strategy, cooperative model, and resource network into the deep waters of the television industry. My ambition is not small, oh, I don't need you to worry about it. Wang Yao smiled. Mr. Wang, you may not fully understand just how narrow the market for domestic dramas is. Without substantial capital as a foundation, this drama won't even step beyond the borders, let alone conquer the world. Chun Haonan's tone was resolute. Therefore, this investment of yours is a guaranteed profit. Just as the words fell, a chill suddenly crept up his spine. Mr. Wang, please calm down. Chun Haonan abruptly stood up and bowed deeply. Did you misunderstand? Misunderstand? Wang Yao sneered. Some people in this world can only see the smell of copper and only think about money. As for you, I will leave you with one phrase: get lost. He pointed directly at the door. Mr. Chun, that was quite unkind. Chun Haonan's lips curled. Who do you think you are? To be frank, our station has strong backing. As long as you nod, the price will be absolutely fair. Who is this backing? Wang Yao's gaze darkened. This? I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. Chun Haonan shook his head, refusing to speak further. If you want say, then so be it. But let me remind you, if this drama crashes due to your interference, the cost may be more than you can bear. Is that so? Then I will wait and see. Good. Wang Yao nodded. Since you have made up your mind, I won't keep you. Please go ahead. After saying that, he turned to walk towards the door. You. Chun Haonan choked, feeling that Wang Yao was arrogantly beyond measure. Yet he did not take the threat seriously. The young man had just come out from Xinjiang, yet to grow up, how much of a storm could he stir? In terms of foundation connections, and backing the Jadeite TV station was leagues ahead. Don't think that just because you have a bit of resources you can challenge me. You fall far short. Be smart and leave immediately. Otherwise, when the drama wraps, it will be the day you are blacklisted by the entire industry. Chun Haonan spoke each word clearly, his teeth clenched. Blacklist? Fine, give it a try. Wang Yao curled his lips. I want to see how the blacklist works. As the words fell, the air seemed to solidify, and the temperature dropped suddenly. My temper has always been good, but if you provoke me, the consequences are yours to bear. Wang Yao's voice was cold. Chun Haonan's temples throbbed with veins. Fine, if you're not afraid of death, come at me. Just then that mention of Fast and Furious exploded in his ears. In truth, he did not hold much hope for this drama, privately mocking it as fast food trash. Yet ironically, this was a work Wang Yao was personally overseeing. He was also in charge of production. The awkwardness was like a thorn stuck in his throat. After all, he clearly understood. Wang Yao was not an Shut up for me. If you say one more word, you will regret entering this door. Chun Haonan's face was as cold as iron. Then, let's wait and see. Wang Yao shot him a cold glance and pushed the door open to leave. Every move Wang Yao made was within Chun Haonan's sight. His lips tightened and his gaze cut through like a knife. I want to see what you have to wrestle with me. He whispered this sentence, his voice kept extremely low, yet each word was sharp. Wang Yao didn't even spare a glance toward Chun Haonan. To someone like him, who could barely make a splash, Wang Yao couldn't even be bothered to give him a second look. In Wang Yao's eyes, Chun Haonan wasn't even a contender. What he was doing now was akin to a breeze passing by Chun Haonan's ear, unheard, leaving no trace. If they were to determine superiority, there was only one path: fists speak. Of course, if Chun Haonan insisted on running into a wall, he certainly wouldn't stop him, and he could very well send him on his way. Filming has begun. A crew member quickly approached and nodded at Chun Haonan. Let's start. Chun Haonan slowly inhaled, forcibly suppressing the rage and killing intent surging in his chest. He needed to remain composed. Great endeavors are only accomplished by calm individuals. Scene 1. As the director's voice fell, the camera was set and the lights adjusted. Action. Chun Haonan took another deep breath. In front of the camera, a young girl in a white dress sat quietly in a wheelchair. Her brows and eyes were delicate, yet her complexion was pale as paper, with sweat beading on her forehead. A man stood beside her. This is my fiancé. The man spoke to the camera with a firm tone. Fiancé, is it me? The girl asked softly. The man smiled slightly, his voice gentle. Then, can you accompany me to the hospital to see my mother? She asked again. Sure. However, there is an urgent matter I need to attend to right now. He continued to smile. Wait for me to return. The scene froze at that moment. Cut. Fantastic. In one take. Thank you. Wang Yao slightly nodded, his expression calm. The previous scene seemed simple, yet the subtle intensity lay hidden in the details. Enough. Chun Haonan's skills were much more solid than he had anticipated. Next scene. He raised his hand to signal. Action. The camera resumed. My name is Yang Yuelon. The woman lowered her eyes, her voice soft yet clear. I am the only daughter of the Yang group. My father is seriously ill and urgently needs surgery fees. So I would like to ask for your help. I don't want to marry someone I don't love. I just want to live my life the way I want and to grasp a bit of happiness that belongs to me. She lifted her gaze, her eyes earnest. The man handed her a gold-embossed business card. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out or contact my assistant. After saying this, he turned to leave. Yang Yuelon clutched the business card, her fingertips trembling, her whole being frozen in place. He really gave me his card. I really have a chance. Her lips parted slightly, heart racing, ears buzzing. She even doubted if she, but the business card was warm, the texture of the paper real and prickly. She knew this door had opened. Can I really marry him? Her heart felt as if scorched by fire, hot yet void. Oh heavens, I mustn't be dreaming, right? She blurted out, her eyes brimming with tears.